I have no explanation as to what actually transpired. I was there, and I don't even believe it. The following happened this past Sunday. For background on myself, I'm almost 42, and I'm very rational and analytical about things. I did very well in science classes for being able to think from many angles about the functions of things and so on and so forth. I'm an atheist skeptic. You get the idea. However, what transpired boggles me so, and strangely each morning since that memory of that very day seems to get foggy and I need to try harder to recall anything about that day. Which is why I'm cementing it as pretty much great detail as possible with these events. I have a weekend job working in a community center for a major city. My tasks are to oversee renters who rent out portions or rooms at the center. The building I work in was built in 1951 and has an auditorium that also acts as a basketball court now. Once it was used as a movie theater in its early days. Many of the renters of the facility as a whole are various Christian groups of all varieties. Some hold Sunday school or a mass-like service, or too many AA meetings. The auditorium is used for a major mass-like service with several hundred chairs, and lucky me has been scheduled to work as sole worker the past several months on Sundays. I'd be breaking down the event, which mainly consists of putting away the chairs and rented items back into storage. I've done this for over a year now, but only in the past few months I've worked alone on this. I'm reliable and physically very capable of doing it alone, which is probably why my boss has me scheduled alone. Typically, there's a brief overlap of time where at least 2 employees are scheduled, usually a half hour or an hour. The coworker before me is the most trusted worker there and the one who's worked there the longest, though he's much younger than me, but I trust him, and him and I get things done. Once a month, a larger dance event takes place in the auditorium and needs to begin with setup shortly after the mass meeting, after that concludes, because it's a big event that requires a lot of furniture. I was scheduled to work at my usual time at about 1:30 p.m. It varies very slightly from week to week. The renters of the auditorium have the place rented until about 1:30 p.m., but they pretty much always are just out after 1. I arrive at work and head to the office to see the day's itinerary and retrieve keys for the building rooms. I see coworkers and they're chatting a bit in the office about what needs to be done. As usual, he's completed everything, or just about, which always leaves me just going straight to the auditorium to begin breaking down the setup. So he goes off to deal with some renters and get signatures, and I head off to the auditorium to begin. This is pure routine, as it always is. But this time, there are 3 sets of double doors to the auditorium. I'll normally go through one of the first 2 double doors, but as I approach the doors, all seems normal. Until I stop directly in front of the door. I suddenly hear loud noises coming from inside the auditorium. To me, they sound as if people are moving things around. So in my mind, I'm thinking the renters maybe had a couple of larger items that are there, only now strolling out of the auditorium through the back double door. So I pull out my key, unlock the door, open the door just enough that I could sneak in without letting anybody know that they may be outside, catch a peek at what's being moved. There's nothing that I can see, but what I do see as soon as I enter the building is a mechanical shuttered door to one of the storage rooms. There are 2 storage rooms. They're being manipulated as if someone's inside pushing or punching different spots on the door. Begin walking down the first aisle nearest the door as I normally do. I take a good look at the entire place and see not a single person or moving thing beside the single door. My coworker made no mention to me that there was anybody in the storage room, but I'm thinking maintenance worker, even though the maintenance doesn't work on Sunday. Slowly walking down the court floors, I'm staring at this moving door, and yet I see nobody at all. I was wondering why both doors to that storage room are shut. The one that's being pushed about is a wider door, which the basketball court moved through to be stored, so we also use it to roll in and out the stacks of chairs out of storage. The other door is the single-sized like sort of manual metal rolling shutting door. The kind you have to reach for the bottom and lift up into the ceiling as it rolls away. But this door you can walk across the storage room and reach the controls for the electronic double door. But both doors are completely closed, so I'm wondering why they wouldn't at least have the smaller one opening, assuming that they were working on the larger door. So I begin walking around even slower toward the storage room as I'm trying to piece together what's going on. I reach for my back pocket, pull out my phone to send a text to my coworker. To ask if someone was working inside the storage room. I just then begin to hear voices, and I look over the double exit door, which I initially thought would be used to be moving something large out of, and I assume I'm hearing voices through that door, but no. They're coming from the storage room's direction. They are very tiny, very dirty windows with almost no airflow because they're so covered in dust, and even then on the outside of the windows they have old-fashioned metal rain deflectors. But I begin thinking to myself that maybe the voices are coming from outside that window. I'm just hearing them over the barrage of banging on the door. At this point, I'm at the last section of rows of chairs. There are 3 large sections of rows of chairs, and the aisle I sort of enter the court floor from is at the start of the middle aisle. The whole time I was working my way to the end of that aisle and the beginning of the aisle nearest the storage room. I'm walking incredibly slow at this point, trying to figure out what's going on. When I reach the start of that 3rd aisle, shit gets real. The pounding crashes with my footsteps to the point I look down at my feet and legs and see if I'm triggering something, but nothing at all. With each single step I take, the pounding becomes more intense. The door is being pushed out so far now that I can sort of see the darkness from the room behind it at an angle, and I'm watching like a hawk, trying to spot what's pushing it out. The last 3 steps I took were the most intense thing, where I had to admit to even myself might be beyond what I'm thinking. I'm suddenly getting the sense that I'm not wanted, or I'm being intimidated by whoever's behind this prank or otherwise. I'm fixated on the pounding, moving door now, and I swear I hear or sense something else to my right. I'm imagining that? The pounding door synchronized with my movement is not imagined. I reach the very last chair of the aisle. Maximum everything at this time, and I'm expecting to see something with my own eyes that should not be seen. My right foot comes down firm and slow at the last chair. The instant my foot hits the floor, everything stops. Goes to absolute quiet. That was in an instant. No cool down, slow down of any kind, just instant with my foot crossing that last boundary. When that happens, regardless of whatever was causing it, it was intentional and I was being watched, which is what creeped me out. That very moment I freeze in my tracks completely, not knowing what to expect in that instant. In that first brief moment of silence, I give the loudest, most serious "fuck this" I've ever spoken. Still frozen in place, I'm just about to begin writing the text to my coworker if somebody was inside the room, but the instant my thumb touches the screen, I heard the lobby door that I entered, and still frozen in place, I turned my head as far around as I could. And I see who entered, and it is my coworker. Seeing him suddenly freeze up my body, and I finally move and turn around to look at him. He missed it by seconds, easily less than 10 seconds, and he heard nothing, he saw nothing. He quickly just comes down the aisle, and I ask him in a very serious tone and face. I tell him what I was about to text him, and I ask him, is somebody in the storage room doing something? He says no, and just walks past me into the smaller manual door. I quickly tell him to give me a simple response. I can give him that door was moving as something was just behind it moving it. Tell him that I was going to wait for him because there might be a person in there or an animal, and I don't want to get surprise attacked by either. So he says, let's check it out. He opens the smaller door and I follow him in. It's completely dark in there, and he reaches in and turns on the light and makes his way over to the electronic door. Nothing. Nothing in there at all. All is suddenly quiet and normal as it has been for over the past year. Nothing out of the norm, really, except for whatever that thing I just encountered was. He obviously just dismisses me as he hits the door button to raise the door and says it was probably the wind. I tell him with the most serious face and tone, That was not the wind. I then point to the door and ask him if in all the years he's been here, we've ever seen this door move for any reason at all. Be it the wind or anything besides, going up or down when being manually controlled to do so. He thinks for a second and looks at me and shakes his head and says no. I tell him exactly. I've never seen it move ever for any reason in the entire time I've worked there. He doesn't know what to say and just shrugs. I've no clue what to say as I'm still rattled and astounded by what had just transpired. With nothing else to say, I give a hopeless, sarcastic, "I guess it was just ghosts then." To which he immediately responds in a seriously quiet voice, "Don't say that." He then looks at me and says, "This place is haunted." He mentions that in particular the auditorium. So it has been said. Who or where we heard this from, I didn't ask. I said, "Thanks for letting me know," or something like that. I then sigh and tell him I don't tell people anything about this, but at times I sometimes see what looks like a figure walking up there. And that's as I begin to point to the foyer. He immediately interjects, "Up there, right?" He tells me he's also seen what looked like a person walking along that same area and then just vanish. I tell him that I see it somewhat common, and I even saw it the day before, but I always chalked it up to my imagination or a trick of the light. I also tell him of something that happened more recently when I was on the other side of the court. It's where I thought I saw someone quickly dart toward me with a few feet, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. My blood run cold that time because I thought somebody had snuck up on me and was going to attack me. I tell him, well, at least we're not crazy, or at least we're seeing the same thing, whatever it may be. Because of that big event we had sort of set up for, I needed help from another worker from another department whom I knew and worked with before in that same setup. So at least I wasn't alone in that room for the rest of the time there. Even the janitorial ladies showed up earlier and sat in the seats waiting for us to finish up, so I was never really alone the rest of the time, save the very last few minutes. I tell the other worker of what just happened minutes before, and he gets freaked out and believes me. He says he doesn't want to stay in the auditorium. Everything else goes normal as follows, and the setup gets done earlier than normal since I adopt a more efficient way of switching out furniture. Several times during the setup, I go into the storage room and look around for a possible explanation for what just happened. A silent tornado somehow coming through the window? Nah. Air pressure difference between rooms. Doesn't look like it would really explain the nature of the way this was pounded. I figured a pressure difference would be a one-time thing, like an instant, not a barrage. I just witnessed this barrage. And even then all the doors were sealed and locked. Mechanical? I know something mechanics like an electric desk can sort of go both directions at times and tremble. I mean, with the controls on the door, not only can I not make it do that, but the machine is so slow to torque up that I couldn't even get it to move at any speed to get it remotely disruptive. Not only that, but the door doesn't even move in the way it had been moving outward. Some serious force was needed to push it out like that. I then did notice a ladder that I've never seen before, at least never gave any attention to. It was just a little sort of past the mechanical door. It was the kind of ladder that's built into a building and led up into a blackened ceiling above. I didn't hear any noise after the silence began, and I look at the base of the ladder and it's completely surrounded by industrial fans. Someone would have had to jump over the fans to reach the ladder. Not impossible, so I wasn't ruling this out. But it's the only other obvious rational thing I could think of. We nearly finished the setup, and my leaves just go back to him. Let's go back to his apartment with very little more to do, and I still have the janitor lady now cleaning up the floor. I quickly finish up and now have to deal with closing the storage room doors. This was the point where I tested the mechanisms and controls to see if it could be a mechanical thing in nature. And it was pure coincidence that it began and ended where it did with only me as the only witness. I closed the mechanical door, planned how to get out of there as fast as possible with the light still on. I get to the smaller door and stand outside, just barely close enough to flip the light switch on inside. That little door is so heavy that when closed quickly, it makes the loudest gunshot-like sound, like it's hitting the floor. So I always close it really slow to avoid that and hurting my ears. Not this time. I flipped that switch, slammed shut that door as fast as I could, and then pressed my luck further. I didn't want to come back to the auditorium, and I sent the sort of lighting in advance to the renters' arrivals, their preferred dance setting, which happens to be fairly dark. I took a good look around from the stage of the auditorium where the lighting controls are and plotted it in. Once I saw the lighting was good, I headed straight to the exit. I can't recall if the janitor was still in the room at the time. I don't think she was. I head to the double doors, and for the first time, instead of locking them until their renter arrived, I left them wide open into the sunlit lobby to back into the office to wait for another coworker who was closing. He was 30 minutes late, but he did bring good New York-style pizza, so I forgave him. I told him what had happened. He said the same thing as I would have, at least if I were in his shoes. Very skeptical and mentioned all the possible causes. I told him I wouldn't have believed it either had I not been there, and that I was still expecting to have someone jump out with video footage of a prank. I'm still expecting that to this very moment, actually. I tell him that I'm at a crossroads trying to decide if I write about it at the end of the day report, but if I did, I wouldn't know what to write or what to include. So I go back home, back to my normal life, my weekday job, more or less, but I still try to rationalize what transpired. Of course, I told my friends, but I didn't go over the details in any way like I am here. A couple of days later on Tuesday, my aunt visits because my mother had been admitted to the hospital for some serious, possibly life-threatening condition. She shines off for months. My aunt is asking me how I feel about the whole situation, and I tell her that I've been expecting it for a long time, and I'm adjusted to what may come. I tell her I'm more disturbed by what just occurred to me at work, and I tell her she's religious, but also has an open mind, and she reminded me of a recent story of a group of people who lived in a small, mall for over a year hidden away. Suddenly it seemed to click in my head. It made the most rational means. Why would they do that to me, and let alone how it happened? Beats me, but I'm so troubled by this incident that I contacted my boss and asked her if she'd ever had anyone like a vagrant or something occupy the space above the storage room. She tells me that there are some who sleep around the building, but not inside. I tell her she may want to send somebody to check to make sure nobody's up there, or to send an exorcist. She inquires why, and I tell her as best as I could without sounding crazy, basically saying that somebody might be up there. They also mention that I've seen things, and I saw something I've never seen before in all my time there. Not even a fraction, she asks me to give some examples of stuff I'd seen. I respond to her that it's sort of the kind of stuff nobody talks about, and left it at that. But I did mention the story of the people living in the mall to her. She said she was going to have a complete walkthrough of the area the following day, which was yesterday, Wednesday. I started writing this Wednesday night, and it's now 1 a.m. Thursday, at the moment at least. I have no other update, but I did see that she altered the current schedule so that there would be longer overlaps of workers during the setup and breakdown of the auditorium, so that way there would be a minimum of 2 people there. I have nothing else to report. I was planning on doing some ghost hunting or detective work this coming Saturday and Sunday. But I received a doctor's note today that my back is a bit messed up from doing the auditorium by myself, so I'll be off this weekend. I'm sure people are going to think I chickened out, and I'm sure word spread around the entire center and beyond, and still expecting footage of my reaction to pop up somewhere in social media as some sort of Ghostbusters tie-in, or like an extension of the $666,000 $666 income late night with the devil. Like some sort of marketing tactic. Also, there are no cameras anywhere inside the center. There might be one at the receptionist desks, if at all. At no time was I ever afraid, just curious and creeped out. You wrote that in capital letters, sir, and that's not what I remember just reading. One thing Several hours later, as the dance is nearing the actual start time, I get a person sort of associated with the renter of the dance who I have to deal with before, and he tells me that there's no power on the stage outlets. It's never happened to him before, but they need my help, so I go. There's always a female DJ who provides the music from the stage, but this time it was a new guy who was very tall and slender. He tells me that the outlets on stage right are not working. I test them, and they are indeed not working. I text my boss to inform her, and she states that I may need to contact a special department to come over here to do it. I'm not going to do that, as I don't want to deal with anyone or even be in that room. I borrow the DJ's extension hub with the power indicator light to test for a working outlet. I find one on the other side of the stage. I tell the DJ I found one, and he says, great. I route it to the front of the table where he set up and done. I begin to walk away toward the steps to kind of the court floor, and he stops me. I turn around, and it's very dark, so I have a hard time seeing his face in that moment. He asks me my name, and I tell him. He reaches out his hand to me, and I shake his, and he says, thank you. My name is... Then he says something that completely got me off guard. He says, you are a real man. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I sort of chuckle because I'm not sure what he means, and because it was really awkward that really just happened. Didn't expect the gratitude and especially the comment, but as I turn around, I'm facing the door, and I ponder to myself. What did you ponder to yourself? You've got me. Forest Mimic Demon, Washington camping story. I've been an avid camper most of my life. More than that, I actually lived in the Wyoming wilderness for almost 2 years as a child in a house on a nature preserve. It's a place where electricity was only available by generator, and we had to boil water that me and my siblings carried up from the creek. All of this was before I was even 10 years old. If there were emergencies, it would be at least an hour before we could go get help or help could come to us. I've hunted dangerous game. Not particularly proud of it, but it happened. Seen some weird shit in the desert. So when I say that I will not venture into the woods of the Cascadia Mountains, it's important to know that the wilderness doesn't frighten me easily. I was 23 years old when a friend of mine, we'll call him Darren, all names are altered, he invited me to a camping trip. The site was a place a few miles up the logging road, so about an hour-long hike from an already back road as fuck back road. It was just me, Darren, and his good friend Wade. The place was from the logging road about 10 minutes down a trail. The moment we got to the site, I was excited. The small lake was beautiful and barely touched by people over the years, and it comforted me somewhat. We got there, and within the last month, at least somebody else had camped out there, extra wood by the fire pit. We ate a bunch of chili and hot dogs, and about around dusk, guys went off into the woods and came back with a sealed bucket they had buried the year before. We opened it up, getting to some MREs that they stowed in the cache. It was looking like one of the better camping trips I'd had in my adult life. That night was a bit different. For the first time in my life, I felt an uneasiness sleeping in my tent. Couldn't quite place it. Chalked it up to not being used to camping without my dad. Darren brought his .38 special for protection from predators, but he was the only one armed. The next day it rained, as it do in the PNW. We tried to wait it out, but eventually called it quits, packed up, and went home. Fast forward to the next year, me and Darren get the itch to go camping again. I wanted to give that site another shot. Spend a great deal of effort convincing a bunch of my friends to tag along. In the end, I wound up being 6 of us, really, and a big white German shepherd. Me, Darren, Wade, James, Charles, and Rita, James's girlfriend, and Moogie, the dog. Knowing about the uneasiness felt like last time, I brought my 12 gauge. James wanted to get some unregulated target practice in, shooting shit they didn't really allow at official gun ranges, like full cans and gallon jugs. We also brought a quad with us this time so we could haul a bunch of extra water and booze and other supplies to make our weekend more comfortable. First day as we're setting up, we hear a loudspeaker playing some music over by the south end of the lake, which was basically right next to the logging road, and this you could sort of see from the road unlike the year prior. So, deciding we're big dick Americans, me and James saunter down to meet the source of the noise. Now, I have to commend the coolness of the cop that was just having a fishing trip when just two large armed men, me with the 12 gauge, James with his .308, emerged from the tree line. We introduced ourselves, mentioned the others, but not exactly where we were camping, just that it was nearby. That's when shit started to get creepy. It could have just been cops doing cop shit, but this guy really wanted to know exactly where we were going to be. Then he was mentioning his favorite spot nearby and really wanted us to try this other spot 2 more miles down the logging road. At a point, it was almost like he was suggesting that that was the only spot where we wouldn't be in trouble. Darren showed up finally, told us that he spoke to the landowner several years ago and that they were fine with us being here. Cop was mad, but we lied and said we'd check out the site he was pushing. None of us trusted the guy when we left, so we decided not to. It was like a horror movie setup. The whole shady cop tells us to go to the spot where this hillbilly friend's gonna kidnap us, kind of hide. So we move on. Pretty early in the day, so we set up our stuff, get a fire going. Float around on a giant 4-person inflatable chairboat thing. Biggest highlight of the day, Charles cuts down an entire dead tree with nothing but a small axe, like a midway point between a hatchet and a fireman's axe. An impressive feat of stamina and strength. It was a good day leading into a good night, but right after it got dark, I felt uneasy again. The first thing that worried me was a couple of us heard something big splash into the far side of the lake. I thought maybe it was Mookie, but he was by the fire and his head now sort of perked up and looking in the direction of the splash. Since we were drunk, we thought maybe the floaty thing might have been compromised, so we went down with flashlights to pull it out of the water and onto the bank. Then we heard the owl. Charles, Wade, and Darren were already passed out by midnight. Rita was humming along by the fireplace with Mookie, and me and James were out getting some more wood so the fire would last. We heard an owl start up its hooting, a cadence I was familiar with in the area. But something was off about it. I have a gift for mimicking bird noises, so what I noticed immediately is the ending hoot was off. It almost always sounds like the owl is rolling its R's as the final hoot of the sequence goes. James, not nearly as outdoorsy as me, says, "That almost just sounds like a person." Joke and listen to it a couple more times, then I do my own attempt at an owl noise. Silence for a few minutes. Just as I'm thinking that makes sense because the noise, it starts up again, but not just one owl. Another started up about half a second after the first. The new owl sounded more like an actual owl than the first one that seemed to have started up again. And after the first hoot from real owl, the fake one stopped short. "Did that owl just tell the other owl to shut up?" James says to me. I decide to shout, "Better listen to your wife, dude." Immediately after I shout, we both hear a loud crashing, almost identical to the sound of the tree falling that Charles did earlier that day. Moogie starts to go fucking berserk, barking and growling. He had a stink gland issue at this point still, so he was releasing that nastiness as well. Stink gland. He was threatened, and luckily Rita was there to keep him from bolting. Big, as he was really wanting to move. She wouldn't really be much of an obstacle. I'm about to shit my pants out of fear, and I will reiterate for a fact. I've hunted mountain lions and bears in my life, and at no point during those hunts was I shaken and genuinely afraid as this. I was paralyzed for like an entire minute. "Whoever that is, you better fuck off. We have plenty of guns." I shout that across the lake, then silence again. Luckily, for the rest of the night. I didn't fall asleep until Darren woke up, basically at sunrise, so I missed breakfast and The morning dunk in the lake and the others all did before I got up needing to poo real bad. James had already explained the noise to the others by the time we were ready for a different adventure. Darren, Wade, and Rita just wanted to listen to the radio and chill. Moogie had run off after lunch and we decided to go look for him, and at the same time also investigating the area of noises last night. Almost immediately when we get to the other side of the lake, the hair stands up on the back of my neck. Charles also feels creeped out, but he had an axe. I had a shotgun. James had his rifle and his .45 holstered on his hip. So we pressed onward, looking for probably a couple of hours. I was mainly trying to see if I could spot any trees that had fallen. Then we made it to the eastern bank of the lake. We were camped on the western side. "Holy shit," Charles says, causing me and James to come rushing over. There we saw what looked like a human footprint. Just one, but it was very clearly a footprint in the mud. Even had a little pool of water still in it. My first thought was Bigfoot, so I took off the boot and compared sizes. I'm a huge guy with pretty large feet, so it wasn't a surprise that my clodhoppers dwarfed this footprint when I put my own print next to it. But what was weird was the other print, where the pinky toe would be, looked like another big toe. We also found several downed trees, but none that looked recent, so we decided to go around north of the lake and back to the others doing a full circle. Moogie was fine. As soon as food smelled filled the air, he came running back. And we all had a pretty good day again. Drinking, feasting, making fun of each other, being paranoid. We heard some gunshots a little close, and then called out to warn the shooters that there were people and animals nearby. The shooters of us actually went to meet the people, and all of us but Darren and Wade joined the old guy and his wife shooting at whatever we could. Part of me consciously thought, anything that was lurking around sure as fuck isn't now. But boy was I wrong. Brief mention about Charles. Ever since we were kids, Charles had this vivid night terror. Most of the time funny, some of the time scary. He'd full-on sleepwalk and have conversations with you while still asleep. We'd all gone to bed. I was one of the first due to getting like 4 hours of sleep and being quite rum drunk. "Hey, who's that? Captain, stay in your tent." Charles, who was sleeping in a tarp by the fire instead of in a tent, started shouting. I shot up, grabbed the shotgun, and turned on my flashlight. "What's wrong?" I shout. Adrenaline filling my entire existence. I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my ears. "Come closer to the fire. No, don't crouch down, motherfucker. Use your words." He keeps shouting, finally stirring awake James and Rita, who were in the tent closest to Charles. "What the fuck?" James calls out. Moogie starts growling and apparently let off the stink gland again in their tent because him and Rita are like, "Ugh, moo, gross." "There's somebody sneaking up on Captain's tent. Get out here." I start to unzip my tent. "Not you, Captain. Stay in there. He's right next to you." Everybody else in these days denies hearing this, but I swear I heard something whisper "Captain" before hearing a twig crunch right outside my tent. James makes it out of his tent, and seconds later I hear him laughing. It's just the water stump. Charles is having a night terror. Charles claimed he wasn't dreaming. When I got out and shined a light on the stump, he agreed that, that had to be it. We put one of those big jugs of water on top of the stump. It could easily be mistaken for a white shirt standing in the dark, and satisfied that there wasn't actually anyone there, despite my protests, we went back to bed. Charles stayed in the tent for the rest of the night. I decided to spend the rest of the night on watch. That was one of, if not the most terrifying nights of my life. I heard more activity in those woods than I'd ever heard before. Moogie would wake up and borf multiple times as I'd hear twigs snapping off in the trees. Then I heard a really big snap that had only been about 10 feet away. Jumped to my feet, whipped over where the noise was, and shined my light. I've seen enough deer ass in my life to know what if I could see it running. But it's not normal with deer. However, it's like they don't stand the fuck up and run on their back legs. Moogie howled and snarled. I took aim, letting my light drop, and fired. I didn't care that it turned to run. I fucking unloaded it, boom after boom after boom, until I ran out of all 6 shells I had loaded. Everyone else was freaking the fuck out and rushed out of their tents. I told them what happened. Nobody went back to bed until the morning. Nothing else happened that night. I think Mookie refused to leave the tent, so now allowed others to take me seriously enough. He was a brave dog, sweet, but if mean dogs fucked with him at the park, he knew how to throw down. The last thing that happened on the last day, Darren and Wade are about to bury the bucket after pushing some fresh new supplies in it. They had always known where the cache was buried because there's a different stump that just kind of, used as a landmark. That stump was just gone. It was there when we retrieved the cache 2 days prior, but now it just vanished. No signs of it being uprooted, dragged, or disturbed. It simply was as though it never existed. We all thought we made a mistake until we found the hole for the bucket still dug and the little poncho stuffed in it. Well, I'm never coming back here now, so we may as well take this with us. We all left after lunch. That's why I'll never go hiking in that Cascade wilderness without a firearm and at least 2 other people who know how to use them. Step into the shadows with us at Paranormal M, where mysteries abound. Subscribe and activate notifications to be the first to experience our latest tales of the supernatural. Get ready for a roller coaster ride of intrigue and fascination. Woman with No Face in Pensacola, Florida. My boyfriend and I are camping at Fort Pickens Campground in Pensacola. Last night was a full moon, and around 9:30 or 10 at night we went for a walk down at the beach with our husky to look at the ocean and check out the moonlight. We sat there for maybe an hour and just talked about life in general, but towards the end of the conversation, we started talking about how the ocean can play tricks on you, and how strange the energy can be sometimes. We were swapping stories about how we've seen people who we thought might not really be people before. I understand that when you talk about things like this, it puts you in a very specific type of headspace. All night I tried to justify what happened to us as a trick of our minds and maybe us hyping ourselves up. But we both saw the same thing at the same time, and there's absolutely no way it wasn't real. Started walking back to camp, and it was maybe a quarter mile from the beach down a little boardwalk thing to the main road. Once you get to the main road, you see the entrance to the campsite. There's a small parking lot there, stop sign, a picnic table, and a building that looks abandoned and out of business. This building is 1 story tall. It doesn't have any signs out front, and I don't believe the doors and windows are shuttered, but they're definitely not accessible. I wouldn't even be able to press my face against a window and try to peek in. That's kind of boarded up. So I was sitting on this picnic table while Shane was standing and telling me a creepy story about something he saw in the ocean when he was 11 years old. We were there for maybe 10 minutes, and we were talking about a story. I was trying to debunk it and figure out with him, with all of a sudden a girl just comes up walking out of the campsite area towards us. Stops at that building. We were both thinking nothing of it because we had already seen 2 people walking that night, and we knew people were active because it was a full moon and wanted to make the most of the campsite. But this girl walks up to the abandoned building and just looks like she's peering into the window or trying to open the door on the right side of the building. I almost even remember her standing on her tippy toes. She obviously doesn't get in, and then she decides to walk all the way across the length of the building right in front of us and to the left side. This is when I start to get uncomfortable because she doesn't look at us or address us even though we're loudly standing there talking. And that's all the while she's just walking. All I could see was her side or back profile, like a long brown ponytail. I know this doesn't make sense, but it's how can somebody walk from right to left in front of you and you don't see the side of their face? All I saw was her hair. It's not like she had her head turned, if that makes sense. So she rounds the corner in the left side of the building and doesn't come out. At this point, I'm actually invested and I'm grilling the location she went to the whole time. I don't take my eyes off of it. I don't really know how to explain this, but it didn't seem like she kind of walked back behind the building. It seemed like she was right there and was waiting for us to do or say something. There's a little ledge on the side of the building that looks maybe 3 or 4 inches wide, kind of like a gutter hanging off. I swear on my life, it's like she went behind this little 4-inch ledge and flipped herself sideways and was frozen and watching us. Shane has this spotlight for hunting that he uses as a flashlight, and he shined it in the little ledge area of the building that she went behind. We kept seeing something low to the ground on the side of the ledge, and it made us think that she was just standing there doing something. So, Shane shines his light in that direction and screamed, "Yo, what's up, you good?" After this, he kept his spotlight pinned where we thought that she would pop out, and after a delayed 4 or 5 seconds, we literally saw her spring out of the shadow and leer forward, facing right. She had her back hunched over, so she wasn't standing as tall as she normally would. Can't explain how scary it was to be sitting there watching this whole thing take place, and once we shine our flashlight, having on this person's face pop out from the side of the building, it legit would have been less scary if she never even came out and we circled the whole building and no one was there. Her movement was incredibly unnatural. It was as if no human being would respond with their body language that way after having a flashlight shining on them. It's like she couldn't figure out what to do and she showed herself only because we made her. It was almost as if she was scared of getting caught of doing something wrong, not scared of us. The way she popped out, her face was turned towards us. She had her arms kind of sprawled out, almost like praying mantis arms or something. I know this sounds ridiculous, but there's literally no other way to explain this. But the best part about this part of the situation that neither of us figured out until we talked about it later was that neither of us saw a face on this woman. It was just smooth skin or clay-colored, rounded, and with no eyes or facial expressions. I want to say that I personally almost saw divots or pits where the eyes should be, but there was nothing substantial there. We were still trying to figure out this encounter, so we weren't super quick to get scared at this point. We thought it was our minds playing tricks on us. So this is where the story starts to differentiate a little bit, so bear with me. After she pulls her body back behind the ledge, Shane turns his flashlight off. That's when I asked him to, because I felt like it was rude. At this point, she's back behind the ledge and the light's off, and I see her extended body about 3 feet off the ground as if she's crouching and reaching out at the same time. Like she was going to take an over-exaggerated step and almost tiptoe off like a cartoon character or something. She leaned forward 1 step to the right and then pulls herself back behind the ledge and stands up straight and starts walking back to the right side of the building in front of us. Shane has his flashlight on her the whole time. Now she says, "Oh, I just wanted to change without having to go all the way back." But it's like, all the way back where? She literally just came from the campground. She could have changed there if she was heading to the beach. Was she going to start to swim at 10:30 at night? Just didn't make sense. Why she needed to change in that specific spot even. The strange part is that I specifically heard her talk about changing and Shane heard her say something about just having to pee. I'm not sure if one or both of us just misheard her or if Shane just assumed that's what she was doing, because that's what I thought at first too. But as she walked from the left side of the building across the right and back down the trail toward the campground, she kind of scurried away quickly as if she was embarrassed. The crazy thing is that I didn't see her face the entire time that she did this. It was like she walked across the first time, all I saw was her long brown ponytail. After she slowly walked down the road back toward the campsite, Shane and I were talking about how fucked off that whole... Okay. Shane and I were talking about how fucked off that whole interaction was, and that we needed to get back to our own site. He told me that this person had a short blonde bob or a Karen-style haircut. He couldn't believe me when I said that she had a long brown ponytail because he hadn't seen that color anywhere on this person. There's absolutely no way that one of us could have mistaken these 2 specific haircuts and colors for the other. As we walk back to our campsite, we walk past a handful of good, dark trees that I, as a female, would definitely have peed or changed behind. It's like this building was so far out of the way and I would never think to go to a distant right side of it by myself late at night in order to change my clothes. It's like it just didn't make sense, the choices that she made. And trust me, we spent enough time in the city where we live in New York, New Orleans, and Venice, and Denver, etc. We saw somebody doing stuff like this, we would chalk it up to the person being high or just kind of laugh it off. But this is random, quiet in a family campground where everybody's super happy and peaceful. Sure, we tried to justify, maybe, it's just some drunk chick being sloppy, not knowing what's going on, but even that doesn't hold any weight in comparison to her body movements and that smooth face that we saw staring back at us. Nothing about this person's body movements were natural. Not when she came slinking up, not when she didn't notice us sitting there, not when she looked in the window, not when she walked across the building, and now when she dipped behind the ledge, not when she peered out, not when she crouched down, not when she replied to us, and definitely not when she scurried off. This is one of those situations that had tears in my eyes and had me shook, but I was incredulous at the same time because I couldn't believe it really happened to me. It's like I almost couldn't even be scared because it's already happened. And I just saw what I did. We talk about NPCs sometimes and joke about people making us uncomfortable and maybe not being real, and we really believe that sometimes we cross paths with angels. But this was something else entirely. This was something that seems like a lower form or less intelligent than us that was pretending to be a human. I feel like I should add this as a side note, but I'm Native American and I'm super familiar with stories of witches or bad medicine or shapeshifters. In a lot of our stories, these are humans who are incredibly intelligent and powerful, and have this human urge based on jealousy or anger or evil to target individuals and appears in another living form. I'm telling you right now that nothing about this encounter felt like that. This didn't seem like something smarter than us. This didn't seem like something with an emotional intention. It didn't seem quick or cunning or like it wanted something from us. This was the exact opposite end of the spectrum. It seemed like it was mimicking or mocking human movements. No idea what its intentions were or why it was here of all places. Why it presented itself to us that night, but I guess I just have to move forward and acknowledge that it happened. Double asterisks. Also, we aren't too sure how much this plays into either, but we're coming from New Orleans and we're having really strange experiences there. Not so much with people per se, but I don't really feel like it's fitting for the subreddit, but with energy, definitely. Felt as if sometimes the streets would shift or change. Energy portals would develop, certain places would make us uncomfortable or cause our emotions to be super intense. The graveyard and church we ended up sleeping next to gave us constant nightmares and made us feel like we couldn't fall asleep, as if something was looking into our windows all night. I heard a voice in the same spot one night that foreshadowed our cat getting killed. We heard weird animalistic roars coupled with metallic banging and clanging while we were falling asleep. The wind was blowing our curtains violently around on the right side of our bus. That was while the left side curtains were completely untouched, while our blind husky, who usually sleeps all through the night, was sitting up with ears perked up staring out the window. It was all just getting too much to bear. We felt like the city was trying to take something from us. Got out of there to go on vacation to this campsite on the beach and aren't sure if we really brought something along with us or not. We're trying to piece it all together as best as we can. All hell broke loose. I, a 23-year-old female, and my husband, male 23, recently moved in with some roommates. They are J, male 26, D, female 25, and their young daughter S. So we went from living in a decent-sized city to living in the middle of nowhere about an hour away. And for context, we live in the south of the U.S., so it's rural and woodsy nowhere. We're really good friends with our roommates, and husband and I knew beforehand that they had both experienced some paranormal goings-on before he really made the decision to move in. And to be honest, I think husband and I forgot about all the paranormal stuff just before he moved. Everything was great when we were setting. Got along really well, and it was so amazing to be in a place where we had our own space and were on equal grounds with our roomies. Then one night about a month later, husband Jay and I are lounging in the living room area just shooting the shit. S was asleep by her bedroom, as it was pretty late. We're talking about the paranormal. Around 11:30 p.m., Jay has to pick up Dee from work. She works the late shift about half an hour away from us. As Jay is getting ready to leave, he mentions skinwalkers. Now, husband and I don't use this word. For those of you who don't know, speaking aloud the word skinwalker or wendigo is often believed to attract these deadly creatures to you. Husband and I had strange and horrifying experiences the last place we lived. After one of us made the mistake of saying it out loud, so no longer say it. Our code word for it is flesh pedestrian. If you're curious, as soon as Jay said it, I gasped. He laughed it off, but right before he left, he noticed something through the blinds on the back door of the house. He mentioned that he thinks there's someone in the backyard, and in truth, we don't really have a backyard. Back of the house is right up against the edge of the woods, but we do call it a backyard. Husband and I, thinking that he's fucking with us, laugh it off. Quickly, though, we can see from Jay's face that he's not. He rushed to look through the blinds, and sure as shit, there's something in the trees. It was incredibly hard to see, but it was a very tall, very thin figure. It was darting quickly between the trees. It kept itself completely shrouded in the black shadows, and we couldn't make out any of the features. Jay rushes outside, thinking it's just someone on his property. Husband and I follow, not wanting him to be alone. I stay on the porch while husband rushes down the steps to follow Jay as he goes behind the house. The second he leaves my eyesight, Jay immediately turns around and shakes his head at husband. He tells us that as soon as he got to the edge of the trees, he heard a low voice tell him to turn around. Now, I come from a pagan background. My mother's Wiccan and husband's also pagan. As Jay leaves and husband and I finish our cigarettes, I immediately set out to bless the entire house with sacred oil and blessed salts. I had already done this as soon as we had unpacked the last of our things, but I felt it necessary to do it again. I went so far as to bless the entire porch, too. As husband and I are doing this, Jay texts me that he doesn't feel safe and something isn't right. When I ask him what he means, he writes that just a few miles up the road a naked man came charging out of the woods and stopped at the edge of the road. When he locked eyes with Jay, he simply pointed at the car. Kept doing so until he was no longer visible in the rearview mirror. We tried to rationalize that it could just be one of this, a non-paranormal scenario. Thought it might just be a prank. That didn't quite make sense. It's the beginning of a very cold winter and it's about 20 degrees out. It would have been a lot of effort and discomfort for this man to pull a prank like this on passing drivers. Then me wondered if the man needed help, or was possibly in danger. But Jay was sure that this man didn't at all look like he was in distress. If he was, the man would have yelled or tried flagging the car down instead of just pointing at it. The conclusion we came to, for the time being, was that he was most likely on drugs. We don't live in the safest of places, and hard drugs are very common around here. Then Jay texted that he picked Dee up. More weird things were happening. I asked him to elaborate. He said he'd just explain it when they got home. As their cars pulled up into the driveway, husband and I went to meet them outside. But the two of them quickly got out of the car and rushed toward the house, telling us that we all needed to get inside immediately. When inside, Jay explained the night before that right before he got to Dee's place of work, he saw something in the cow field that he can't explain. It was tall, taller than any human possibly could be, and much taller than the thing that we'd already seen behind the house. From what he could tell in the dark, it was gray, and it was running faster than he was driving at 60 miles an hour on all fours. It ran into the woods and out of sight. When he was driving back before Jay could explain anything that had already happened, she got a sinking feeling in her gut and made Jay lock all the car doors. A literal second after Jay complied, the same creature had just been seen was once again sprinting alongside the car, much closer to the end of the road than it had been minutes before, but it dashed again into the trees before anybody could get a really good look at it. We were all a bit shook. It was now close to 1 a.m. and none of us could explain anything that had already happened. We tried to brush it all off. We probably could have if it was just one thing that had transpired instead of several. We make the awful decision to go back outside for a smoke. The kind of decision that only dumbass horror movie characters would make, I know. And then this is where shit got really weird. Off to our right, there's a small strip of woods that separate our property from our landlord's property where he lives with his daughter and son-in-law and granddaughters. In those trees, we noticed 3 sets of eyes. They were glowing yellow and green, and they're just staring at us. Husband asks Jay if it could be a deer, as we tend to see a lot of those around. But we all knew that whatever the eyes belonged to were far taller than any deer could be. Then to our left, there's more. You guessed it, woods. And from that direction in the pitch dark, I swear to fucking God, I heard a little girl laugh. It wasn't boisterous or loud, more like a snicker a child would make when they're trying to suppress their laughter. Dee and husband didn't hear it, but Jay did. Now we're looking at the big tree to our left that stands just before the edge of the woods and notice that there's a big black mass beside it, like something was crouched down next to the tree. We all try to rationalize that it's a big bundle of leaves, but I don't think any of us really believe that. Jay and husband both dart back inside for a moment, and when they come back out, Jay's holding a hatchet and husband's holding his crossbow. Without saying anything to Dee or I, they step off the porch and walk toward our left, where the little girl laughed. Later, they told us that they thought a child was in trouble. They wanted to help. While Dee and I are on the porch trying to figure out what the fuck is happening, we see something a few yards away down the driveway. It's like a huge tree in the middle of the property. Out of our peripherals, we could swear. Kept seeing something duck from behind the tree. Keep looking at the tree, and yeah, there's something poking its head out from behind the trunk and sort of pulling back very quickly as soon as it realizes that we're staring at it. At this point, Dee and I want to go the fuck back inside. We're shivering from both fear and cold, and we just want the night to be over. But while Dee and I were in a match of paranormal peekaboo, husband and Jay had their own very weird experience. And for context, I have Tourette's syndrome. This means that I say and do things completely out of my control, and some of my verbal tics are just strange sounds. Some of those sounds include blowing raspberries or popping my lips, which are my 2 most common verbal tics at the moment. As Jay and husband are inching closer to the trees, they both hear footsteps through that grass, leave within the trees. Both of them were too frightened to call out to whoever they thought was in the woods, and then they hear shuffling. The problem is, though, that they each hear shuffling coming from different directions that the others don't hear. For clarity, Jay was walking on the left, husband on the right. Jay hears shuffling coming from the right and husband hears it on the left, but neither hears the same sound that the other's hearing. So they turn toward each other with their weapons drawn in their confusion while they're facing each other, and they hear someone running in the woods, full-on fucking sprinting through the trees. It was headed directly toward them. Then it just stops. Take a step back and watch to see if anybody comes out of the woods, and no one. Then they hear me in the woods right in front of them. I was standing on the porch behind them. They heard my tics coming from the trees, my raspberries, and my lip pops from the woods. Without turning around, husband calls to me and asked if I had just had a tic. I told him nope. They back away from the woods without taking their eyes away from it until they're close enough to sprint into the house, pulling Dee and I with them. Inside, Dee and I are able to tell them about the thing behind the tree, and Jay and husband are able to tell us about something somehow mimicking my fucking tics in the trees. For the rest of the night, we didn't go back outside. We would all, against our better judgment, peek through the blinds on the back doors when we passed it. There was still something in the woods every time that one of us looked. I didn't get any sleep. And come morning time, husband and I checked all the places that we'd seen or heard something. There was no sign of anybody or anything. I asked my mother what she thought it might be. In her opinion, it was likely something related to a mimic spirit. A spirit that warps reality to feed on fear, but not having enough power to really hurt anyone. She said that it couldn't be a skinwalker because there's far too many things happening in too many different places all at once. Skinwalkers are solitary and territorial things, so it couldn't have been multiples of them. But just one mimic could do all these things we experienced. We still hear the occasional giggle in the dark, get a bang or a knock at the back door. You even kind of see these things behind a big tree in the driveway almost every night. But that night was something else. Never seen that shit in my life, but never have I gone through about 3 hours of nonstop activity. I've since burned sage all throughout the house and the entire perimeter of the property, as well as using the rest of my salt and oil around the entire house. Husband and I even did a late-night EVP session on all the spots shit happened that night. We didn't get a single response to any of our questions. I don't know for sure if it was a mimic spirit or if I can fully rule out skinwalker. I don't even know if the thing is dangerous or not. I'm certainly not. See ya. Mo. It wasn't me, I promise. A little background information about me. I'm a first-generation high school and college graduate. My mother died in a car accident when I was 15. And to me, finishing school and moving on to pursuing a degree in college is what she would have wanted. I wrote a scholarship essay about what it meant to be an entrepreneur. I then was select for a full ride to college of my choice. This is when I joined Juniata College from 2002 to 2006. I made so many friends and had so many fond experiences in those 4 years that it's truly something I would never forget. I was into music and theater and participated in jazz band as a saxophone player, and I played the saxophone since 2nd grade. I was very much into becoming the next Johnny Coltrane. And yeah, anyway, the night of the incident was mid-January 2005. The theater show that I was involved in kind of got out late that evening. I ran sound for the stage, and I had a late-night show. The night I was wearing all black. I left the theater from the back and walked up the music practice building. It was an old converted house that was typically open late to accommodate students that needed to practice. So I arrived and it was still open. That night I was practicing the tenor saxophone solo to Buddy Rich's Channel 1 suite. I know that song. The time went by and the lights were motion detection, so I went and just everything went dark. Got up so that the sensor could turn the lights back on. My mother always told me I was a bit clairvoyant, as all moms would say to their children, right? Well, I sat back down and I immediately had a feeling wash over me like I was being watched. So I paused the music in the disc player, stopped playing. At the same time, the security guard popped into the building and said, "The building is closed for the night. Wrap up." So at that point, I was already done, and I packed up in less than a few minutes. I said goodnight to the security guard as I'm walking into the night with my saxophone case. I feel the snow on my hair, and everything's covered in snow all around me. My dorm was across campus, for those of you who know, Juniata's campus, to know that South Hall is kind of nearest to the football field and event hall. As I'm getting ready to trek through the snow, I see someone by the library, which is on my right. The snow was lightly falling, and I see the back of the person. They were wearing a snow cap and a coat very appropriate for the weather. I didn't think much of them, you see, students walking across campus all the time, so I kept walking toward my dorm. As this person got to one of the street light fixtures by the library, they turned around and said, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." I then said, "Well, what do you mean, Megan? Is that you?" All the while, I'm thinking it was my friend Megan who lived in South Hall. "Oh, never mind," she replied. Also, my name is Muhammad, and my good friends also call me Mo, so I'm just kind of convinced that I know this person. Although I couldn't make out a face, they started to walk toward Cloister. Now, a bit of backstory. Cloister's the oldest dorm on campus, and I heard that a lot of strange occurrences happened at that particular dorm. I played ultimate frisbee, which required lots of running. I was in pretty decent shape. I was a mere 10 or 15 feet away from her when that's when I said, "Hey, wait up, Megan, let's walk together." I did have a slight crush on her, so I wanted to spend some time getting to know her a bit. The strangest part about this initial encounter is that, she was walking and I was hustling. Couldn't keep up with her. At the time I was nearly 3 feet away from her, she turned to look at me as she passed through the archway, and I still couldn't make out a face. A split second after she made her way into the arch, I was right behind her at this point. I turn into the arch and there's no one to be seen, just silence. When I realized what had happened, I ran to my dorm, and best I could without falling in the snow, bolted upstairs only to find my friend Megan. I grasped her by the shoulders and said, "Please tell me you were just outside fucking with me." She responded, "No way, man. It's too cold out there. You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay?" I let go of her and backed away. I didn't say a word. At this time, Google's really starting to solidify itself as the best place to search for information. So instead of asking Jeeves or going to Dogpile, I went to Google. For some strange reason, I typed in what that girl said to me. So I went to the search engine and typed in, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." What I found chilled me to the core, shocked me so much, couldn't form words to tell my roommate at the time. I scrolled through the search and found a blog post titled, "There's a guy that's playing the saxophone at 3 a.m. in the morning and he won't shut up." Go to the post and there's an anonymous response that read, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." Ooh. Mo, it wasn't me, I promise. A little background information about me. I'm a first-generation high school and college graduate. My mother died in a car accident when I was 15. And to me, finishing school and moving on to pursuing a degree in college is what she would have wanted. I wrote a scholarship essay about what it meant to be an entrepreneur. I then was select for a full ride to college of my choice. This is when I joined Juniata College from 2002 to 2006. I made so many friends and had so many fond experiences in those 4 years that it's truly something I would never forget. I was into music and theater and participated in jazz band as a saxophone player, and I played the saxophone since 2nd grade. I was very much into becoming the next Johnny Coltrane. And yeah, anyway, the night of the incident was mid-January 2005. The theater show that I was involved in kind of got out late that evening. I ran sound for the stage and I had a late night show. That night I was wearing all black. I left the theater from the back and walked up the music practice building. It was an old converted house that was typically open late to accommodate students that needed to practice. So I arrived and it was still open. That night I was practicing the tenor saxophone solo to Buddy Rich's Channel 1 suite. I know that song. The time went by and the lights were motion detection, so I went and just everything went dark. Got up so that the sensor could turn the lights back on. My mother always told me I was a bit clairvoyant, as all moms would say to their children, right? Well, I sat back down and I immediately had a feeling wash over me like I was being watched. So I paused the music in the disc player, stopped playing. At the same time, the security guard popped into the building and said, "The building is closed for the night. Wrap up." So at that point, I was already done, and I packed up in less than a few minutes. I said goodnight to the security guard as I'm walking into the night with my saxophone case. I feel the snow on my hair, and everything's covered in snow all around me. My dorm was across campus, for those of you who know, Juniata's campus, to know that South Hall is kind of nearest to the football field and event hall. As I'm getting ready to trek through the snow, I see someone by the library, which is on my right. The snow was lightly falling, and I see the back of the person. They were wearing a snow cap and a coat very appropriate for the weather. I didn't think much of them, you see, students walking across campus all the time, so I kept walking toward my dorm. As this person got to one of the street light fixtures by the library, they turned around and said, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." I then said, "Well, what do you mean, Megan? Is that you?" All the while I'm thinking it was my friend Megan who lived in South Hall. "Oh, never mind," she replied. Also, my name is Muhammad. My good friends also call me Mo, so I'm just kind of convinced that I know this person. Although I couldn't make out a face, they started to walk toward Cloister. Now, a bit of backstory. Cloister's the oldest dorm on campus, and I heard that a lot of strange occurrences happened at that particular dorm. I played Ultimate Frisbee, which required lots of running. I was in pretty decent shape. I was a mere 10 or 15 feet away from her when that's when I said, "Hey, wait up, Megan, let's walk together." I did have a slight crush on her, so I wanted to spend some time getting to know her a bit. The strangest part about this initial encounter is that, well, she was walking and I was hustling. Couldn't keep up with her. By the time I was nearly 3 feet away from her, she turned to look at me as she passed through the archway, and I still couldn't make out a face. A split second after she made her way into the arch, I was right behind her at this point. I turn into the arch and there's no one to be seen, just silence. When I realized what had happened, I ran to my dorm, and best I could without falling in the snow, bolted upstairs only to find my friend Megan. I grasped her by the shoulders and said, "Please tell me you were just outside fucking with me." She responded, "No way, man, it's too cold out there. You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay?" I let go of her and backed away. I didn't say a word. At this time, Google was really starting to solidify itself as the best place to search for information. So instead of asking Jeeves or going to Dogpile, I went to Google. For some strange reason, I typed in what that girl said to me. So I went to the search engine and typed in, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." What I found chilled me to the core, shocked me so much, couldn't form words to tell my roommate at the time. I scrolled through the search and found a blog post titled, "There's a guy that's playing the saxophone at 3 a.m. in the morning and he won't shut up." Go to the post and there's an anonymous response that read, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." Oof. Farm located on a road named after a lost enslaved person's graveyard. In 2016, my husband and I purchased a foreclosed home on over 10 acres in 2016. When my friend sent me the listing, I saw the street name and I was curious. I don't know what it would actually mean in the near future. I won't be posting the name of the street or the state we live in just for safety reasons. Why? I listen in too much true crime, and I know better. Some of y'all weirdos. The history. The graveyard. My street is named after the long-lost graveyard that was the final resting place for many people in a small community of enslaved peoples. There is written and transcribed history of its location, but it's never been found, and all that remember its location have now passed on. The only major clue we have is that it's marked by a large brown stone. In our area, stones and boulders are not common, so that would be a good landmark. It's never been located. The reason this graveyard is notable is for one supposed resident. From my reading, he was a well-known enslaved man who became a soldier and later a talented author. He published multiple books. His life is fairly well documented, but the end of his life is where the details fray. Due to being forced into hiding, his whereabouts became hard to track. Some say he perished in Pennsylvania, while local lore insists he died and was buried here. Other known residents: Henny. There have been stories as well as information listed in records and maps of a descendant of enslaved people, a woman named Henny who also lived in this area. One of my neighbors who had lived in this land since childhood remembers her when she was living. I have another neighbor who recently built his home on family land. One day I had the pleasure of meeting his extended family. They were telling me about their history on the land, where the eldest grandmother told me of her mother's cabin. She pointed into the woods nearby, where I knew the ruins of a cabin were, and said, "My mama was Mrs. Henny. and I was born in a cabin right over there. Henny is relevant later. The spooky. I'm just going to list these in order. The distorted broadcast. We had to do a large amount of renovation where we bought the home, so we spent time there. Very little furniture, no TV, no stereo, no radio. We used headphones for audio entertainment, but mostly it was very quiet there. I'd been at the house all day, and I'd been hearing this strange garbled sound all day as well. It was faint, but it sounded as if you had an AM radio on between two stations. I could hear talking, but not understand the words, and there was some static along with an occasional few notes of out-of-tune music. I had been hearing this all day and finally mentioned it to my husband when he came home. He sort of froze and stared at me. I said, "What?" Then he told me that he had been out in the woods exploring and found an old glass tube radio. He, of course, thought that it was neat and brought it home, put it in the basement just that morning. The door. There's a door going between my basement to my garage. It's large, heavy, and poorly fitted, and a pain to open and close. When you close it, there's quite a big sound from the big door squeezing into the almost too small frame. I've been home alone on multiple occasions when I know that this door is closed, and I suddenly hear it close on its own, without even hearing it open. The elemental. I consider myself sort of sensitive to things beyond the veil. Enough so that I've educated myself on the different manifestations that can occur. I strongly believe there's something that resides in my basement that is not human. It's energy without a face, but a lot of opinions. We've experienced cold breezes, lights going off and on, and just a general feeling of fuck off. Not in a violent way, but in a I've manifested here, this is mine, get out kind of way. Some days it doesn't mind sharing space, others you feel as if you're being rushed or pushing you out of its area. It seems to mind me less than my husband and former dog walker. It could be who shuts and, I assume, has to open the door. The lighter. My entire life I've believed in the paranormal, but I'd never experienced something that I couldn't explain. That changed in this house. My husband and I were cooking dinner when a series of strange events occurred. I'd fully moved into the house and had the Alexa playing music. We were listening along with the song changed mid-chorus to Tequila Makes Her Clothes Fall Off. And this is going to seem made up, but I swear to y'all, this is what happened next. A bottle of Patron that had been sitting on the counter since our wedding a year earlier. We don't drink, it was leftovers and had been sealed since. It suddenly expelled its cork onto the counter. We both watched it happen. Taking my cue that something wasn't right here, I went to grab some sage from storage. How I thought that was going to help, I do not know, but from the kitchen I hear my husband shout, "No, fuck this, burn the whole house down." I come back in confused and he says while pointing to one or two long-nosed lighters that we had in the counter because our stove wasn't lighting properly, "That lighter just spun around on the table completely on its own." He pointed to the purple lighter with the red one beside it. I was shocked and rejected the idea as some sort of joke. I said, "No, it didn't. You're making that up." I finished my sentence and watched as right in front of me the red lighter did its own spin as if spun by an invisible hand. That is one sight I cannot explain or dismiss. The emergency. At 4 a.m., I'm passed out on the couch. The house was quiet. Suddenly, there's loud banging and flashlights at my front door. I scream. My husband comes running out of the room in his drawers and answers the door to 4 county police officers. Their guns are drawn. Once he verifies that he's the homeowner, they ask if anybody was in distress. He told them no and asked why. Apparently, the sheriff's department had received not one but 3 calls from our landline to 911. They only heard screaming. We don't have a landline phone. Even more than that, the power company accidentally cut our physical landline cable in the ground over a year prior. Henny. This story is borrowed from my neighbor who knew Henny. When my neighbor was a child, her father was a farmer, used to give Henny produce. Every day, Henny would walk 2 miles over fields and woods to pick up various veggies from his farm. Now, this wouldn't be that odd, but Henny was just in her 80s and completely blind. Stories were told that Henny was a witch, and this is how she managed the journey without her sight. Even more stories about her sight was lost. They said that when she was much younger, she had found out her husband had been having multiple affairs. To punish him, she cast a spell or brewed a potion that made him deaf, blind, and mute so that no woman would want him. The payoff for that spell was that when he died, she would also suffer one of the 3 fates. He died years later, and suddenly she went blind. Many years later after her passing, her cabin still partially standing, but mostly overtaken by the woods. My neighbor and her brother were riding horses down the road. Suddenly, these calm, bomb-proof, quiet, sensible horses planted their feet, refused to move another inch. No matter what they did to push them forward, the horses pranced, pawed, and wanted to turn back down the road. When my neighbor looked to find why they were so upset, she followed their gaze to the edge of the woods where the halls of Henny's cabin stood. And there within a window was Henny watching them with her milky, blind eyes. Smaller occurrences. Just weird little things that have happened that don't have a whole story attached. Barn. We cleared land and built a barn in 2019. Since then, I've heard the songs of a child and the voice of a man in the barn. Clear enough that I've gone looking for them. I don't know the workings of new structures attracting spirits, but we've never experienced this before the barn was built. Seems that if there's a spirit of a female child, she likes horses. I do find missing things in places that make no sense at all, like she's playing with me. I never heard the singing and the harsh male voice at the same time, so I don't think they get on. The lights in the woods. When we moved to the property and there was no one around for acres and thick mature forest was surrounding us. We cleared some land for a paddock for our horses and started noticing a warm orange light in the woods just beyond the fence line. I saw the light one night and we insisted that we would investigate in case it was somebody camping in our woods. My husband wasn't interested in seeing the spooky light in the woods and said that we should wait till daytime and then look. The next day we hiked up there to see what it could be. We found the ruins of another cabin that we didn't know was there. Exactly where the light was shining, we still see the light. Man in overalls. Both my husband and I have sort of out of the corner of my eye type of thing seen an older black man with curly white hair wearing overalls. Usually when we're out doing something on the land, we see him walking on the farm like he's got somewhere to be. No interactions, just a brief flash of him and movement, and then he's gone. Reading and talking about the paranormal can give spirits the energy to interact with us. A theory I've been tinkering with. I'll explain. And I might have a comment on that. So I used to have a ton of little paranormal experiences up until I turned 18, when they just stopped. Nothing for nearly 20 years. Then about 6 months ago I started getting super interested in the paranormal again. I've been either reading people's experiences here or listening to podcasts. Things have started to happen again. I believe the more attention you give to the paranormal, even indirectly by reading about other experiences, you can give them enough energy to interact with you. Some back this story before I get into the latest happenings. I started dating my ex-wife in 2009. We moved into our house in 2010, 2011. Her family owned it before us, so she grew up in it basically. They always believed that there was a presence in the house, but apart from a dumb teenage girl moment with a friend claiming to be sensitive or another girl claiming to see something, no real experiences ever happened. But as adults when we moved in, we always sensed something here. Not really malevolent, but powerful enough of a presence to put you or sometimes also company at unease. But for literally a decade, zero actual experiences. Nothing unexplainable. Even when talking about the paranormal, even making jokes and subconsciously trying to stir something out of the sheer curiosity. But then in 2020 we separate and I move out. In this new place, I occasionally feel a small presence. I chalk it up to either imagination or maybe there's someone watching over me. Who really knows what's there, which we can't see? We can only speculate. Now, cut to 6 months ago, and I start to get super drawn to the paranormal again, and I begin reading people's stories literally every night in bed as I wind down to sleep. In my story before I shared about here, my experiences with the Black Horseman, I mentioned when I was talking about the paranormal it seemed to, as I call it, stir shit up. As in, you give them attention. They would feed off of the energy enough to actually interact with you somehow. And now that I'm giving more attention to this world that we know so little about once again, it seems the same thing is happening all over. I'm starting to feel the presence much stronger. Weird for sure, but I continue. And around October, I've had a new experience. I was in a basement bedroom, only 2 floors. The stairs are ridiculously loud. You can always hear them. Even over the TV or music, even when you try to be sneaky. They're just damn loud. One morning about 6:18 a.m., I remember exactly because my morning ritual is I wake up before my other roommates, get dressed, and relax on my couch playing on my phone until 6:30 when I walk out to leave for work. That's all before my roommates really wake up for their routine. I'm in my room sitting on my couch looking at my phone waiting for the time to leave. Dead silence in the entire house, sitting on the couch in my room facing my open bedroom door. Suddenly I hear the loud creaky stairs as something slowly walks down to the basement. All 13 steps. I think this is very odd as I watch the doorway into the hall and there's no reason for anybody upstairs to come down here. They have their own bathroom up there and nobody gets up before me. But I think maybe it's a roommate coming to talk to me before I leave. Wait about 1 to 2 minutes. No sounds, no lights turn on or off. Then the same loud steps back upstairs. Then the weird part. If anyone's walking upstairs, I hear them at all times. The floor is absurdly loud and creaky. So if someone goes upstairs, you immediately hear where they walked and pretty much everything afterwards. This time, immediately silence after the steps up, which is impossible, and I even tested it with a roommate that day. When I come home, I asked each roommate if they were up during the specific time frame. They weren't. I did everything in my power to explain it away, and there was zero logic to disprove it. I tried. My next experience. I and my ex-wife are still friends. She's still in our old house. We're getting ready to sell it and move to another state. Her to a new state with a new boyfriend, and I to my home state. That sounds painful. So we decided to do this since her roommates are moving out and we have to get work done to get ready to sell it. I would move back in since I'd be there so often anyway. And we'd get along well enough. Immediately the presence in that house is stronger than I'd ever felt before I left it. Every night I'm still reading and listening to stories and podcasts in bed. I'm getting very creeped out, dumb and brave. I continue anyway. One evening I go with the ex-wife to help do janitorial service at a church for a mutual friend, which she does on occasion for cash. She's been doing this for months. Asked me to come along this time because she hates going there alone because she thinks it's haunted and gets spooked out. There's a specific room she hates and feels like there's always a presence in that room and it makes her extremely uneasy. A friend was hanging out with us and decided to tag along. So we get there and she asked me to handle that room because I don't rattle easily. So she's in the bathrooms. The friend is just standing in the hall talking to us and I'm in the hall running an extension cord and walk past the door to that particular room. I look at our friend and as he turns sheet white, he says as I walked past it, the door slowly opened, even though it was locked solid. I had literally barely asked wifey to come unlock it for me so I could vacuum it, so... Why are you calling her wifey if you're Alright, anyway. Getting stuck on that. I barely asked Wifey to come unlock it for me so I could vacuum it, so I know for a fact that it was just locked. Take that as you will, just a door coming unlatched or paranormal, but it felt unlikely it would be, unlatched as it's a heavy, solid-built door with a sturdy lock. They lock every door in this church for whatever reason. Anyway, I tried recording some audio in the room alone a couple of times, hoping to catch something, but I've captured nothing so far. I'll keep trying whenever I get a chance. I also say, you are not allowed to follow us home or attach yourself to us, and you are not allowed to feed off of our energy before we leave the church every time. Third experience. First week of December, ex-wife has gone out of town with the new boyfriend, leaving me alone in the house for a couple of months. Buddy of mine, who's pretty sensitive to spirits and such, is visiting. We end up talking about the paranormal and I bring up the strong presence here, which has felt significantly stronger since being alone. He mentions he's felt something watching us from the kitchen the whole time that evening and nervously changed the subject. That night I go to bed and read some stories here, get all spooked and get sleepy. Put my phone on the charger, turn off the lights and lay down. Still very much awake after about a minute or two since turning off the lights, and I feel something clear as can be pat on the bed next to my foot. As if somebody took their open palm and just firmly went pat, 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 pat. I'm most definitely alone in this house. There's no way it was a person. I calmly said, don't mess with me while I'm in bed. And you are not allowed to feed off my energy. And please respect my home and my boundaries. Tried not to freak out as I tucked the blanket under my body as if it was a protective shield, and eventually went to sleep. Still stuck on that. Meeting Roger, Day 1. 3 days ago I was watching television in bed. The time was roughly 8:45 p.m. I heard a loud noise on the first floor. This happens occasionally because the house settles in the cool of the night. But this night, I muted the TV and heard another creak. This time on the landing of the stairs to the second floor. Thought nothing of it. A few seconds later, a creak happened in the open doorway of my bedroom. Instinctively, I stopped, thinking something might be up, but being in a little nice, safe neighborhood, it was likely nothing. Got out of bed to investigate. Maybe there was a mouse or something in the house. As I neared the doorway of my bedroom, I could feel a cold chill run up my spine. This was intense, and I definitely paused here as I felt my brain might be warning me of impending issues. I sat for 30 seconds before venturing forth into the hallway. I walked downstairs to check all the doors and make sure they were secure. Everything was as it should be, but this skin crawling would just not stop. It was less intense than when I was at the doorway. I checked to see if my heart was racing by taking my pulse, and it wasn't. Saw all the doors were locked and there was no sign of entry, and I was safe. So why was it that my body seemed to be in fight or flight without adrenaline? I returned into my bedroom, passing through the same spot where I originally felt my skin crawl. I sat there for around 30 seconds, feeling this sensation continue over and over, seeing all of my skin turn to goosebumps. It was intense, but not something that caused me fear. I was more confused than anything. Chalked it up to the sound of, maybe it startled an instinctual part of my brain, you could say. I returned to my bed and resumed watching TV for no longer than 3 minutes before hearing another sound downstairs. Then a tap on the hardwood floor that sounded like a marble dropped, maybe from waist height, you could say. The sound continued up from the open bedroom door, each time sounding like it was coming closer to me. At this point I froze. There's no visible threat to me, but my skin continues to crawl all over. The taps continue to kind of be right in front and side of my bed, still a good distance from me. It's at this time that I become very aware of the feeling of a presence in the room. I know that many people know this feeling. The sound of the room changes when you're alone or if someone else is present, even without the person making a sound. Seconds later, there's a sound at the wall just next to my side of the bed. The feeling was as if an unseen force was towering over me and glaring at me. I froze, but for small movements to check the time. It was roughly 9 p.m., I think. This was less about checking the time and mostly to confirm I wasn't having a nightmare. I sat there in silence with this presence for 30 minutes more. That was before I convinced myself that I was likely in no harm, but in the very least I should let somebody know what's happened. I texted a good friend exactly at 9:35, let her know what's happened. I received no response, and so I continued to wait in this place. Eventually, after some time, which I think was another 30 minutes, roughly 10 p.m. now, I could feel the entity move from one side of the bed to the other. I could tell because as the energy seemed to move, items in the room creaked with it. Keep in mind, things in this house do not ever creak this much. I lived here for months and I know how typical house creaking sounds. When this happened, I continued to look in the direction and I was curious if I would see anything. What else was I to do? I was looking across my bed. I sleep on the right with my girlfriend on the left when she's over, and my bed's a king, so there's a lot of space. The last place I felt this presence was at the left edge of the bed, but clearly not on the bed itself. I continue to text my friend Liz to tell her what's happening. She still has not responded at this point, and I hear 3 clicks. They sound a lot like the tops of a Snapple bottle or a pickle jar lid clicking distinctly 3 times, though there's nothing on the bed that could even make the sound. My bed is completely made of foam, and there's nothing on the bed made of a material that could make this sound. My chills intensified to almost the levels I experienced in what I'll call the zone in front of the doorway. Sitting again in fear and silence, stunned at what's happening, I'm hearing these sounds come closer and closer to myself. I receive a call finally from my concerned friend. Liz asks me what's happening and how I'm feeling. I explain the synopsis for her and tell her that I can actively feel the energy or entity right next to me. While on the phone, I hear it move from on the bed next to me around the bed in the room to towering over me on my right. During this time, she says, "Wait, was that one of the taps?" to one of the creaking sounds it made while traversing the room. I said, "That's what I feel, yes." "And you heard that?" I was feeling like I was crazy and that I was losing my shit thinking something was happening, but she helped me and gave me confidence. She told me to tell the entity, "Please go away. You're not wanted here. Please leave. This is not your home." I repeated the words and they appeared to calm the feelings down, though the feeling of my skin crawling was still very intense. It was a 10 before and it's a 6 now. I felt much more safe to explore what was going on as I had a close friend on the phone who could help document what was happening as well as to talk to me while I was. She asked me about the spot, the one that was at the doorway that made my skin crawl. I told her that I would go and stand there to see if it still felt the same way. When I did, it was around 80% as intense, but still very intense. Just standing there felt like the strongest frisson that you feel from a great experience, but different at the same time. This wasn't a pleasurable feeling. I continued to speak with Liz this night while telling her about the sounds I heard until 4:30 a.m. when I began to pass out of pure exhaustion. At that point, the energy had seemed to be far less, but I could still feel what seemed to be a presence standing over me at the side of my bed at the very head of it. I fell asleep on and off for the next 3 hours at every creak or sound in the house because I still felt like someone was towering over me. I had one of the worst nights of sleep in my life. An international haunting. When I was 21, I received a Facebook message from a young man. Let's call him B. He was in Belgium wanting to connect. Turns out he was my distant cousin. Families lost contact for a bit. My family was so excited and invited him to come stay with us for a few weeks in the summer. B was a handsome man. He was in his mid-20s. He was built like a soccer player and had pale skin and dark hair and eyes, like a European model. I was so excited to hang out with my cousin and bring around all my friends. We went to baseball games and barbecues and bars. It was so much fun, and he had a great personality. He loved America, wanted to move here, taught himself English by watching American sitcoms and listening to Eminem. Wonder how that goes. A lot of my friends found him extremely attractive, but they were all in a relationship and therefore weren't interested in pursuing anything, and this is when things went south. He became irrationally angry that no one wanted him. Then, out of nowhere, he started making inappropriate comments to me about wanting to rip off a tight dress of mine. I tried to laugh it off and started to distance myself by hanging out with my boyfriend at the time, but B started referring to me as a slut and became aggressive. I started coming home late and just counting down the days for him to leave. One night he sent me a text with a picture of a still of a home movie my mom was showing him. It was me in the bathtub, to which he wrote, naked, and then put my name there. I was so uncomfortable and angry that I told my mom I wanted him out. She didn't understand the context. How do you not understand the context? B and I ended up in another fighting match, and I stormed off in bed in anger. That night I had a nightmare. My bedroom was haunted. Similar to the situation in the movie Paranormal Activity. At 3 a.m. I woke up to glass shattered on me. I had a poster next to my bed in a glass frame of Amy Winehouse. It had the title The Diva and Her Demons. I quickly cleaned everything up and my heart wouldn't stop beating. I heard the faucet go on and off from the other end of the room and nobody else was awake. I swore I started to hear faint music. Left my room to go sleep on the couch. I wasn't able to close my eyes until the sun came up. The next morning I'm at breakfast. My cousin was glaring at me with a devious smile. He was saying weird things, referring to him selling his soul years ago so that he would never be ugly. Apparently, as a teenager, we felt like he was overweight with a lot of acne. I said nothing as he was actually leaving to go back to Belgium that day. He left and I felt at peace. The same night I woke up again at 3 a.m. feeling someone was staring at me from the corner of the room. Kept having these nightmares and kept waking up at the same time. I tried everything. Going to bed at 2 a.m., going to bed at 10 p.m., I consistently woke up and felt like I was being watched. The lack of sleep and feeling anxiety was just affecting my health. One of my friends came over to talk and ran out of my room after 20 minutes with a splitting headache. She said, I feel weird in your room, I need to go. Now I'm freaking out. Figured I would pull an all-nighter and stop at our local church in the morning to see a priest. I come from a religious family, and it was about 10 p.m. and I was doing my makeup in the mirror, hoping to go out for a few hours. I looked down to answer a text, and upon looking back up, there was a giant handprint on my mirror, the size of 3 hands combined. I screamed, and my immediate reaction was to throw hand sanitizer at it and wipe my mirror. Good call. I ran into my mom's room freaking out. Now keep in mind, I'm 21 and I'm barely emotional normal. My mother half believed me and called over our family friend who was a deacon. He immediately came over, walked into my room, said that he felt a presence in the corner of my room. He poured holy water everywhere, including the mirror. He said mirrors can be considered as portals. He lit a candle and said an exorcist prayer and felt something touch him. I slept on the couch that night, hoping it all worked. All was fine for a few days, until now I started hearing loud noises in the middle of the night. My mother would also hear them, and we couldn't figure it out. My brothers, age 4 and 5 at the time, had no clue what was going on. One of them said to my mom, I had a dream that there was a monster crawling into my room and ripping the face off an angel. My mom started getting phone calls from my late father's phone number, which was disconnected. Weird stuff just kept happening. One night I was sitting in my room. I saw a cup of pen situated in the middle of my desk just fly off the table. I felt like I was losing my mind and I was going crazy. Went down to the guest room where my cousin had stayed and noticed receipts from various packages. One was gospel music and another was an unknown package traced to the middle of Vermont. The coordinates showed a funeral home. To this day, I don't know what this was or what he bought. In this bedroom, my grandma had religious statues and they were all now sort of turned against facing the wall. My mom had a bad feeling. Tried to get a hold of my cousin and ask what he did. When he replied with nothing, my grandmother said that she started to feel a dark presence around my cousin and was pretty happy that he was out of the house. She made comments how he would be on one side of the room and immediately on the other without noticing. Granted, she was in her 80s, now 90s, and is a superstitious Sicilian woman. I was going back to college, thankfully, at this point, and couldn't run away quickly enough. But at college, I would wake up in the middle of the night feeling as if I was getting choked. I had terrible sleep paralysis where I felt my covers being ripped off and breathing on my neck. I would wake up at 3 a.m. with my covers across the room. I was convinced I had an entity attached to me. My cousin showed up on my mother's doorstep, which is absurd. He flew back from Belgium. One day with bloodshot eyes, and he's just shaking, saying he needed to confess something. He was covered in scratches. She immediately called the deacon and didn't let my cousin come into the house. They all went to Starbucks or some mutual ground, and he didn't confess anything. He was threatened. It was a kind of a restraining order. He disappeared and was never seen or heard of again, and our family still speaks, but no one mentions B. We had the deacon come over and do a full house exorcism. There hasn't been any issues since then. We all blocked my cousin on all forms of social media, too. Yeah, I hope so. I think my house was haunted. I'll start off by saying I always knew I could see or feel things since I was a kid. I remember being as young as 4 or 5 years old, just telling my parents that I was talking to ghosts. It was always written off as an act of imagination, and as I grew up, I was always intrigued by the paranormal and all things creepy or spooky. My parents were renters. We moved a lot. I've always had things happen when I was alone, like the paper towel roll falling off the counter, doors closing, heard footsteps, etc. My first memory of actually knowing a spirit was present when I was about 8 or 9 years old. I always had trouble sleeping, and oftentimes I would just be up ridiculously late playing in my room. One night I was up playing with my Barbies sometime after Christmas. I'd just gotten a new Barbie car with a working AM/FM radio. The car was on the other side of the room and somehow turned on and started playing a creepy song saying something along the lines of, "There's someone watching behind you." This part can 100% be my memory playing games with me, but I'm almost positive it was the same song from one of the Final Destination movies. But the car definitely turned on and started playing a creepy song. Fast forward about 8 years. My family moved into a house, and we'd always lived in apartments. I had my own bedroom, which had access to the attic. At this time, I was around 16, so I was like, sweet, my own room, and the attic is basically mine. I basically remember this little noise around the house. I never, lived in an actual home, and just assumed that was to be expected in a larger home. The first Christmas in that house, my mother got me what she thought was a fake Ouija board. She got it at the dollar store. I waited a few weeks to open it because I didn't think it would work, but a friend came over and was curious. I don't remember what we asked, but we played with it for 30 or so minutes. When nothing happened, we put it in the box and went on with our lives. It's been like 10 years, so the timeline may be a little off, but shortly after that I started hearing and feeling things more. Gave me really bad anxiety even when I was home alone. Felt like I heard people downstairs in the living room. When I would shower, I would feel like I could hear people arguing to the point where I would just hop out and see if my parents were okay. Then I started falling into a deep depression. Trigger warning. I started self-harming and trying to end my life. For the next few months, I started hearing voices more clearly, but no one was home. I remember one night I was laying in bed and I could feel someone breathing down my neck. Breathing to the point where my just baby hairs or sideburns would move like they were blowing in the wind. The following day I was getting ready in my room and I heard a man say my name clear as day. Casey. Sometime after that, I was sitting in the dining room with my mother and something appeared behind her left shoulder. It wasn't human. It was a tall black figure with a red and black head and a face, and weeks following that, my mom found drawings on the inside of a door of our linen closet that was directly across from my bedroom. I had a friend sleep over, and when we woke up, we found red liquid splattered across the wall of my attic door. Never cleaned it up because I was scared it would reappear. Now keep in mind, I never spoke on the figure that I saw behind my mother. I was scared to give it more attention, and scared that my mom would either think I was nuts or be scared herself. Not too long after this, my family had come over for a barbecue. I was at work. But as soon as I came home, I found two of my cousins running down the stairs coming from my room. I asked them what happened, and my youngest cousin said, "You need to stay out of the attic." I questioned my older cousin because I wasn't going to take an 8-year-old's word, but my older cousin told me what happened. Described the same exact figure I saw in the dining room. There came a point where I was completely terrified of being in that house alone. That following winter, I had a friend come over. Now, this may get written off as two kids just being stoned, but hear me out. We smoked a joint and we were just hanging out in my room. This wasn't our first time smoking weed, nor was this the first joint I rolled from that particular bud. I used to buy in weight to save money, so I know the weed wasn't laced. My sister came in the room sober, like she never liked smoking weed, and my friend's demeanor completely changed. She stiffened up, got all wide-eyed, and then charged at my sister trying to strangle her. The whole time she said nothing. I managed to push her off my sister and onto the bed, and she immediately started trying to jump out the window. I don't know how, but I managed to get her under control and out of the house. When we went outside, she had no idea what happened. She said she knew what she was doing, but couldn't stop herself. She described it as an out-of-body experience, watching herself attack my sister. She never came to my house again and eventually stopped talking to me altogether. I might stop talking to her, choking my sister. I had a friend whose father was intuitive. He pulled me aside when I was at their house one day and asked me if it was okay if he gave me a reading. That was because he felt I needed it. He told me there was something very negative attached to me, and it seemed like it was male. I didn't know what to do with this, so I spoke with my ex's aunt about it. She recommended that I sage the house, get rid of the Ouija board. Followed her advice, and it did calm down a lot, but even to this day I've had people randomly come up to me and tell me that I have attachments or say things that would only make sense if he had knew me at that time. There was plenty of stuff that I'm probably leaving out, and there were also some times where people would take photos of me and you could see things behind or next to me. I deleted everything when I got rid of the Ouija board. Although now I wish I hadn't, so I could go back and see if I was just seeing what I wanted to see or if there was actually some demon following me. I moved out of that house in 2016. I still deal with little stuff like hearing noises and things being moved. However, I'm never scared of it. I'm sure some of the sounds like bullshit, some of it can probably be explained, but some things are completely undeniable. My father died in that house randomly one night at 52 years old and completely healthy in his sleep. Still wonder if whatever it was that was in that house had anything to do with it. My first house. Ever since I can remember, the paranormal has followed me wherever I go. I'm a 41-year-old Hispanic woman, so we're generally superstitious by nature, and we believe more than not times the stories our ancestors share. Whether they're stories of warnings or just something that happened to them, we take heed in them. So when my parents moved into a beautiful rental by Lake Michigan, the whole family came to see the new home. My parents had acquired it under already strange circumstances. The man who was renting the home to my parents said that his two aunts lived in the home their pretty much their whole life until they both recently passed away due to long battles with cancer. The man told my mother he was surprised. He was even gifted this home, really, because his aunts were always so mean to him and the place didn't really hold good memories, which was the reason he decided to rent to a nice young family he wanted to see something good come out of a bad situation. He was even kind enough to leave all of the furniture to my parents, to keep, as my parents had 2 young children and one on the way at the time. So as we began to settle into the home, strange things began to happen from the very first week in our new home. My grandmother had stopped bringing her cute little dog by when she came because all he would do is bark and growl at the stairs with his fur standing straight as a pencil. My mom and dad were great at laughing everything off and making light of the eerie happenings to everyone. The rent was cheap, the location was perfect, and the house was fully furnished. It was going to take a lot more than some scares to get rid of my parents. One day, my brother and I were playing on the floor in the kitchen while my mother was making a fresh pot of coffee as she passed over us with a hot pot of water, and it exploded over all of us. My mother was panicked and yelling at my father to run in and put my brother and I in a cold bath immediately. As my dad was making sure we were okay, my mother looked at the bottom of the pot and there was a perfect circle cut from the bottom. My older brother was 4 at the time and I was 2. My mother was 4 months pregnant with my soon-to-be brother, which she was not yet aware of his sex. That'll matter later, but anyways, he began talking into thin air to a man that he had named, the Man in the Big Boots. As well as that, he was speaking of the mean old ladies trying to hurt me and my brother. You would think, I'm sure they got out after that, but nope, we did not. Another notable moment was my grandmother's birthday. We had the whole family over on my father's side, and my aunts hired a psychic to come over and do readings. As the psychic entered the home, she became visibly shook. Took my aunt, and she couldn't stay, and she refunded my aunt right then and there. She told my aunt before she left that we should all leave the home because it was evil, and she couldn't be there a moment longer. As she left, everybody teased my parents. I told you this house was haunted. Maybe you should hear the psychic out, my other aunt chimed in. My father responded, if she wants to relocate my pregnant wife and kids to a new one, I'll gladly leave. And from there on, what was already known about our home was never said again. Part 2. My first house. It's always been funny to me that when people see something they don't understand, they always do the same thing, always trying to explain it away. And that's precisely what my parents did for a long while. As the night of my grandmother's birthday faded from my family's memories, the incidents continued. One afternoon, my mother was doing laundry as well as entertaining 2 children, and my Gramps was also visiting at the time. My Gramps filled a small kiddie pool on the side of the house, running a hose from the basement faucet through a window. However, the hose was short, but my Gramps insisted we needed warmer water as it was a little chilly even on some of the hottest days due to Lake Michigan's rigid waters. Anywho, back to my point. My brother kept pushing the small window as it turned both ways and had a large metal latch that locked from inside. My Gramps noticed and asked my mother to go lock the window before one of us got hurt. And as she went to lock the latch from inside the window, it was now latched as if it had always been so. My mom took that as I guess someone's looking out for them. They ignored something impossible considering no one else was in the house that day. Another time she found 2 fully knitted sweaters in the linen closet. One for a boy my brother's age and one for a girl my age. And along with that was a half-knitted one for a boy. My mom wasn't even aware at this time that she was having another boy. But what did she do? She put those creepy sweaters away and kept it moving. Soon things began to increase. My parents would get awoken several times at night due to all the big oak doors and windows all blown wide open as if somebody somehow ran in and out basically every entrance into our home. Another ignored scenario. It wasn't till a few months after my baby brother was born and my mother was getting ready to go out with all of my aunties after a year of no fun, she was ready to go. We had a large staircase to the left of the front door, and that had 2 landings. And at the top of the stairs was a bathroom in which my mother was getting ready in. She was talking to my aunties from the top of the stairs. So they were all looking up at her from the living room as well as watching me crawl my way up the stairs to get to my mom. As I reached the first landing, which was about maybe 10 steps up, I lifted into the air and floated down. I was sat at the front door by some unseen force as well as an ominous deep voice warning us to get out. Fake story, you say? Well, you were not the one who was haunted by dreams well into adulthood of some force taking control of my body as I float around with no control over where I'm going. Not to mention that ever since I left that house, the spirits have followed myself and my family wherever we go. It goes so much deeper than what I said, believe me. And to this day, I drive by the house frequently and stop and wonder what happened where, and why did it go so wrong. I've seen this shadow figure once, and I don't get it. Insight and thoughts are welcome. This encounter happened on January 3rd, 2024, and I remember a lot from this. Kind of being, just now really, being able to journal about this and then remember what I saw. Honestly, what I saw might not leave the whereabouts of my mind. Now I should mention that I have had auditory and sometimes, very rarely, visual hallucinations before. That's just a part of me and because of my overactive imagination and my ADHD or ADD as some might call it. And my anxiety problems. And I've just accepted that, so have my friends and some family I've told. This happened to me when I was about 15 years old in my house. I was tired inside and felt exhausted physically all over my body from the day I just had. I never thought I'd ever see this in my life. Anyways, it was January night, and I'd mentioned before, and it was late. I was up late at around 12 p.m., and I still couldn't fall asleep at all. Perhaps you mean a.m. I was tired, and yet my pills just weren't working, and I had it by now. They usually work really quickly within an hour or two taking them, but this time I just wasn't asleep and couldn't fall asleep. I tried to go to sleep with my cat by my side, and he was fast asleep alongside me. Then I turned off my lights, which are bright LED lights that change color and stuff like that, and fell asleep. Well, at least tried to. As I looked up in front of my window, which have a view of my neighbor's house, and into the bedroom, I also had a view of the dark sky when I lay fully all the way down in my bed. I was looking and I saw the moonlight from the window, and it lit up my room mildly. I felt mellow with the nice mild yellow dark light being emitted through my window, and my eyes felt calm, and so did my body inside. I should now mention that my window is completely open from the blinds. It takes up the middle half of my back wall of my room. The blinds are up, the window is slightly cracked open, and I could see the whole window as a whole. And I also should mention it's completely pitch black and there are no lights except for the ones from my neighbors across the street from me. but the reflection is a dim, dark, tinted gray light. Nothing much to see, only real light if a car passes by through the neighborhood. As I turned my head to sleep and tried to quiet my brain, I then saw it, the figure. It was tall, and I'm not sure how tall, but it's tall. Still thin at the body, and it was staring at me without any eyes. Who's to say it had no eyes, or did have them? Couldn't figure out if it was facing me with a face or just a head figure. Yet it was just a black figure, but when I focused on it, I shifted my head around the end of the bed by the back wall behind my bed. I tried to focus on it and not believe what it was. Remember how I said I rarely have visual hallucinations? Well, that's when I get so tired at night and I'm completely exhausted and I see things as my brain tries to exaggerate everything I see. Especially when I'm in the dark at night. And it's super late. Anyways, as I moved my head to the left side of my wall, I noticed the shadow figure was moving slowly. And I mean really, really slowly. It looked like it was moving so slowly I couldn't tell if my brain was making it move or if it really was moving. Couldn't believe my eyes. I turned around my head back and forth to get rid of the hallucination, and I just couldn't get rid of it. I wanted to believe I was going crazy. I wanted to believe I was seeing things. I wanted to make myself believe that I was dreaming instead of this being real in the moment. Yet I couldn't. It was real from what I felt inside. I then turned my head slowly to see if it's moving because I'm moving. But to no avail. It's moving on its own. Then I began to sweat, and I honestly don't remember what else I did. I was too terrified, too shocked to recall some of this. Too numb to try to tell you what I saw and heard from all that, except from what I managed to write in my journal. Yet what I do remember the most is what happened in the end of this encounter or paranormal experience. I saw the figure move slowly across my whole window, and with my blinds being all the way up, I saw it move the whole way. Then it said something. Before the shadow figure said something, the figure turned to the left side of its body, meaning that when I looked at it, it was turned to the edge of my window. And it was like turned to the left, and I heard it say something I would never forget. At this point, I couldn't move anymore. I was frozen with fear inside. I then hear the figure say, as it turned to the left side of me. The figure turns to my front window and is facing face first to my window and says, "Goodbye, Eden," which is my real name. The figure turns away from me to the left side again and then bows forward like you do if you just got done performing a play and the audience is clapping at you, type of a bow. The shadow figure bows and disappears forever. I never saw it again. Now I'm still on the edge of it. It was just a dream, or was it a hallucination? On the other hand, I'm not known for having severe visual hallucinations in my head or in real life. Only really audio ones. Yet the other side of this, I have a very overactive imagination, you could say, or sometimes severe anxiety at sometimes too. And my medicines don't cause this from what I know, at least, or have been told. I apologize for making this really long. If anybody has any insight on this, I would really appreciate it. I would love to know if anybody had this kind of experience when they were around this age, or really any time. I'd like to know if it was a dream or a vivid, real encounter. The Hammond House. That's what my husband, then fiancé, and I called it due to the neighborhood that we lived in. We lived there for 5 years before moving out shortly after getting married. Too many things happened to even begin recording them, but I'll try. It was built in the 70s. An elderly woman died there. It was heavily remodeled after a fire. And someone crashed their car through the living room at one point. That's all the history I've ever had in this place. The activity started off small, as it usually does, and escalated. The first night we had everything unpacked and the house fresh and clean and ready to be lived in. I was laying up awake in bed having a hard time trying to fall asleep. That's when I felt this overwhelming nagging sensation to look over the foot of the bed. I do. As soon as I looked, the fattest cockroach I've ever seen in my life came crawling out from under my freshly swept and mopped floor beneath my bed frame. We hadn't even eaten in there yet. There was no reason for this roach to be there. Not necessarily supernatural, I know, but definitely an omen of what was to come. My husband had a shelf full of knickknacks and memorabilia that he likes to arrange in a particular and symmetrical pattern. Countless mornings we would wake up and come out to the living room to find that everything on the shelf had been shifted just a couple of inches to the left or right. Sometimes all of the items would be in a diagonal angle, but still in their proper positions. Then his signed football photo and memorabilia would be face down or turned completely in the opposite direction, so the photo would be facing the wall. We went over all the possible explanations, tested theories, maybe our speakers were vibrating, making things move, but none of the earthly explanations panned out. At this point, we began jokingly referring to these experiences as goblin activity. Several people lived with us in this house during the course of us staying there. My friends Charity and Lore, as well as his teenage niece and nephew, Allie and Axel. Everyone who ever stayed there reported hearing the voice of someone else who lived in the house while they weren't home. Axel said he heard me and Lore just laughing in my bedroom while I was at work. Lore said she heard me whispering loudly to my husband while he was asleep. Again, I was at work. Charity heard my husband pacing our bedroom having what sounded like a heated argument, when again he was at work. Allie heard me and Charity in the kitchen cooking when neither of us were home. My husband heard our cat meowing and running around the house while she was asleep in his lap. Additionally, Allie had terrible night terrors while she lived with us. She never had them before, and to my knowledge hasn't had them since. She would wake up in the middle of the night screaming in fear, convinced there was someone banging on her bedroom door trying to get in. Let our big husky, Kal-El, sleep with her on those nights. The way the house was built from my spot in the living room, I could see through the dining room window to my bedroom window. After the first time this happened, I started shutting the door always, never leaving the overhead fan on just to make sure I was seeing what I thought I was seeing. This only ever happened when I was home alone. I'd get a chilling feeling, look to my bedroom window from my spot and see the curtains on the window deliberately pulled back just a few inches, as if someone was peeking at me. No vents under the window, no airflow, no viable explanation. We ended up getting a curtain for the dining room window to help ease my wariness, but it didn't help settle my state of mind much. Again, not supernatural, but pertinent to the story, I think. Over the course of a year, all 3 of my dogs died in that house. My 2-year-old husky litter mates with a genetic kidney disorder they both shared. Symptoms only appeared once we moved there. Then Kal-El of cancer. Old age, he was 12. I know it's irrational, but I blame that house for stealing my babies. The puppies died before Kal-El, but they were his pups, and he became very attached to me. At the same time, he developed an almost aggressive distrust of our hallway closet. He would lay there constantly, all the time, sniffing under the door, pacing like he thought something was in there. We checked multiple times and got nothing. He was doing his nervous hallway closet guarding duties when I was home alone and in the shower one day. The bathroom was right next to this closet. When I bent over to grab my soap, I swear I heard an unknown male voice coming from the closet. Got out of the shower quick, still dripping wet, inched my way to the stand in front of the door, and I was listening. Hello? Nothing. I leaned my ear against the door like the whitest blonde woman in the horror movie, and just right against my ear I heard it. Scratch, scratch. I screeched, grabbed Kal-El in my bedroom with me, and holed up crying until my husband came home. Another night I was waiting for him to come home from work half asleep. I woke up to the sinking sensation of somebody slipping into his side of the mattress. Flung my arm out to feel for him, and nothing. No one was there, couldn't sleep until he got home. This is the last thing that happened before we moved, and I saved it for last due to chronology, as well as it being the event that shook me the most. I like to lay back in the recliner, sort of on my side on the couch with my long hair dangling over the back. It's comfortable to me. My cat always saw this as an invitation to jump up and cling to my hair like it was a curtain. So when I feel the sensation of my hair getting tugged hard like that, I didn't think anything of it until I realized my cat was asleep in my lap. At the moment of realization, a grip of my hair released, and again I screamed, cried, and went to hide in my bedroom until my husband got home. There's so much more smaller things that I can't remember and don't feel like typing. Little items went missing all the time and then would show up in the strangest places. Always something we needed right at that moment too. A tool, a key, things for my vanity. Unexplainable footstep noises, and my floor fan just moved, but nothing bumped it. This is a long one. So I just recently moved into a new rent house with my boyfriend and our 2 little boys. It's the first house we've really ever rented, and we love it, or at least we did. It's an older house with a gas-hot water heater and a range. The house has wood floors, a crawl space, an attic, and an add-on that used to be a small 1-car garage. Our landlords had bought this house for their son who played football and attended at the university near here, and he had a couple of roommates. So a little backstory. We co-sleep with our 3-year-old and our 1-year-old. Our 1-year-old sleeps in his pack-and-play in our room by the foot of our bed. We've slept this way for both of our boys' lives and keep the door closed and locked at all times during the night. I literally wake up every night 2 to 3 times to check on the boys and put their covers back on if it's chilly, or to go to the bathroom. The 3rd night of us staying here, I had woken up as per usual. I just looked at the boys and I didn't have to sit up for once, and I saw that they were fine, settled myself to go back to sleep. That's when I hear someone freaking book it in our little hallway, and my jaw dropped. My boyfriend woke up in shock, like, holy nuts, did you hear that? So I called the cops immediately. While I was on the phone, I started crying and stressing because I could hear shuffling in the kitchen. We had nothing in our room to protect us or for self-defense. Dispatch stayed on the phone until the cops arrived. We had 5 surrounding the outside and 4 inside searching our house. It had been raining for the last 2 days, so they checked all points of entry and for witness. But everything was locked and dry, and we were dumbfounded. I was far too afraid, packed my boys up at around 3 a.m. and headed to my mom's, because what the fuck? While I was on my way to my mom's, I'd called my boyfriend to talk about everything, and he started freaking out because he heard a loud bang in the back of our room. I turned around to head back and shine my headlights in the back window to see if somebody was messing with us, but there was nothing. Boyfriend found the courage to check it out, and it was some wall canvas art that we had leaned up against the wall earlier that morning, and, well, I ended up just unpacking the kiddos, and we all went back to bed, and this was July 22nd of 2020. Since then, I've had all the locks changed, just in case, and I brushed the whole thing off to be old settling house noises. Whatever, I didn't believe in paranormal stuff, so it had to have been something perfectly explainable that we had missed. I've woken up a few times last week feeling my bed shake. We have a wooden platform bed on wood floors, and if one of us adults moved a little bit, the bed would scoot. So I brushed those moments off like that's what had happened even though nobody had moved. Everything happens at night. I've heard the steps one time last week and thought nothing of it due to the locks being changed. I know absolutely no one is in this house at night because we do a sweep before bed. Early this morning around 4:30, I was awake laying in the dark with some stupid song stuck in my head. That's when my son's pack-and-play creaked loudly, which it always does when he stands up in it or somebody leans on it. So I sat up really quick to check on him, thinking he was standing up, and then I heard 2 very prominent footsteps walk away. Baby's fast asleep in the middle of the bed the same way he had fallen asleep that night. The second I lay back down, the creak happens again. And 2 minutes later, my little guy started to act restless and wake up. Hell no, hell nope. I woke my boyfriend up and he was like, there's nothing we can do. Which is true, but what the fuck? I've left it alone and finally comforted myself this afternoon saying it must be my grandma who passed away a year ago. I was very close to her. Whatever again had been my way of thinking, until I shit you not, I was sitting on my bed and my floor fan frickin' rocked like someone had ran into it. It was right beside me. I checked to see if my toddler was on the floor crawling and had pushed it, or maybe it stuck and lifted on the nightstand beside it. Maybe even a toy or something was under it and gave in, but nope, not a dang thing. It was there. Immediately, just went for a drive. It's a bit much, and I feel like I'm going crazy. The fact that I heard my child's bed move and heard footsteps leaving his area has me sick to my stomach. I've been such a skeptic. When we came home after our drive, our toddler was being silly and annoying us. He had just left his room with his daddy and shut the door behind them. My boyfriend was folding and putting away clothes and went to open the door. The damn thing was locked from the inside. We had thought our little guy did it from the handle lock. Nope. There's a type of hinge lock mechanism that can only be locked from being inside the room and manually doing it while the door's shut. It's a door reinforcement, I think. Anyways, I forgot to mention that when we had gotten home, I spoke aloud to whatever. I felt like a complete idiot doing so. I said something like, we want to coexist and not to be bothered, leave our children alone. We want to leave you alone. And then I yelled, I believe in God and he's got my back for whatever reason. Like that would make a difference. And then the frickin' door being locked situation happened. We're going to get a carbon monoxide reader to check the house out, but for the most part, I need suggestions on what to do. Ask Reddit. Things haven't been the same since we moved into our new place. I haven't felt quite at home, as if I'm somewhere I don't belong. When I'm home alone, I can't help but feel like there's something watching me, waiting and wanting for me to leave. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. About 5 months ago, my girlfriend and I decided to move in together. We looked at a bunch of places and each settled on one that we liked. My ideal place was set back in a little wooded subdivision, in a basement apartment. Hers was at a newer building in a downtown suburb. We flipped a coin and she won. On move-in day, we loaded up the U-Haul and set off for our new home. It was a scorcher that day, 92 degrees with the sun beating down on us. I'd grabbed what I could carry and went up to the apartment to unlock and prop open the door. When I tried to open the door, it felt as if something was holding it shut from the other side. But a little hip check and it swung right open. I made a mental note to fix it, propped it open, and went down to start unloading our stuff. After a few hours, we had everything all unpacked and it was time to return the truck. Locked up, got into the driver's seat, and just kind of set off to get my deposit back. When we got back from the rental place, I went upstairs to get my checkbook to pay the first month's rent and finish paperwork. When I unlocked the door, it wouldn't open again, and I just chided myself for not fixing it when I unpacked my tools. Once more, I pushed into the door with my hip and swung it open. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like a little boy dodge into the bathroom area. Thought maybe it was the heat playing games with me, but I did a once-over of the apartment just to be sure nothing was there. Nope, nothing. That was only the first of what would be many troublesome occurrences in our new place. Many of you may remember my story about Herbert. However, I don't think this was him. I haven't seen him much since the time I shared that story with r/no sleep. This is something different, something new. One night, while sleeping soundly, cuddling close to the one I loved so dearly, I heard what sounded like someone trying to open the sliding door on the balcony. It alarmed me because we live on the second floor. I woke up Katie and asked her if she heard anything. She sighed and said, "It's nothing, go back to sleep." I was still shaken, but I rolled over and huddled closer, slowly drifting back to dreamland. A few weeks went by with not much mention. just some misplaced items and cabinets being open. Then again, at around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of the sliding door in the balcony. This time, I can hear a faint sound along with it, almost like a grunt. I wake Katie up again and ask her if she heard anything, and again she replies, "It's nothing, go back to sleep." I can't just roll over and fall asleep again. My inquisitive mind needs to know what the hell is going on. Grab my 9mm out of the nightstand, put on some boxers. It would be embarrassing to hold someone at bay with a gun in the nude, no? Nah. Made my way into the living room. I strained my eyes in the dark to see what, if anything, was out there. I was trying so hard to see what was outside that I failed to notice the vertical blinds were slowly swaying. Feeling fairly certain nothing was out there, I made sure the sliding door was locked and closed the blinds. I brushed it off as mind games or bad dreams from being in a new or unfamiliar place. The next month or so was normal. All was quiet throughout the night, and I slept like a baby. That was until last week. Right around 3 a.m., I woke up by that noise again. This time it seemed more frantic and urgent. I nudged Katie, and before I could finish my question, she said, "It's nothing, go back to sleep." But there was no way that was happening. Once again, I threw on some boxers, grabbed my gun. This time I was prepared and had been keeping a flashlight next to my bed. Grabbed that as well. Before I even made it out to the bedroom door, I saw the same shadowy figure I saw when we first moved in. It darted from the living room toward the kitchen. I quickly flicked my mag light and pulled the slide back on my Glock 17, seemingly in one motion. It was on, and this thing was going down. Made my way into the kitchen, nearly crushing my cat. Every cabinet was wide open, every drawer pulled out and spilled onto the floor, and why didn't this wake me up? There it was, the sliding door noise again. I spun around to go in the living room and catch whatever was making all this noise. I could see something moving outside between the cracks in the blinds. I could hear something pounding on the glass door. Pulling hard, I was trying to get in. Called out to Katie to get up just in case we had to run. She didn't respond. I flashed the light into the bedroom to make sure she was okay. I saw her form under the sheets of the bed and told myself she was fine. The pounding was getting louder and more frantic. Whatever was out there was going to either break the glass or pull the door right off its track. I was sweating, shaking. I felt like I was physically sick. The tension was mounting and I yelled out, "I have a gun!" But the pounding and pulling didn't stop. I decided to put an end to this and went toward the sliding door and pulled open the blinds. I took a deep breath, pulled on the cord, and the blinds swung open. To my horror, I saw Katie standing on the balcony, desperately trying to get into the apartment. She was banging on the door and pointing behind me, and I froze. Suddenly I felt an icy touch on my shoulder and a voice whispered, "It's nothing, go back to sleep." Dark silhouette in the woods. This happened one evening in the summer of 1984, thereabouts. I was a teenager walking around with 3 friends in the general area of the suburban neighborhood that we all lived in. There wasn't a lot to do, so it was common for kids our age to stroll around at night talking, laughing, and getting into minor mischief. There was a large wild area with streams, a swampy area, lots of trees and rocky areas with mounds of dirt. It was an area of several acres, mostly surrounded by a single-family home, and a couple of them in a few adjacent neighborhoods. There were houses on 3 sides, and on the 4th, a large empty field, an elementary school, and some municipal buildings. There was a narrow asphalt road that ran through the middle of the area, presumably to provide a way for kids to walk to and from school. The whole area was referred to as the Path. It had a reputation amongst the kids as a scary and dangerous place. In my mind, as a child, the Manson family, or the Shrewsbury equivalent, was living there, holding satanic rituals and sacrificing kids like me. In reality, the scariest thing was older kids smoking pot and drinking kind of pilfered bottles of Michelob in the woods and making out in shady, leafy hollows. So in this particular evening, it was Frank, Keith, Brian, and me wandering around aimlessly. We decided to walk down a dead-end street and cut through the yards into the woods of the path. It was dusk. The light faded completely as we cut through the stepping over the old stone wall and into the dense underbrush. We didn't have a flashlight, and the only way that we could see where we were going was to spark flint wheel on an empty Bic lighter. It provided a quick dim strobe flash by which we could get our bearings. We picked our way sort of single file through the underbrush to a narrow flooding brook. There was a fallen log across the stream, so it was a quick 1-2 step to cross it. On the other side, as we knew from playing in the woods, was a narrow dirt path that ran perpendicular to the end and intersected with the asphalt-paved main path off to our left, maybe 100 yards away. To the right, the path continued through the dense brush and made a 90-degree turn and traversed a slight rise through the forested area, ending in a large field by the school. One by one, we quickly stepped across the log over the stream and pushed through the bushes into the overgrown dark, narrow path. I was third in line, Frank and Keith having gone first. As I emerged from the brush and as Brian was making his way across, I heard Keith's voice shrill and frightened. "There's someone standing right there!" Frank and Keith were to my left, facing in my direction. Looked my head to the right, and sure enough, there was a man standing there, not 6 feet from me, and it wasn't a tree. It was just a dark, silent shape. Appeared solid. A man-shaped blotch darker than the darkness. No question, a man standing there. I could make out the round brim of the hat that appeared to be tilted back on his head, so the outline was ovalish, not horizontalish line, like a hat pulled low across the forehead. The figure was silent and unmoving. As I stared in terror, the figure shifted slightly, maybe turning or raising an arm. Somehow my impression of this was not movement, but a subtle change in the shape of the silhouette. It was unclear what the movement was, but it was just that it was slightly different in an outline, but it displayed no perceptible motion. We broke and ran away in a panic, truly scared for sure, but laughing and hooting hysterically, leaving poor Brian behind to be murdered. We reached the asphalt path and stopped, catching our breath with Brian arriving a few seconds behind us. He hadn't seen a thing and was somewhat perplexed, to say the least. As we stood panting and jabbering under a streetlight at the south end of the path, we compared what we had seen. Frank and Keith concurred with what I had seen, a slim, silent man in a hat. Then Keith said, "When I was looking at it, it sort of changed, like it didn't move, but it changed shape." That gave me goosebumps, since that was the same subjective observation that I had. Brian didn't see a thing, poor Brian. The dirt path was very overgrown with weeds and bushes all around, but obscuring it. It was disused by this point, so it wasn't really easy going and wasn't a route one would take as a reasonable choice, especially at night. That's what made it particularly frightening. To encounter someone standing silent and motionless except where we happened to merge into the path after crossing the brook. Who was it and why were they just standing there? How did they get there and why didn't they speak to us? Why were they wearing what appeared to be a farmer's hat? All of these things flashed quickly through my mind when I saw the figure, but in one sudden jolt arriving all at once as a giant what the fuck, like the primal part of my brain. My impression was like a slim man in his 30s or 40s, about 5'8", 5'10", kind of the same build as my doctor as a kid, but who always reminded me of a guy from the Civil War era because he was short, thin, and serious. Was it one of the residents of the neighborhood who, maybe perturbed by the obnoxious teenagers, cut through his yard and somehow silently and quickly treaded his way through the dense dark underbrush and ordered to menacingly glow at us in the silence? But it could have been, and if so, that in and of itself is terrifying. Bravo on scaring us for life. I'm still in touch with Frank, and we still talk about that experience from time to time. Nearly 40 years later, it still gives me chills to recall the encounter. Footsteps. The last house I lived in here was in Sweden. It had been my significant other's grandfather's initially. My significant other had lived in the U.S. for a few years on a work visa, moved back to Sweden when it expired. He moved in with his grandfather, or farfar, Swedish for father's father. Because he was to inherit his grandfather's house and his grandfather died, really. His grandfather was 93 or 94 and my significant other moved in with him. He died a few months later in his sleep. He found him when he came home from work. He was the second person to die in the house, as the first person was the initial owner of the house. She also died in her sleep. His grandmother, far more, Swedish for father's mother, he had died a few years before I met my significant other, but she died in a care home since she had Alzheimer's. The house was built in the mid-40s. I lived in the house for the first 13 years I lived in Sweden. However, I never had any experiences when I visited Sweden before moving there in 2006, and I didn't experience anything for the first 7 years I lived there. Activity didn't really pick up until after the kids were born. There's a theory that paranormal activity can increase when children are around because of how much energy children have, since spirits need energy to manifest themselves. So let's just get to the experiences that I had in that house. The most common experience that I, as well as some other people who visited the house, had was when footsteps were heard on the stairs. Now, one way to try to debunk that would be if there were pipes beneath your stairway, because they can make noises, especially if they're old. I didn't have pipes beneath the stairs, but I did have a freezer. However, it was like if it was truly the freezer making the footstep noises, it would have started from the get-go rather than a year before my son was born. Not to mention it would be something that one would hear every day rather than once in a while. A few memorable stories involving footsteps on the stairs was after my kids were born. We were upstairs. I was holding my infant daughter while my son was a toddler and playing. I hear footsteps coming upstairs. My significant other was at work. We did have a roommate that lived out in the guest house. I thought she was coming up, but never made it up the stairs. Even my son took a look to see if anyone was coming. Had it been her, he would have heard her go back down the stairs, not just up. About a year later, we had another roommate out in the guest house. It was sometime after 4:30 a.m. I knew he'd be leaving for work early. I woke up to someone walking around the kitchen before going up the stairs. I knew it wasn't my significant other, as he had already left. I wondered why the roommate was going upstairs, because he never does that in the morning. Waited for him to come back down, and he never did. Then I looked outside, and as I expected, my significant other's car is gone. What I didn't expect was to see the roommate's car gone too, because I just heard someone go up the stairs and never heard anybody come back down the stairs, just up it. I thought, what the fuck? Went upstairs to see who it could be. I looked around and saw no one. I went back to sleep thinking to myself, ugh, ghosties are acting up. Another similar experience happened the year before, but it was after 4:30 in the afternoon. The kids were spending time with their grandma, my significant other's mom. I was feeling frisky. Obviously, I won't go into details of that. However, I was downstairs, heard my significant other go downstairs and walk around the kitchen. I asked, "Want to join me?" No response. Felt a bit hurt. I noticed I don't hear him go back up the stairs and wondered if he was still downstairs. I looked around downstairs for him and he wasn't downstairs. Thought it was odd, went upstairs. He was there. I thought, well, he moves quietly. Sometimes you can't hear him on the steps, which is true. I've jump scared a few times, but he has appeared behind me since I didn't hear him approach. He moves like a ghost. I asked him why he didn't say anything to me, and when I asked him to join me downstairs, he gave me a what the fuck expression. He was like, I never went downstairs. I've been up here the whole time. What? However, these are the two biggest experiences when it comes to footsteps on the stairs. I did hear footsteps once on the floor above, and this ties to another experience I had been home by myself. My children had spent the night with their grandmother in town, so my significant other had been working. I was going to swing by his mom's place to pick up the kids. The time I was expecting them, I was upstairs and I heard a car door slam. I then heard the front door open, thinking they were home. I went downstairs to greet them, however no one was there. Even more chillingly, the door was still locked with a latch. I would have heard the latch if somebody tried to open the door, and I never heard it. Just the front door opening. Even more puzzling was that there was no car in the driveway. But then, as I'm mulling about downstairs, I hear footsteps walking around upstairs. I looked up at the ceiling and muttered, ghosties, of course. I go upstairs and no one's there. The Demon Visitor. Background. I live in an 1880s farmhouse. I've had issues with the home ever since I moved in. Bad dreams before the move-in date, even. Even my sister had dreams about the living room of the home being filled with red light and angels trying to keep her away from it after nightfall. Sometimes the property can be quite beautiful. Other times it shines a darker kind of light. For now, I'll ignore the majority of the experiences and speak about the woman I came here to talk about. I just can't get her out of my head. I see her cruel eyes every time I close mine. I only pray that it'll stop, and soon, too. It started with a dream. I guess it was more of a nightmare. I was standing in the kitchen next to my mother and a woman asking about the house. The woman seemed to know the energy was off. She seemed to be a sort of psychic medium. She started asking me questions about the home. Do you hear banging at night? Does it come in threes? Do you often feel watched? Do you sleep well at night? Do you wake up with scratches and bruises and have no explanation for how you receive them? The whole shebang. It was while she was asking me her questions when I started to feel the heaviness of the air. I felt as though I were being watched, so I turned to look into the library off the kitchen. The light for the library was off, but I could still see through the dark due to the dim glow of a hanging ceiling light in the kitchen, though I honestly wished I hadn't been able to. When I looked into the library, I saw a figure hanging from the ceiling upside down. She was standing with her arms out as though she was formulating an upside-down cross with her body, like she was mocking Jesus Christ. She dropped down from the ceiling and dragged her body across the floor before standing up in the doorway and entrance from the library to the kitchen. She walked over to me and grabbed my shoulders, and without moving her mouth, she told me that she was never going to leave. And also that I couldn't send her away. She was always going to torture me. I began screaming at her to leave in Jesus' name, and she only smiled. Pushed her out of the house, but still smiled at me from the other side of the door. I woke up breathing heavily. The entire day I could feel this woman's presence around me. I was sure she was real. This was the first time I had seen her. I decided my room was the problem, and since I didn't want to see her again, I changed where I had been sleeping. Went to go sleep in the room off the garage on the couch. Everything was fine for a few nights. Until it wasn't. I had been dreaming of an elderly man who was standing at the entrance of the doorway to the room I was sleeping in. He simply told me to run and that she was coming. The look of fear in his face was one I'd never seen on anyone before. He was horrified. I asked him what he meant because the woman wasn't on my mind, but all he did was point. I looked over to see the same woman from a few nights before running toward me, her black frizzy hair and solid black irises staring into my soul. As soon as she reached me, I felt a heavy weight on my chest. I began to wake up and be in the real world, but I was unable to move my body. Tried to open my eyes, but I could only manage to open them for a second or two at a time. And every time I did, I saw the woman crawling around the couch. My eyes were closed for most of it, but I felt her get on top of me, and my eyes opened one last time to see her on top of my body, ready to bite me before I passed out. I don't know if I was afraid or simply tired, or maybe both. When I woke up again soon after, I checked my phone to see it was around 5:47 a.m. It wasn't that early, and there was some light from the outside windows. I sat up in bed trying to process what had just taken place, and I decided to brush it off. But as hard as I tried, I couldn't shake her face from my mind. So I drew a picture of her. I'm not an artist by any means, but I needed to get it down on paper. This was the second time I saw her. I decided to stay in the room off the garage because it was clear that it wasn't the location. I didn't see her again for a few nights until I did. I was dreaming again. I sat in bed because I felt her near me. It was a sickening feeling that I couldn't mistake for anything else in the world. I heard scratching from a nearby door. The entrance to the closet in the corner of the room where my mother kept large racks full of tablecloths and bags of unopened chips. I turned my attention toward the noise. The door to that room is a difficult door to open. I often have to throw my entire body weight into the door to open it, but at this moment it opened on its own. As the door slowly opened to nothing more than a crack, I could see half of the woman's face. Her blank, expressionless face stared at me from behind the door. I didn't move, nor did I really make a sound. I was kept in place by my fear. She slowly exited the room and walked toward me, jumped off the couch and backed away screaming at her. I told her she wasn't welcome and that she was to leave my house immediately. She never blinked. She only continued slowly moving closer to me as if I hadn't been yelling at her at all. She only stopped to bend over and look me straight in the eyes, her face inches from mine. Then I woke up. Shot straight up, looked toward the door to the closet, and it was still closed. This was the third and final time I saw her. 3, yet another mockery of God and Holy Trinity. Never seen her again since that day, but sometimes I still feel her around me. Gettysburg Ghosts. In the late fall of 2015, me and my family decided to go to Gettysburg for vacation. Being a big history lover, I was stoked to see the battlefield. The weather was amazing and the atmosphere was somber and peaceful. The first day was mostly spent at the museum and walking parts of the battlefield. Nothing really happened until we were getting ready for bed in the hotel room. My brother sat up suddenly in bed and ran to the door, opening it and stepping into the hallway. We asked him if he was okay, and he asked us if we had heard men yelling orders and cannon fire. We had 4 people in the room. No one else heard anything. The next day, while we were on the battlefield near Devil's Den, it felt as if someone was constantly following behind us, even though no one was there. That second night, as we got ready for bed, there was cannon fire. And this time we all heard it, including some of the other guests who had come out into the hallway. The third day we were at Little Round Top, and I decided to crawl between some rocks and get a perspective of what the sharpshooters would have seen. While laying on my stomach, I felt someone lay a hand on my shoulder and whisper in my ear, "I see him." At first I thought it was my brother until I heard him call my name from the statue that sits off to the side. It was so odd after that, I kept feeling as if I was about to turn around and bump into someone. I got to the point that I turned around and I felt extremely cold, as if I had walked into a freezer. My mother, who was beside me, also noticed the temperature difference and commented how odd it was. Later that evening, about an hour before the sun went down, me and my mom took the car to see a couple more things and take some pictures. We were at the high water mark taking pictures and thinking about, what could have been going through those poor men's thoughts. Brought tears to our eyes, and we both heard a man say, "Don't cry for me, lass." The atmosphere sort of shifted, and it felt extremely peaceful and relaxing. It was as if whoever it was trying to comfort us. We both sat there for a while until it was time to go. As we walked back to where we parked the car, there was a couple sitting beside the car. They said hello, and we had a small conversation, and in mid-conversation, we all stopped talking. From the battlefield, we all heard fifes and drums. The couple seemed unnerved, and they got up and said goodbye, got into their car. We decided that it was time to leave, since it was almost dark and no one should be on the battlefield at night. Our last day there, we toured Eisenhower's home, and then toured Big Round Top. Eventually, my brother and father wanted to go back to the hotel, so we took him back. We decided to go back to Big Round Top, seeing as it was our last day to explore. We parked the car and walked into the forest. We had about 2 hours before the sun set, and no one was around. About 20 minutes into the hike, my mom stopped. I was about to ask what was wrong when I heard footsteps. There were multiple footsteps that we could hear, and they stopped. Then when we would start walking again, the footsteps would start up. At one point, we decided to turn back. My mother needed rest, so we sat on a boulder. It suddenly got quiet to the point that there were no crickets, birds, or any other forest sounds at all. Then all at once, we heard horses snorting and trotting and galloping past us. Then it full-on sounded like we were in the middle of a battle. Bugle sounds, clashing of swords, muskets firing, and lots of men yelling. We were in complete shock, and it lasted a couple of minutes, and then it all stopped. We started talking about what we had just witnessed, and then we heard several men calling out, "Help! Help! I don't want to die!" and crying. It was so overwhelming that we booked it back to where we parked the car, and when we got the car to the parking ranger, he was just there. He took one look at us and asked, "What did you all see or hear?" We explained what happened, and he told us that he had stopped a man that he thought was a Union soldier reenactor. He had told him he wasn't allowed on the battlefield after dark. He said the man smiled and with a shrug carried on. He said he was about to stop him again when the soldier walked through a tree and disappeared. We went back to the hotel, and the next morning as we were eating our breakfast in the dining area before checkout, me and my mother and brother heard a bugle playing. But no one else in the dining area seemed to hear it. It was all a bunch of strange events. But we did go back, and we had even more experiences the second time. We have several pictures where you can clearly see soldiers on horseback and soldiers around different spots on the battlefield. I may upload pictures if I can, if you get a chance. It's a great place for history and the paranormal. Could my childhood home have actually been haunted? So I grew up in a small town of Hot Springs, South Dakota. I lived there until I was about 5. We lived in a small 3-bedroom house that was built in the 1800s. I remember vividly many strange things that happened. My parents do also. I remember once I was sitting on the couch in the living room and was about to go into my room to grab a toy. The room was to the left of my front door walking in, and there was a faint light cast on the bedroom wall from the street lamp outside. The curtains were closed, so it was kind of a fuzzy but semi-bright glow. As I was walking towards a room, a shadow of a man started to cross through the light. I thought it was a shadow from someone walking in the street. However, as I looked at it, this man waved at me. It felt like it looked right at me. It was completely harmless. It didn't really scare me as it seemed friendly, and I was a young kid at the time who didn't really know what ghosts were. I remember that so clearly. I once got a lava lamp, a real fancy tall yellow one. I loved it so much. Except one night I was sleeping on the top bunk of my bed. I had my own bunk bed. I heard a loud bang. I looked down, and the lava lamp is sitting perfectly upright in the middle of the room on the floor. It was unplugged from the wall, and it turns out that lamp broke. My parents still blame me. I know what I saw, and I can't explain how it ended up where it did, or the way that it did, or ended up where it did. Everybody's going to hate me for screwing up. But I continue. I know what I saw, and I can't explain how it ended up where it did, upright without any obvious damage. It just never turned back on, and it was weird. It made me so sad. There was one time I saw a chandelier-looking orb thing come out of the wall at night. It floated into my bed and then to my blanket and got pulled back a little. That was all that happened. But it scared me enough to get my parents. There was nothing off in my room, but it was a weird occurrence. The house had an old mudroom near the back connected to the kitchen. It was open to the outside, and that's where our dogs would sleep. We had 3 dogs, a young golden retriever, rather dumb but harmless, a young Italian greyhound, and another young furry dog that I forgot the breed of. I walked outside during the day once, and I heard a voice coming from a vent. All 3 of the dogs lined up and sat down. The voice was speaking to them. It sounded like a really old woman with a rough voice, speaking past me and to the dogs. Like I had no idea it was there, if that makes sense. I can't remember what it said, but it asked the dogs questions, and they all barked at the same time as an answer. It was truly bizarre. It scared the piss out of me. I ran to get my dad, and he brushed it off, but it was weird. Maybe it was a dream, though. Another time, on my 4th birthday, I got this awesome SpongeBob balloon. One of the foil ones from the store. I woke up at night to the balloon pressing pretty hard against the ceiling. It was slowly dragging across it toward the door. But it was moving like a snail. It scared me so much I ran and got my parents, and obviously they were pissed since it was in the middle of the night, but my dad got up to check anyways. He actually saw the same thing. Watched the balloon pull itself under the door frame and into the living room. That scared the shit out of him. He immediately popped it and threw it away. He and I still remember that to this day. Can't explain it. My parents said that they encountered many weird things as well. I had a little toy that would talk if you pressed buttons. And they said every time that they would walk into the room, the toy would say, "Hello there," which happened if you pressed a button. And when they left, it would say, "Goodbye, friend." They hated that toy. My grandma had the same thing happen to her and hated it too. It was not motion activated or anything. That furry dog I was talking about earlier would also growl a good amount at night. Parents found it locked in the closet multiple times. No idea how the dog got in there, but it did. That dog ended up attacking me one day, nearly ripping my eye out. I usually put it down, but I found it strange how that was the only dog that ever growled for no reason and got locked into random closets. I know that's a lot of stuff, but it's all very clear to me. I know I was young, but there are such clear memories. My parents can sort of back me up with the weird things that happened. The house also had the previous owner die in it before they bought it. It's not unusual for the area, as it's a pretty old town. So many people died all over in many houses. I personally think that whatever was in there was totally harmless and wanted to protect me. My very young sister at the time, nothing was ever done to harm us. But with the friendly wave and the communication through the toy, the way it sort of locked up the dog that eventually attacked me and broke a possible dangerous lamp is kind of soothing to think back to. I wanted to share these memories and ask if, well, stuff seems believable. I know I was really young, so it might not be real. It found me again, and I shot it. A little bit more information. A few people said that a different gun might help, so I got a Glock, because reliability was a recurring topic. I also got that gun in a magazine blessed by a priest, because many others said religion would help. I didn't force him to, he was all for it and called it a personal crusade. I also got a personalized grip with some scripture on it, put a cross on the slide and a magazine. I also kept a Bible and a rosary just for my car. So me and my buddy were on our way home from a party at my mother's house at around 1:32-ish. I went down the same direction I went before. Oh yeah, I wasn't alone this time either. Anyway, we were just driving and joking around like any other night. and once we got to a certain point, there was a heavy fog, much like before. So obviously, I slowed down a bit. We drove normally for a bit after that, with much less conversation because of the fog. Then the turns started again. My buddy, who we're going to call DJ, mentioned the turns, and then I mentioned the story that he laughed at me about before. Never believed after that. He was pretty serious, and we didn't joke around anymore. We went up an incredibly steep hill that just kept going up there, where turns both sharp and wide, but we kept going upwards the entire time, at least 20 minutes. About 15 minutes into the climb, DJ started to pray. We're both religious. I'd handed him the rosary I kept in the car, and he took out the Bible I keep there too. After that, we stopped moving up and the road flattened out. After going straight for a bit, there was pretty much another very tight turn. Felt the hair stand up all over my body and drew the Glock from where I kept it. DJ saw and drew his as well. As we round the corner, I slow down even more, barely crawling forward. The corner ends, and that thing is there, in the road, crouched, just like before. DJ says something, but I don't know what. I just stopped the car. We're farther back than where it was the first time. This thing is just barely visible at the edge of the fog. I lean out my window and level my gun. DJ does the same, and except he opened his door and rested his gun on that. I wait for something to happen. I don't know what I was waiting for, but I didn't fire. We sit like that for maybe 2 or 3 minutes until DJ says, "The hell are we doing here, bro? Let's get the fuck out of here." He shuts his door, but keeps his gun outside the car and leveled. Get back in, put the car in reverse, and as soon as I do, that thing stands up. It didn't do it the same way as before. It was instant. There wasn't anything in between crouched and standing, like a video skipping frames. I pressed the gas and slowly moved forward and disappeared into the fog. DJ relaxes, pulls his gun inside, and lets out a kind of nervous chuckle. Back up more and turn the car around. When we get all the way around, the creature's in front of us again, closer than it was before, still facing away from us. Not gonna lie, we might have screamed like little girls, but it didn't move when we did, and I put the car back in reverse and gunned it backwards till it disappeared back into the fog. This time, DJ is screaming for me to get us the hell out of there. I say that I'm doing everything I can. After going backwards a bit, I bring the car to a stop, getting ready to turn around again. But I can hear DJ scream, and I look up. This thing is definitely facing us now, and it's coming at us, full tilt. Its mouth was open but making no noise. Its arms were spread out like it was going to try to grab the hood of the car. I lean out, just randomly pull the trigger, and it fired. I dump the whole mag, not bothering to do much in the way of aiming, and I see at least 2 holes open in its chest. Slams forward onto the pavement and crawls underneath the car. I look into the rear and I see it running. DJ leans out and tries to fire, but he doesn't. I gun it forward and just speed off. We both notice that something is making sparks out of the back of the car, but don't stop to check it. Keep driving and end up going back down the incline we came up before, about 5 minutes before. We're suddenly back on the road we were originally driving before the fog rolled in. The fog slowly dissipates over the next mile or so. Once the fog is gone, we drive for a little longer, then pull over and see what that thing knocked my muffler loose. It's dragging on the pavement. I attached some zip ties to keep it off the ground, then we left and went home. Silent the whole time, gripping steel till we walked in the door. I don't know what to do now. I just figured you guys might. At least somebody believes me now, I guess. Like before, I'll answer your questions as best I can, but I think I hear the bottle calling my name for now. Catholic School Haunting. So this account happened several years ago. I was 18 at the time. My father asked me if I wanted to make a little extra money. Of course, I said yes. He got this contract from a school for the summer to clean and get ready for the next year. He had other jobs to do, so I helped him with this one, and of course he would pay me for the work that I did. I'd worked a couple of nights with my dad, and he would tell me what to do, where to go, just to get me familiar with the school and show me what keys open what doors. So once I had that down, he would leave, go do some other work while I would stay at the school. I had a morning job, so did my dad, so we'd go later at night, like at 8 or 9, and start, depending on how quickly we did the job. It would usually be done 1 or 2 in the morning. Anyways, the school was big, 3 floors with 2 gyms and several offices and a small chapel too. There were crosses everywhere and pictures of Jesus, of course. I never felt uncomfortable. But this one night I had just finished waxing one of the gym floors. I was alone that one night. My dad would come back and pick me up later. It was around 11:30. And like I said, I'd just finished the gym. I was walking down the hallway back to the janitor room to get more supplies. That's when I heard the gym door close behind me, scaring the crap out of me. I knew I had popped the door open, but I paid no mind to it. I just went back, opened the door again, and propped it open again, making sure it wouldn't slam shut. Nothing else happened for the next half hour or so, till I heard someone call my name. It was faint at first, like at a distance. Thought it was my dad, so I waited till I heard my name being called out again. It was much clearer this time, and it did sound like my dad. I yelled back, "I'm in the office." Kept cleaning, waiting for him to come to my way, and I just waited for like 5 minutes but never came, so I dropped what I was doing and I yelled again, "Dad, I'm in the office cleaning." As I was walking down the hallway when I heard him calling from, that's when I realized it couldn't be him. Doors are locked, so no one without a key can get in. We had all the keys with me. Checked my pocket just to confirm, and sure enough, the bunch of them were there. As soon as that happened, I grabbed my cell phone and called my dad to see if he's maybe yelling from the outside in. Get a hold of him, just ask him what, finished his other job. He tells me he's just finishing up and be there in 30 minutes. My heart sank and my blood ran cold. I said, "Okay, I'll see you then," and I hung up. I tried hard not to think about it. I returned to the office to continue working. Nothing else happened that night, but I don't want to drag this on, so I'll make another post with all the creepy things that started happening while working at that school. Part 2. Aside from strange noises here and there, what really got me were the voices, specifically the mimicking of my dad's voice. The next time I heard my dad's voice, I was working one of the washrooms. I was just finishing up the mopping on the floors, and I had the door held open by a bucket. As I was exiting the bathroom and moving the bucket away from the door, I could clearly hear his voice say my name from inside the washroom. There was no way it was him. I didn't hesitate to walk right in and look for him. Opened every stall just to make sure, and of course there wasn't nobody. Like I had mentioned in my last story, this school had a small sanctuary, and in this sanctuary it had a statue of the Virgin Mary. Several pictures of Jesus on the cross. Nothing that would creep anybody out, I would think. But this one time when I was repolishing the seats, I could swear someone or something was watching me. I was unsettled. I kept looking behind me, never seeing anybody there. But I did notice one thing. The statue was in a slightly different position than before. Believe me or not, I know it had been moved. Originally, the Virgin Mary had her head positioned downward. It was to the right of her shoulders, eyes closed. But when I saw her eyes opened, one of the times I looked behind me, I knew something was different. Not only that, but her head was more raised and centered, as if she was looking right at me. I was so uncomfortable and just plain freaked out about it that I dropped what I was doing and left. There's no way I was going back there. I did tell my dad, and I didn't want to go back there. Every time I walked by there, I can hear the organ that was in there playing. That was only after the statue occurrence happened. Now, it could have been automatic, but I kept telling myself that I wasn't going to check. Started bringing my MP3 with me and listening to my own music. Of course, I told my dad about the strange happenings, and he never did question it. Asked him if anything similar had ever happened, and he would say he would hear noises and people talking as well. But he would just brush it off and keep working. On the last day that I would work there, my father and I finished up and started making sure all the doors were locked. We started to head to the main entrance, held the door open while my dad started inputting security codes. When he finished and closed and headed my way, he closed the door and we both heard the organ just blasting. startled the both of us. It was so loud it echoed through the halls. Stood there for just a second, turned around, making our way back to the car. I was so relieved that I would never set foot inside that school ever again. Lady in Purple. I'm pretty sure I saw a ghost, just for a little bit of context though. I live and was born in England, but I'm Italian. My family owned property in Italy. We used to drive over from England to Italy for the summer school holidays mostly. One of these years we went to Emilia Romagna, which is where my granddad's village is situated. Whilst driving through, we decided to visit the local castle, the Castle of Bardi. It must have been anything from 6 or 7 years, the castle from what I remember as staff, and it's more of a museum. I'm not going to go in and out of the details, I'm just going to keep it really brief. Whilst in the castle, we walked around all the halls. We saw all the normal castle stuff, like torture equipment, old paintings, and museum curiosities from the area. My mom read the little information boards to me about the castle, which I didn't really listen to, and as a kid, I only wanted to see knights' armor and weapons. Wandered off a bit from my mom, but no more than a round corner of one of the corridors. From what I remember, the corridors were bright and well lit. It was just a normal corridor, nothing special. Not like a bedroom or a creepy cella. Just a long, fancy corridor. This is when I saw a woman walking toward me. She wasn't directly heading toward me, she was just walking down the corridor towards where I just came. She was walking at some pace as if she was late to something. For a split second I saw nothing wrong with this until I really looked at her. She wasn't see-through or smoky or anything like that. If that would have been the case, I would have definitely run off screaming. Her skin was super white and had a yellow tinge. Big dark purple bags under her eyes. Her eye bags looked more like bruises, purple and black in color. She looked really sick. It was like how old horror movies depict people raising from the dead. She was wearing really strange attire, too. It's like she was dressed in a medieval-style purple dress with a high collar. There's nothing modern about this dress. Her clothes weren't like goth clothes or some eccentric style, that she was definitely in period clothes. She went almost past me and she stared directly at me. She looked annoyed, but not at me, just like she was pissed off and happened to see me. She held her gaze for longer than you would look at a stranger, as if she was shocked that I could see her or was gobsmacked by how rude I was being. Of course, I don't know why she looked at me like that, but it did seem that she was not happy. She then walked off down the corridor and out of sight. I then went to find my mom and told her about the whole situation. She just said, must have been an actor. She then just carried on walking, and the woman in the purple dress must have had to pass her. The fact she didn't seem spooked at all made me kind of forget about it. I didn't think anything of the situation for years. It was actually about 5 years ago, 15 years from this event, that I was talking about what happened. I wasn't necessarily saying I saw a ghost, just kind of retelling what I saw. My mom just stopped and looked really uncomfortable and said, "What?" She went on to explain that, she remembered from that day. She said I came to her really upset and scared of a lady in purple that I saw. She then said, just as I remembered, that she believed there must have been actors. My mom then went on to explain as we were leaving that she spoke to the reception staff. She asked if there were any actors or some kind of show going on, and they said no. She then mentioned what I had just seen to the staff. The staff member then replied with something like, "Yeah, people see stuff here," in kind of a really casual manner. She never mentioned this to me at the time, and she she knew it would freak me out. She didn't bother mentioning it to my dad as he's super cynical. She also didn't tell any of my siblings, and she didn't want to upset them. Years later, I'm thinking about it now. Keep listening to supernatural and paranormal audiobooks on YouTube like the ones from Let's Read. I still don't know what I saw. Never had that type of imagination as a kid, and I never had imaginary friends or suffered a hallucination. I have a good imagination, but never anything like this. Looking into the castle's history, there have been ghost sightings there before. Who knows? The ghost that wanders is apparently a male in armor. That's a bit of a pun. The apparition I saw while being on safety patrol. This happens in Bowie, Maryland, near Bel Air Mansion. I was 9, and this happened in 1991. I was in 4th grade, and a safety patrol for Tulip Grove Elementary. I'd lived in the area for maybe only a year at this point, and I did know of the rumors that the mansion was haunted. The grounds around the mansion, not so much. My patrol post was Tapered Lane, and it was close to the mansion. My responsibility as a safety patrol was simple. Cross kids across Tapered Lane, make sure they're behaving themselves, and tell kids to get off the grass at people's homes. The mansion and my patrol post were both on a hill. The mansion was across the street from my post on Tulip Grove Drive, which was a more major road than Tapered. In the mornings, I kind of crossed kids going from the direction of Bel Air Drive that were headed to the school. In the afternoons, I crossed them going vice versa. My experience was in the morning. It was sunny. A group of students arrived to be crossed. I hold out my arms as if I'm trying to make a T with my body. I look towards the right where Tapered continues. I look towards the left where Tulip Grove Drive is. I look behind me toward the direction of the mansion and Bel Air Drive. All of this is to make sure no cars are coming before crossing the kids. I look ahead of me just to make sure no cars are coming up from the direction of the school. I see a kid about my age then scurrying up the hill. It was on the property of the house that was on the corner of Tapered Lane. He had brown hair and blue eyes. Considering I've been a shorty even then, I assumed he was slightly taller than me. He had freckles, he wore a shirt that resembled a sailor's uniform, and had navy shorts on that went nearly to his knees. He was on the grass through someone's yard. As I crossed the kid, since all the roads were clear of cars, I yelled at the kid to get off the grass. He vanished before it was done saying get off the grass, and I was perplexed. Did he just vanish in front of me? Nah, there's a big shrubbery on the corner of the yard in this house. I normally place my backpack in front of it, at least when I was patrolling it that afternoon. I looked behind me to make sure there wasn't any kids coming, and I crossed Tapered Lane to look behind the shrub. My thought was, he ducked behind the shrub, though I thought the bush at the time. To avoid me yelling at him, I checked behind the shrub and he wasn't there. Okay, next thought I had was he decided to run down the hill towards the school to avoid me reprimanding him. So I looked down the hill where I could see the kids I just crossed. However, I couldn't see him. I didn't see anyone running, and the thing is this kid would have stood out because, well, it was too cool to wear shorts. Everyone was wearing jackets and pants. I went back across Tapered and pondered. I didn't see him with the kids I just crossed, or even running ahead of them. I didn't see him behind the shrub, and I didn't see him across Tulip Grove. He really would have gotten in trouble. We did have a crossing guard down there to cross kids across that street. He didn't come up my way as I was crossing the kids, and he didn't go down Tapered. However, my mind kept pointing out, you saw him vanish as he was going up the small hill on that person's lawn. My rational kept saying there's no way someone would vanish into thin air. Here's the thing, and it's something I've struggled to come to terms with for 32 years now. I saw this boy in full frontal view. I didn't see this out of the corner of my eye, and he was solid. He wasn't see-through. I literally saw a solid-looking being vanish in front of me in full frontal view. And even after all this time, I don't know how to process that. Now, being into history, I learned that his attire was from the Victorian era. I also purchased a book that talked about the history of the mansion and the surrounding area, so I was hoping to pinpoint who I saw or who may have been in what accident in what area this would have happened in. I was aware of some deaths. Unfortunately, the records of people living at that mansion between the time of the Taskers and the Woodworks living there wasn't really well kept, so I still have no clue who that boy could have been. This experience didn't scare me, it just made me go, what the? A lot. It still does. I think if anybody saw a fully solid person vanish right in front of them, they'd feel the same way. I'd have to agree with you. Dark negative energy. Mass above me while lying in bed. Last night I was getting ready for bed as I lay down and I was finishing up a YouTube video that I was watching. Hopefully it'll be my new YouTube channel that's popping up soon. When I finished, I leaned over to the side of my bed and plugged in my phone after setting my alarm for the morning. When I rolled back over to have my nightly prayer, I noticed a black mass over my body. It was a black fog that was partially transparent, but it felt heavy and had a density to it. It felt like very negative energy, like a mass floating above me. I immediately sat up on my bed and I noticed that I started to feel high, as if I'd taken a drug or something. It felt like a head rush and it kept getting stronger and stronger. At the time, I noticed multiple different frequencies started ringing in my ears very loudly. There's at least 3 different pitched frequencies. I was hearing these things ringing in my ears. And no, it wasn't just my tinnitus picking up. I have tinnitus, my ears ring 24/7 at the same pitch every single day, so I'm very aware of that. This was multiple different frequencies. They were layered on top of one another. It almost felt as if something was trying to make contact with me. I decided to turn on the light in my room and use the bathroom because I have a bad habit of slamming water before I go to bed. Checked both the doors to make sure that they were locked, got back to my bedroom to lay down again and see if the energy was still there. As soon as I turned off the lights again and I lay down in my bed, I felt the same negative energy vacating my room. By the way, at this point, and also while I was going to the bathroom and walking around my house, the loud ringing in my ears continued and hadn't stopped. I also said to myself as I was walking to the bathroom, what the fuck is this noise? If there's anything trying to contact me, I can't hear what you're saying. And this is just annoying and doesn't feel good. I feel sick from this. And this is only disturbing me and not making any sense, so please stop. So there I was laying down for a second time and still feeling almost sick, but with loud noises in my ear and feeling a negative energy in my room. That's when I started to pray. I asked for God's help. I repeated over and over that we don't allow any negative energy in this house, and we only allow love and positivity in this house, and everything other than that needs to leave at once. I repeated this for maybe 5 or 10 times, and I also envisioned a white light in my head beaming all around the room. I envisioned every room in the house, and shining a white light through the entire thing while I sort of continued chanting for anything negative to leave. I was also looking and asking for God to rid anything negative. As I envisioned this white light beaming through the house, the color white in my head would get brighter and brighter and feel stronger and stronger. After that 5 to 10 minutes of everything, it just completely shifted. It felt lighter. The negativity was gone. I didn't feel nauseous anymore, and there was finally silence in my ears. I knew that my efforts had finally worked. And then after a few more minutes, I started to feel warmth and good energy in the room. It made me feel safe and welcoming to fall asleep. That's when I finally felt like I was safe. One last detail I just remembered is that I have our house washer and dryer in my room. It's the only hookup spot. Fucking annoying. My roommate was in my room yesterday doing kind of laundry. I was going to have a talk with him later today, and I asked him if he was having any negative thoughts or energy around him while he was in the room where I was sleeping while he was doing the laundry. Because I can't control his energy before he goes to my room, but I can have a talk with him about it for the next time. I know this probably sounds crazy, but I've been having experiences like this my entire life, and I'm now 28 years old. When I was a kid, I remember hearing voices and seeing shadows all the time at the relative's house. Throughout my adult life, I've had extremely similar situations to the ones I've just described here. That's why I knew I had to ask God to help and envision a white light over my house. Earlier in life, I would have just given up and fallen asleep with the negativity in the room feeling scared. But since this has happened multiple times, I now know the steps I need to take in order to rid negative energy in my room. I've lived in multiple states, Michigan, Tennessee, and Florida. As of the last 10 years, I've had the craziest and most reoccurring experiences while living in Tennessee. And secondly, in Michigan, but almost none in Florida, which is interesting. As I lived alone in Florida and always had roommates while in the other states. So maybe it does have something to do with other people's energy, and maybe I'm just more sensitive to it. Has anyone had a similar experience to this? And like I said, similar things have been happening to me for the better part of my life, and every time I tell my friends or family about it, they can't relate to me. My experience. I was a freshman in college in Tallahassee, Florida during 2017-2018 school year. Let me preface this by saying I never believed in the supernatural or paranormal prior to my experience there. So the summer after my high school graduation, many of my friends had to take a mandatory summer term as a sort of orientation at FSU. I went to the community college to transfer, so I didn't have to. I went to visit for a weekend to kind of get a feel for the city before I moved up to the fall. While I was staying in my friend's, soon-to-be roommate's dorm room, he woke me up on his way to the morning class, so I figured I would take a walk around the campus. When I entered the stairwell, I noticed the initials TB written on the window like somebody would with their finger against morning dew. Figured it was some type of tradition that kids did, so I tried to write my own initials, except I couldn't because they were written from the outside. That was the third floor of a stairwell. Didn't know anything about Ted Bundy besides him being a serial killer. No clue his killings were in the Tallahassee or that there were really ghost stories attached either. Fast forward to the fall semester and we lived in a house just across San Luis Park, which was like a nature trail attached to a historic mission from the 1800s. The whole trail is a complete circle with paths that branch off toward the center if you know how to cut through quicker, except for one spot where there's a perfect fork in the road. I remember being with two of my roommates walking our dog along the trail when we came across it. We stood there for a minute and decided which way to go, but I looked up and there was a Grim Reaper doll sitting on the tree branch about 30 or 40 feet up in the air. Thought nothing of it at the time, and as I looked, it could have been just like a Halloween decoration. Why someone would go through all the trouble to put it up there, I haven't the slightest idea. I just mean the tree stood about 15 feet behind the fork with thick brush in between. Then Hurricane Irma hit us. When I got back to Tallahassee, the first thing I did was go down the trail to see if it was still really a walkable trail. I arrived at the fork and noticed the tree is still there, but the Grim Reaper isn't. So I decided to look around a little bit for it. It took me about 5 minutes. And I was about to give up, but right when I told my roommate, "Dude, where the fuck is it?" I look up and there it is. Not lying on the ground, but sitting perfectly upright on a branch that had been knocked off clean the tree. Again, I didn't believe in the paranormal, so I took it home with me. Figured it would make a nice addition to the house. And boy did it. The roommate in the master bedroom was the resident stoner of the house, so we would always kind of partake in our herbs and wax in there. One day I was out of class early and home before anybody else. Went in there to roll up. As I'm rolling, I noticed the box fan on the right stand starting rocking back and forth a little, and my instinct was to call his dog. He was downstairs the whole time. I My next thought was, did a rat just run by and hit the power cord? Got down on my hands and knees, face against the floor, and scanned the whole room, and nothing. His bed was raised, his dressers were raised, I could see the whole floor from where I was, and I was alone. As I'm getting up and walking back to the table, I hear something, so I turn around. Something pushed the door open, and I still don't know what it is. A few months go by and not much happened in between, but I do remember looking in the woods directly adjacent to our house, the trails where I found the doll on the opposite side of the street. There were decades-old beer cans and plastic bottles. I found an old sword sitting there, so I took it home because who doesn't want a sword, right? Right. Now, it's the end of spring semester, and we're all getting ready to move out. This is when the weird stuff starts happening. A ton of shit that was going to get thrown out, so we got the sword out and started doing what guys do best. Sure as shit, the decrepit old thing breaks right off the hilt, but that wasn't really going to stop us. One of my friends grabbed the bare blade and basically cut his palm open while he was messing with it. Go back inside and sit up on the counter next to the sink while we put pressure on the cut to stop the bleeding. It wasn't a nasty gash that needed stitches, but he ended up going completely limp and pretty much falling over, banging his head on a cabinet. Woke up shaking and covered in sweat. He isn't hemophobic, but he's definitely, didn't lose that much blood, so it was just kind of a weird thing. Now it's move-out time. Everything was put into a U-Haul, and we were sleeping on bedrolls in the living room for our last night. There were 6 of us, plus 3 friends from back home. We're all waiting downstairs for the Ubers to show up and take us to the bars. While we're waiting, there's a loud boom from upstairs. It was directly above us, coming from the master bedroom. It sounded like a bowling ball had rolled off from the bed. Went upstairs to check it, but the room was empty. Nobody in it. Nothing in it. Everything was in the U-Haul already. It was an empty room. Figured it was the ghost's way of saying, bye guys, thanks for being good sports. It's been 7 years, and that noise still haunts me to this day. Just like this accidental accent from my friend from Tallahassee that I'm poorly displaying right now. Knock it off me. The Ghost Brother. This happened to me when I moved to Bangalore with my master's degree. I stayed at an Air Force hostel, and the Air Force providing accommodation for the children of its personnel. Let me describe the hostel setup. There were 4 buildings, 2 of which were horizontally adjacent to each other. The above is a top view of the hostel building, with G representing the building for girls and B for boys. My room, G1, was the second to last toward the B1 building. A dot represents a large banyan tree in the middle of the compound, which covered all 4 buildings. Because most defense campuses have lush greenery, the hostel stayed cool. The girls' buildings were extra secure with barbed wire and CCTV, and nobody could enter or leave after 9 p.m. Here's an idea of my room. My bed was placed next to the door and window, with the washroom opposite the side. The hostel buildings were 2-story buildings. My room was on the ground floor. The floor plan consisted of a long balcony in front of rooms in a single row. Now let me share my experience. This incident took place in July when the college session had ended. Not many people were around, and my roommate hadn't arrived yet. I was undergoing the counseling and college section process at that time. This basically meant I didn't have any classes to attend yet. Most of my days were spent watching Netflix true crime documentaries or YouTube true crime or short horror films. A few people in the hostel had some semester-end exams left, so they were there, but mostly the hostels were empty. As usual that day, I was binge-watching some series. When it was around 3 a.m., I suddenly started hearing someone walking on the first-floor corridor. At first, I was quite unbothered, but the footsteps got heavier over time. Meanwhile, I heard that somebody from the first-floor corridor balcony dragging a heavy metal object on the floor as well. I was annoyed at this point, but went out to ask the other girl whom I knew would walk around at night rather, and walk more quietly, maybe. However, I've never heard her walk around like this, at this hour at least, before. Went out to my corridor balcony and peeped up, but no one was there. So I come back in and thought to myself that it was probably something related to the video I was watching and rewound to check. Now for context, I don't like light in my room, so my room's light was off. But the washroom's light was on, casting a dim light. From the corner of my eye, I saw the silhouette of a manly figure standing there, holding some kind of metal chair in his hand. Immediately, I switched on the light in my room, and right after that, I heard the same sound of someone walking and dragging something just outside my room on my corridor balcony. I tried checking for my window, which is right above my bed, but no one was there. At this point, I thought to myself that all this was in my mind, and it was playing tricks on me. Never given much thought to the paranormal, and this couldn't be something of that sort. I do know there's negative energy and positive energy, but I'd never thought about the paranormal. So I kept my laptop aside and went to sleep, telling myself that I'd had enough crime and blood for one day. The next day I went to my friend's room, and the girl who sometimes walked at night was there too, but it was never past 12 o'clock that she would walk in the corridor. I asked the girl if it was her who was walking at 3 in the morning, but her reply left me wondering what could have been happening the night before. She told me she went to bed by 10 because she had an exam the next morning. My friend asked me what happened. I told them I heard somebody walking and dragging some heavy metal object last night. That's when my friend told me the story of the ghost brother. Apparently, in Building B1, there lived a boy his room was the last toward the G1 building. He had a twin sister who used to live in my room, and her roommate was his girlfriend. This guy was a national-level basketball player and was absolutely fit and fine. It was routine for the sister to wake her brother up every day by calling him, but that day he didn't respond to her rings. The whole day passed and even his roommate didn't bother him, thinking that he needed time to recover. But when even at 8:30 p.m. the guy didn't pick up his sister's call, she asked his friends to check on him and get him out of the room. After many attempts to call him and get him to open the door, the other boys broke the door and found him no more. Fortunately, he had been rejected by the one he loved and committed suicide. Since then, people have heard him walking around, and the girls who stayed in my room before experienced strange noises, and in the corner of their eye would see someone standing in their room. Ask Reddit. I'm a female and I was traveling in a different country. I knew no one in the city. I ended up meeting someone one afternoon who offered to show me around the following night. I suppose I should have called it quits there, but I guess I was naive to the scenario. He seemed quite pleasant at the time and didn't give me any bad vibes. The following night comes, and as I'm waiting for him to show up, I run into an elderly lady who's clearly very distressed. I ask if she's okay. She tells me she desperately needs to get home and give her son medication, that her car just broke down. No problem. The guy arrives and I ask if we can take her. He obliges. It's not a big deal, nor is it far away, so we drop her off and she's so grateful. We continue to drive around the city until we reach a bar. We have one drink, and long story short, he invites me back to his place for a drink. Again, I probably should have said yes, but he swears to me that he'll drop me back off where he picked me up earlier. Fine. We arrive at his house, which is actually a shed with a makeshift pull-out couch and TV. Trying to be polite, I stay for a drink and say I want to go back now. He tells me that he's too drunk to drive and won't be doing that. I say, okay, no problem. What's a number for a taxi I can call? He instantly gets furious and proceeds to tell me what he's going to call his friend, his ride or die, to sort this out. He calls his friend and I'm starting to panic. Pick up my things and the bottle of wine and he asks what I'm going to do with it. Assumes I'm greedy and taking it home. I really don't say anything. But in fact, I'm thinking I'm going to hit him over the head with it if I need to while I back up slowly to the door. I make my escape. At find that I'm down a side road which is dimly lit. Can't even tell which way is out, and there's not many houses around. I hear traffic, so I start running toward it. It's my only chance I have, so no idea if you followed me out. I don't dare look back. I'm running for my life and thankfully end up at a gas station and I run inside panting. I ask if they can call me a cab. As the clerk's about to call, though, I see one pull up. I run up to him because I'm looking to get the hell out of Dodge. He lets me in, but first wants to confirm that I have money. I show him my cash and he starts driving. He tells me that there's a jail not too far away and a lot of recently released citizens will walk to the gas station, get a cab, and then jump out when it's time to pay. I tell him that's not my case. We proceed to where I want to go. I didn't realize just how far out of the city I was. Staying on a boat at the time, so I was dropped off at the water's edge. I'm leaving out a bit of info to summarize the story, so the next problem arises. How do I get back to the boat? It's an anchor, or rather at anchor. It's too far and too dark to swim. The water taxi's not running, and now no one on board's awake. I'm ugly crying at this point because my adrenaline just wore off and I just want to be back in a safe place. That's when I hear a little voice. Do you know where I can get some wine at this time of night? I look up and a middle-aged lady is sitting outside by a brick wall. She's underneath a street light in a blue milk crate. Tell her I don't know where to buy wine at this hour, but we can certainly drink mine. We drink it together and she tries to call me a water taxi even though we both know there's no chance. Then she tells me to use her phone to dial the captain. Thankfully he picks up and he'll be on his way in a few minutes. While we waited, she gave me a cinnamon-smelling candle out of her purse. She says that she just feels like I should have it. She shows me a recent picture of her nice camera of her wedding of her dog. I see the captain arrive and I thank her immensely, then say goodbye. I have no idea what she was doing there or why she was out in the middle of the night, but she was so incredibly comforting. Comforting. Can't even describe it. It was as if she was put there in the exact right place at the exact right time. She didn't ask why I was upset. She just kept me positive and comforted me as best as she could. It's so incredibly random, I know. I've since matured and learned my lesson. I don't remember her name, but I do remember where we sat, and what her wedding photos looked like. I will forever be so incredibly grateful for her presence. Enter the realm of wonder and mystery with us at Paranormal M. Subscribe now and activate notifications to dive deep into the enigmatic tales that await. Get ready to explore the unexplained like never before. He came to say goodbye to me. In total, we were 4 brothers. The 2 oldest, P and C, they were children from my father's first marriage. My other brother and I, B and A, are adopted. My parents were 18 years apart. My father had 2 older brothers very young, and they adopted us when he was approximately 50 years old. I was a baby. P was our father's firstborn and the most similar to him. Not only were they so similar in appearance, they had the same kindness and the same honest smile that transmitted tranquility and peace. B and I were never close to P and C, at least in the sense that we didn't see them often because they were much older than us. They already had their lives made up and independent. But they loved us from day one. They never discriminated against us or made us feel less for being adopted, and not being blood or half-blood brothers. They saw us as their brothers, and they loved us as such. When I was 12 years old in 2009, P was traveling on a plane with a fairly well-known European airline. That was along with his wife. They'd gotten married a year or so ago, and this would be their honeymoon trip. Due to their work in NGO, they couldn't leave before. Unfortunately, due to human error, they say the plane had a malfunction and fell. nobody survived. Fell. My brother's body was never recovered. His wife's was. Curiously, my dad once told me that P wanted his ashes. The day he died, he wanted them thrown into the sea. All of this was before and after in my family. My parents had separated shortly before, and this ended up plunging my father into extreme depression. Over the years, he recovered a little, at least to a more normal life, but I know he never got over that pain. For me, from my experience and my point of view, was hard. It was sad and strange. My father was well known in our country, and he sometimes appeared on television to talk about what he knew about his industry and work. This led to all the news and radio stations and newspaper talking about the accident, mentioning my family, my father, and P. It was something that lasted a long time, and I couldn't even go to school without being accused of this. It was a bit strong for me, considering my age. I'm mourned the loss of my older brother alone, and I was always lonely and never cried in front of others. Shortly after all of this, we had to move into a small loft. Maybe a year after my brother died, I dreamt about it. I'm not a person who dreams often, or at least remembers, but this dream was so real that to this day it remains engraved in my memory. In this dream, P was in front of the exit door of a loft where he was living at the time. He smiled calmly and was at peace. Until that moment, I felt that he was forgetting his face, even though he saw it in photos. Background was all white, such a bright white. It didn't hurt my eyes. P opened the door, giving me one last look and smile, and walked off that way, and at that moment I woke up. Never felt so much peace as I did in that moment. I thought it was just a dream, that maybe I was just thinking about it a lot without really realizing it. About a year and a half go by. I never told anybody about this dream. One night I accompanied B to his girlfriend's house. I stayed talking to his mother while they left, and for some reason the lady started talking about people who were no longer in this world, and out of nowhere, literally, she told me, "When you dream about a loved one who died, and you see that everything around you is white, it means that that person came to say goodbye and to tell you that he's now at peace." I was so surprised that I couldn't even answer him. I didn't tell him anything, and to this day I don't really tell the story except here. Since that dream, I never dreamt of P again. I was always a person sensitive to paranormal things. Feeling presences or auras, it's strange, at least for me. My father passed away recently due to natural causes, and I'm glad he lived a long life, but I know he hasn't found peace yet. I feel his presence. I feel that something isn't letting him leave peacefully. I feel like he's taking care of me. I'm still his little princess. The only thing I wish is that Dad was able to meet P, and I hope he comes to say goodbye to me when he finds peace. I dream about my father a lot, but the white light is never there. Maybe one day I'll dream of him with that smile and that expression of peace. Maybe, just maybe, he'll come to say goodbye. Spooky doggo in the woods. I'm relatively new to Reddit, but I wanted to share this story. I hadn't really thought of it before. When I was young, I was a very awkward kid. I had a lot of difficulty making and keeping friends. I spent most of my time hiking outside of my hometown in the Angeles Nationalist Forest. National. I lived with my grandmother in the town of Wrightwood. I would spend most of my nights out camping, claiming to be going on small trips with my Boy Scout troop, when in reality I would just take my backpacking tent and find a nice secluded canyon to sleep in. Whenever I would sleep in the canyon, I would have strange but comforting dreams, where my childhood dog Shelby Lynn would come find me in the woods, huddle up in my sleeping bag to stay warm, and just sort of talk to her throughout the night about my woes and my accomplishments. It always felt surreal when I woke up and she wasn't there. so I tried to go back as often as possible just so I could see her again. All the way up until I turned 16. I stopped coming to the mountains as often because I was spending a lot of time with my girlfriend down in the high desert. One day, about a year into our relationship, I decided to take her hiking up to my favorite canyon. About halfway up, she slipped and badly twisted her ankle. It was swollen to the size of a grapefruit. I asked her to let me carry her back down, or at least let me tear off a piece of my shirt to use as a sling. She refused, so we continued down. About 10 minutes into our hike down, she said she saw something. I asked her what it was, and she said she didn't know, just movement in her peripherals. Then about 5 seconds later, something scared her so badly she almost fell again. Took her back home and we treated her ankle with a sling and a compression wrap. To this day, she still refuses to acknowledge what happened, and I think perhaps that's for the best. When I was 17, we eventually broke up. My mother had gotten into an accident drinking and driving, and she was forcing to kind of move into her grandparents'. We couldn't really keep up a long-distance relationship. I continued going to the mountains for 2 relationships and 2 more years. But I never brought somebody up to the mountains with me during that time. I simply spent half my free time with my boyfriend or girlfriend, and the other half in the mountains, dreaming of my childhood dog and bliss. When I was 19, I met a girl who really understood me as a person. Foolishly, I thought that she meant that, she might understand what was happening to me in those mountains. I told her all about my dreams and all about what happened to my first ex. She wanted to try to see for herself. We left at about 8 p.m. and arrived at base of my favorite canyon at about 9. My then girlfriend and I went hiking up with a flashlight. We had some camping gear too, hoping to spend the night. We spent a good 20 minutes setting up at the site. That's where I cleared all the flammables in about a 5-foot radius and started cooking in my jet boil. We had some dinner, although I can't remember what we ate. I think it was Uncle Ben's rice and some bread. Then we decided to walk around some more. About 20 minutes into this hike, she stopped dead in her tracks. She had seen something moving, just like my first ex. She looked at me and asked me if I saw it too, and I hadn't. Then she took another look, let out a small whisper of a scream. She grabbed me and asked me to take her back to our camp so we could leave. Later, she described to me a scraggly, dark, long-haired dog that looked to be about as tall as her, 5'3", covered in mange and forest debris. She told me it grinned at her and that its mouth looked almost human. She begged me to never go back there again. She told me whatever was up there wasn't a friend, and that I should never have let that into my life in the first place. I believed her at the time, 5 years out of that forest. And 1 year out of our rocky relationship, I missed the forest more than anything else. I missed my dreams, and I missed the feelings of ease and bliss I got from being there. I want almost more than anything to go back there and spend a night, just to feel like that again. Safe, comfortable, and carefree. Should I go back? Maybe just for one night. Or was she right? Is there something here that's dangerous? And if so, why has it never seemed dangerous to me? Why do I feel safest when I'm there? I'd go there. But I'm 2 glasses of wine deep. Shadow person. I've lived in 2 houses here in Sweden since I moved there in 2006. There is the one that I currently live in now, and the one I lived in for the first 12 years I lived in Sweden. In the last post I made about the last house, I talked about the footsteps I experienced. Today will be only about the only visual experience I ever had while living in that house. Now, to point out, I didn't experience much activity when I visited the house prior to moving to Sweden in 2006. I didn't experience much after I moved in. It wasn't until 7 years later that I began to experience activity. That's because that's when my first kid was born. 18 months later, my second child was born. There's a theory that children can cause paranormal activity to increase because they have loads of energy which spirits need to help them manifest. A quick background. This last house that we lived in had been my significant other's grandfather's house. My significant other inherited the house after his grandfather died. By the way, his grandfather died in the house as well as the first owner. They both died in their sleep. They were over 90, and thus begins my experience. It was 4:30 in the morning. There's 3 bedrooms in the house, 2 downstairs and 1 upstairs. One downstairs was for the kids. The other was us, and the one upstairs had been reserved as a guest house. However, the kids and I would sometimes sleep up in that room because it was freezing downstairs. We had a pellet burner, and sometimes the damn thing didn't work right or just ran out of pellets, which I would fill up in the morning as I'd have to go heft up 16-kilogram bags of pellets, go down the stairs to the basement. It had weak lighting in there, and no railing, which was a safer thing to do in the morning than at night. So that would be a reason why the downstairs would be freezing more than the upstairs. Upstairs was a little bit more warmer. Towards the last few months of living in that house, my significant other would sleep in the guest house. That way it wouldn't disturb us when we got up to go to work in the morning, which was early. At the time, he worked at a company that was about an hour away from where we lived. This would be the reason we would eventually move to the area that we live at now. But then, he would wake up early and leave around 4:30 to go to work. He'd have to be there by about 6 a.m. He would give himself an extra hour to chill out and shower at his job, since a lot of companies here have showers to use, especially if they're in a factory. However, sometimes he would come up and say goodbye to me before leaving. So one early morning I awoke to a shadow of someone standing over my bed. Thought initially that it was my significant other. Out of all the words I say while narrating, when I see the capital S-O, I fall over myself. My apologies. I thought initially that it was my significant other. I reached up to give him a hug and a kiss. However, as I was reaching up, I noticed that the shadow was taller than my significant other. He was about 5'4" to give you an idea. This shadow was at least 6 feet tall, and suddenly I thought it was a home intruder, so I gave it a punch. My hand went through it. Not only does my hand go through it, but the shadow disappears just as my fist did go through it. Oddly enough, I don't really recall feeling like a coldness as I did that. Had this been an honest-to-God person, I would have seen it run for the door as they escaped. My fist would have made contact, not vanish. The shadow itself didn't have any features. It reminds me of the face they have on mannequins. After this happened, I shook my head and went, ghosties are at it again. Went back to sleep immediately. I have to disclaim that I have a pretty weird reaction to paranormal activity and ghosts in general. I can sense their presence even when they aren't doing anything like moving stuff or footsteps. So when they do something like that, or what they did here, I'm not surprised by it. I just mutter, oh, ghosties, or, ghosties are at it again, and go about my day. However, the irony of me seeing that shadow person in that room, that's the room where my significant other's grandfather died in. Series of weird occurrences. I don't know what to think. So a bit of background, I moved to Lisbon, Portugal last year. I found an apartment in an old building. I think it was built in like 1890. I live by myself, and I've never had a supernatural experience before this. All these events happened over the course of a 10-month period. But I think if I just bullet point everything that happened in chronological order, it would probably be most simple. 1. I was in the bathroom and I hear a bang in the kitchen. I go out and see that my bananas that were on the kitchen shelf had fallen onto the floor. Hadn't touched anything in the kitchen for a couple of hours, but I figured they may have just unbalanced and fallen. 2. I'm working at my desk in the living room and the mug in front of me starts moving by itself, and then even changes direction and starts moving toward me. My reaction was actually like, this is cool, what's happening? I initially thought that was due to maybe condensation trail from the mug, but when I picked up the mug, it's bone dry. Like I had had a cup of tea the day before and not cleaned it up yet. I tried banging the desk, but I couldn't get the mug to move at all. 3. I woke up and saw a girl at the end of my bed. A girl I was dating was staying over that night, so I assumed it was her. Maybe she had just woken up. I asked, "Are you all right?" She didn't reply. I repeated the question and still no reply, so I reached over the tap and just kind of tapped her on the shoulder, And that's when I started to lean across and I realized the girl I was dating was still asleep next to me. A hit of adrenaline suddenly filled my body and went from being half asleep to wide awake. I was thinking, if she's here, who is at the end of my bed? Even at that moment, I was thinking I must have dreamt it, but I looked up and the girl was still there at the end of the bed, stared in disbelief as her figure just slowly faded away. I was left stunned. I knew I'd been awake the whole time because I'd taken my retainer out to speak and it was still in my hands. 4. I'd started feeling uneasy ever since seeing the girl. At 2 a.m. in the morning, I heard a bang in the kitchen. I had to really build myself up to go out there, and I had to convince myself I'd probably heard something from another apartment. But when I went into the kitchen, a load of cans from the middle shelf, the same one as the bananas, were on the floor, and everything on the shelf had been knocked over like somebody had swiped it with their arm. At this point, I started telling people about these things. At this point, which is kind of weird, as I'm kind of an unbeliever, tried to make an explanation for everything that had happened, but couldn't really come up with a convincing story. I realized that a few things had gone missing from my apartment, like a few items of clothing, a small bat I used to help stretch my foot. I look everywhere in my apartment, which is really small, but I never find anything. I also found a human scab on the floor. Super disgusting, I know. Ugh. I had no scabs on my body at this point, and my only explanation is that maybe it stuck to the bottom of my shoe and I brought it into my apartment. Ew. I also find hairs on the floor that do not belong to me. I hardly have any visitors, so again, this is quite a confusing thing to find. Everything then kind of settled down for a bit, and then last night I had another thing happen. This morning, my jogging bottoms, I think you would call them sweatpants in the States, they were on the floor and they were soaking wet. First, I didn't find this really weird, but then I started thinking about it. How did this happen? I was wearing them yesterday, so they were definitely dry during the day and nothing else in the apartment was wet. No leak from the roof, the floor around them was dry, and there were no drip marks. I even checked the sinks in the shower. They were completely dry too. Even the non-paranormal explanations I could think of made me feel uneasy. I realized my door wasn't properly locked last night. Could someone have come into my apartment, wet my pants, and then left? Am I sleepwalking? The jogging bottoms smelt of just water, but they were completely soaked, like they had been submerged. I just can't think of how it could have happened. I'm actually moving out of my apartment really soon, but this whole experience has left me creeped out. Maybe there is a logical explanation for everything, but I'm struggling. Unwanted spirit. It started about 2 weeks ago now, with the small things here and there, knocking noise here and footsteps there. Nothing for me to be too worried about. I was usually alone until my wife started to hear things too. And it was both when she was alone and when we were together. I started to get more attentive about it when I brought my 9-year-old a new tablet, not even 4 days old. My family and I were all downstairs watching a movie when we heard a loud crash from upstairs. It startled us a little, so I went up to go see what it was. I looked around and found my daughter's brand new tablet on the ground, smashed and face up. wasn't the only thing. She had a couple of sort of trinkets and plushies laying in the middle of the floor, and now from where it fell off I had to assume was a small bedside table that she has. I was definitely more upset than scared, but now I had my radar up. It started ramping up the knocking and the footsteps. It was all around my house. And as an added bonus, my youngest daughter of 3 was starting to talk to something more often and shouting, "Stop it," or "Don't do that." Then one day I was looking after my aquarium that sits in my living room. My 3-year-old was playing with her toys in the middle of the hall, and I had a clear view of her in her bedroom from where I was standing. If you can imagine looking straight down the hall and looking into her room, the first thing you will see is her bed. And somewhat on top of her bed, she has sort of a fort of a teepee or something, if you will. Anyways, as I was cleaning the tank out of the corner of my eye, I see the teepee start tipping over. It was going onto its side. I'd look up from what I was doing, and it looks like it was going to fall over. That's when my 3-year-old turns and looks into her room and shouts, "Stop that!" It goes back to its original position. I had chills. I grabbed her and I said it was okay. I asked her what she saw and who it was. She was screaming and she just said, "It was the monster, Daddy." Now, what was the last straw? For me, it was just on Monday. It was 10 p.m. and my wife had just put both kids in bed. My littlest one will come in and out of her room to ask for some juice or milk if she needs to pee or anything. She wanted to stay up a little longer. It's just what she does, and we're pretty used to it. Well, this night, after many other times of getting out of bed, and we finally got her down, or so we thought, my wife and I were sitting on the couch watching TV when we started to hear the door handle of her room jiggle. We knew she was awake and about to come out, but she didn't. The door just kept opening and closing. Not fully, but just enough to hear it unhinge and close again and again. We paused. We were just watching the show, so we stopped that, just to make sure enough that it was her door opening and closing. I was upset. I got up quietly to go in and surprise her, catch her in the act, tell her to go to sleep. As I approached the door, I can clearly see it, so I timed it to when she'd be back in the open position and all just kind of pushed the door. It was not my daughter. The door flung open and my daughter was in bed covered in sheets and she looks at me. I was stunned. So to say the least, at that moment, I knew it wasn't her. I asked her, "Were you playing with the door?" Deja vu again. Shakes fists at editor. I knew it wasn't her, but I wanted to see what her response would be. She tells me yet again, "It was a monster, Daddy." She slept in our bed that night. Like I said, I had had enough. So after my wife and my daughter got settled into bed, I went back into her room and decided to confront whatever this entity that was in the room and what my house was. I had the light on, went to the center of the room, and told the spirit that it was not welcome in my house. I didn't want it here, and that it did not belong here. I ordered it to leave in a firm voice. As if I knew there was somebody there. I wasn't scared, just upset about the whole situation. As I was speaking, the lights in the room started to flicker on and off. Didn't stop. Kept repeating myself over and over again until it stopped. Not sure how long it lasted, but when it did stop, I prayed. There wasn't any more activity since, but I'm still watching and listening and waiting with hopes that whatever was there is gone. If anybody has maybe some suggestions on what else I should try, please let me know. I want to do whatever there is I can do, and I want it to come back. Let's hope it's not a calm before the storm type situation. My experience. I had this experience last year, and it changed my life for the worst. Destroyed me mentally. I never wanted to share it due to the trauma associated with the event and fearing ridicule, but it's been almost a year now, and I feel maybe the things that could be conveyed might be true, as shockingly as I read the comment on different subs which mentioned, "Know ye, O man, that far in the future invaders shall come from out the deep. Then awake, ye who have made wisdom. bring forth my ship and conquer with ease. The person had said that this was written in an emerald tablet of kind of Thoth. Or rather, an emerald tablet of Thoth. The moment I read it, I experienced a sense of dread and unease as it brought back old memories of my experience which I want to forget. Maybe as a coping mechanism for my trauma. I've decided that I will share my story with people. My motivation to share it is to find connections to other experiencers of things that have, been said or written by some who may validate the things that I came to know. The information I'm about to write was relayed to me by something I couldn't see but could feel their presence. It took over me by taking control of my mind and then projecting these visions into it. Now that it's over, I feel it was a jinn or a group of them, as I had sort of bought a book that was like explained what happened to me as something to do with other than, nothing different that I was doing other than what most people do in their day-to-day lives. It was a lot of visions multiple times a day, so I'll just be sharing it in parts. This is the first part. Whatever I say after this are all things I saw in my mind or thoughts that were projected on me by the entity. I saw a globe of Earth and a continent in front of my eyes, and it was North America. It was as if I was looking at Earth on a Google Earth zoomed out, but able to see the continents. Like Google Earth, There were strange clouds and a kind of mist that covered the continent, and I could see lights from explosions. North America was being controlled by something or someone, and whatever had happened, it was the epicenter, and the world was about to follow. Strange creatures will emerge from caves and cracks, and they'll cause chaos and purge humans. I saw a scene where they had emerged from a well-lit cave and people were shooting at them. I didn't see what happened after these things were sort of random visions where one thing appeared for a few seconds, then the other followed. I'll try paraphrasing it in a different paragraph and try to be more concise. Processed food is a psyop for something totally different. The entity gave me the impression that it's human flesh or organs they mix in some foods and that it's used to do mass spells or does something to the general population. The world is under spells of magic which weaken our perception of reality, cause mass hypnosis without us realizing and naively make us work towards our own destruction. It's a person or a group of them at the top who decide what to do and how to do it. They have this secret knowledge of magic and work in sort of plain view to promote science, but they practice dark agendas behind closed doors. The scary part is that they might be receiving this knowledge from something that isn't human. Sound can change our DNA. Music is used as a means to do it and bring conformity. I agree with that last part. It can also be used for spells. I guess that explains why I felt euphoric after listening to my favorite rhymes. The natural gas networks spread through pipes used to heat homes and buildings have been strategically placed around communities, and at some point in the future they'll be used to blackmail the righteous one to give up his mission of spreading the true knowledge of Dajjal. Dajjal, if I'm saying that right, D-A-J-J-A-L, Dajjal will threaten him that he, Dajjal, will blow up entire neighborhoods and countries if Mahdi doesn't stop. I'll be making a second part soon, mentioning further visions and thoughts that were projected onto me by jinn or demon or whatever it was that was trying to attach itself to me. I don't expect people to believe me or seek validation, just want people to know what I experienced. Haunted Airbnb in Lower Appalachia. So what will be a year in March? My friends and I went to Chattanooga, Tennessee to celebrate my childhood best friend's marriage. It was a beautiful house on the Tennessee River, very private and peaceful atmosphere. It was on a nature trail, so it felt very isolated, though it was close enough to the city for us to go out and have fun. Anyway, we had all had a great time in the city, and came back and started a fire in the fire pit. We hung out until we got all tired and eventually went to bed. We all decided to bunk in the same room. We had 3 double bunks, 1 full bed. It was a large room, and we thought that we could all watch a movie together in there, but ended up all deciding we needed to sleep and drive and back the next day, really. As my friends are used to falling asleep early, and I'm not, so I was still wide awake. So I got on my phone and started scrolling. I know, bad habit, but I had no other options to reading a book or anything. So as I'm laying there, I get this feeling, and it's not a good feeling. I've had one paranormal experience before this, and it didn't make me feel scared. I just felt confused. This was different. Felt my hair stand up like a feeling of something with an ill intent was near me. I look out at the other bunks. My friends look fine, so I continue scrolling. Then I get the feeling again. I look up, and this time I look toward the full-size bed where the bride and her little niece who tagged along was. I see a dark figure, head bent, looking down at my niece. My heart stopped. I couldn't move. I kept thinking to myself, it's just a shadow from the stairway, and I'd come in the room. I look down at my phone, and I get the courage to move my thumbs to text my boyfriend how scared I was, which didn't help, considering he's not a believer in anything of that nature, so he just says you're just seeing things. After this, I look up and the figure's gone, which didn't make me feel better, only worse, because it only confirmed what I saw was not, in fact, a shadow. So I jumped from my bunk, bolted up the stairs, and crashed on the couch. I felt like a small child who just watched a horror movie. I kept hearing what sounded like creaking from the stairs. I thought of the old phrase, it's just the house settling, to calm myself. Then called my boyfriend and he talked me down. I thought he was probably right, but I was still shook up. Eventually fell asleep around 4 a.m. and the creaking stopped. Woke up around 6, got the courage to go downstairs to get into the bag of clothes. A few minutes later, the maid of honor comes up and she looks confused and kind of freaked out and then says, "Hey, did the bride come up here at all?" I said, "When?" Because I only slept 2 hours and I've been up since 6. She then says, "Oh, I mean about that time I thought I saw her up and go up the stairs." I said, "No, she didn't come up here." She says, "Well, I know, I saw someone go up the stairs." Her face was white and I said, "Did you check the bed?" Then she goes back down and looks and says in confusion, "She's in bed." And so I just stood up in confusion and said, "Well, what time did you say you saw her again?" She said, "Well, only a couple of minutes ago. It's like 6:05. I said, "Maybe you just heard me. I've been up here since last night." She goes, "Well, I thought I saw someone standing between her suitcase and the bed over her niece." That's when my heart dropped. She knew I didn't have anything to say. She knew I saw it too. Needless to say, we were happy to get out and not investigate. Felt guilty, and I didn't stay downstairs with them to make sure that they were okay after she confirmed what I saw, however. I was convinced that it was just my anxiety, and my boyfriend being very skeptical made me think maybe I was just overreacting. But the look on my friend's face of pure confusion and fear confirmed it. I don't know if it's related, but a few months later, I learned one of the supposed most haunted places in Tennessee, Hale's Bar, is located just 2 miles on the river from this location. Also, there is this really old cabin from the 1800s. They had decorated for looks on the property. It definitely had some weird vibes to it, too. Didn't help that they had these old pictures inside of it of their owners. I wish I remembered the names so I could see if they had any correlation to the Hale's Bar Marina. For the second time now, something weird woke me up. So as usual, I went to sleep fairly late in my apartment. I slept rather well. I woke up a few times, but that's just because I'm a light sleeper and a lucid dreamer. And sometimes I just lose control of a dream, and that tends to wake me up. I have a free day yesterday, and knowing that I didn't set any alarms, I slept about 9 hours, and then I woke up. Well, I kind of woke up. You know, that feeling you have just before you wake up, like you're not even sure who you are really, but couldn't open my eyes. I felt as if a big hand or something that felt like a hand was holding my face from the bottom up, right in a position it could easily choke me if it wanted to. I tried to move or open my eyes, but the more I fought, like the whole area, I felt like the thing was more dead and numb. It felt like a million little needles poking me all at once, but not in a painful, more in a tickling kind of way. I felt it turn my head to the left, and I think somehow I knew it was studying me, looking me up and down. Now when I say it, I'm not sure if I even believe it was a creature or whatever. I'm not one to believe in these things so easily, but I am a lucid dreamer, and I know that when I'm dreaming and when I'm awake, so... Well, also, this is the second time something like this has happened, but let me finish this encounter first. I didn't hear, see, or smell anything while it happened. I just felt the pressure on my face, and slightly my neck and a sort of wariness around it, like it was a living thing. Now, it's not one of those stories I've heard when it felt like it took hours and the people couldn't fight back. I kept trying to move, and after about 10 seconds, maybe 20, I managed to open my eyes and I saw nothing. At least, nothing out of the ordinary. Just my dimly lit room and the streetlight barely peeking through between the curtains. I turned my light on and I didn't see or feel anything weird. As weird as it sounds, I went straight back to sleep with the lights on this time. I've been thinking about it a lot recently. Figured I'd put it out here somewhere so people could theorize about what it could have been and, well, what I might be able to do to prevent it from, appending again. Happening, probably. Because it wasn't pleasant. But the first time I mentioned it happened, it was a few years ago and thousands of miles from my current residence. About 3 years ago, I was at a friend's house and I decided to stay the night. This was back from when I moved from about a year after this. My friend told me I could sleep in his big guest bedroom while he'll go sleep in his room, so that's what we did. I want to sleep, so I kept having this weird feeling like there was something else in the room with me. And being a non-believer, I figured it was a rat or something behind the old furniture my friend had. After about an hour of struggling to fall asleep, I started feeling really cold. Even under 2 layers of blankets, I was freezing. Curled up in a ball in hopes of warming myself up, and after a few more minutes of trying to fall asleep, this weird feeling became unnerving. For lack of a better word, scary. It felt like a primal kind of fear that I've always had, but never experienced before. Then I started to finally snooze off. That's when I felt a chill run down my spine, and I swear I felt something quickly pass over my body. This time I was facing down. At the same time, I swear I heard a loud whisper, like a really loud whisper. It wasn't a word or a cry or anything, like most people say. It was more of a sigh. But like a really loud one, too. Directly into my ear, no less. I also felt pressure on the back for just a moment, but this all happened in like 2 seconds and made me jolt up in shock. Turned on the light, stayed up as long as I could. Nothing else weird happened that night or since. Well, until now. Not sure why I'm writing this. I'm sure most people who read this will think it's fake, and those who do believe me might just not know how to help. I'm telling you it's not fake. Both things happened. I wasn't dreaming. It wasn't sleep paralysis, I know. What it was, I don't know. But again, I'm not really a believer in the paranormal. It might just be my head playing tricks on me, but it sure as hell felt real. So this has me being open to suggestions, I guess. What do you guys think this is, and how can I get rid of it? The creepy room and other stuff. Kia ora. I did the dealing with the supernatural post a couple of weeks ago. Offered to help people deal with stuff. I've been helping some people by giving advice, and I've been completely blown away by the increase of supernatural stuff going on around me. That being said, there is already clues to one of those things, but I was too complacent to find them. The creepy room. Staying at my partner's, living with her family while we save for a house, a relatively new house. But there's one room that's given her the heebie-jeebies. She's never told me until she scolded me for making shit worse with that paranormal crap on Reddit. I do love her and she loves my work, but she opened up to me that when she was younger she lived in what she believes to be a haunted house, and it terrified her. The room is a concrete cellar that's underneath a section of the house. The house is built into a hill, and our bedroom is only access doors to this concrete cellar. And here's what happened so far. I was on my computer and I heard 3 gentle knocks on the cellar door. Thought I was being paranoid, but to be sure, I muted my music, did a quick look around the room to make sure no other doors or windows were open, then went back to work. After about 5 minutes, I heard 3 distinctive loud knocks. I rebuked it. I prayed. What you would expect, I'm a chaplain. Tried to cleanse it, but I honestly think I need to cleanse the room or do the same work on it, because at the moment, I'm on the defensive. Then a few days later, is slowly walking up to bed, and for reference, my guitar sits next to the door to the cellar. My partner was reading next to me, and we both heard, I jolted away by it, 3 loud twangs on the guitar strings. Different strings, too. Really freaked her out, and she got really mad at me again for helping people on this forum. I didn't rebuke this because I was half asleep and really should have. The final thing in this room, which I only found out, that's her younger brother, 15, refuses to go into it. If there are things that need to be stored in there, puts them outside of the door and leaves it for someone else. I asked my partner why he does this, and she said it's funny. He said he's not surprised that you put a cross above the doorway. Whenever he goes into that room without fail, he has nightmares all night and he won't go in there at all. I've since bolstered up my protection somewhat, and things have quieted down. I have a Bible open to Psalm 91, and every night I burn frankincense and myrrh outside the door. There's a wooden cross above the door, a rosary on the Bible handle, and a silver cross held in the Bible. I know it seems overkill, but I take this seriously because other stuff. One morning I woke up and the central components of my prayer station were thrown across the room. I have a picture on my profile, but basically the parts in the middle that can't really fall off were thrown onto the floor, my incense burners. The rest of the station is 3 blessed Maori weapons: a Bible older than our country, a wooden cross, a silver and greenstone cross necklace, and a whalebone tiki, a guardian in our culture. This was good enough reason to make me take things seriously. My partner was also freaked out one evening when I was sitting up in bed, dead asleep, holding the blessed patu and chanting in Maori. I bless in Maori because of my belief that spirits may speak the indigenous tongue of the country, and English wouldn't do anything. So I bless in both. I've never sleep-talked nor walked, and the worst I've ever had was snoring. She said she tried to talk to me and I didn't answer. I just kept chanting, and when I woke up, the patu was in my right hand, and she said I asked what I was doing with it. I honestly had no idea. This one's probably just sleep-talking, but the timing was funny. Last story, and probably the most overt one. I was making popcorn in the kitchen when I got this massive, weighty feeling of dread coming from the corner of the lounge. The kitchen's an open floor plan, looks into the lounge. My dog was growling at the corner as well, and when I went to comfort her, it was like an audible, undeniable from the corner, huh. It's really strange, but as soon as it happened, my dog went ballistic. Ask Reddit 1. This past July I went for a tubing trip. That's in the Au Sable River in northern Michigan with family. We went upriver to float down to our property. This is in the middle of the Huron National Forest, and a gorgeous river for fishing and swimming. My family and I loaded into a pickup truck and headed a few miles upriver to a small trail that leads down to the river itself. Unfortunately, my uncle nearly missed the turn-off and pulled a foot off the trail off the drive, and it slashed the inside of the tire on a culvert. In total, it was myself, my aunt, my uncle in their mid-60s, my cousin and his 2 daughters. Sadly, no one brought a cell phone, and the spare was rusted in the undercarriage of the truck bed. My aunt, who doesn't like to wait for a solution, decided to hike back to the cabin immediately while we waited. I went with because my aunt shouldn't be the one to be doing this in the first place. The walk is along a state road, 2-lane country highway with either a 55 or 45 mile an hour speed limit depending on how twisting the road is as it winds through the Huron. Both sides of this road are shrouded by tall white and red pines, occasionally birches and like. Very scenic and very lovely, yet very hot in the early afternoon of early July when one would rather be tubing down the river. If we walked east up the westbound shoulder and vehicles would pass every few minutes. Typically, you could either hear a distant radio or music playing followed by the nearing rumbling of a car or truck coming. Nothing out of the usual. However, as we walked, we heard what sounded like classic rock music coming from the trees. It was coming closer and it sounded truly like an oncoming vehicle or someone moving in an ATV or bike, except there was no sound of an engine or rumble of tires. Thought perhaps somebody was just out of view in the tree line. There's no houses or cabins in this stretch of road, nor trails or roads themselves. It's pure forest. The sound came closer and I was trying to identify what song it was as it sounded like kind of somewhat familiar, or so I thought. My aunt, lovely lady, kept walking and busting ass without as much to really care about anything rather than she was cursing my uncle repeatedly. Within the span of 30 seconds, the sound was nearly at the top of us, yet we couldn't see any source for the music. As it closed to be within maybe 30 feet of us, still off our left in the forest, should have been obvious, but it wasn't. That's when the music became louder along with a bit of buzzing, the static or flies. And then it was there, invisible. It was perhaps 5 feet from us, and it had to be, I tell myself, a swarm of flies, buzzing in unison and in different octaves of the same notes. Definitely not classic rock music, but oddly and incredibly musical. The noise moved at a clip like it was passing cars and trucks going 45 or 55 miles an hour. I was expecting to have a swat or run to swarm, but there was nothing there. No black dots swirling about, nothing landed or stung us or bit us. And as quickly as it came upon us, it kept moving and passed by behind us, heading westward. And as it left our area, the audible buzzing diminished and its noise warped back into the sounds of classic rock music. Now, I'm aware that we have, a tent bug problem in northern Michigan. This year, Traverse City released scores of black flies to annihilate them, which they have in our neck of the woods. The only thing I can fathom is that it was a swarm of flies buzzing and flying in such a manner as to produce such a noise. However, I've not been able to Google foo, any evidence. I've not been able to Google foo. Any evidence such as this occurring. We walked on, and I stated to my aunt that was the oddest thing. She shrugged it off, agreeing but not caring. I was hydrated, not drunk, which is blasphemous this time of the year in this location, or high, also blasphemy, and dismissed the occurrence as, I'll figure it out later. And I'll see you later. Gettysburg experience as a child. Town all gray. I hated it. I know there are a lot of posts about Gettysburg, but I figured I'd add my own. I visited Gettysburg when I was 10. My father and 2 older brothers were crazy about anything related to the Civil War. They considered Gettysburg to be some kind of Civil War mecca. I had no strong interest in it myself. I loved history, but I found my brother's obsession with the Civil War to be tiresome. Like I know how important it is, but they acted like the world stopped for it, which it didn't. Sort of did there, but yeah. Historically speaking, it just wasn't my thing. It was July of 1976. We were staying in Lancaster and drove there. Pretty much as soon as we entered town, everything in my vision went gray. Like the colors had been muted. Not black and white and gray, just hazy gray. As if the day had suddenly gotten overcast. But I recall it actually being very sunny out. I remember looking out the farm fields on our way there and how nice it looked, but soon after entering Gettysburg, it all went gray and hazy-like. I got very, very anxious, sick to my stomach. Not like I was going to throw up, just slightly nauseous. My parents weren't the most patient people at the time, so I kept my feeling to myself. Everywhere we went, it was all grayed out, like colors had been drained out. We toured a few spots and I couldn't stop feeling just afraid out, scared. Couldn't understand what was going on. We went to this one place that had these dioramas that depicted all the events of the Battle of Gettysburg. At some point I got really nauseous and terrified. I don't know why I told my mother that I had to go outside. She came out and asked me if I was okay. I just lied and told her that it was the heat. What I really wanted to do was get in the car and get out of there fast. Then the worst thing. I don't remember exactly where we were, but I remember it being a big park. It might have been a cemetery or something, but I don't recall. All I remember was waking up a slight incline on a paved path. Then our group turned and walked across the grass, and I could not walk. Couldn't bring myself to walk on it. Like there was this terrible feeling of violating something. Remember, I'm 10 years old, and I didn't know much of the details of the battle. I just knew that I couldn't walk across the grass. My father, not the most patient guy, saw me hesitating. I remember him asking, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "I can't walk here. It's like I'd be walking on dead bodies." Thankfully, my mother saw me and told me to wait where I was. I remember trying not to look anywhere. I just kept pacing around on the path. Finally, they got back and we left that place. Stayed for a couple more hours, and I couldn't wait to get out of that town. Just 5 years ago, I was relating my experience in Gettysburg with my friend George. I'd not mentioned that I thought everything was kind of gray to him yet. Just that I couldn't walk on the grass. He told me that there were mass graves there, and, well, I'd have been walking on dead bodies. His wife was something of a self-proclaimed psychic of some sort. She's a little out there, but she's a nice person. She overheard my story and interrupted to ask, "Did everything look gray to you?" Honestly, I was so shocked, but also relieved, like I was validated. She claimed that when they've gone to Gettysburg, she sees soldiers everywhere. She said that she saw them marching up a hill at some point. Anyway, that's my Gettysburg story. I didn't see any ghosts, but I think I experienced some kind of feeling, or an awareness. Besides the gray vision, it was this eerie sense of anxiety and dread that I recall. Interestingly, there have been other places where I felt this. One of them is the Lower East Side of Manhattan. I avoid that neighborhood like crazy, especially the areas around the Bowery. Kinda know what you mean. Haunted asylum attacked by spirits. This happened a couple of days ago. My family and I went to an old asylum while on vacation. They had renovated it up a bit, put a couple of stores and a restaurant inside, so my father thought it'd be a nice place to visit. When we drove into the driveway, I was overcome with dizziness. Couldn't see straight, and I couldn't finish typing the message I had been typing before we pulled in. As I got out of the car, the dizziness subsided for the most part, and we all went inside. It still looked like an asylum. The doors were like metal cage doors, the floor was old and cracked. The walls were old yellowed bricks, and there were entrances that were covered over with more bricks, so no one could enter. As we began walking down the halls, I noticed something was off. The overall feeling in the place was just terrible. Started getting a headache, but it was only minor. I know spirits can give people headaches and stomach aches, so I wasn't surprised. And as I said, mine was minor, but I couldn't help but notice that my sister was getting worse and worse. As we continued walking down the hall, we stopped to look at one of the stores. There was an old-looking metal door that resembled something that would be in an animal cage. It was just a pitch-black empty room on the other side. I'd mentioned to my mother the feeling I had about the place, and so as a joke she held me close to the cage and said, "Look in there. Do you see a ghost yet?" As they were all laughing, I stood there in shock, for there was someone on the other side of that gate looking at me. ripped away from her grasp, kept walking down the hall away from the cage-like door. My sister was giving me a look, so I knew she wanted to tell me something. We went off to the side and she told me that she had a terrible pounding headache. We kept walking and she told me about it, but I could see she was getting worse and like she didn't know where she was going anymore. Took her outside the building for a minute to help her head and told her to pray and imagine a white light around herself. I'm getting deja vu again as a narrator. I feel like I've read a slightly different version of this. Anyway. She did this and started to walk away from the building. Her headache was getting better. My father scheduled for us to eat inside the building and our table was ready, so we were forced to go back inside. She told me her headache was even worse than before and that she was about to pass out and that the praying in white light now made it worse. We were texting each other and she was telling me that it felt so strong, like a pressure on the back of her head. Soon enough, I could see that she couldn't take it anymore, so I just kind of took her outside again. My parents were furious, but only because they didn't understand. Once I took her outside, she started to cry and shake, so I took her away from the building and went on a walk. We went across the street, talked to her about how the Lord was with her. Her headache stopped, and so did the pressure. Our parents texted us telling the food was there, so again we were forced to enter the building. Held her hands and prayed with her before we entered again, and we ate as fast as possible and got out even before her parents did. We drove off, but she still felt uneasy, and so did I. We got out of the car at our next destination, but it was almost like we were still in the asylum. My sister started crying and shaking again, and she asked if if it could make her kill herself. I asked her why, and she told me that it was giving her suicidal thoughts and that it was making her kind of depressed and draining her energy. I took her and my mom and dad, and we all prayed together over her. As I placed my hand on her head while praying, it was weird. I could feel it there still. It had followed us here. It thought that she would be an easy target. Maybe she would have been if I wasn't there. Maybe that's what scares me the most. I'm not sure if it's gone or not, but when we arrived back at the hotel, I saw and heard someone following me in the hall, so I thought it was my sister. But when I turned around, no one was there. But that could have just been a different spirit. I'm pretty used to him now. Last night, my sister and I didn't sleep. We were kept awake all night. Maybe we were scared, or maybe we were kept up by something else. Something dark, something inhuman. I guess we'll know soon enough, won't we? Unexplained happenings at the thrift store. When I first started working at the thrift store, I didn't think about anything paranormal. I know a lot of people have issues with thrift stores, since they often receive belongings of the deceased, but my family were antique collectors. I grew up having experiences in my house. I went into the job not thinking much about it. It was a new building on a new road which stopped abruptly past the store, waiting to be connected to something in the future. I'd go behind the building sometimes with my coworker, and we'd walk around back there. It was pretty undeveloped. It was a large open prairie with tall mounds and farmland further back. We'd hang out on the limestone boulders and search for bead fossils on our breaks. The first thing I noticed were odd bangs that always happened at closing. It sounded like somebody was banging loudly on the roof. It didn't happen every night, only some nights. Sometimes you'd also hear a weird popping noise by the side door. Once the lights were out, you'd also sometimes hear cart wheels or squeaking slightly, like hangers moving along the racks and plastic bags rustling. All this might have some non-paranormal explanation, but it was creepy nonetheless. Other things were harder to explain away. One day I was shopping on my day off, and I was talking to one of our regular customers. I was probably 12 feet from him. Right in between us, on the top shelf, was a clear glass teacup, part of a larger set. At one point, I looked at the cup, and right then it flew off the shelf. I say it flew because it didn't just fall over the edge due to someone bumping the shelf. It traveled to the center of the aisle. but maybe 4 feet back, landing about 2 feet from my shoes. I remember the shocked look on the customer's face. He would spend hours in there, but instantly left after that. Another day, a coworker and I were closing up. He saw an old man thumbing through the center clothes rack. This was confusing, as we hadn't seen anyone in the store when we locked up. The man's bald head and big 1980s style glasses were peering over. Annoyed, my coworker confronted the man, telling him that he had to leave and that they were closed. The man didn't move, so my coworker walked to the other side of the rack and asked him to leave again, but no one was there. That same week, a music box randomly started playing full blast after we turned the lights out, creeping us all out. One other incident involved the sound of a woman humming. A coworker of mine said that she'd heard it in a certain area of the store. I didn't really think anything of it and figured she was just making things up. We'd noticed an odd smell that would come and go in the same part of the store. It's hard to explain, as I don't know what it was, kind of like weird, acrid, burnt smell. Anyways, later that day I was putting items out in that area and I heard the humming. I looked around, just thinking maybe my coworker was doing it to mess with me. Yet, no one was there, and I never heard it again after that. The final thing I'll mention is how my boss felt about the place. She was a happy-go-lucky person, and I saw a different side of her when I'd come in for the morning shift. She always looked spooked and very quiet, so I eventually asked her if she ever noticed anything odd when opening up alone. She was a very religious person. She wasn't really supposed to think about such things, and I could tell something was weighing on her. She told me that she prayed every morning because she was terrified. She would hear people knocking at the donation door in the back, but when she'd go to it, no one would be there. She said she also heard people on the sales floor sometimes, but when she'd go out there, it'd just be her. The thrift store closed a couple of years ago, and I often think of going back and checking it out. I don't know what was there, but I definitely feel like there was something. Unsettling experience I had with my friends when I had a sleepover. So back in the days when I was around 12 or 13 years old, one of my close girlfriends had a birthday sleepover at her country house. We were 4 girls in total, not including my birthday girl's little sister who was 6. We spent the first day just celebrating the birthday and hanging out with her family at the nice country house. This was kind of a fancy house, with a nice and spacious guest house a bit further away on their land, where we were supposed to have our sleepover. When it was time for bed, we got comfortable in the guest house, with some of us sleeping on mattresses on the floor. Some of the girls got a bit scared by the fact that we were staying in the guest house and wanted to be able to lock the door, which the parents were a bit hesitant to at first. This was one of those locks that when you open it with the key both ways, so I guess they were afraid that we would be able to lock ourselves in or something. But at last we were allowed to lock it. It was a very classic sleepover with candy, horror movies, and gossiping. I don't remember when we fell asleep, but I remember waking up in the middle of the night noticing it was kind of bright outside. This was in the middle of the summer and in Sweden, which means that it gets bright outside at around 3 in the morning. One of my friends was still awake watching Harry Potter without audio, and I stayed up for a bit and watched it with her before falling back into sleep. Next day, it was time to go back home again. We spent some additional time hanging out at the main house before we started packing up the guest house. I was the first one to finish my packing, so while I was waiting for my friends to finish, I sat at the sofa where I had left my digital camera on the sofa table. During this time in my preteens, I took a lot of photos of, wanted to document my life. So I naturally had a lot of pictures to go through from that weekend. I decided to look through the pictures on my camera while waiting, and that's when I discovered something very odd. In my camera album, at a random spot in the reel of pictures, there was at least 10 to 15 or 20 even pictures of me and my friends sleeping. They were taken from a variety of high and low angles and without flash. Group pictures where you could see all of us from far away and close up, and individual shots of our faces close up. The fact that there were so many pictures of us with us so variety and, just made me feel incredibly freaked out. I'm not proud of myself, but I was kind of also like 12 or 13 years old and had never experienced something like this before. So my little preteen brain decided was the best next step was to get somewhat detached from reality and just delete everything in the memory card, including whatever pictures I had on there from some other times. Of course, right after that I realized what I did and I started freaking out and crying, which alerts my friends. They wanted to know what happened, and when I told them, they understandably got mad at me and didn't believe me. Then they started to freak out too when they realized that I've never really been a prankster. Wouldn't be able to act up this well. This then became a whole situation where the parents had to calm the four hysterical kids down while reassuring us that they had not pulled a prank on us. In the end, my friends decided not to really believe me. We never spoke about it ever again. This could absolutely just be a prank gone wrong by our parents or the little sister, but the fact that we had locked the door, maybe they had a spare key, but why would the parents then not want us to lock the door to begin with? They would have to get up in the middle of the night and then spend minutes taking pictures with us, like a flash up close in our face. Just didn't feel like something our parents would have done. Our little sister was very short and young and couldn't have pulled off taking so many pictures with different angles. Plus, she's freaked out too. Again, this might just be a bad prank, or a good one depending on how you view it. Maybe it was by our parents and they just decided not to admit it, but it still feels incredibly creepy to think that somebody or something took pictures of us while we were sleeping with my camera. I'm being haunted at yet another school. So I was laid off of work for a couple of months. I was lucky enough to find something temporary as a custodian at my in-laws' school. So for the last week or so I've been having strange occurrences while working. I can go in at my own time and finish whenever, which works out for me. I prefer to work alone anyways. So I started to go in at around 8 p.m., finish around midnight or so. For the first few nights, nothing happened. Then one night, about a week and a half ago, I started to hear some noises from down the hall, and footsteps. Now, I was sure I was alone, but the alarm deactivated anything with a key, becoming a teacher or another one of the custodians. I'm getting deja vu again. Shakes fists at editor. So I could hear these steps down the hall getting louder, closer to the room I was in. That's when it sounded like somebody would have been right at the door, and it just stopped. I look out the door down the halls and call out, and no response. I was a little freaked out, but I just brushed it off. Later that same night, I went into another classroom and immediately felt strange. A little lightheaded, and it was cold. Right as you walk in, you can feel a temperature drop, but it was an eerie feeling I had. I started cleaning and wiping down the desks and putting them in the corner since there was no more school. As I was putting away the last desk, I noticed one of the desks was in the opposite corner of all the others. So I moved it back, went to go grab the mop and bucket that was outside the classroom door. As I looked back, I noticed the desk back in the same corner. I left the room, turned the lights off, closed the door, and left the building. I was scared, and I know I was alone, but as I kind of just exited the building and headed toward my car, and I saw the room I was in, the lights were on. I could also see a woman there, clear as day, looking right at me. I was not going back in there that night. I let several days go by, but I was finishing up all the other classrooms. I would constantly hear footsteps down the hall. My cleaning supplies would be moved from one place to another, and I could feel like there was someone watching me. It was so uncomfortable. Just last Friday was my last day. I only had 2 rooms left, and one I ran out of in the adjacent room. So I started with the adjacent room, and well, nothing weird about it. Till I was just about done, I could hear a faint cry or moaning come from the hall. All I can think of was, "You've got to be kidding me." My hair stood up, I froze, about to leave the room, but there was no way I was going to go into the hall hearing someone crying. It was 5 minutes I stood there, just listening. Finally decided it's now or never, grabbed my cleaning supplies and headed out of the room. Just one step into the hallway and it stopped. Relieved, I turned and locked up the classroom door. The classroom I'd been avoiding was untouched, except the one desk I was in, and out with no further incidents, thankfully. I was done. My work never needed to go back. I had my mother-in-law over for dinner, and she works as a teacher at the same school, so I asked her if she's ever had any strange things happen to her. She said, "Oh yes. She's had staff that says." She tells me that there is a cemetery that was maybe moved about 12 years ago, and it was visible right from the kids' park. And since the move, there have been strange happenings in and around the school grounds. So I told her what happened to me while working. She starts crying. I wasn't sure why, but she gathers herself up and tells me that about 10 years ago, that was her class, and around that time she had an EA teacher's assistant. She committed suicide in that classroom. She hanged herself. It was my mother-in-law that found her the next morning. Made my mother-in-law cry when I described the woman I saw in the window. It felt horrible. But at the same time, I was sad. I probably should have just been afraid, but what can I do? Knowing what I know, I might go back one day. Ask Reddit 2. Too many to list, but here's a good one. I'm Native American. I'm Oglala Lakota, Navajo, Apache, and Cherokee. I know this sounds like lots of tribes, but most of my Cherokee blood comes from my mother's side, and the Western blood comes from my father's side. All in all, I'm a half-indigenous person as far as blood's concerned, although I am a full-time, culturally involved Native American individual. My girlfriend is also, and she's a Chickasaw. When it comes to the area of the country that I live in, you don't run across very many Native people. This leads to most natives in this area knowing most natives. There's one of these natives who worries me to the core. He's a very old Indian who's been all over the country and settled a stone's throw away from the river in the small shack with 2 dogs and 1 cat. He seems like an innocent old Indian man, but he's very dangerous, and he's not good people. I've only been to his shack once. My girlfriend used to be a good friend with an old fellow because he seemed like an innocent old native elder, but at some point, she let him borrow something. A long time after realizing this person was bad news, she needed it back. We jumped in the car, went to pay this old man a visit for the sole reason of getting her charger back. We drove down the winding, beautiful roads of Middle Tennessee and onto a farm. We got out, and he wasn't at home yet, so I walked around his front yard. There was an old dog chained to an umbrella next to his food and water. A derelict old pickup truck that hadn't driven in a long time with a really skinny cat hiding underneath it, and a little chicken coop. The whole place gave me a great amount of discomfort before he ever arrived. And knowing that this man did very bad medicine on people didn't help my nerve. He bragged about being able to kill a car on the road with his medicine. He also bragged about being a shapeshifter. At some point, I noticed the old dog chained to the umbrella began to have a panic attack, and the skinny cat out of the truck no longer wanted to feel the embrace of a human hand and retreated back into the unreachable refuge of the truck's rotting drive shaft. I didn't know what had caused this sudden shift in nature's mood until I looked down the dusty gravel road and saw a beat-up old Dodge pickup around the corner and make its way toward the shack. He got out and invited us inside. The shack was cramped and somewhat smelly. I still don't know how 2 people live there, his wife. The pit bull in the kennel inside the shotgun shack was losing its mind, so he let it out into the yard. He gave us a biscuit recipe, showing off his drum that plays itself at night, unless it has a blanket over it. Invited us outside to talk for a minute. Once outside, he told us how he used to used this medicine to kill several people a long time ago. His eyes were dead. He had cold black eyes that had a silver ring around them. The only person I've ever seen like it. My girlfriend and I left right after that with her charger. A couple of weeks later, I was coming home at about midnight. My car has HIDs, so I can normally see pretty far at night. As I made my way down the gravel road that leads to my driveway and into my driveway, I didn't see anything. Got out of my car and went to my passenger side door to get something out of my seat, and that's when I noticed a huge, scraggly canine as tall as my mailbox standing in the gravel. All my hair stood on end like I had just been electrocuted. Where was it a second ago when my lights were in the same spot? It was locked into me. I yelled at it and walked a little further down the gravel, keeping an eye on me. Then it began walking toward me. I yelled again, grabbed something from my seat, and when I turned around, it was gone. No noises, just gone. That's what it's actually like to encounter a skinwalker. It's a whole lot more than a twig snapping, but also less sometimes. I was exorcised as a child. Haven't experienced anything paranormal since. So recently I've been watching YouTubers, basically going to haunted places and whatnot. I mostly watch Sam and Colby and recently started watching Selena's Spooky Boo and Call Me Chris. It had me thinking about my childhood and how when I was very young my father exorcised me after seeing a face that wasn't mine when he looked at me. A bit of backstory. My father is a very spiritual man, and he would say in his own words that he has a very strong and close relationship to God. He was raised Baptist, but was never really fond of how they did things. He spent a lot of time having our own sort of church time at home. He used to tell me that God, who was named me, and that I was meant to be a warrior in God's army. He was well versed in exorcisms and regularly would do them with other people. Mostly he would exorcise homes, but every once in a while he'd do people. He doesn't talk about it too much, but just said that he had some crazy stuff. When I was little, according to my father, we were having one of our home church days. He was praying over us. I have 5 siblings, so it took some time. He said when he got to me and started praying, he saw my face and it just seemed off. Like someone else was looking back at him using my face. Like someone was wearing my face like a Halloween mask or something. He went into full exorcist mode, began praying and shouting and speaking in tongues, trying to essentially push this thing out of me. I'm not too sure how long he did this, but he said it was successful, and I was back to normal, and that was it. Nothing else was really said about it. The family moved on until a few years ago, where it just casually gets brought back up. I was completely shocked. I don't have any memory of that day, whether due to just being too young to remember or trauma from it, I don't know. He would tell me that before then accidents that would happen to me or go missing and leave the house. I was described as being very silent when I would walk, and I would really cry when I was spanked. Yeah, I grew up in a family where spankings happened. I don't really remember too much from before then, but what I remember after is pretty clear. When I was around the ages of 9 to 12, we lived in this house that's pretty old, and according to everyone in my family, it was haunted. There was a ghost that everyone saw, who was properly named Poncho, due to what looked like somebody wearing some sort of long sheet or poncho around their shoulders. All 5 of my siblings and even my mother had experiences in that house, but my father and I never did. The experiences ranged from person to person, but they all centered around Poncho. My youngest brother saw a bright orb fly between the wall and the hallway. My oldest sister was playing with dolls in her room when one of the dolls slid across the floor. My mother saw an indent in the couch that looked like somebody was sitting there next to my older sister in the living room that went back up as they, kind of went. My mom walked in. There was an incident when my cousin was playing over with my older sister and she was basically teasing the ghost. She threw a paper ball at the wall and it suddenly came back right at her. Basically, a lot was happening in this house. but I never saw or witnessed anything. And to this day, I've never experienced anything paranormal at all, and, well, I hear so many stories about people experiencing things and seeing things, but I have no personal account, aside from something I have no memory of. I guess I'm just curious about what other people think about this, and if anybody has any theories about what it could be. My personal theory is that after I was exorcised, some kind of, protective energy was me. I'm not too sure. It does seem weird that I have no single experience I can remember of spooky things happening to me. Top Hat shadow figure visited me in my sleep twice. I had an experience with a tall black shadow figure. I lived in a house that had 3 people killed inside. Inside the attic, the bodies were stuffed. They were removed when they found it from the previous owner, and I was about 6 years old, and I was laying in bed. I had a feeling of something watching me from the corner of my room toward the right. Well, I fell asleep, and I was outside all day, and I was tired from playing. Well, I woke up. I don't know what time I woke up. I assume it was midnight due to how dark it was. I had a shivering fear that shook me to my core. I couldn't move an inch. I never had this feeling in my life and never had it again. While my eyesight came back to me in the dark, I saw a big figure. I assume it was 7 feet in length. It was looming over me with a giant top hat. The first thing I did was scream for my mom and dad, but I couldn't. I felt like my voice was broken. All I could do was cry as I saw this creature, or supposed man, staring at me. The crazy part is that it vanished into the dark and there was no traces at all of somebody being there. When I was finally able to speak again, I screamed for my mom and dad. They came in and I explained to them what happened. They chalked it up to just a nightmare. There was no way that someone was inside the house. That was until 10 years later and I was 16. At the time, we moved into a nice sizable house. It had about 7 acres of land. They spelled acres, A-Q-U-E-R-S. Creative. And it was about 5,000 square feet. Well, I was a gamer, and I would stay up all night back then. I stayed up all night playing some Minecraft with the bros. I got really tired, so I turned off my PC and got a change of clothes. As per usual, I went to bed, but this time I felt something wrong in the pit of my chest. I just assumed I was tired and nothing was wrong. But not long before I fell asleep, I heard something in the corner of my room, a whisper, along with dark, deep breathing. I couldn't move again. I didn't put the two together before it was too late. My eyes were darted toward the corner of the room, and I saw yet again this figure, 7 foot tall with a large top hat. I closed my eyes as tight as I could. I was breathing really heavy from what I saw. While my eyes were closed, I felt a heavy feeling, a weight was on my chest. I prayed for whatever sinister being or shadow figure would leave me alone. It just poofed. That night I was shook, stayed up all night with the lights on. Put some music on, tried to distract myself from what happened. When morning came, I told my dad, and my parents divorced, really, so all I had was my dad. He told me that he knew something was following me when I was little, saying I told him I had a friend. And when I was little, that he just didn't want to scare me. Whatever this thing was, it was no friend of mine. I experienced nightmares of this shadow figure, I assume, almost monthly. But ever since I moved, I've not experienced a single nightmare. I moved many times due to the divorce with my parents, and I just thought I should share this experience. I'd been too scared to share for a while due to people thinking I'd be crazy, but this was my experience, and I hope somebody can find clarity knowing that they're not the only one that had this happen to them. Has anyone had an experience like this? The last story of this evening. I moved into my apartment approximately 9 years ago. It was a factory that had been converted into lofts in the early 2010s. I felt compelled to make this post because there's been some limited and strange experiences I've had over the years that led me down the rabbit hole. It made me aware of an unsolved murder that occurred on the property in 1998. And I'm just wondering if this lines up with any other experiences out there. Shortly after I moved in, I was living on my own. I had an experience where I'd fallen asleep in front of the TV, and when I woke up and got up from the couch, I stepped into a thick puddle of liquid that was not there when I fell asleep. The puddle was probably 30 centimeters in diameter. There's no obvious explanation in terms of air ducts, underlying pipework, and I didn't have any liquid I was drinking that could have fallen over. The liquid was not water, it was thick, viscous, smelled like coconuts, almost like shampoo. I just cleaned it up, called my parents to see if there could be an explanation, and they said it was just a monitor. But it could have been a leak elsewhere that moved there. I never experienced anything like this again, but the experience led me to searching online for answers. Online, when I searched for explanations of liquid appearing, it gave me normal answers, but also led me to discussions about poltergeists. They discounted, basically rationalized, that there usually had to be some sort of trauma, and so unless something bad had happened on the property, I couldn't likely discount the theory. Can't say I was a true skeptic, but I'm definitely somebody who'd rather not poke and find things I would rather not find. Long story short, I discovered that my building was previously a factory, and that in 1998 the owner was murdered in a parking lot. The case is still unsolved, although a police officer was quoted in the news as saying they know who did it, but there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. When I had discovered this, I kind of made the link and simply mentioned the story to people in the building and friends and mentioned about the strange liquid appearing. Chucked it up to this murdered soul trying to get some acknowledgement. And ever since, I've been telling the story. I haven't heard any other real physical experience, but recently I started to sense I've been getting other experiences. For the past year, whenever I work from home in the office, where I sit at the right closest to the street, I've been having a recurring kind of feeling or sense of getting shot by a gun in the head. Whoa. Or at least what I imagine it would feel like to get shot. I get this feeling when I'm awake, and they aren't dreams. It's like my mind drifts to it. Hard to explain. It's like the memory of a car coming by, and I feel my head kind of clock back violently. This has been a reoccurring kind of memory or irrational fear that comes and goes, but it's been happening for like a year, and only when it's dark outside. I think this might be the spirit trying to communicate how they felt when they got murdered. When I first researched the murder, I didn't pay attention to where the victim was shot, but I just went back to review the news article, and they mentioned it was an organized mob hit with a getaway car. The 3 men who shot the victim, once in the head and twice in the stomach. I just made the link between the reoccurring memory and the shot to the head. Murder happened at 7 in the morning, and my stomach tends to randomly hurt at that time for like 30 minutes, then completely fine the rest of the day. This isn't every day, but here or there. Has anyone had any similar experiences? Is there anything I could do to put the spirit at ease? I can provide news article proof to my mods, but I don't really want to publicly release all the information for privacy reasons. Look forward to seeing you guys again. See ya. I've never been more creeped out in my life than last night. Locational context. I live on a farm on the side of a mountain in the middle of nowhere in British Columbia's interior. No cell service, neighbors are beyond shouting distance, and very your own lifestyle out here. Your trailer's at the top of this property next to a barn, surrounded 360 degrees with forest, except for a little road up here. The mountain, named Mount Ida, has a long history with the Aboriginal people in my area. I've been told stories of the mountain since I was a kid. Basically, the summary of every story is people are banished from the mountain because the spirits make it too dangerous. All sorts of weird things have been seen and have happened on this mountain. Last night around 10:45 p.m., I heard 3 sets of sirens rush by the road. Out here, you never hear sirens, and in my cumulative 15 years here, I've heard 1 siren. It was earlier this week. Basically, it just intrigues me at that point. It wasn't about half an hour or so later, and the power cuts out. Already in bed at this point, lights were out. Only way I actually noticed was because I had no Wi-Fi. Now that's always a hard stopper, because out here no Wi-Fi means I'm entirely on my own. This makes me anxious for sure, but I'm more worried that I won't be able to call the fire department or something catches on fire or something. Then out of nowhere I hear this super sharp and loud cry, like a kid who has crashed on a bike. Hysterical crying from what sounds to be a young child. My dogs are going absolutely nuts at the door. Now, if you're familiar with cougars, you should know that they can often mimic a child crying, and scarily accurate too. So laying there as the tension builds, I'm just telling myself it's a cougar. That's all it is, just a cougar. For me, that's the best case scenario right now. That's just a cougar. Dogs have finally calmed down, and I'm still just trying to get some shut-eye when I hear the second sound. This was an ungodly sound that I've never heard in my life. This one sounded like a mix of every horror movie monster all in one. Can't even describe it. It's about 5 seconds of pure screeching, like a demonic banshee with vocal cords of a T-Rex. The bass to it shook my bed. It was as if there was a concert-sized sound system hiding in the forest, blasting zombie vomit. I can taste my heartbeat at this point. My dogs are acting like rabies-ridden pit bulls toward the door, snarling and growling like whatever just screamed was on the other side. I didn't know what to do at this point. Couldn't call or get in contact with anyone. The lights are all off. I'm just laying there in the dark, unerring and just completely scared. I wasn't about to give up and go investigate. It's the middle of winter, and I just laid there checking my phone every 30 seconds, seeing if the Wi-Fi comes back. Nothing else came after, though, just ended up falling asleep at some point. As of this morning, everything's back to normal. Nothing creepy going on, power's back on. I made a post on the local Facebook group. Nobody else in the area heard anything, and only a few lost power as well as me. So take it as you will. Cougar in heat, Bigfoot coming out of hibernation, 1,000-year-old native ghost trying to get me off his land. I'm not a very paranormal guy, and I have no idea what it could have been at this point. Was my house haunted, or am I being haunted? So my childhood house was built around the 60s or 70s. My parents bought it in the 90s, and they remodeled it. Neighbors used to tell me that something awful happened there. Something regarding death, but I was too young to remember exactly what was said. My mom doesn't like to talk about it. But what I do remember is being told that when they were digging, they found clothes and bottles with some sort of spells or works buried. For context, I'm from South America. We are, pretty damn superstitious. And we know and heard of white and dark magic. I was a loner as a child, a very quiet and sensitive kid. I cried a lot. So, never really got to have my own room up until I was about 12. That used to be my older brother's room, too. My brother was a mean person to me, always punched me, made me cry, and psychologically abused me. Anyway, once I got his room, which was the darkest and coldest of the house, my mood started to change. I was sad all the time. And me being a teenager and a closeted gay, I had my problems, but that room felt like it was draining. I could only sleep and cry. I tried to self-harm when I was 9, but when I was in my room, the urge increased, and it got me to successfully self-harm for the first time and then continue on for years. Every negative feeling was heightened. I used to wake up in the middle of the night because I felt watched. Sometimes I couldn't even sleep because the feeling was dreadful. I had massive migraines that were heightened by light, so I had to spend more time in my room in complete darkness. But I wasn't the only person experiencing things. When my brother behaved badly, my grandma used to see shadows standing in front of his room. We were sometimes awoken by the sound of a woman walking on heels early in the morning. My family's Catholic, but my mother's actually a practicing one, so she used to pray in all of the rooms when we were at school. She said that when she was in my room while praying, she would get goosebumps and massive headaches, but she carried on because she knew about my depression and stuff. Once we moved, I started to improve. My mental health improved a ton. I do have bad days, but nothing like I experienced in my old home. I've only been back once at my old room with my mom, and I could see her goosebumps, and I had the instant massive headache. Once I left the old house to its new owners, I haven't been back. I'm wondering what the house haunting was, or if I'm being haunted. Because now in my new home, a friend who's stayed twice since then. Well, when I'm not in the room, she hears me walking, and sometimes she hears me calling her name, in quotes. But she knows it's not me. My mom, a couple of months ago, saw a white figure walking toward my room and thought it was me, but I denied having moved out of my room. I don't know if it's of help, but my mom marked a cross with holy water on my bedroom door, and I also collected old cameras. But I don't think the cameras have something to do with the things that started to happen. I think my wife and I just saw the spirit of our deceased dog. My wife and I had an experience yesterday. I'd never really believed in the paranormal until now. I believed there was some sort of afterlife, but after this event, I'm 1,000,000,000% certain. Our beloved dog, Princess, our baby, passed away in January, a little before her 12th birthday. We both brought her up yesterday in conversation, and it brought tears to our eyes, because of how deeply we love and miss her. Sometimes I feel like I hear the taps of her paws on the wooden floors, and I still get the feeling to look down to not trip over her when I walk around the house. Makes me sad. Well, it does bring me comfort at the same time, because it feels like she's still with us. I left the room, and apparently my wife asked her puppy to give us a sign, to tell us that she's okay. I didn't know she did until after the events happened. Well, a few hours later, we were watching TV and turned to the left to take my medicine, and I saw a small BB-sized orb of light. It was covered in white hairs, similar to a dandelion if the seed stems were white too. It appeared right in my vision about 2 feet away and flew about a foot, maybe in 1 second. It flew away from me. Then it vanished. I waved it off as a mosquito because it's been really bad here lately, and why the hell would I just assume I saw an orb anyways? I've been open to ghosts and UFOs in the past, but never seen any, so I don't quite believe yet. I assumed it to be a natural explanation. An hour later, I brought some food back home, and I sat down, and it reappeared about a foot in front and left of me. I saw it immediately, and I saw every detail. Each individual hair, down to the little glowing white spherical core. Traveled to the right about a foot until it was 6 inches in front of my chest when it vanished into thin air. My first thought was that it was a fuzz, but a fuzz doesn't just fly against the wind current of our AC. A fuzz also doesn't have a glowing white spherical core. It finally clicked in my dumb scientific skeptic brain, and I gasped and exclaimed, "Babe, I just saw an orb." She turned to look at me with shock and said, "You saw an orb too? I just saw one." She said it was white with a blue hue, similar in size to the one I saw. It was in the corner up there on the ceiling. It was there for 1 second, then it vanished. She questioned if it could have been a reflection, but thought it wasn't possible at that spot away from the window with the black blinds closed. It was then that she told me that she asked her puppy to give us a sign that she's okay a few hours before, and we both realized that it must be our little pupper's spirit. I'm so skeptical that she had to appear twice. I understand that you'd have to see it to believe it, because that's the kind of person I am. But I was able to see the orb about 6 inches from my face, and it was so bizarre because it looked realer than real, as if it were three-dimensional and traveled a good distance as I locked my eyes onto it. I felt as if I could have grabbed it out of the air, but was absolutely gobsmacked and in shock. Anyway, it brought both excitement and peace, knowing that the afterlife is an absolute reality to me now, and that supernatural things are real and can happen. I hope other people can experience it because the videos all feel fake and it brought tears of joy to our eyes. Awesome. Ask Reddit. This story actually happened a week ago, and I still have my mother pretty disturbed by it. It was Thursday night, and I'd just come home from university. Yep, I still live with my parents since my uni's in the same city and housing is expensive. I hadn't had any late-night classes that day, so I was coming home at around 2 p.m., so it was still light out. Not some witching hour shit. I walked in the house through a glass sliding door, and my dog took this chance to go outside. My mom greeted me since she was folding clothes right next to the door. I closed the door behind me and had only walked a few feet into the house when my mother gasped. I turned around just to watch the sliding door open itself. My dog walked back in with a guilty look on his face and the door closed behind him. And I should clarify that this sliding door is purely mechanical. We don't have some fancy automatic door opener. The door itself is extremely heavy, and also kind of broken, making it already hard to open. So when the door opened by itself, we were quite surprised. Either my dog has psychic abilities, or our house has a dog-loving poltergeist. 2. This story's much older. I would have had to have been only 7 years old at the time, and the story is really my mom's, but I'll tell it anyway. But before I tell you my story, you need to know some background information. I'm a type 1 diabetic, not the one you get for being fat. I've been like this since the age of 4. For those who don't know, this disease can cause my blood sugar levels to rise or fall sporadically. High blood sugars are not that much of a worry since most of their damage is over decades, but low blood sugars are an immediate danger. They can cause me to seize, which in turn destroys my brain. Now that you know that, I can continue. When I was younger, if my mom woke up in the middle of the night, she would come to my room and test my blood sugars by poking my finger to make it bleed. Sounds bad, but it's not that bad. But this specific night, she had stayed up later than usual, tested me around midnight before going to bed. She would later wake up at 2 a.m. and debate whether to test me again. Eventually, she decided against it, since she had checked my blood sugars only 2 hours ago and they were stable then. She then tried to go back to sleep, but she was startled when her phone rang once. The phone only played a ringtone once before cutting off, as it had never played. Calls at this late of night weren't a rare occurrence. My mother works with Child Protective Services, so she gets a lot of calls from distressed clients at random times of the day, but mostly during the night. My mom checked her call logs to see who called her, and found out her last call had been at 9 p.m., not 2 a.m. She was confused, but dismissed it as her imagination working overtime. But once again, the question going to test my blood sugars came up, and this time my mom gave in to her anxiety. Walked down the hallway halfway to my room just in time to catch me mid-seizure. If a seizure's caught quickly, the damage can be insignificant, but left on my own accord, I could easily die during one. With the help of my sleepy father, my parents would bring me back to consciousness using a substance called glucagon, a complex sugar that's great for increasing the blood sugar rapidly that can only be applied with an enormous syringe. To this day, nobody knows who called that night, but my mom likes to think it was my deceased great-grandfather, a Juno Beach veteran who passed away the week before after succumbing to severe bone cancer. But who knows? I need advice. I moved into this house with my boyfriend at the beginning of November, around the 4th of 2022. I've always had a weird feeling when I'd come visit as my boyfriend lived here with roommates before I moved in with him. Over time, my mental health started to take a downfall. For context, I've been diagnosed schizoaffected bipolar, diagnosed at 19. I've been medicated since. My symptoms are manageable and I have coping skills that keep me grounded, and my meds help a lot too. I still struggle with social anxiety and some small delusions centered around that, but I can usually keep myself in reality and push those thoughts away, especially when I've been taking my meds regularly. When I first moved in, I was taking my meds regularly and only missed 1, maybe 2 days a month. I know I need to take them every day, but sometimes I just forget. And even before moving in, I lived alone for months without any sort of issue coming up. Almost immediately, I started having random bouts of anger, sadness, or panic-like anxiety, and all would leave me broken, crying. I started struggling to sleep, only getting 3 or 4 hours a night, if that. Eventually, I did run out of my meds, and because of this, sudden change in my mood and lack of sleep, I haven't had the energy to sit through another appointment. Which is where my problem comes in. For a while now, even on my meds, but not right after I moved in. Maybe for the past month, I've been feeling uneasy and not safe. Just general feelings of unease and anxiety. My boyfriend left to rehab for alcoholism treatment. Long story, he's getting the help he needs, and, well, I want to support him 100%, so please refrain from judgment. About a week ago and 4 days ago, I walked out of her bedroom to find the front door just standing wide open. Thought it was weird, and it did freak me out, but I looked around, didn't see anything, so I just figured maybe it was the wind or a vortex, maybe caused by me shutting the bedroom door after going to the bathroom. I don't know, anything logical. After that, I went about my day, and the sun went down. I started to feel this really heavy feeling in my room, like just an anxious, dreadful feeling that wouldn't go away, and it was almost like it was coming from the window on the other side of the room. Again, just tried to think logically and rationally as I do cope, and told myself I was just freaking myself out, being delusional or whatever, but just couldn't shake this feeling. It was overwhelming. Kept having to sit up in bed while trying to sleep to check if everything was actually standing there, and I never saw anything, but it just felt like it. There's a TV directly to the left of the window. I was feeling this coming from there, and at one point I opened my eyes after trying to sleep, and I saw that the TV had turned itself on at some point. That freaked me out, but I tried to just ignore it and do my best to not acknowledge whatever was going on and pass it off as coincidence. And me being overly paranoid. But it's been days, and I'm still just generally uneasy and unsafe feeling, which gets worse when the sun goes down. So much so I can't sleep until it's daylight again, and I still for only maybe 3 or 4 hours, sometimes less. Basically, the point of this ramble is that I'm being delusional, maybe? I know I need to get back on my meds, and I'm working on that, but do you think that the door being open and my TV turning on and the intense feeling could be something more? I'm going to leave for my mom's in the morning because it's getting to the point where it's too much and I'm overwhelmed. What can I do? What did I see in Albania? During the Second World War, Albania was occupied by the Nazis. After the Second World War, Albania decided the best way to fend off fascism in the future was to become communist and isolationist. They closed their borders in 1946 and declared themselves the world's first atheist nation in 1967. Religion was outlawed in 1967, and religious buildings were repurposed or destroyed. Previously, Albania was a mix of primarily Catholicism and Islam. And just because it's not legal doesn't mean a person will stop practicing their faith. Catholics were seen as a special threat due to a perceived loyalty to the Holy See over the state. Shkodër, a city in northern Albania, housed a prison that held the tortured practitioners of Catholicism. Many people died there when they refused to give up fellow practitioners under extreme forms of torture. This prison is now part of a museum called the Site of Witness and Memory. The first part details the events leading up to and following the outlawing of the religion by Enver Hoxha. The second part details what went on in the prison. At the end, you're permitted to walk into the prison and into its cells. At the bottom floor, some cells display prominent people who were held there in resistance in the face of the concentration camp. Others display anti-religious propaganda, and some tell stories of camp conditions and how information was shared throughout the camp. Most of the cells are empty, but you can walk inside of them. Each measures about 5 feet by 5 feet. The last room is much larger. That's where the inmates were brought for questioning. The original desk, original typewriter, and telephone are all in there, as well as a chair where the inmates would have sat. There's a second story to this prison. I went upstairs to check it out, but all of the cells were empty. To be sure I didn't miss anything, I poked my head into each one and made my way down the hallway. Once I was sure the cells were empty, I began to walk back down the downstairs. Out of the corner of my eye in one of the cells, I catch a black figure. I caught a surprising amount of detail for only catching a glance. It was about 5'6", emaciated, standing head against the corner, hands in its face and facing away from me, pure black. Had shadows spreading out from it. At first I thought it was a cardboard cutout I'd missed, so I took a couple steps back to check. The room was empty. I was overtaken by a sense of pure fear. I wasn't in any danger, but I don't think I was ever that scared before. I ran out of that museum, and I'm sure I got a couple odd looks from security and other attendees. I haven't been able to shake what I saw. I don't think I believe in the paranormal, but I also have no explanation as to what I saw. It looked and felt real. Came across the subreddit and thought you guys might have answers. Sorry for the long post and maybe the over-explained background. Ask Reddit 1. I have two that happened the same summer, in very close days. First, a little bit of background. My sister's 29 and I'm 21. We come from a big family. We have lots of cousins, and they have lots of kids. In 2018, our grandparents died, so everybody's still a bit sad. Well, they were the pillars of our family, and we all consider their house the house, since most of the grandkids grew up there. That's where all the family used to meet. But we are all dealing however we can. Now on with the story. One night I was alone at the house. My sister was out working, and I would be too if it wasn't for my aunt and my mom that left the wood door closed, but not the crystal one. The one I couldn't go out because I had no keys to close it. Pretty cool of my aunt. So no one coming from the back door could come in. But from the main door somebody could. They couldn't go earlier to do the groceries anyway, because my sister and I were taking care of our little cousin. She was 4. And if they left, she wouldn't notice and she would start crying. So I decide to take it easy and start playing some game on my phone while I wait. Suddenly I started listening to a guitar, but it was so low I had to put my phone closer to my ear. While I'm doing that, I start thinking my phone has no volume, because I had, in fact, silenced it. I go to the balcony and check that there's no one playing the guitar outside. The street's full of restaurants, so it isn't weird to have people playing a guitar or something there. I decide to think that it's an auditory hallucination. The first time it ever happened to me in about 21 years of being alive, but it makes sense. After a while, I start hearing the sounds of the chairs downstairs moving. Not that creepy, because there are like 4 cats that like to sleep in the chairs, so it's okay, I guess. Creepy that there are 2 chairs moving at the same time, but okay. Then someone knocks on the crystal door. From the top of the stairs, I look down. I see no one close to the door. I don't even go downstairs. I go straight up to the front room and check the balcony. No one in that door. Go to the other room that's up the wood door, and no one there either. The people that come from there are old people, so they walk way slower than I do. Yeah. I decide to lay in the bed again, thinking I must have misheard everything. And then I fucking heard it. I heard my 4-year-old cousin laughing downstairs, and at this point I stop moving. I text a friend when I'm scared. I tell her that the house is big, 2 floors, and I decide to stop being scared, so I should do her house tour. Never in my life have been so brave, because my sister, my father, and one of my cousins have seen ghosts, so yeah, I do believe in them. But I decided to go check anyway. I go turning on every single light I can, and by the time I get there, there's no one at all. I go back upstairs and have the courage to turn off all the lights, since now it gets angry when the lights are all on, unnecessarily. Or as they wrote here, unnecessarily. That's a new one. I don't hear a sound anymore until my mom and my aunt are back from the supermarket. What happened? Backstory, because I feel this is all kind of correlated. I'm a 25-year-old female. My family and I have always experienced paranormal events. In our old home back in the 2000s, my mom liked to keep dead relatives' belongings, like bed sets and past military regalia, and even funeral flowers for my dad's mom. One day after my mom's aunt's funeral, she was in the garage with my grandma. She kept hearing her aunt call out to her by name. My grandma looked at my mom crazy, and my mom asked if it was my grandma, but clearly it wasn't. My brother, who was in college at the time, lived upstairs. One night he hears the stairs creak and felt the mattress get deep, as if somebody sat next to him. He felt his mattress rise back up and told himself it was our mom. She told him the next morning that it wasn't her, and I myself have seen literal shadows walk by me alone at home. My father's TV monitor turned on randomly and the computer chair spinning in circles at night. Or being home alone and hearing the TV upstairs randomly turn on, volume put on full blast. I was shook. I also have a history of constantly waking up during the witching hours, 3 to 4 a.m. My last encounter was sleep paralysis in the 2010s. I was choked and I saw red eyes. My parents couldn't explain it. My mom threw everything out of the house the next morning for me because it was getting too paranormal for all of us. Except for my father. My father also ended up passing in 2015 from Agent Orange. Fast forward to today, March 27th, 2024. My mom's moved houses, I've moved out of my partner for 10 years, and my brother has his own family now. I wake up in the middle of the night to grab a drink. As I go back to bed, I notice it was still dark out, and I check the stove clock. It's 3:04 a.m. I took note of that, but went back to sleep. 3 hours later, weird pattern of threes, wake up at around 6:20-ish to my boyfriend saying my name repeatedly, trying to wake me up, and I grabbed his hand to cover my face and mouth. He told me he coincidentally woke up right before that and watched me mumble sounds and acting very uncomfortable. He said it was eerie. My boyfriend comes from a very Christian background too. When I noticed what happened, I looked around the room and shadows felt so off. I got chills after I said it was eerie and I made him turn the lights on. I started explaining my nightmare. I saw a girl outside staring into the moonlight. She was covered in blood like the movie Carrie. Walked back to bed confused as I lay down. Her mom, I think, is hovering above me. She had straw-like hair, almost dirty blonde, but kind of gray. She had a face, but it wasn't human. It was black, but a face. It was indescribable. She looks at me and says, "I've been waiting for this to happen." Tries to attack me into my mouth or face, I'm not even sure. That's when I woke up to my boyfriend. Not sure what just happened, but what made him wake up to wake me out of that, but why did I wake up during witching hours just to experience that? I get that depression, anxiety, and trauma can easily affect our mind and sleep patterns, but this just seemed off. My experience growing up in a haunted house. This is my experience of growing up in a haunted house. For me, it was normal. It was just a part of my life. But to other people, the house was terrifying. It was decorated almost completely in Victorian antiques. And the front of the house was encased in a rusty old iron cemetery fence. So right off the bat, it was bound to come off as creepy. In the house, I always felt watched. There was a hallway that connected all the ground floor rooms, and as well as a staircase that went up directly to my room. This hallway always had a weird energy to it, like someone was standing in it. Can't really explain it, it just always felt like someone was there. You constantly look over your shoulder at the doorway behind you. It was especially hard getting to sleep, and I was paralyzed by dread each night. Beyond this feeling, I had many odd experiences as well. I had a Barbie washing machine that randomly turned on one night on 3 separate occasions. Another time, right as I left my room, a radio I had never used turned on playing opera music. On another occasion, a friend and I were in the basement and heard creaking sounds of somebody walking up and back down the stairs, but no one was there. My phone disappeared twice, only to reappear hours later in the middle of the floor. And once while sleeping, a random voice shouted in my ear to wake up because my mom had forgotten to wake me up, and it was true, she had. I also had an auditory experience, once of a cat. I was home alone watching TV when I heard purring behind the couch, where my old cat had always hung out. The purring came around to the front couch and then by my ear as if a cat was nuzzling me, but nothing was there. However, it gave me a very peaceful feeling. I saw 2 apparitions while living in that house. The first was when I was around maybe 10. I woke up in the night and saw a girl just standing there. She was wearing a Victorian-style nightgown and had long hair, maybe around 5 or so. She was staring straight ahead and was transparent but kind of glowing blue in the moonlight. She walked over to my stuffed animals I had right next to my bed and started touching them. "Do you like my toys?" I asked her. She immediately seemed spooked, like she hadn't seen me before, and ran toward the door, disappearing right before she got into the hallway. It sounds scary, but it really wasn't, and I went back to sleep. I saw the second apparition when I was around 18. I had dropped a friend off at her house that night and returned home to see a figure in the kitchen window overlooking the front of the house. My mom usually stood in this window while doing the dishes, so I thought nothing of it at first, but as I got out of the car, I realized that no cars were there and my parents weren't home. Got back in my car and called for them to come, and I didn't get out until they returned, and of course they just laughed about it, not believing me. Over the years, I had many other unexplainable experiences, many of which were witnessed by other people, and these experiences followed me to my workplaces and my first apartment, but then stopped immediately when I moved out of state. I'm grateful that I can finally be in peace and not look over my shoulder constantly. It's definitely stressful growing up like I did. Experiences as a chaplain. I'm a professional chaplain for the Order of St. John of Rhodes, Malta, and Jerusalem. I specialize in blessings, cleansings, and spiritual conflict. If you're ever looking for advice, feel free to PM me. I'd be more than happy to help if I can, but otherwise thought I'd like to add to the experiences of this sub. I've had some awesome paranormal experiences, and I was around this sub a little while ago, becoming active again, so I thought I'd share a recent experience which freaked out my partner. After I started to get more involved in spiritual guidance, conflict, and intervention, we started noticing more stuff happening around the house. One thing that came to visit was a large, dark figure. We're about 8 feet tall, and I'm 6'4", so tall in my own regard, but this thing was huge. It was coming from an underground storage next to our room. We were staying in the basement. After getting involved in a particularly nasty case, things started with knocking on the door from the underground storage area. Once a day at random times, we would hear a simple knock, knock, knock. The area was a brick-walled room with dirt floor, but there was no external access by either wind or people. We largely ignored it. When the knock happened, if I was there, I would rebuke whatever was knocking by letting it know it wasn't welcome. My partner, however, sort of opened the door after the knocking but didn't tell me. She's not as spiritual as I am, and she was curious to figure out what the knocking was. The next day, we were relaxing in bed when a guitar standing next to the door strummed twice, incredibly loudly. Again, I rebuked, but again, I didn't know she'd answered the door. That night, I was struggling to fall asleep. I was tossing and turning and was frustrated. So I opened my eyes to go back on my phone. When I did, roughly 20 feet away, I saw a huge black shadow figure standing in the corner looking at us. It was well built, with broad shoulders and strong-looking body. I was frozen with shock at first, then flashed my phone's screen in this direction. It didn't disappear immediately, but slowly dissipated from the bottom upwards. I prayed an incantation, went back to sleep. The next night was the same. I struggled to sleep. I had a feeling why. When I was almost asleep, I opened my eyes, and again there was a figure, except this time it was standing next to the door to the underground area. I grabbed my blessing, Taiaha, it's a Maori weapon, stood, then started to perform a fairly serious prayer. This half awoke my partner, and this mattered soon. As I prayed into the darkness, the same thing happened. The figure slowly disappeared. The next day, my partner asked what I was doing, and I told her. I then asked her if she'd seen anything, and she said that she'd been hearing the knocking and tried to find the source. I asked her if she'd opened the door after knocking, and she said yeah. So I finally did what I should have. I was probably too scared at the time in case I picked a fight and I couldn't win. I was new to all this. Blessed both our room and the storage room. I used frankincense and myrrh, incense, holy water, and prayers in English, Latin, and my native Maori language. I placed an iron cross above the door on the inside of the house and placed bigger wooden crosses above all entry points to my room, including that one. Weird experience. After I graduated high school, my family and I moved into a townhouse into a different city. The Saturday after we moved in, everybody had to work, so I was left in the house alone, which I've never been afraid of being alone, and I'm still really not afraid. I was upstairs unpacking my room, just getting ready to take a shower, and for reference, the upstairs has a large mirror and a sink in the hallway. Then the door to the bathroom's on the left, and my bedroom's on the right, so I can see the bathroom from my room. It's also a small hallway, only the width of the sink and the cabinets, so I'm literally 2 steps from the bathroom. Anyway, I was home and getting ready for showering and just undressed and walked across to the bathroom and closed the door. I haven't even turned on the light in the bathroom, that's how fast all this happened. That's when I hear, very clearly and distinctly, somebody coming up the stairs and walking right over to the sink. I hear someone rummaging through the cabinets like they're looking for something. Meanwhile, I'm in the bathroom frozen in fear because I genuinely think someone's inside my house. My heart is beating so fast trying to figure out what to do because someone's out there, but I left my phone on my bed and I have no clothes except a towel. It felt like I was in there forever, but the sound wasn't going away. I could feel someone's energy out there. I worked up the courage to open the door, and I don't know what my plan was, if it was a real person, but I guess I just felt that I had to do something. The hallway was empty. Ran over to my room, closed and locked my door, got dressed, and then went through the house to investigate. There was no one there. All the doors to the outside were still locked. I left the house because I was so unsettled by the whole thing and didn't want to be in there alone anymore. My parents literally thought I was crazy. They said it was probably the next-door neighbor, since you can hear a lot of what they do through the walls, but it's never sounded like that again throughout all these years. We've had 2 different neighbors living next door since we moved in. My sister has had 2 other experiences that have freaked her out as well. She had a sculpture on the wall next to her bed. That's where our Ghanaian friend, that they brought it back from Africa. It's pretty heavy, so we have to kind of use really thick screws to hold it up on the wall. My sister had her bed pushed up next to the wall, so when she would fall asleep, the entire wall was to her right. One morning my sister woke up, and the sculpture was laying on the other side of her pillow, not next to the wall as if it had fallen, but on the other side of her. We were so freaked out because it had fallen. It would have made so much noise and would have, seriously hurt her. Still can't explain that one. She also had experiences where she had woken up with her door open, and she's definitely closed it before going to bed. She's also not a sleepwalker. Everyone in the house closes their door to go to bed, so it's very odd. We've only really had those experiences during the almost 10 years my parents have been in the new house, but they're so weird and random that I have no idea how to explain them. I've moved out since, still haven't really experienced anything like that. Haunted workplaces. I'm curious if anybody else has worked in a haunted place before. I seem to always find myself witnessing things I can't explain, that are kind of following me through childhood and then into work at times as well. The first job that I experienced the paranormal at was one of those apple orchard places with an animal enclosure. It had a bakery and a barn gift shop. I worked in the gift shop. My coworker and boss said that they heard my name called once when I was gone. I wasn't sure that I really believed them. However, some odd things did happen there. We would often hear footsteps in the upstairs mezzanine, like a man with clunky boots was walking back and forth. It made me extremely uneasy. On one occasion while my coworker was on break, I had something more up close happen. I was stocking a heavy display pillar with bird ornaments. The pillar was difficult to move, but I remember centering it perfectly between 2 other cabinets before stocking it. As I was delicately putting on the last ornament, the pillar lunged toward me out of nowhere. It freaked me out so much that I ran to the bakery so I wasn't alone. Upon coming back, based on how I had centered it previously, the distance it had moved was about a foot. I have no explanation for it since it was such a heavy display. The second job that I experienced the paranormal was working at a thrift store. Every night we would hear banging on the roof at closing. In the mornings you would hear the sounds of hangers moving and shopping carts squeaking. My very religious and previously anti-ghost boss said that she would hear knocking on the door she opened alone in the mornings. And when she would open it, no one would be there. She grew to hate being alone there and admitted that there was something paranormal happening. On one occasion, a tightly wound music box started going off during closing. On another occasion during closing, a coworker saw a bald man peering over a rack, only to disappear when confronted. And then there was the sound of a woman humming that would come back in one of the conjunctions with a terrible burnt smell. The final event was a teacup flying off the top shelf about 4 feet before landing between me and a regular. So many things that I can't explain. And now to my current antique job. I've never felt a presence at my new job, but there have been several poltergeist-type things that have happened since I started. The first was a potted cactus lifting vertically out of a larger pot and then falling onto the ground. Then there was the sound of nails being pulled out of the wall and hitting the floor. Couldn't find the nails. More recently, a coworker reported witnessing a pair of socks come off the display rack, hover and then land folded. And then there was the knocking on the window after hours when no one was there. These things were all a bit eerie. Anyways, these were the experiences that stand out the most at my workplaces. I've definitely had a lot more happen outside of work, but those experiences are for another day. Let me know the creepy stuff that's happened at your work. I would love to read it. So would I. Submit them to me. My only experience. Anyone seen anything similar? I was 8. Woke up from a vivid nightmare around 4 a.m. The nightmare involved bright green locusts and porcelain dolls. I lay awake for a while and I was spooked from the dream and couldn't get back to sleep, so I decided to go downstairs and watch TV until it was time to get ready to go to school. I was sat on a sofa facing the TV. The door to the upstairs was to the right of the TV and I had glass panels. As I was watching the TV, I could see out of the corner of my eye a light into the doorway to upstairs. I looked toward it and saw this figure, a glowing pale bluish shape, with an open robe and hood. No face or features, but 2 eyes brightly shining orange or red. It was beckoning me forward with its left hand, making a "come here" motion with its finger. I don't think I ever felt more terror like that before. Slapped my hands to my face, hid my eyes from the figure. I remember feeling trapped, as I didn't want to open my eyes and I had nowhere to go. I was either upstairs, straight through past the figure, or into the kitchen behind me. I must have had a rush of adrenaline as I ran, and my eyes closed shut straight back upstairs, passing whatever might have been there in the doorway. I did the standard diving back into bed, hid under the covers. I waited until my dad got up for work. It was about 5:30 a.m. Remember, kind of keep going into his room and asking him if he was getting up soon. Especially, he woke up and headed downstairs, and I followed behind. No sign of anything. My heart was beating and I was still terrified. I followed him all the way from the kitchen to the bathroom and stood virtually behind him as he took his morning pee. I kind of plucked up the courage to tell him what I saw. He was a no-nonsense type. "Dad, I saw a ghost." And he just replied, "No, you didn't. It was your imagination." And that was that. I'd have been inclined to believe him. I was a pretty weird kid. I loved horror and monsters and paranormal, but I never experienced anything like this before. The whole feeling of the night was strange. I remember it now all these years later like it was yesterday. I maybe thought the nightmare I had sent my imagination into overdrive, that the light was reflecting from my TV onto the glass panels in the doorway, and my overactive brain translated that into the image of a phantom. That's just one thing that doesn't let me dismiss it completely. I found out that when I came downstairs that night, I wasn't alone. Our cat was there too. Fugly. Nice name. A big silver Persian cat that my stepmom owned. My dad thought it was hideous, hence the name Fugly. This was one of those cats that was so docile and goofy you could do anything to it and it would just purr. Just didn't seem to have a bad bone in its body. Let kids pick it up and ragdoll, and it was super affectionate. Followed my dad out the bathroom, walked to the kitchen, spotted Fugly in one of the dining room chairs tucked underneath the table. Bent down to look at her. She was severely spooked, her eyes like saucers and her fur and hair was on end. She was nearly twice her size. I did the pss, 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 and put my hand toward her. She hissed, scratched my hand, and drew a small amount of blood. This really stayed with me as I'd never seen her like this before, and even after, she never displayed this behavior. Amsterdam and Athens. I'm going to night and evening school in a small town in central Macedonia. One of my classmates, Zoe, has 2 kids, a son and a daughter. The son lives in Shanghai and the daughter lives in Amsterdam. This Christmas, Zoe orchestrated a surprise visit with her son to Amsterdam to go see her daughter. After the surprise, they decided to do tourist stuff. And on an Anne Frank tour, sorry if that's not the right way to say it, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, that's when Zoe noticed a familiar person. Me, or at least somebody who looked like me. I'm talking identical looking. She wore the same outfit I would wear on the first day back to class after holidays. My white fleece shirt, my fleece gray leggings, my black trainers, my black cardigan, and my gray puffy jacket, along with my purple beanie. I also had my pink Oxford-themed scarf and emerald green gloves. The identical me wore the exact outfit as described and had the same hair color as me. Dark brown, and even she had the same body type and walk. Getting deja vu reading this. Anybody else remember this story? Zoe spent most of the tour being perplexed and hurt that I didn't come and say hi, so by the end of the tour she walked up to the identical me and got her attention. But the identical me turned, and Zoe, instead of meeting my glasses wearing hazel green brown eyes, Zoe was looking into emerald green eyes and no glasses. Confused, Zoe asked her name, and she said that her name was Helena Nasto, instead of my name, which is from Aigio in Peloponnese. To make things weirder, the last name Nasto is a family name for my dad's side of the family. Aigio is where my maternal grandmother and her family are from, and Helena is a family name and a name that my parents consider my name. Zoe then shared this event on the first day of class after we exchanged gifts. I shared wrapped desserts for my name day, which is on New Year's. And I found it very odd because it reminded me of a different story my mom told me that Uncle Nikos, a family friend we refer to as Uncle, experienced in early December. The event goes as such. Uncle Nikos lives in Athens. And one day he was on a public bus when he saw me on the bus. He found it hilarious because he was on the phone with my mom. He hangs up because he's about to get down and decided to pass by and surprise me. She wore the same gray puffy jacket and she had red hair like I had the last time Uncle Nikos saw me. He walked up to her and tapped her on the shoulder, called her by my name, when the other looked him up and down confused. Uncle Nikos saw emerald green eyes. And Uncle Nikos realized he made a mistake. Called my mom asking where I was, and Mom eyed me across the table as I was eating breakfast and said I was here with her. He got so confused and told us the story. My money's on the doppelganger, while my dad thinks it's a parallel universe version of me, while my sister thinks it's a cousin of ours, but spent the holidays looking for her social media but couldn't find her. Dad asked around the family, but there's a Helen and a Stowe, but we don't look alike at all, and she's blonde with blue eyes. It's the first 2 times that people said they saw me somewhere I haven't been, or even someone looking identical to me. It's not my mom. Mexico haunting. This was a while ago, and I was living in Mexico at the time. It happened when I was 15 years old, and it's an experience I won't forget. My family and I had been looking for a place to live, and we were fortunate enough that my aunt had a friend who was renting out the bottom part of her home. It had its own kitchen and bathroom and also a separate entrance. So we had moved in, and it seemed weird, but I never really liked how the place felt. It always kind of had a negative vibe about it. It wasn't long before strange things started happening at that place. Things like the faucet turning on full blast without anyone being home. And we see it running while we're out. Our first thought was maybe it was the owner playing a trick on us for whatever reason. Other occurrences would include things going missing and then reappearing right where they were last. Knocking on the bedroom doors, and this one time while watching TV the volume went from a decent set all the way to max. And not gradually like TVs are supposed to do, but it just jumped all of a sudden, much like it did, or rather like I did when it happened. Now, this one night, though, is where it really scared me. Now my parents had their room, and my brothers and I shared the one just down the hall. It was storming. We had the windows open. My brothers and I went to bed, and after a while, finally went to sleep. At about 3 or 4 in the morning, I was woken up by a large crash from within the room. It sounded like a bookshelf falling over and hitting the floor. I jolted up, and there was nothing there, amazingly, though. Both my brothers were asleep. And I at least knew my older brother was for sure, because he snores and snores really loud. It took me a while to calm down and try to rationalize what that sound was. Maybe it was just thunder from outside, I thought to myself. Anyways, as I was finally settling down and ready to go back to bed, I heard a faint whistle coming from outside the window. It was getting closer and closer. Now let me tell you though, that window faces nothing but a cement wall. If that's not creepy enough, the storm I thought had stopped because all I could hear was whistling at that moment. But it was still raining and I could still see the lightning flash through the window. It lasted for what felt like minutes before the whistling finally stopped. I could hear the rain and the thunder. I did nothing about it and didn't wake my parents or siblings up. I just laid in bed till I was able to go back to sleep. I know, so dumb, but I was scared and I was a kid. The next morning, though, my dad did tell us that he came to wake us up after he had made breakfast. But when he got to our door, it was slightly open, but it closed on him. He tried to open it thinking we were playing. He got mad and told us he was banging on the door yelling to let me in. Now, we didn't hear him, we were fast asleep. He told us that he started to push on the door and felt as if somebody was pushing back. My dad finally got tired, and so he rammed the door open, and of course we didn't hear him still. That was when he rushed in, managing to open the door. He saw us fast asleep and under the covers, and there was no way it was any of us. Possible totems. Native American war drums at 3 a.m. So allow me to preface by saying I'm one of Cherokee ancestry. So I've assumed in some way this experience is linked to my ancestry. But it can also be linked to the land attempting to be protected by 2 innocent and stupid young adults. When I was 21, I decided along with a friend to go ghost hunting at the local sanatorium in Madison, Wisconsin. It was in the woods out back. This was back when Ghost Adventures was just getting big. I was pretty empathetic, or empathic, but at the time, that was about it. So we entered the woods and entered a clearing. On the recorder, I picked up this demonic voice saying, "I'm gonna get ya." It's a chilly recording. Probably didn't sound like me saying that. Oops. It's a hot summer night and the clearing is warm. We talk for a while to whatever's there, and then suddenly it's not so warm anymore. It's freezing cold and it's pitch black, like we can see our breath cold. I even put my hand in front of me to see if I could see it. That's how dark it was. I look up and I can't even see the trees, it's so dark. From the negative energy, it was oppressive. I didn't like it. And from the distance, both my friend and I began to hear the sound of Native American war drums. First, they're faint, but they're getting closer. The overwhelming darkness begins to back off, and as the darkness leaves the clearing, I follow the ground to the woods. Look up to see a family of deer, complete with buck, fawn, and doe. It took me a while to figure out what was so off about them. It wasn't that they were breathing. That's good. It's that they weren't running, that they weren't moving. They were spirits, straight up gray and white, with black eyes. Immediately I was overcome with such dread, not at the animals, but at whatever it was that could hear us behind us. Whatever had leaves and twigs crunching under its feet. The doe nodded at me. A rush of wind nicked up around us. The drums were now at an all-time high, and the chanting was stoking an urgency in my veins that made me grab my friend and run away. Checked in my friend tonight and confirmed the details of the story as it happened 10 years ago. She remembers all the same things. I remember there also being an owl and a squirrel. Later found out that this was the site of one of the Native American wars. After doing some research, I believe I saw totems sent to protect me and my friend or guard the land. Whether they were from my tribe or the ones that died there, I don't know. I'm just wondering what anybody else thinks. Has anybody else experienced something similar in those woods? My friend and I believe someone was possibly there to harm us. Possibly a person drawn to dark energy. I'm not sure. All I can is that she and I are 100% heard and saw the same things. And it's absolutely the most vivid paranormal experience I've ever had. It sounded like an entire Native American army going to war. Also, at the time, there were no events scheduled to explain this drumming. I'm still haunted. I've done research of my house and the area I live in, and sure, people die all the time. I haven't found horrible deaths, at least that have happened in or around my home. So I do assume it has to be me who's being haunted, but it's not every day. It happens every once in a while, but it mostly happens when I'm alone and my wife and daughters aren't home. I have a man cave in my basement. It's where I spend most of my time when the wife and kids aren't home. Now I have very thin flooring, so you can hear a pin drop from upstairs. I mean, there's nothing you can't hear from downstairs. Anyway, this last time that I was alone, I was really freaked out. I was alone watching TV with my dog when all of a sudden my dog, who was laying in my lap, got off and went up the stairs and just sat down looking up. This wasn't weird. She does it every time she hears someone at the door, so I half expected a knock at my door or the doorbell. Nothing happened, so I paid no attention to it. So I called my dog over, but she looked at me, looked back at the stairs, and that started to raise some alarms, but again I chose to ignore it. As I started to turn the volume back up on my TV, I heard a large bang from upstairs. My dog got up, started barking up a storm. Got up off the couch and told her to be quiet, trying to calm her down. Picked her up, put her on the couch, and although she stopped barking, she just kept growling and looking toward the stairs. I wasn't scared, so I went up and checked to see what the hell the noise was. And as I went past the kitchen and into the living room, I noticed my kid's bin of toys was dumped over and the toys were scattered all over the place. I was a little scared by this because this bin was heavy. Not only that, the bin was up against a wall in the living room, and yet some of the toys were even down the hall by my daughter's room. Made no sense. So I quickly picked up all the toys and put everything back into the toy bin. Went downstairs, and as I got to the couch, I heard footsteps coming from the kids' room. But it wasn't one set. It was multiple feet running back and forth. It was at this point where I really felt a chill down my back. So instead of sitting down, I had to make sure there wasn't an intruder in my home. Of course, this wasn't possible. My home alarm was set, so I know nobody could have been in my house. But as I made my way to the stairs again, I got to the first step, and the running stopped. But there's a door that blocks the basement to the main floor, and it slammed it open quickly and slammed shut. I froze. This is where I got truly frightened. All of a sudden, I could hear footsteps running down the stairs, and I was at the bottom. Although I didn't see anything, I definitely felt a rush of cold air hit me. This wasn't a light breeze, but it was quick and hard and almost pushed me back. I didn't have the balls to go up, so I just got back to my couch, turned up the volume of the TV, and tried to ignore what had happened. I later went back upstairs to check all the doors and windows, make sure everything was secure. I do apologize for the long story, but it felt like it was important to be specific with my encounter. I want to know what's going on, but I feel if I get too interested in this, it might flare up or something, and my first concern is obviously my wife and kids. So what do you guys think I should do? Leave a comment or let me know if something similar has happened to you. A whistle in the woods. Let me start out by saying I live in Massachusetts. Normally, people think of one of the four things, location-wise, for Massachusetts. Boston, Cape Cod, Salem, and the rest. The rest I've taken to calling Spooky Woods. This is about the Spooky Woods in western Massachusetts. I bought my house almost exactly a year ago. It's a 2-story brick square that was built in 1920. A lot of people think it has a kind of a commercial use. That's because it's maybe something like that before it was used as a house. It's almost 500 feet away from the road with gravel drive, and delivery peeps don't much care for it. I've seen a couple of things out of the corner of my eye, like a brown cat. The only thing my cats have ever alerted me to has been a mouse in the walls, but the most important detail is my backyard. Well, and the woods. My backyard is a sort of a conservation area, so it wouldn't ever be developed into housing. I've seen bears with cubs, deers, bobcat, opossums, owls, and a lot of other critters. I've heard even more, which brings me to an event that happened about a couple of weeks ago. Actually, thinking better of it, it happened at the end of autumn. My sort of partner found a fairy ring of mushrooms. I not only stepped into the middle, but also poked every mushroom there. Thanks, darling. Why not just leave the door open for the fae to show up? Anyway, since, he's played with the fairy circle, I've kept an ear and an eye out for weirdness. He pretty much said to the woods that his prodding was not an invitation inside. Then winter came, and it got cold here, and still is. On this night a couple of weeks ago, it was about 2 or 3 in the morning, and the temperature was a single digit, and my phone said it felt like -3 Fahrenheit. Both me and my partner wake up together, for no real reason that we were able to figure out. We have neighbors to the sides of us, but they're quiet at night. One side has an HOA and is pretty much silent as death after 10 p.m. Our other neighbors right by the road. We acknowledged that we were awake at each other, and well, one of the cats is very excited. We're awake, and it just wants to cuddle. I'm successfully trying to push him away when we all hear it. Whistling. It was so light that the cat's purrs weren't really able to block it out, but he stopped purring and we all heard the whistling in the woods. It was a jaunty little tune, like someone enjoying a stroll. Except it was ridiculously cold out and it was coming from the woods. It only lasted for a few seconds, and then the cat went back to purring and blocked it out as if it went longer. I haven't heard it since. Part of me likes to think it's a happy custodian in the high school that I can sometimes just barely hear the loud pep rallies of. But the larger parts knows I call these spooky woods for a reason. True events and why I think I might be sensitive to the paranormal. My parents had a dog named Libby. When I was born, the dog basically took claim on me. She would sleep under my crib, and they were pretty much overly protective any time a new person came to visit. I would lay on her and read books to her, even though the book was upside down and my words were nonsense. Unfortunately, when I was 3, we had to put Libby down due to cancer in her bones. It had already spread everywhere. And from then on, I would constantly talk to myself, and my mom would brush it off as an imaginary friend. That is until I was about 5. My mom had just come in from dropping my sister off from daycare. Asked who I was talking to. I responded with words that made her pause. I had pointed next to me and said, "I was talking to Libby. She came and told me I wouldn't need her anymore." My mom didn't believe me and asked what she looked like. I told her exactly. Even though I wouldn't have been old enough to have memories before she was gone, my mom cried that day. To this day, I think Libby is either a spirit guide or a guardian angel type situation. I've constantly found pure white down feathers, and only once in an actual small feather. It was like at camp, and I was at a counselor, and they wouldn't let me keep it. Even though I picked up every down feather I found, I can't find more than 1 or 2. I have a feather collection, so I keep them all in one spot, not scattered. It didn't stop there. Also, at the age of around 5, I became unable to sleep since one of the electronic dolls in my closet wouldn't stop talking. I called my mom in and she removed the batteries only to find it still talking. My mom became weirded out and threw the doll away. Another incident, also at the age of 5, I called my mother into my room to tell her I couldn't sleep since Barbies were being too loud. By the way, they're not electronic. So since then, mostly in class, I would think I heard somebody say my name. On rare occasions, my friend would turn to face me and ask if I called them. I had not. This only progressed until one night where my friend and I were having a sleepover. As we stayed up late, we noticed the door to my room kept opening right in front of our eyes. I've since then called the spirit Bob. We brushed it off and went to bed even though my parents were already asleep and my sister's at a friend's house. I checked and made sure my parents weren't awake. I slept throughout the whole night, but my friend woke up 4+ times to her name being called. She thought it was me, but I was out like a rock. Stuff used to move only minorly, or when I wasn't in the room, and it eventually stopped for good. That is, until recently. Though it only stopped a year ago, I've noticed small habits of Bob returning. Small movements that have not bothered me until recently when we've been noticeably having an excessive amount of movement in the corner of my eye. Last week at school, I've twice heard my name being called while walking to my next class. I looked over and nobody was trying to get my attention. This could have been another person talking to a friend, but I feel it's worth noting. Meeting a dead relative. This happened to me when I was about 13 or 14, so about 13 to 14 years back in Old Mexico. It was my aunt's house. To get a better understanding of this story, you'll first need to know the layout of my aunt's house. It's a 2-story house with 2 upstairs and a washroom, and there are stairs that go downstairs. You have to go outside of the stairs to the yard and into the back door of the house. Not the best design by any means. When you open the upstairs door to go out, and look to your right, there's a small edge of the roof that you can walk along to get to the other side of the bedroom and onto the roof of the house. This ledge also runs along the other side of the room, but the cement's broken down. If you were to step on it, you'd fall. There's nothing to hold on to either. Nobody walks on that side of the roof. I'm about 6 feet tall, and there's a window on the broken side of the roof there. It's about 5 inches above the top of the head at this point. That's important. So now that you have a somewhat good idea of the layout, hopefully I can continue my experience. It was about 2:30 a.m. I had to go to the washroom, so I got up, headed there, and did my business. I was headed back to bed. That's when suddenly I had a strange feeling of being watched from the window. I froze, slowly turned my head toward the window, and saw a man at the window. He was an older man. I'd say 50-55 years old, if I had to guess. It was as clear as day, lighter skin with a fancy mustache and black hair. He was also wearing a cowboy hat. It didn't click at the moment that there's no way this guy was that tall, or in fact it was impossible for him to be standing on a broken side of a roof. He didn't notice me though, and he kept walking. I lost sight of him after he went past the window. Walked around to the other side of the roof where there's a big bay window, and you could see the whole roof on that side and the top of neighbors as well. There was no mistaking it. This was a solid-figured man standing on the roof. Then I noticed something else. He was holding a trumpet. And I noticed he was raising the trumpet to his lips to start playing it, and I could see his fingers moving and his cheeks puff. It looked like he was playing it, but there was no sound. I didn't hear a thing. It felt like minutes of me standing just looking at him playing the trumpet the length of a regular song. He finished playing, turned to look at me, smiled, and started walking off the roof. I could see him clearly. He was walking on air. As he kept walking, he started to fade out with every step. Starting from his feet to his head, he was gone. I was so shocked, not scared, just shocked. Went back to bed. The next morning I told my mom. We're pretty much just at the breakfast table, and my aunt and cousins are there too. And as I told her what I'd seen last night, my aunt got up to the table, and not sure really where she went. My aunt walked back in, and she was holding a painting of the man I had seen. I jumped out of my chair because it startled me. She asked, "Is this the man you saw?" I said, "Yeah." She then proceeded to tell me that this painting was of my uncle's father, who died 20 years ago. I asked her where she got the painting from. She said it was stored away with some of his stuff. My aunt also mentioned that he would love to play the trumpet for his kids. I'm still getting deja vu regularly. How about you guys? Me and my family know our house is haunted, but we aren't scared. So me and my family bought our house back in the year of 2000. We were the first to live there and moved in after the house was built. The only explanations we have is that the clothing these ghosts wear are like early 19 or late 1800, and you'll know why. The first ghost made herself known when I was 12 or 14. I always had trouble sleeping at night and couldn't walk around my house at night as I felt like somebody was always watching. I always just thought I was just irrational. Or so I thought. One night I was laying on my bed trying not to really sleep, and I was on top of my comforter and all, and I was just staring out my bedroom door into the hallway. The hallway light in the bedroom light was on, and being on the second floor, I think so I had on the main entrance light on. Think of a chandelier where the entrance where you can see the stairs right away and see a bit of the upstairs as well. I had no music or anything playing when I hear little girls laugh, just as all the lights turn off and my door closes shut. I freaked out and started screaming when my mom came out of her room on the first floor thinking I was playing with the lights. She didn't believe my explanation that night, but I'll come back to this. The second ghost made himself known in a more creepier way. One night when I was 15 to 16, I woke up exactly at 3:14. Felt something tap my shoulder. As I turned to see what it was, a man stood next to my bed. He appeared to be in his late 40s, early 50s, judging from his white hair and white mustache and beard and what could only be described as a Civil War uniform for the Confederacy. Only thing is that his skin was very pale and his eyes had no pupils. I wanted to scream, but he only moved his finger over his lips to signify to be quiet. I lay in my bed frozen with fear as he walked out of my room, closing the doors quietly. From that night, I kept hearing him just match in my upstairs hallway. Perhaps they meant March. Now, being that I was the only one that could account these spirits, I always was told I was crazy, until my brother and mom both told me they noticed the girl. She never did anything harmful, except she loves to play with us by hiding things somewhere where we don't really leave them, as well as returning them to where they were originally after we look everywhere. Main things are keys, remotes, and small objects like nail polish or makeup. It's gotten to the point where if we lose something and we know it's not where we left it, we just say, "Little girl, we need this back," or "Little girl, we're in a rush and we can't play." She'll normally put it back in its place a bit quicker. The older man was seen by me and my grandfather, my mom as well. My grandfather just saw him walk in the front door and directly to my parents' room. My mom would see him at night, but all he does is tip his hat to her and walk away. One night where she was crying a lot, I believe it was over losing her grandparents or her brother, she sat next to her and kind of put his hand on her shoulder. And she said he felt very cold, but she did feel safe. One more before I forget to post. I had started living in my aunt's house in 2015, due to me and my mom and stepdad not getting along. Living there was a good break from family drama. Everything seemed fine at first, but it started happening in waves. First incident. I was taking a shower after marching band after drumline. I didn't feel scared or get any weird vibes from the place at all. Suddenly, during the shower, the light switch physically turned off. I thought maybe one of my cousins got home and did that, but not a single person was home yet. I discounted it as the switch being halfway pushed up, and it was just a coincidence. Second incident. About to go to bed, shared a room with my younger cousin. She falls asleep while we were talking. I get on my phone, and the closet light does the same thing, flipped down by something. try to wake my cousin up, and she wouldn't, so I carried both of us to the living room and we slept there. Third incident. It was Saturday. I was off school, so I was playing online games with friends. Aunt went to the store with cousins, and I heard footsteps the entire time through headphones, and they were loud and approaching, as one would say. Everything was silent when I took my headphones out, so I thought it was in my head. Fourth incident. Keeping this as short as possible now. We had most of the family over for Easter, I think, and we all slept in the living room. One of the other cousins from a different aunt walked all the way down the hallway to stare at a static TV. We had a dish then, so I assumed after the dish went out in our small town. But she stayed there and wanted to stare at it for 30 minutes, no fucking joke. I remember being too scared. Last incident. Before I moved back to my mom's after too much, it was a stormy morning and I had to catch a ride from the upperclassmen friends, so I had to wait longer than the bus. It wasn't running due to a flood or something, too many dirt roads. And keep in mind, I'm not afraid of storms. I've chased tornadoes with my significant other just for fun, and I'll tread lighting under a tree, just to be in the presence of any storm. Don't know what that means. There was a brownout. That's when the lights don't go out, but they're dim very low. I was a bit scared of the darker house after what had previously happened. I decided to curl by the door and wait for my ride. I suddenly heard footsteps from the back of the hallway. I didn't think for a second and started to unlock the door and run into the rain, and as soon as I nearly shut that door, the footsteps got faster, and suddenly they were right behind me. And as soon as I shut the door, it was all dark inside the house, like the brownout somehow quit when I was out of the house. I refused to look at any of the windows of the house itself. I sat in the rain on the curb in a thunderstorm to not be inside there. I'll never forget getting in trouble and my teachers blaming me for playing in rain on purpose before class. I haven't stepped foot in that house since, and I never will. I've never experienced something like that since that house. Two stories I have questions about. First, I want to share that myself and my family have always believed in some kind of supernatural something. I'm 100% open to the possibility that all monsters we hear about are true. There has been far too many unexplained things in my life personally, as well as life in general for people to think otherwise. I know a little bit about a little bit, but I have two stories that I'd like somebody who knows a little bit more to share what they think. Please ignore my grammar and spelling. I get it, I'm dumb. Don't worry. When I was a kid, between 10 and 12, my brother and I had a friend over. It was about 7 p.m. and my mom was at choir practice. We were the only people at home. We were playing in the living room when we saw my mother outside waving her keys that had a very specific Harley-Davidson leather strap on it. Through the window, playfully, like, yoo-hoo. We were confused because she left for practice a while ago. Didn't usually come home for another hour or so. We waited for her to come inside. That's when, when she didn't, we were scared. So I went to my brother's room and stayed there until my mom was home. We told her about it, and she swore it wasn't her and said that we were smart to not go outside looking for her. I've read things about skinwalkers and a couple of other theories, but I don't know. The next story is harder to explain. I wish I could draw, but a couple of years ago my ex picked me up from work around 11 p.m. We weren't even smoking, just kind of taking the long way home and chatting. We were coming up on an intersection with a car coming to a stop sign in the opposite direction. The car stopped short as this thing ran across the road. It was bluish but transparent, taller than the car. Had very weirdly bent back legs, the way a werewolf would be drawn, I guess. Very long arms, but running on all four. The way it was shaped looked like it wasn't always on four, like a dog. Maybe the best way to describe it would be like when you see those videos of people running around like a horse. Like butt in the air, feet flat, hands down, head down. But its body was not human-like.
His body was longer and dog-like. See, this is why I wish I could draw. Now this makes sense. The car filled up with tension as we both stopped talking when we saw it. We didn't say a word until we were out of that, intersection. I was like, I think, and she interrupted. I know. She kept driving until we were away from that area to talk about it. We described exactly the same thing to each other. First, we figured a werewolf, but I'm not sure. Now, as a teenager, my friend and I would ride our bikes around town all night into the morning, and one day as we were heading home around 5 a.m. when we saw, I think, the same thing running alongside of us, very briefly before running into the woods.
I detected a magnetic anomaly in my room 3 feet away from me. It was in my room in my town. In the house we have, there's quite old. We did do renovations to it back in 2010, but that's it. Now I was in my room, which has always been a bit scary to all. I was alone with the main light turned off, but the fairy light still on. I was just sitting in bed watching Berlin on Netflix when I decided to take a screenshot for making a meme. Wanted to check the screenshot when I accidentally opened the EMF detector on my phone instead of the photos folder. Now I have the EMF detector installed directly because I make RC places and usually deal with electronics a lot. I don't use it for ghost hunting or anything. I did used to get some ghost hunting a few years ago, but I stopped completely. Well, when I opened the EMF detector, it immediately spiked to halfway. Now, I've known the EMFs of that room, and they're usually pretty low, so having a high EMF was already ringing bells in my mind. I don't have anything magnetic in that room either, apart from my headphones, which I did try to debunk if it was due to my headphones, and it wasn't. Plus, the detector of my phone is so sensitive that it really needs to be extremely close to a magnetic field to detect it. Now, I did find the center of the anomaly to be about a foot above the armrest of my chair. That was the point where the EMF spiked to max, all the way to red. As I moved away from it, it started getting low, and the thing is it was still strong enough to have the detector stuck at 50% even when over 4 feet away from the center of the anomaly. It was as if it had a sphere of influence which ended at 5 feet, because it stayed up to about 50% 4 feet away but dropped to 0 after 5 feet. It stayed like that for about 3 to 5 minutes, after which, when I was contemplating on recording this phenomena, at which point I had my phone directly at the center of that anomaly, the reading dropped to 0. The anomaly just disappeared, and I was actually a bit scared at this point and decided to go to sleep in another room with my parents and my brother. I knocked on their door, but they were sound asleep, so no one opened it. Kinda decided to go back to my room and give it a chance. I had the detector app open, and right as I was about to open the door, the EMF spiked all the way to 80%. I brought the phone closer to the door, and it went to 90%, as if the anomaly was right behind the door. Didn't open it, just went back, knocked harder, to which my mom opened the door and I went in. The next morning, today morning. Some might even say this morning. Took a reading again of the whole house, and there was nothing. As a matter of fact, in the room where we pray and stuff, my family's quite religious, the EMF was down to 0.00. The rest of the house had the normal ambient EMFs. So was it some random magnetic anomaly that I kind of came across, or did I actually come across the presence of another kind? Please let me know what you think. Strange, frightening feeling in my relative's house. Frankly speaking, I've never experienced any kind of supernatural or paranormal thing, and this is the main reason why I was hesitating before writing the post. But here we go. I'm pretty interested in your thoughts and pretty interested in your comments on the story. The beginning of the story starts 1.5 years ago. I and my girlfriend went on a vacation to Eastern European. Okay. The exact location's not really important, but the site was around 500 kilometers far from our home. We had agreed with one of my distant relatives that we were going to stay at their house during the last 2 days of the vacation. This house wasn't far away from where we had spent our vacation. To put into context the circumstances, I live in a very small countryside village in the middle of a vast forest. The village has around 400 inhabitants, so a really tiny one. Most of them are elders, of course. The first day and night went just fine and dandy, but we agreed that we were going to leave the house on our last day. That's because we had to go to another relative or something like that. Meaning that we had been left on our own in the house for the last night. End of the background story. Things are getting tenser now. So we weren't in the house during the daytime. We only arrived back at 7 or 8 p.m., so in the evening. Just right after we entered the house, we were getting like this really strange feeling. Both of us simultaneously. There were not any extraordinary or odd things, not even a single voice. All calm. But we did feel an utter fear. I mean, literally, it came from nowhere, out of the blue, but the feeling was very intense. We even went out to the courtyard to get some fresh air. Went back, but the situation wasn't getting any better. Cannot explain why we were so frightened of what caused the experience, but it was terrible. We felt like we were in some sort of a danger, even considered leaving the house and going home during the evening. The home was about 450 kilometers away from where we were. We were basically just tired at that point. Eventually, we went back into the house, locked the door, tried to get some sleep. Unsurprisingly, it did not work, because we were completely frightened. We just sat in silence and listened. And to be honest, I get goosebumps when I think about it. There was no voice, no knock, no nothing. That very bad feeling like something very bad was going to happen. We were so frightened. Eventually we fell asleep and nothing happened during the night, but in the morning we packed our stuff as fast as we could and we went off. Well, we have no explanation for the story. I've never experienced such a thing before, and it was shocking. I know it was not only shocking, but unbelievable as well. I didn't mention this experience to my relative, though. Travertine Hot Springs. This past October, I went on a road trip up the mountain with my mom and my sister. My mom had been trying out in the springs, for a pretty good while, but I always had work and other obligations. Growing up in New Mexico, we'd visit our local hot springs at least twice a month, and Travertine reminded her of an old spot. It was a long drive, medium hike, and a short dip, but it was worth it. Brought our dogs with us, and they loved every minute. Once the sun started getting low, the dogs got anxious. We decided to pack up and head up. My dog started barking, so I decided to take him out on a trail ahead a few yards and walk back to the group. I got maybe 50 yards up in the trail, and I stopped. This is a bad idea. Dummy, it's almost dark, and there might be cats out. We need to be in a group, I said aloud to myself. Then I heard what sounded like a shrieking whirlwind surrounding me and Henry. Henry cowered between my legs. The treetops weren't moving, but the wind continued, and I heard two women whispering to each other from behind me. Let's keep whispering and talking about him, so he'll come and we'll see what we're saying. I turned around and I saw my mom just getting on the trail and my sister halfway, about 25 yards between us. That's not whispering distance. The wind fades away, but it sounded like laughter. I stood still and waited for my mom and sister to catch up. I was worried that turning around when I heard my name might have been confirmation enough for them to attach. We got back to the truck and my mom unlocked with her keys and had us pack while she used the outhouse. We were the last vehicle in the lot, and we haven't seen anyone in about half an hour. When we finished packing, my sister waited for the truck with the dogs. After a few minutes, my mom comes back and asks if she gave us the keys. Nope, sorry Mom, you had them the whole time. Did you drop them in the hole? She didn't, but spent some time searching, and it was odd. My sister suggested that I walk down the trail, and I suggest that comes with me because it's dark and there could be cougars. We found the keys placed neatly on a post down the trail from the lot. I clicked the key fob and it wasn't in range. Let's get out of here. It had snowed the week before, and so we drove slow on the way back down the mountain, and while chatting on the way down, Mom randomly drops, "You two know that if you hear your name called in the woods not to follow it, right?" I laugh and I go, "Wait, so that definitely wasn't you then?" My mom's posture goes stiff and she says not to talk about it as we're still driving. Especially not at the woods at night. We grab a pizza for the rest of the drive home and don't talk about it. My mom drops me off and my roommates were watching the prom scene from Carrie. The scream sounded just like that whirlwind. The next day I asked my mom what the hell that was all about. She told me little girls were calling her name, trying to lure her away from us further down the path. Odd flickering. This event happened around November of 2022, and it was about 8 p.m. I was by myself at the entrance area of the school. My dad and I go to pretty much evening and night school. I'm studying computer science and my dad studies mechanical engineering. At that time I had 3 first periods free because my teacher was sick. I was hanging out at my dad's class and I saw that the break was coming up after it and I had class, and because of the distance I decided to cross the campus. So I wouldn't be late to class. The break was 10 minutes and it took 8 minutes to cross the campus at a normal pace. But due to my osteoarthritis, sometimes my legs are heavy and my walk is slow. That day was the day that my legs were heavy and my osteoarthritis was flaring up and my pace was very slow. So at 8 p.m. I was waiting for the bell to ring, signaling the first break. I was sipping my hot chocolate from my thermos after having gone to school cafeteria to get some ice cubes to put in because it was too hot. I was about to start scrolling through my phone since I was by myself and I felt very on edge. I was coming down from a week-long anxiety attack. I'm thinking it was because, probably because of that I felt on edge. To my left, there's this entrance door that leads to the second school on campus, my old high school. And where I was about a few minutes ago, since my dad's class located in the basement of that building, beside that building, there's a lamppost that I turned to see it. A second after my eye set on it, I noticed it was flickering. Thought nothing of it, thinking it must be bugs flying around it or because of what was happening with the energy crisis in our towns, lowering the voltages. That's causing that flickering as they did during the COVID-19 lockdowns. Hence why I say I think it's paranormal, but what makes me post this here is how the flickering and the black that appeared in between it started becoming bigger and bigger every time. 3 times flickered and the 3rd time was a black spot and it was very big. Then there was an oomph sound from elsewhere, kind of everywhere and nowhere, all at the same time. That was before almost the entire campus was dived into darkness. Everything was dark except for the classes. You could see the lights from the space under the door, and the darkness lasted for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. I jumped up and walked as fast as my legs would allow me to the cafeteria to ask the lady behind the counter and the cleaner that was there, seeing if they were okay. To get to them from where I was, it would take me about a minute tops. But when I entered the cafeteria, the lights came back on, and when I asked, they said that there's no power outage. Confused, I walked back to the bench I was sitting at, and everything was normal. Bell went off, and a break ensued. But in the minutes of darkness, it was completely silent, and I felt dread and on edge, even a bit of fear. I'm used to power outages from living on the island growing up, but many times ran out of power throughout the winter, so I was always carrying a flashlight with me. I'll make sure my phones always have flashlights. Had something happen right in front of a customer. I work at a small H-E-B as a manager. It's a very old building for a grocery store, and I remember immediately asking people if the place was slightly creepy to them. Or maybe it was just me. I heard all kinds of stories from other managers and partners who had worked there for many years. Other than a couple creepy feels and thinking I saw a kid in the back area once, nothing much happened paranormal. At least, not anything obvious. Then one day, I had a fairly hilarious experience as it happened right in front of a customer. It was broad daylight, and I was walking toward our produce when customer was walking with his basket toward me. Suddenly, a tomatillo flew across produce and was landing directly in front of the customer. Now, the tomatillos. What is a tomatillo? Now, the tomatillos are on the other side of where the customer was. They were shelving it, and it was sitting on slants down away from the customer's direction as well. The tomatillo somehow flew up over 5-foot produce tables and landed about 8 or 9 feet away in the opposite direction it should ever fall. I was in the position where I could see no one was anywhere near the tomatillos. Are they small tomatoes? The customer just froze in his tracks with a shocked look on his face and said, "What the hell, man?" I just shrugged and smiled as I knew there was no one there. The customer went around the corner to look and said, "No one's there, man." Well, no one was there. What the hell? I shrugged and kind of laughed at this customer's reaction. It was pretty funny, and what was I supposed to say? A ghost did it? He asked me to verify as well that no one was there, and it should have been impossible for the tomatillo to have fallen by itself that way. We went over possibilities and assured there was no way somebody threw it and ran somehow as I was looking right when it happened. A kid wandered by, just not really paying attention to our conversation, and he just pointed at this kid and said, "That's it. It was this kid. He was just here and threw it. Somehow got away without being seen." I shook my head with doubt, and the kid looked really confused, and he said, "That's it, that's what happened." Then he smiled and walked off. It was like he was unwilling to let himself believe anything paranormal happened and was eager to believe anything else. Don't know if it comes across describing it how funny the interaction actually was. Also funny that involved a tomatillo, which is just fun to tell people the haunted tomatillo story. Now I have to Google tomatillo. Thanks. Ask Reddit. I was staying in a cheap chain hotel in Liverpool on a shopping trip with my mom. The room that we had, which we shared, was the absolute standard for this chain, and most others that I've seen in UK hotels anyway. Had a double bed and then a single bed that can be like a sofa type thing if you don't need the second bed. My mom was staying in the double and in the single. It was in the middle of the night and I was like 16 or so I'm not used to city sounds. I'm from the ass end of nowhere and used to dead silence at night pretty much. The single bed was by the window with the double bed between it and the room door and suite. Another thing I'll mention before I get into it, because I'll get there, I promise, is that I know I was awake. I wasn't half asleep, I wasn't lucid dreaming or experiencing sleep paralysis. I could move and talk, and I know I was awake. So my mom got up out of bed and was acting really weird. She was holding eye contact with me really intensely and she got out of bed. She was on the far side of the double bed to me. She walked to the corner of the bed along the foot edge toward me, then crawled up onto the side of the bed closest to me. She was wearing a stripy night dress thing. She loves a nightie. And had the standard bedhead, and at no point did she break this eye contact with me. Started to talk to her, asking her what the fuck she was doing, and then assuming she was sleepwalking, repeating "Mom" louder and louder to wake her up. I knew what she was doing was weird, but I felt completely and truly safe, not a single hint that I wasn't safe or should be concerned. She got off the bed and moved, walking backwards back toward the door of the room, and after I yelled "Mom" loud enough, it woke her up. I heard my mom rather pissed off, and I'll add, she was saying, "What do you want?" from her bed. That's where she still was, and had been for the duration, fast asleep. I was a bit gobsmacked, can't lie, kind of ignoring this initially. I figured it felt safe, it couldn't have been anything harmful. However, My mom wasn't wearing a striped nightdress to bed that night. This thing, what I recall it looked like, was tall, very skinny, and had weird eyes. It made me think that she was sleepwalking. Its eyes looked sclera like those sclera contact lenses. This shit wasn't my mother. Crawled onto the bed in a way that I realized in the morning couldn't have been my mom. My mom is short, and she struggled to get up onto the bed, and it was a very high bed, so I wouldn't have been able to crawl up into it that easily. I continued to feel completely fine with my experience, and I felt at the time, surely I was completely safe. Felt calm as if it was my own mother that I was talking to. Surely it was something friendly. And then later the next day I told my friend about it. She wasn't of the same opinion. In fact, she felt quite the opposite and asked me to draw it. Only once I drew it, I realized just how queasy I should have felt and just how concerning it is that I felt so safe. Drugs and Ghosts, My Odd Potential Encounters with the Paranormal. First encounter a few years ago, I accidentally took 10 tabs of acid at once. Thought I bought like a tab, not 10, and needless to say, I went through the realm of realms. I just came crashing down. I saw lines and light connecting to each of the stars in the sky like a laser grid. I saw what I thought was the apocalypse. There was fire everywhere outside and sirens going through the night, and as I was sitting on my bed, that's when I encountered something I considered to be paranormal. I heard a dog breathing next to my ear, and I felt the weight of a four-legged creature on the bed, like an invisible dog. The next day, I thought it was a hellhound coming to take me away, but I was okay. It wasn't until later that breathing actually reminded me of an old dog who had passed away a while ago. It was kind of nice that in my hour of need or stupidity that she still had my back. I acknowledge I was just high, but kind of cool. Do not do what I did, please. Be responsible. You can do without the existential crisis. Second encounter. Me and my buddy were hanging out and we wanted to smoke some weed. He said he knew a spot and it was at a cemetery. There's kind of a huge man-made pond there with very, very few people occasionally, maybe bird watching and getting that fresh air. It was a nice spot. Stereotypically, it was around 4:20. We smoked a joint covered in keef, and 'twas lovely. A sativa, if I remember correctly. Well, we got an Uber high, and we decided to walk around this park and cemetery. It was a nice walk and an enjoyable day. There were other people there doing their thing. It was chill and relatively pretty empty. As we were walking down this path, I saw a crowd of people just standing around hanging out. Figured it was just people visiting their loved ones or maybe having some type of informal get-together or visit, but it was weird because they were kind of just standing around and it kind of made me uncomfortable. Thought they were staring at us. I saw their pets hanging around and playing, but as we got closer, they got fuzzy, like their bodies were dropping in render quality. As we kept moving forward, they turned into gravestones. I was looking at gravestones, not people, but it was clear as day a second ago they looked like people, but nope, they turned into gravestones. I had to do a double take and triple take just because I was so flabbergasted. The detail is what strikes me. I could tell what we were wearing and saw their features, mind you, from a distance, but a person at distance you can recognize as a person. And it was like a whole crowd too, but yeah, it was just gravestones. Late night call. This happened to me just a couple of days ago. Like most of the people in the world, my cell phone is permanently attached to my hand. I keep it charged all day, and when the battery runs low, I plug it in. Except on weekends. I don't like to be bothered. So most weekends from Friday till about Sunday evening, my phone will be dead, and it'll stay that way until I plug it back in Sunday. I'm getting non-stop deja vu. Well, this Friday my wife and kids were gone for the weekend. I was home alone, and no surprise there. Anyways, after work at about 6 when I got home, I had about 15% life left on my phone. My wife knows I won't charge my phone for the weekend, and if she wants to get a hold of me, she could send me a Facebook message. My tablet's always charged, or I'm on the computer playing games anyway. I had dinner, watched some TV, and by the time it was 8, my phone was dead. Threw it on the nightstand so I don't have to look for it later. So I went about my night and I played a couple of rounds of Call of Duty Black Ops 3 before deciding to go to bed at around 1 or 1:30. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper, and I'm not one to wake up unless my alarm goes off in the morning. But around 3 o'clock my alarm did go off. I found it strange. Why would I have the alarm set to go off at 3? I didn't think much of it, so I laid back in bed and I was just about to shut my eyes when all of a sudden my phone starts ringing. 2 things come to my mind when that happened. 1, the ringtone was not one that I had for incoming calls. The other one obviously being that I knew my phone was dead. Opened my eyes and I could see the brightness of my screen on the wall, so I knew I wasn't imagining things. I had a cold chill run down my back as I turned around to reach for my phone to see who was calling. It was no one, and I don't mean an unknown number. I mean it was a white screen with only the slide to answer or decline button on the screen. I was already awake and afraid, so whether or not I answered the call, it didn't matter. Picked up and hesitated to put the phone to my ear. I said hello, didn't get a response, so I said hello again, and I could hear a faint whisper, but I couldn't make out the words. Then I heard a laughter that chilled me to the bone. Startled me, I dropped my phone. Just as it hits the bed, I could hear this sinister laughter coming from my speakers. Behind its laughter, I heard screaming. Couldn't move, and I'm not sure how long it lasted, but it felt like minutes before it all stopped. Screen turned off. My room was dark again. Only the red glow from my alarm clock was illuminating my room. I was still shocked, looking at my phone the whole time without blinking. Reached to grab my phone. The first thing I did was try to turn it on. Nothing like I said, I know. My phone was dead. Turned my bedroom light on, plugged in my phone, went back to bed. In the morning, I turned my phone on and checked my calls. Nothing. Can't explain it, but I do hope somebody's had a similar experience happen to them. Little Girl Ghost. My boyfriend Jesse is Native American. He's had strange things happen to him his whole life. Seen some very creepy shit. I'll start with this bit of info. It may or may not be related to this incident that I'm going to share. When he moved into the house he lives in now, there were a bunch of wood pallets stacked in the corner of the yard. And when Jesse was cleaning them up, he picked one up and there was like dozens of children's dolls underneath. What the fuck? He thought it was creepy, but decided to just get rid of them. So he's been living in this house for a few years now. Something happened to him the other week, and then again a few days ago that I figure I'd post on here. He got home from work one day and immediately noticed something shiny on his floor. He went to check what it was, and it was like a little girl's fake diamond earring. It was stuck kind of straight down into the carpet. Thought it was weird, but that maybe it was his sister's that somehow got there. So he put it inside the shot glass he keeps on his shelf and figured, I'd ask his sis about it later. Later, he was talking to his sister about it. She said she hadn't been in his apartment and that it wasn't hers. Jesse went in to get it from the shot glass to show her, and it was fucking gone. So, this shot glass never moves. There's literally dust in it, so, what the hell? Where did it go? Yeah. Then a few days ago I was hanging out at his house, left to go home around 8-ish. I just pulled into my driveway when he calls me freaking out. He said he was inside the foyer area of the house doing laundry, putting stuff in the dryer. The wall that washer and dryer are against has a big open gap at the bottom of it. That way you can see the crawl space. This crawl space is literally just that, a small space, not big enough for an adult to stand in. It has all of their electrical shit down there, but it's dark and creepy as hell.
So it was when he was standing at the dryer that he saw something moving out of the corner of his eye in the crawl space. He looked and there was a fucking little girl staring at him. He freaked the fuck out naturally, went back into the house without finishing the laundry. He said that she looked dead, and that her features were exaggeratedly dead looking. Like I said, my boyfriend has this weird shit happen to him his whole life. It happened so much that he's pretty much unfazed by it. Yes, Gecko. But this shook him. It was like pulling teeth getting at all the details. He just didn't seem comfortable talking about it, really. I'm wondering, since they lived in this house a while now, why is this girl just now showing up? Like the earring thing and then actually seeing her. What do you guys think? As a child, I shared my room with something. My 20s, female. I'll start with a little background. I grew up as an only child. My parents had my sister when I was 11. Before she was born, my dad rebuilt our bungalow into a huge 2-story house. Hence, no one died in my new bedroom. Now, onto my experiences. The ages are round estimates. I'm mid-20s now. When I was around 7, I started getting nightmares about the concept of death. I would wake in the middle of the night crying for weeks on end, and then it would stop for a while before starting again. By the age of about 10, this developed into a feeling of being watched, being unable to sleep, and being convinced something, not someone, something, was watching me from a specific corner of my room. My new room, the one my dad built, my dad eventually ripped that section of wall out to show me that there was a space there. Don't remember why, but there was a space all the way around the upstairs. He tried to turn it into a fun den area for me, but I hated it. Wouldn't go in there. And this continued when I was about 12. Got my first smartphone, and the iPhone was my dad's old one, but it worked fine. That was until it got dark outside and the phone would start typing random letters and I was texting someone or typing. This only ever happened in my bedroom. As soon as I went down, it stopped. Told my dad, he said it must be damaged and he bought me a new one for my 13th birthday. He believes in ghosts, but couldn't explain what was happening in that room that he built. The new phone did the same thing. I thought I was going mad. I bought some spell candles from a witchcraft museum and went to holiday, and I was around 14. I used them to politely ask whoever or whatever was there to please leave the house peacefully. This worked, and I was perfectly okay in that room again. Slept fine. My phones were all fine as I upgraded and got the new ones. I moved out when I was 20. Went to visit my parents and stayed the night in my old room, and whatever was there when I was a child was back. Same corner, same feeling, same dark energy, same creature. Except now I have to imagine of it burnt into my memory despite never actually seeing it. It's a dark creature, some type of human shape but very muscular. Crawls around on all fours, legs bent behind it, almost wolfish, without a snout. Snarls and glares, dark red eyes with big black pupils. It has horns as well, big horns curved back over its head. Some type of red tinge to it, but I can't identify where it comes from. There you go, that's my story. Believe me or don't, doesn't matter to me. But I don't go into that room anymore when I see my parents, not even in the daytime. Country roads. This happened in Victoria, Australia. It was presumably a hot summer that year, and we packed into the family van with Dad driving. We were off to the lake. Since it was shorter and more scenic, Dad decided to take a brick, or rather a back road, rather than go to the asphalt. Sitting in the back seat with a book as usual, I looked up to watch the scenery as the trees zipped by and the remnant vegetation turned into paddocks. Dust rose up behind the van, and we turned into another dusty road. We were almost at the lake now.
You could never drive on these roads in the winter unless you had a four-wheel drive or similar vehicle because the rain would make them boggy and you'd slip and slide and all that stuff. You know, that stuff you just don't want. But when it was dry, the road was fine. It still wasn't a good idea to go too far off-road onto the side of the road. You could fall in a ditch or get stuck, but generally you were safe from getting bogged down. Sometimes you might even see a sheep. A sheep that had somehow escaped its paddock, roaming here. Inside the van, as I watched getting ready to turn away and go back to my book, I saw something following. It was following after the van in the dust, almost bounding after us. And it wasn't a sheep, but it was something. It was the shape of an animal, and it was keeping time with the van, not getting further away or closer. Though we were going fast, and at first I thought it might be something caught underneath the vehicle that was trailing behind. I couldn't see anything connecting whatever it was to the van. Besides, it was quite large, and I think I would have heard it if we'd driven over something, but I hadn't heard anything. Dad hadn't slowed down or swerved or remarked upon running over anything either. I stared at it intently, but I couldn't make out really anything through this dust. It just seemed to be following us. At this point, I got scared and turned around to ask somebody else if they could see the thing too. When I turned back to look again, I could no longer see it. To this day, I have no idea what it was. It still gives me the creeps just thinking about it. In the back of my mind, I kind of wonder if it was some kind of interdimensional creature, or maybe I just watched too much Stargate as a teenager. Whatever the case, I've been down that road again, and I've never seen anything strange or out of the ordinary. I've never seen any odd creatures, or at least any other times either. The odd spirit or two perhaps, but nothing that creeped me out nearly as much as this did. There was just something about how it was following us and how it disappeared and how I could no longer see it on the road that just gets to me, really. The Silent Painter. So I was feeling a little bit ill and in bed at the time, and my bed back was then facing the door into the landing and on top of the stairs in my ex's room. It's a small space and it's kind of creepy at night, but the house wasn't haunted by anything, and even with the creepy cellar, I felt comfortable there. But this was during an evening, and I asked my ex if he could get me a glass of water, so he goes downstairs to get one. It's been only a few moments, and I'm there waiting for the water, and I look to see him go into his room quickly. I only saw the back of his striped shirt and his dark hair, but the way he moved was eerily silent and direct. His head was more turned away from me, so I couldn't see his face, and I was like, "Hey, what are you off to in your room for? Did you bring my water up?" Thinking he'd forgotten or something, but absolute silence. I asked again, calling his name once, and nothing. I was getting irritated, started calling for him. Called for him over and over, more agitated, like, "Why are you ignoring me?" Then my ex asks, "What's up?" as if he's coming up the stairs, and I go cold. I say, "You're not coming up those stairs." His face appeared, and he got the water, and he says, "Yeah? I've just seen a ghost." I realize, and I say with a cold shiver. I tell him exactly what happened, and he looks at me a little all kind of awry, and I ask him what's wrong, and he said he didn't want to say anything because he didn't want to spook me. But he felt like somebody was downstairs with him watching him and passed him to go upstairs. That's why it took longer. Also, I forgot he wasn't wearing a striped shirt. We were both shocked. We couldn't understand it. The only thing that had changed was, well, new to this house is that he brought some models home to paint for his friends because the guy who was painting them originally wasn't doing it anymore. I asked him to ask why. Turns out his friend doesn't know. He's not heard from him in ages, and in fact, no one has. I asked what the guy looked like, and he said he was tall with dark hair. I tell my ex he's dead. He must have died and is basically coming to see his work that he's done well. Told him to give his friend back the models. I didn't want them in the house, because until he died, there was a really creepy presence in the house. It felt like somebody was hovering over behind you, especially in my ex's room. felt like somebody was in there where the models were. I had to shut his door during the day and mine at night. I didn't feel safe. I felt like I was being watched and I was creeped out. Then a while later, the guy turns up at the model shop. He's alive and he really liked the painted models, and he's sad that he couldn't finish them. He's apparently very, very sick in the hospital. Didn't say why or how much, but seemed very sensitive about it. But I feel like it must have been extremely bad, like near death or possibly dying. Looked it up afterwards about living ghosts or out-of-body experiences, and I'll never forget that one. Ask Reddit. I live in a small Cotswold village in the UK. I live in a around 400-year-old house. To set the scene, a few other stories from our haunted house. On a number of occasions when my sister and I were younger, my mom would hear us calling her name from our bedrooms when she was in the house on her own. Maybe her mind was just playing tricks, but she was certainly spooked. The floorboards of my sister's room are very creaky. And a few years ago, when a couple of rooms were being redecorated, the painter that we had didn't start working on my sister's room because he heard noises inside and assumed that she was in there. He only later learned that he was the only one in the house. While watching a film with my dad, I saw something move past the doorway of an adjacent room in the corner of my eye. My dad asked, "What did you see?" I said it must have been a bit of dust close to my eye or something like that. He then said that he also seen something. Thought it was as if someone had walked past the door. Now, if you're still reading this, I am. On to my Home Alone story. It was pretty late and I was watching TV downstairs. All of a sudden my dog starts barking from upstairs, and if you own a dog, then you'll know that they have a very distinctive bark depending on the situation they're in. As I was hearing the bark of a very distressed dog, I go upstairs to check everything's okay, see if my dog's standing outside my sister's open bedroom. He didn't even acknowledge me calling him, he just continued to bark at the empty room. So I walk inside, turn on the lights, check around, and very tentatively my dog follows me in and sniffs around. Once he'd calmed down, I took him back downstairs with me and continued watching TV. 5 minutes later, my dog's lying beside me. I didn't hear any noises, but I noticed his ears prick up and he let out a quiet whimper. Next thing I know, he's bolting up the stairs, screaming his lungs out, and stops at the door of my sister's room, and I was obviously pretty reluctant to go back in. I quickly picked up my dog and carried him downstairs and shut him away so he couldn't get back to my sister's room. The rest of the night, my dog seemed to go back to normal. I didn't experience anything weird, but to this day, my dog acts very strangely around that area of the house, and in his old age has begun peeing on the door to my sister's room. And this is common for dogs to pee inside when they get older, but to only do it on the top floor where he had this traumatic experience just seems odd to me. I think he's trying to help you out. Dog style. How do I differentiate mental health symptoms from the effects of entities? I have a master's in psychology with a specialization in clinical psychology. In addition to that, I have a long family history of people well-versed and experienced in dealing with supernatural entities. And they're pretty extremely intuitive about such things as well, naturally. Yogis, tantrics, astrologers, philosophers, scientists, all extremely intelligent people. This has been part of my life since I was a child, so it's pretty normal for me to hold paradoxical concepts in my mind without much conflict. This was until I experienced things myself. Up till then, I was just a curious kid, constantly asking questions, hearing stories, and poking my nose where it did not belong. Now that I've experienced a series of terrible personal episodes, my base and my logic and my very core has been shaken. I don't know what to think anymore. I have quite a few mental health issues as well. I've been kind of taking meds and therapy for it for more than 5 years. Recently, it turned out to be something else entirely. The timeline for both also intersects. I don't know what to think now. Was it just a manifestation of my overloaded unconscious? Was it just my bipolar disorder? Was it just the complex trauma manifestation, panic attacks? Gesundheit me. I'm lucky enough that I have people in my life who, know what to do. And don't sneeze in microphones. They also say it was and is a mix of both, which also made it difficult to figure it out earlier. And I believe that. It makes total sense given my history. But I just don't know what to think now. And I'm really not able to trust my gut, and how do I figure out what's happening to me from now on? Both of them manifest so similarly. How do I know what's causing it now? Do I take my SOS and talk to my psychiatrist, or tell my father and brother? They also get divided in their diagnosis sometimes, and I get more and more confused. I don't know how to differentiate. This also has a huge implication on the fields in general as well. I have a very curious mind. Don't talk about this, though, lest I bring shame to my field. There is paranormal psychology, though, pseudoscience. It's like I have to restart and build my core beliefs all over again. Some of us have to do that in all corner pockets in life. The Ghost Likes Downtown Abbey. I have a little cat who I brought with me, and my first real experiences in this house includes her. When we first moved, she was instantly attracted to a specific windowsill at the front of the house, where she, pretty much now spends most of her time. She would always act like something was playing with her, which isn't unusual for cats, or maybe even petting her. I'd always hear her purring and see her rubbing herself all over the window randomly throughout the day. Then I would start to wake up in the night and hear her playing with something in the living room right next to the window. I often found little trinkets or pieces of trash that I've never seen before scattered in the living room after being asleep all night. This is, again, not that unusual for a cat. They tend to find really odd things to play with, so I brushed it off. Then one night I had a friend stay over. She swore up and down that my cat had been playing with a ribbon that was like hovering in midair in front of her. Figured it had gotten stuck on something, that the cat had just started playing with it since it, never did find the ribbon. Until the next few experiences happened. I recently started binging TV shows, and one of those shows was Downton Abbey. If you don't know what it is, I don't. It's a period piece drama set in the 1910s. Every time I would turn on the show, I would hear quick little steps running into the living room in the front window. Thought it was my cat, didn't think anything about it, not seeing her since she's kind of black and blends in with the dark flooring. When I would turn off the TV, I would sometimes hear a click, and the TV would go right back to Downton. It was always playing season 1, episode 3. I could never find a technical reason for both the TV, the Xbox, and Netflix all being turned on at the same time, especially in the same episode. I do have a Chromecast as well, but generally you have to go to the app and click a few buttons to cast. Also, the source would need to be changed on the TV. This happens nearly every time I turn off the show. It's a bit annoying now, but I just leave the show on while I do other things. The only other thing that's happened is sometimes I hear soft banging or tapping from the closet beside the front window and my cat isn't there. Almost like it's calling my cat over, a ghost, pss, 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 if you will. My cat's loving it here, and we're super happy. This is such a great house, and it seems like whatever is here enjoys having us. It doesn't seem like some of these experiences are exactly paranormal, but when all of them are happening at the same time, it makes me pause. I'm not too sure what to think yet, but it seems harmless enough, right? My grandma's house. This happened to my late aunt, circa 8 to 9 years ago. My Aunt Rose, then in her late 50s, lived alone since the death of my grandma in 2004. She's lived in her room for all her life. She never married, never had kids. The house she lived in was newly renovated in 2012 because the old 1960s house was falling apart. The turning point was when the ceilings dropped into my aunt's bedroom while my aunt was away. Thankfully, it didn't happen when she was asleep. The house used to house 2 big families with maids. At its glorious time, it was housing 16 people. My great-grandma, grandpa, grandma, cousin of my grandpa, my aunt, uncle, dad, and little aunt, among others. One by one, the people moved out or passing in the house. But, well, the house was almost fully renovated, but still preserving the room and layout of the old house. There have been countless, just tons of paranormal things related to, well, my aunt, and she's not the type of person who freaked out easily. Among others, slightly moved furniture, makeup kits, listening to people breathing on their ears or some giggling, until seeing big non-human heads outside her window. But that was apparently considered as normal in my country. Until the last one happened. One normal day, my aunt just entered her own room after work. She got pushed hard toward the wall. Her left shoulder hit another furniture, a sturdy 100-year-old teak cabinet made by my great-grandpa. She fell down. She was taken aback and got mad and yelled at the unknown. "Hey, I know you live here, but I live here first before you. Let's just be civil and don't disturb each other." The thing is, my aunt knew that there was another, a being living in her room. A lady with long hair, usually only sitting under the ceiling behind the door of her room. Believe it or not, but it's according to some people who can see. I'm taking it with a grain of salt. But the aftermath of the incident was clear. My aunt got hurt. She's unable to raise her arm past her shoulder anymore after that incident. The reason why she told us was only because she's complaining about her arm, not about the paranormal experience. The ghost, whoever that was, has won. My aunt passed away on the porch. It was in 2017 of a heart attack. The house is now empty. My first and most recent experiences with entities. I respond to a lot of people, and I've never posted on my experiences. The first time I witnessed a ghost was in high school, back in 1878. I was visiting a friend, walked into his house. Just off of the front door was the living room. This guy must mean 1978, just throwing that out there. I turned and I saw a woman by the window. She was dressed more like a woman from the 50s, which I thought was odd. I smiled at her and she smiled back and faded from sight. My jaw must have dropped because my friend said, "You saw her, didn't you?" That was the start of my paranormal journey. Since that time, I've seen and heard all manner of activity, from the mundane to the worst you could imagine. In my home, we have 3 spirits. One is a small girl, maybe 10. She wears a bright-colored dress and has blonde hair. You'll see her darting around corners or letting out the occasional giggle. She likes to tap on things from one side of the house to the other. She's a busy one. but we don't see her every day. We also have a shadow person. I believe it's a woman. She shows up very infrequently, but when she does, her favorite thing to do is stand in the middle of our hallway for about a minute or two and then just fades out. I ran into her about 2 years ago. I was headed back in from having a cigarette and she was in the hall. We must have stared at each other for maybe 30 or 40 seconds. I said, "It's your move," and she faded out. The third one is also a shadow, but a two-dimensional shadow. This shadow likes to walk past windows at night. We see it on the east side of the house. Walks very close to the window, and my wife was the first one to see it. She was in her office, and she called like she was scared to death. Said she saw a man would be by her window. Took my dogs with me, and there was nothing there, of course. My dogs will bark like nuts if a bird farts 10 feet from a window. So they should have reacted to someone getting into her yard, but they didn't. My wife also said there was no noise. We have gravel on that side of the house. No sound at all. Possibly haunted cabin. So basically there's a cabin in the woods on a property next to ours. It's in the foothills of California. It's been abandoned for quite a long while. I didn't know it was there until 2 years ago, and I've lived on this road for 16 years. It's been uninhabited for 20. The last resident passed away in the house. One person's gone to see or check it maybe twice a year since they passed. That person collected many historical artifacts, maps, and historical records and such from the local area. It was kind of like a time capsule for that period. And now a new property owner wants to return that property and a couple of others nearby to uninhabited protected forest. Since they disclosed that plan, it seems things have begun to occur. The cabin was unattended and closed up. Get-go. And when the new owner went back to check out the place, it looked like a very strong wind had happened. It was inside the building. Photos, papers, maps, all sorts strewn across the floor. They tidied up, thinking a trespasser must have been there, but no one for miles even knows it exists, let alone how to get there. They would have to cut through my land, behind 2 locked gates, 100 acres of forest, cross over other inhabited properties, also dense forest. Wind through an overgrown road to get there. Oh, wind through an overgrown road to get there. We don't just stumble upon this cabin. They locked it up even more after that. They go back and the same again. Everything that was in the bins and boxes is flung about. Like a small windstorm contained within the house. All papers, photos, maps, books. We tested the locks, see if we could break it. Test if, trespassers theory. There was no way without leaving evidence. Since then, it's happened at least twice more. They tidy up, it gets disheveled again, then a locked building. There are a few other oddities happening on the hill around the forest, but it's mostly focused on disheveling the inside of one cabin. There are sheds on the property too. There are no incidences in those. The property with the cabin is very woodsy. It borders 20 plus maybe acres of national forest. 20,000. There's no animal sign that could indicate a creature getting into the cabin, no tracks or droppings. I'm wondering what kind of entity could or would do these things. I don't have any experience with these things myself, so I don't know how to best protect myself from it, help it, or anything else really. I've gotten some suggestions from a paranormal investigator this evening. I'll take her advice, but I'm wondering what others might think about this. The uninvited guest at a school trip. The year was 2000. Our all-girls school trip to Hill Station was a whirlwind of excitement. 3 nights, 4 days, packed with sightseeing and cultural events. On the first evening, a fun-filled program kept most of us entertained. 3 classmates, however, opted to skip it due to travel fatigue. The second night, after a day of exploration, we huddled in our room, 8 of us. Spooky stories, a staple of school outings, filled the air. Laughter and goosebumps danced in the flickering lamplight as the clock struck 3 a.m. before we finally drifted off to sleep. Around 4 a.m., a chilling sound shattered the silence. Short, periodic bursts of laughter. It was M, the resident prankster. I liked this guy. But something was off. Her laughter lacked its usual warmth, replaced by an unsettling emptiness. We thought it was a joke, but a slap on the arm, sort of from S, didn't faze her, and her laughter morphed into rapid-fire gasps. By 4:30 a.m., our bed began to vibrate violently. Panic surged. Was somebody having a seizure? Flicking on the light, we witnessed a horrifying sight. M's body contorted in an unnatural tremor. Little P bravely reached out to comfort her, but M lunged, teeth bared. We scrambled to pull P back as M, in a frenzy, tore into the mattress, leaving a smear of blood. The convulsions subsided, leaving her collapsed, eyes rolling back. Fear, cold and suffocating, gripped us. We alerted our teachers and the school principal. Our school principal was a reverend nun. They rushed in and offered prayers, blessing the room. M, drained but peaceful, slept deeply. Later, the principal questioned us about that night's events. We confessed to the ghost stories, and shockingly, the 3 girls who missed the cultural program revealed a secret. A Ouija board session. They'd used a chart paper and summoned a spirit that wouldn't leave. After much pleading, they managed to send it back. But perhaps it lingered. Notably, M was sleeping on the exact spot where the board had been placed. The next day, Emma awoke with a fever, oblivious to the night's horrors. This instant left an indelible mark on us, a chilling reminder of the unseen forces that sometimes lurk in the shadows. Thought that was good writing until that last paragraph. Gave me a red flag. It was too easy and fun to read. When you see yourself without a mirror. So almost 20 years ago now, holy crap. I was home alone with my little brother. We were both teens, and our folks had gone away on a trip, nothing too new. Our house was on 3 acres of land, a quarter of it being woods. The right side of the house butted up against the woods along the back right corner, which is where our deck existed. The deck had 2 levels, spaced by only about a foot drop, and then the stairs to the backyard would have been another 10 feet. This wasn't our first time home alone, but it would be the first time in our lives to experience something that to this day we couldn't explain. A little past 10 p.m., we had been standing in the kitchen waiting for dinner to finish in the oven. We were talking while watching Mythbusters reruns. I was wearing a blue shirt with gray sweatpants. He was wearing a green shirt with gray sweatpants. At one point, when our conversation stopped, I was looking at the sliding glass door on the deck. I realized that my little brother's reflection had a red shirt and a blue jean. 2 things instantly had the hair on my neck standing on end. 1, my little brother was not wearing these colors at the moment. 2, I shouldn't have been able to see his legs in the reflection at all. When I went to do a double take, he looked at me only for a split second before locking his eyes back on the person on the deck as well. We could both see him clear as day because the spotlight on the house we kept at night due to the time, kind of like recent break-ins. The person on the deck was my little brother, that's no question. But that simply wasn't possible. And the person only stood for about another second, simply calmly smiling at us before turning and walking through the railing on the second level right off the deck into the woods. He didn't jump the railing, lean, or even slouch and flip. He walked through the railing and vanished like he had fallen to the ground at sight. We didn't call the cops, we didn't tell my folks, we waited and ate dinner. Kept the dogs and Dad's revolver with us the rest of the night. Looking back on it years later, we only recently discussed it again. And he asked something I myself had thought of the year before. So we saw a full other me. Did you ever see another you? No. Wonder why. He's married, has his own place and a kid now. I live halfway across the country. The only thing I still wonder about is if I should have gone to check. But given the break-ins, the fact that there's no light under the deck, and the fact that whatever the hell it was walked through 2 solid inches of wood covered in plastic, I'm happy I didn't. Ask Reddit 4. Not trucker, but I have 2 paranormal driving stories. One morning I got in my car about to head to work. I had a sense of a small boy sitting in the middle of my back seat. I couldn't recognize who it was, age or era, etc. I could only physically see or hear this entity. I was just having this feeling of presence. It said nothing, stayed there for about a minute. I had an overwhelming urge to tighten down my seatbelt super tight as it could possibly go. I've never done this before or since this one time. It's not a normal behavior, and I felt like I had to do it. On my way to work, something didn't stop before crossing the highway. I teed the person at 65 miles an hour, spun and ended up in the center median. Walked away with just a bit tongue. Story 2. I was at a friend's house and we ordered a pizza. My friend and I hopped in his car and we drove to pick up the pizza, and then we drove across Broadway, which is like a 2-way each way, light turns, etc. I felt this overwhelming darkness looming in the area of the intersection. It didn't feel like before, no kid in the back seat, just a darkness looming over the area. I couldn't tell how soon something bad was going to happen, minutes, hours, days, weeks, I don't know. It's also not a feeling I've had before or since. We drive across Broadway, go to the pizza place about an hour, rather a mile down the road. It kind of felt like writing it down on a piece of paper. There's going to be an accident here. But it felt kind of foolish having no sense of the feeling in terms of context or time. So we picked up the pizza, drove back. On our way through the intersection, a lady stopped at the light, took off and drove right in front of us. We hit her car and came to a stop at the intersection. Now here's the odd part. The lady was stopped in the turn lane, waiting to go in the same direction we were. She took off on a red on active cross traffic. It wasn't solely us crossing, but cars kind of decently spread out intermittent. She also drove straight rather than taking her planned turn. I even asked the lady why she went, and she said she had no idea why she went. It wasn't even an intentional act for her. Alright, that's all I got. These both happened long ago in my youth, 16, 18, I'm 40 now. These things aren't any kind of normal occurrence, gift, or sight. They were very unique instances. No repeats, they were in their own space, no similarities, and kind of sadly nothing new. But then again, I guess I'd need to have another accident to have it. Seeing shit? Question mark. Okay, let me know if you want to hear any more of my encounters, or whatever you'd like to call it. I was about 10 at the time, and here's some background information about the people I'll talk about. And I'll also add some background information on my old house very briefly. The previous owner of the house was abusive to his kids, and an addict. And there was a murder in the backyard, a little 7-year-old boy. I don't know much of the story for that one, but that's just an event I know happened there previously. So my mom has had a lot of disabilities and is always in immense pain. And about 5 years ago, she finally got on cannabis oil to help with the pain, which had helped her a lot more than she thought it would have. Only other person I'll bring up that's got something to deal with this encounter is my brother, who would have been only about 4.5 months old. One night my baby brother had gotten sick, bad, wasn't breathing well. And a mother being a mom, she forced herself to just try to get ready to take him to the hospital, and my mom was too tired and in pain to make bottles for him for the trip, So I had offered, of course, and FYI, all of the lights in the house were off. We're walking from Mom's room to the kitchen. Very open, modern, mansion-style house. Walking to the kitchen, I heard a voice say in the distance, oh so clearly, "Who is this?" It almost made me kind of quietly, literally piss myself. Sounded more like a little girl than a boy, but just what I heard. Struggling to find a light, scared, and found it, and I shit you not. Whole minute looked for that switch, shitting myself. Play it off as I didn't really want to hear anything, and I just go get these 3 little bottles together and their, lids and shit. I set it out on the counter and washed them all. As I was just drying the lids, one of the other lids started moving, and I stayed frozen like I was paralyzed. Typing this out right now is just making this scene repeat over and over in my head, sending shivers down my spine. I finally talked and said, "Stop." Next, millisecond or two, 2 bottles flew out of the countertop, and I screamed so loud. Ran to Mom's room, and she got up and helped get the bottles, not wanting to go near them. Then the little one started screaming in horror. Mom shitting herself from what I said, and then the baby randomly screaming like something horrible happened. We could still hear that he couldn't breathe properly and fled out the door, and we all just hopped in the car and drove him to the hospital. We were yell-talking about what the fuck just happened. My grandmother came to say hello. This happened 2 days ago at around midnight. I was completely sober, watching YouTube videos on my computer in the kitchen, and at this point, I was alone downstairs as my parents had gone to sleep. My brother was upstairs playing video games. I'm sitting there listening to a commentary video, and I begin to hear music from another room. As I paused the video, it took me a few seconds to realize that it was the distinctive sound of a wind-up music box. Now for context, my maternal grandmother passed away at age 86. I was about 17, that's like 6 years ago now. She was my best friend, and I have a tattoo of her favorite flower, a hydrangea, and that's in her memory. She was such a wonderful influence in my life. I think about her often, and on this particular day, ironically, I had a dream of her the previous night. Had been thinking about her earlier in the day. She and her sister had matching wind-up music boxes that feature a seesaw with wooden little girls that rock when the music plays after being wound up from the underside. When she passed away, we took many of her items, including the music box, which she was very fond of. Also, I remember being in her house when I was younger, and sometimes the box would play a few notes for maybe a second. Well, if it had been wound up recently, due to the mechanism inside and the spring's tension. I walked into the dining room where the box is sitting atop a chest-level dresser. I know it hasn't been touched recently because I asked my parents and brother, and as I got closer, I saw the seesaw rocking. Continued to play music for at least 10 seconds. From the time I first heard the music begin and got up to check out what the time was, I stood watching, and it lasted for 20 to 30 seconds. As I stood there, I felt an overwhelming surge that it was my Nan saying hello. She was a very calm and strong person, and, well, she'd been through a lot in life. She always had a kind word and reassurance for those around her. It seemed that she was offering solace, especially in these current times. As I had this thought, the box softly wound down and stopped playing. The box has never done this to anyone to my knowledge since we inherited it. Since my Lan loved that little box and I'd been thinking of her, and because it played for so long, it sounded like a full cycle as we saw this little seesaw rocking. It's difficult for me to debunk, especially because it likely hasn't been touched or disturbed for at least 2 years. Ask Reddit. When I first started dating my now wife, I stayed at her house for several days. The first night I was there, I got a really unsettling feeling from the laundry room, like it was something that didn't want me to go in there. I told my wife about it, and she freaked out. She had the same feeling and didn't want to say anything, so I wouldn't freak out too, and to see if I also felt it. Her house was extremely haunted. There was stuff that constantly moved in her kitchen. We were home alone, and several times throughout the day we would hear something loud fall or move, but when we would check it out, nothing had moved. A couple months after we moved into our new place, I saw an old man in our bedroom, but I was completely convinced that he was always there, and I was asking him a question. My wife walked in and asked who I was talking to, and matter-of-factly told her I was talking to her roommate. She got extremely concerned because nobody was there. We've also seen a white dog in the bedroom. We also have 2 spots that our cats will stare at without moving. If we call out to them, they don't budge and won't freak out if we touch them. There's nothing in those spots, no bugs, lights, or items or objects. My wife and I have this odd ability to know when someone's close to us if they're severely injured or about to die. We begin to think about someone and get very sad and depressed. We would try to contact them to discover that something had happened. She had the feeling hours before she received a call about her brother passing, and I didn't. I had the feeling about a day before I received a call about my brother passing, but she didn't. Her and I both got the feeling when her mom passed. I got the feeling the same night my cousin tried to end his life, or her life. Fortunately, she's okay. Good. When I was younger, I frequently would have premonitions and visions play out in my dreams about things that hadn't happened yet. On many occasions, I would know what would happen days in advance and use the knowledge to my advantage. Like I'd have a dream about a pop quiz and know what the questions were, so I would study those sections, and in a day or two when it would happen, I'd have the answers. This continued on while I was working, and I could predict what my boss wanted me to do. Did many odd tasks that nobody else did. When he would come by and ask me what to do, I would give him the information. Started to get very weirded out and began to just complete other people's sentences as a test, and for about 3 years I was on point every time, even if I never met the person before. Weirdest thing is that about 9 months ago I stopped having any of these experiences and became extremely ill. Since then I've not been able to sleep properly and I've become frail. I don't know what this is or what happened. This is the first time this has happened to me. Help me learn. I don't believe in things that aren't proven or that I can't see with my own eyes. I've been interested in the supernatural and paranormal, sure, but I personally never have believed in ghosts or things like that. I think that's changed. I don't know how this works, and I won't even begin to think that I do. I'll explain to the best of my will. About 15 minutes ago, I saw a face. I just joined this Reddit community 2 minutes ago, because I was getting so frickin' scared. I did that involuntary inhale, hand over heart, pulse skyrocketing, all that jazz. Scared the ever-loving hell out of me. I'm an 18-year-old female, currently living in a double-wide trailer home with my mom and her boyfriend. It's 11:17 at night, and my trailer and room doesn't really have a built-in light, so you need to plug in a lamp for it to work. So I was putting my 2 cockatiels away by the light of the floorist-to-ceiling lamp, and turned off the lamp with a switch that's built into it when I looked over, and I swear to the gods above, I saw a face peeking around the corner. Not a peek around, see me and go back, no. It was watching me, and it drew back once I turned and glanced at it. It was humanoid in shape, but it was a dull orange, maybe lightly glowing. It wasn't a shadow, but it wasn't a true figure either. It was blobby, for lack of better words. I couldn't tell how old or the gender, but I'd assume it was my height if standing straight, accounting for it lowering itself to look around a doorway. This trailer's had its number of sightings from my siblings and my mom's boyfriend's daughter. My sibling says that she heard a voice talking or calling her name. My mom's boyfriend's daughter ran into my room in the middle of the night, freaking out and saying along the lines of, "There was a person outside of the window, and then they came into the room and they stared at me." I don't believe in the impossible, but I've seen it, and I want to learn more. I need to know what this means or is, and I swear to God this isn't some attention post to get likes or a story. This was real to me, and to my sister and my mom's boyfriend's daughter. I need answers, please. Whispers at Night. I decided to finally write something for the readers because I'm tired. I want to see if anybody might have any advice. As of late, I've been having a hard time sleeping. First, I would just wake up roughly at about 1 a.m. most every night. I would toss and turn till I would eventually fall back asleep. Then I would wake up at like 3 a.m. without fail every night. I would stay awake and I just couldn't get back to sleep. Now every time I would wake up, I would head to the living room and watch the TV with the volume down low as to not wake up the kids and the wife. The TV would be quiet enough so that I can hear if somebody other than myself would wake up. So I would watch YouTube sitting on the couch. I would hear a whisper in my ear at first, and I couldn't make out what the whisper said at first, until it was clear to me it was someone calling my name. It startled me at first, and obviously would check on my wife and kids, but they were all asleep. I brushed it off somewhat. It would be constant, and always my name, until it wasn't. Whosever voice this was started to say, "Come here." That's when I really got scared. Then just last time, same thing woke me up at 3 and the whisper again, my first name. Then the "come here," and then the lights in my living room turned on. And at the exact same time, my TV turned off. I swear I saw the reflection of something standing in the kitchen entrance. Turned around, and there was nothing there, so I got up and went into the kitchen. Flipped the lights on, and there was nothing, no one. I was scared. Anybody would be. And as I go to turn my kitchen lights off, I noticed my back entrance lights came on. This is an in-between that leads 3 steps up to my kitchen and then stairs to the basement. I didn't want to read more into my experience, so I just went to turn those lights off. As I walked to the light switch, I clearly heard footsteps running down the steps. A chill ran down my spine. I hit the light switch off, and as I turned around, it was no longer a whisper, but it was a voice. Not just one voice, but several in unison saying, "Henry, come here." I haven't slept since about 3 a.m., and I haven't been this scared in a long time. I'm wondering if anybody has had a similar experience, or has some idea as to what's going on. I'm not sleep deprived, as I've been taking naps here and there to make up for the lack of sleep, so I'm not imagining it. My wife has said that she's heard footsteps upstairs while she's doing laundry and she's home alone. Ask Reddit. I went to a high school that was built years ago. Maybe like 200-300 years. Me and my friend noticed these hatches that were about 6 feet off the floor next to all the toilets. For context, the school was based around a quad, so there was a toilet down some stairs at each corner of the quad. Obviously, we had to check these hatches out, so we did during a drama lesson that we snuck out of. We got in there, and there was a corridor under the actual corridor, which was about 4 or 5 feet tall, so we had to crawl through. The corridors connected all the toilets, and there's vents at the top of the walls that were all skirting board level at the classrooms, so we could watch lessons going on. It was pretty cool. There were tons of pipes and electrical wire and other non-interesting shit that you'd expect. Apart from in one corner of the quad,
The hatch for this one was locked from the inside. It looked like the pipes had all gone back into the wall or stopped, so all the walls were bare concrete slabs rather than bricks, which was odd. There was a small gap at the bottom of the wall that I could only just fit through. It was a struggle crawling under, so as we only had our mobiles for torches, and I'm not the smallest of people, when we got through, it felt so much colder in this opening than it did in the corridor. The space was also much more spacious, as we could stand up, and also the lights from our torches didn't light up the opposite side of the room when we shone them, which almost made it seem like our torches weren't even on. The room also smelled really bad. I saw there was what looked to be like a decomposed cat, which was now mostly just bone and some fur at the side next to the wall. More frequently, there was this weird stone arch above the cat. There was some red writing that wasn't blood, but it was pretty creepy. It was a few years ago, but I vaguely remember it saying something along the lines of, "If you are found here, the school will expel you, but Lucifer shall do much worse." There's a few scratches on the wall and some symbols that we thought were letters, but couldn't make them out. We took some pictures and got the fuck out of there. We were shitting bricks at this point. It was a fairly prestigious school, so expulsions was probably the scariest thing that could happen to us at that point. This was about 4 years ago, and the pictures were on an old phone, so I don't really think I could get them all down. I would like to see them myself now.
Something recorded me on my phone while I was asleep in bed. A few years ago, I was on vacation to Edisto Island, South Carolina with my Are there islands in South Carolina? Does SC stand for something other than South Carolina? Anyway, I was with my family, my mom, grandma, uncle, husband, and 2 of my young kids. On day 5, I noticed my storage was full on my phone, and I went to take beach pictures, and I checked and found a 23-minute long video. 23 minutes and 17 seconds to be exact, of me sleeping in the bed. After watching it a couple of times, I was scared to death. The video was taken super early in the morning, and my husband was sleeping in the twin bed beside me. 2 beds in our room. I was in one, him in the other bed, while my kids were both in the kitchen with my other family members mentioned above. In the video, you can hear the voices of all my family members in the distance kind of being loud, but you can tell they're in a different room. Video zooms in on my hair for a long time, and at the angle it had to be filming me. There's absolutely no way it could have been me recording. You could see me roll over and the whole bed moved when I do, yet the phone kept recording me and stayed completely still. It moved in a weird robotic way when it did move while recording, so steady that I don't see it could have even been a person recording it. Stayed on me for most of the video, and it continued to zoom in and out of my hair, and then slowly turned to my husband laying on the other bed, showing him sleeping. So it definitely wasn't him recording me. Might be too much information, but I sleep in my underwear only, so I'm positive it was not any family member trying to play a trick. None of them would have recorded me naked, and hearing them in the other room ruled them out anyway. We were staying in a condo on the 2nd floor up. Our doors were locked, and it was a small room. I don't see how somebody could have gotten in, especially without kind of waking us. Plus, they would have had to have been standing above me with my phone. Ugh, freaks me out. And also hear me starting to wake up near the end of the video, saying my husband's name while I'm half asleep, telling him, "You know, we need to get up soon." Followed by, "I'm freezing." I thought so much on this. No way to explain it, and I don't really believe in ghosts enough to say that it could have been something like that, but I just can't explain it. It still gives me chills, and I can no longer sleep with my phone beside my bed since it happened, unless it's like a charger or something. I don't know why that seems to give me some peace of mind. I'll forever try to understand such an experience. Ask Reddit 6. A good friend of mine told me this story years ago. He's a stereotypical old big bad trucker. I've seen some weird stuff with him while driving in South Texas along the border. He never batted an eye, and while telling me the story had goosebumps, and a concerned expression too. Which from this guy is about the equivalent of having a trembling lip and shit-stained pants. I'll tell this story in the first person, as if he told it to me. Years ago in the late 90s, I was on my way home from my house in Central Texas. I was heading toward Laredo, pick up a load. It was early morning, around 4 or 5. I'd just come off a string of days at home, so I knew I wasn't tired. I'm on one of those 2-lane winding roads in the absolute middle of bumfuck nowhere. That's when I see something on the side of the road or the edge of them. My high beams. First, I thought it was roadkill, as it usually is the case. As I get closer, I see that it seems like it is roadkill, and there's someone crouching over the deer carcass. I remember thinking either this guy's taking the antlers as a trophy, or he's fucking sick. As I got closer still, I can now see that this guy's eating the fucking deer. He's pulling chunks of meat from the stomach, bringing them up to his face. At this point, he stops mid-motion and looks up at me. Not at my truck, but at me. It stands up, and that's when I see that it's fucking huge, brown, and covered in hair. I remember thinking at this point, oh fuck, this thing's standing on a tiny shoulder looking at me. By this point, maybe 3 seconds have passed, and I'm about to the point in the road where he's standing at. I didn't even think of stopping. In fact, I'm starting to lay on it and get the hell out of there. As I'm passing it, it looks at me. Again, not at the truck. It's looking through the driver's side windshield at me. He obviously has the intelligence to know that there's a driver in here and knows where I'm sitting. As I start to pass, him and I can still see its head above the hood of an old needle-nosed Pete. Old truck design where the hood goes straight out of the windshield, known for being tall and difficult to see around. This thing's fucking giant. I remember seeing what looked like a human intelligence in its eyes. Scared the shit out of me. My wine is kicking in. On to the next one. Sudden activity in my home. Skeptic, but parents confirm something is weird. Little backstory. I, a 28-year-old female, live with my husband, a 30-year-old male, and 2 toddlers. 2 nonverbal, but understand everything, and female 2 doesn't talk great yet. We're in a basement apartment under my parents' home. This is the house I grew up in. My grandmothers did both pass here 6 or 7 years ago, but they were old and ready at the time. Other than that, for the least 20-plus years, nothing's really happened, but, this sort of Home Alone, creepy vibe from time to time. At the moment, my kids are sharing a room and a bed. We just redid my daughter's room and waiting on a bed to come in the mail. Yesterday, I put away all the toys in the son's room and lined his Batman playsets along the wall on a built-in shelf. Afterwards, I took my daughter upstairs to my sister. I laid down for about 45 minutes in my bed, got up, dressed, and left for work. After I left my parents, I only entered the apartment twice. Once for extra pull-ups and clothes, and once for some old TV trays. Both entered my son's room and didn't see anything amiss. About 5 to 6 hours later, I'd come home, grabbed the kids from my parents, and headed downstairs to put them to bed. My husband wouldn't be home until after 11 p.m., and it was 9:30-ish. As I'm putting the kids in bed, I realized the Batman toys were pulled out from the wall, and some turned sideways. The bin of Batman figures had looked like it was gone through. I was like, weird. Maybe the kids were down here at some point. So I go upstairs and ask my mom. My mom looked at me like I had 3 heads when I explained what I'd found. My dad was listening from the bathroom door while I was explaining. Both came down and were like, what the fuck, when they saw. I then realized the toys had been stepping over in the middle of the floor weren't where I'd left them either. My mom pointed them out and said, "Were they like that when you came in the first time?" I said, "Yeah, I didn't notice, but I had to step over them." She then told me 100% for sure those weren't there when she came down hours earlier. Even my dad, who's very logical, confirmed it was weird and creepy. What would bring on sudden activity like this? I'm a skeptic, but open to possibilities. Nothing's changed in recent months, and we did find the freezer open once after coming home when no one had been home all day. Everything was still frozen solid. The Soldier. This is my dad's story. With all of the weirdest things that have happened, this one takes the cake. My dad doesn't really speak of many paranormal experiences. This one freaked him out enough, though, and if he told me it must be something. One night he went to bed with my mom and their dogs. My dad falls asleep pretty fast, but for some reason that night he couldn't. Some background information. My parents at the time had 2 cats, Sweet Pea and Baby Princess. My sister named her when she was 6. Their cats would sometimes go into their room when they were sleeping. My parents always slept with their door open. I could never really sort of do that. It creeps me out. Their room is the first room where you would reach at the top of the steps. Anyways, my dad was laying in bed, tossing and turning. He flipped on his back and closed his eyes. When he was laying there, he felt a pressure going up his legs. He figured the cats were walking up his legs. He then realized the pressure was going up his legs and ended up to his chest. He couldn't move a muscle. That's when he started to choke. His eyes popped open and he looked over and there was a figure standing over him with his hands around my dad's throat. According to my dad, the figure had a black World War II Nazi uniform on with a black uniform hat that had a swastika on it. The choking lasted for some time until my dad told it to get the fuck off him. Then it disappeared. My dad was freaked out, got up and checked inside all of our bedrooms and throughout the house, but couldn't find anyone anywhere. Everyone was asleep. I asked my dad why he thought the Nazi was choking him. He said he wasn't sure why. Maybe he was an old, angry relative. My grandma grew up in Germany through the war, and my grandma's dad was a Nazi. So to say the least, he had some relatives that were in the war. I'm not sure why this ghost attacked my dad, because he was the strongest in the house, but who knows? My dad isn't one to make up stories like this, so I believe him. He's a very strong and brave man, and it takes a lot for him to get scared. He told me that this really got to him and that he was scared for us, and this is why he got up and searched throughout the house. Usually, if paranormal things happen, he doesn't say much because he didn't want to scare us when we were kids. I know that some of you might think that he had sleep paralysis when this happened, but my dad didn't suffer from this. He told me that this was the first and only time he couldn't move like this. Ask Reddit. Years ago, I lived in an old coal mining town in Illinois that was founded in 1892. The house we lived in was right on the main street and was a salt box-style house where the miners would live. The house at one point was renovated to be 2 apartments, one upstairs and one downstairs, each with their own kitchen area and bathroom. My brother shared the larger room upstairs and had the bathroom, and my sister had the adjacent room. The bathroom was built into the attic area and had a hole cut out of the wall for the crawl space. The door was just the cutout section of the wall and would just lean against the opening. My sister's room had the other attic space, which was much larger. So one day we actually found some old papers in the floorboards of the large attic. A couple pay envelopes from 1893 and a newspaper from 1924. So after we found those papers and removed them, weird stuff would always happen up until we moved out years later. Strange noises, mostly. Hearing my name whispered sitting in the bathroom late at night, and at times I saw an apparition of a woman dressed in period clothing walk behind me when I was sitting on the curb outside. I saw her approach out of the corner of my eye, and when I turned to look as she passed behind me, no one was there. By far the worst incident occurred one night at 3 in the morning. I got up to use the bathroom but didn't feel like turning on the light. Since my brother was completely passed out, I just went in the door and the light off, and now the way the bathroom is set up, as if I were standing in front of the toilet, there was a mirror to my left which looked into, gave me kind of a clear view of a leaning crawl-space door. While I was standing there peeing in the dark, I started to feel a bit uneasy, as if I was being watched. So immediately I looked in the mirror and stared at the crawlspace door. Suddenly, to my absolute horror, I just watched that door slowly start falling open and crash down into the bathtub. I hunkered down, frozen in place with my eyes closed, screaming the most horrific scream I've ever let out in my life. My sister's friend was staying over her room and just ran to see if I was okay. It took me a while to settle down enough to fall asleep. The air was always dead in there. There was no breeze or anything blowing throughout the rest of the room, while the door was at such a lean that there was really no way it could have fallen open without being pushed. Hell, now that I'm thinking about it, I realize that I forgot that damn door would fall open every so often over the years, and I guess it occurred, that it didn't, God, they're writing confusing. I guess it occurred so often that it eventually became normal. Shadows move. That is, I see beings made of shadow, completely void of color, but in the shape of people. I'm aware many people claim to see them, and from what I've heard, people see them out of the corners of their eye. But not me. Oh no, I get full frontal views. They don't scare me, not even when I was a kid. There are multiple ones that come and go, and I've come to associate them with different events or happenings in my life. There are 5 that I see, varying frequencies. The tall man. Picture just a tallish guy, about 6'6". He stands tall and proud in an old suit. He's one of the 2 that I've seen cross the main field of my vision, and also one of the more frequent visitors. He pops up randomly. Not too many set rules. I tend to associate him with an ancestor, maybe my great-grandfather who's a preacher. The girl, a small, mischievous little spirit in a frilly dress. That's an acquisition from my wife, I believe. She likes to yell out, "Hey!" When no one's around, she pops up whenever her baby's about to come around the family. Last saw her about a month before my son, who's now 1, was born a few weeks early. Overcoat. This one is best described as a fat guy in a coat and a fedora. At least that's the way it's shaped. Next to the tall man, I've seen this one the longest. Comes randomly and follows me around, usually at stop signs for some reason. Mr. Box is just an ambiguous dark void with a cold presence. This is the one I've seen the least, maybe 3 or 4 times. Not enough to pick up any patterns or appearances. And finally, the man in the hat. If you've ever seen Tombstone, he looks like that. This one, I feel, is my very own personal spirit of death. Without fail, every time I see this shadow, somebody I know dies, or there's some big tragedy. I last saw him a few months ago before a friend was murdered, and before that it was every day for a solid month in 2017 in December. Or maybe October, and before the end of the year, I don't know. My grandpa, and my wife's great-grandma died. This one terrifies me more the older I get. I know it sounds crazy, but I feel crazy talking about this to anybody, but these figures are just a single facet of a life plagued by paranormal activity. Thank you for being plagued with listening to me. See ya. Step into the realm of the unexplained with Paranormal M, where every story is a puzzle waiting to be solved. Subscribe and turn on notifications to join us on this journey through the strange and mysterious. Let's uncover the truth in these first-hand accounts. Was a believer, but this made me believe in it 100%. Hi everyone,
I've had experiences before, but could always explain it away. Cold spots, footsteps, shadows, etc. As a kid, I lived in a house I believed was haunted. Had a lot of strange instances. Didn't truly believe it until I talked to my stepmother at the time. Said that she had also had experiences. My father's skeptic as hell, but even he said that place had something wrong with it. Whatever, could say it was just because I was a kid. Cold spots can be many things, yada yada. So with this, I've always believed in spirits, but never had truly felt what I had fully transparent experience. Or rather, truly felt like I had a fully transparent experience. That was until I was about a few years back. My friends and I were all 19 at the time, and we were at one of my friends' houses. It was just the three of us, and we've been friends since we were really young, so we all were and are very close. It was very late, and my one friend, let's call him Nate, he's the owner of the house, had fallen asleep. So it was just me and my friend and I left. All of a sudden, she's getting messages from Nate's family that he needed to check his phone. They needed to talk to him. Long story short, Nate's mother had gotten into an accident and passed. She stayed with Nate until his family came over and then headed home to give him space. One friend and I, let's call them Oliver, went back to my house and sat in the car and talked. We were in shock, wanted to be together and work through the tragedy. Sorry if that sounds silly, but I'm not quite sure how to preface that moment. It does not sound silly. Oliver and I kept talking about how much we love Nate's mom and were praying for her, saying how much everybody cares for her, how we can't believe that she's gone. All of a sudden, my body went haywire. Goosebumps all over, and my body felt completely weightless. I then started to feel something rush through me. Tears instantaneously started flowing. No control. Truly felt like an energy floated through me. I turned to Oliver and told him what I had just experienced, and well, the tears still running down when they say that they watched it happen. They swore they saw a shadow behind me in the back seat when it first started happening. We both believe it was Nate's mother visiting us to tell us that she was okay now. Brutal. Midnight Ghost Car. This happened to me just last night, and although I still can't wrap my mind around what happened, why not put this out there? See if anybody else has had an experience like this as well. So I'm a hobbyist photographer. I enjoy astrophotography, so being winter, the sky usually clears up real nice late night. So I grabbed my camera gear and headed out of town, looking for the right spot, exploring different areas is kind of part of the fun. So I'm in my car and I head down this dirt road, losing some satellite reception. I'm kind of getting fuzz. Thinking nothing of it, I switch to FM. Still fuzz, and really nothing, so it's a little strange. Turn off the radio, keep heading down. I see a couple of red lights ahead of me. There were tail lights from another vehicle down the road. I was approaching it pretty quickly. Thought this car might just be lost or just going really slow. So as I was approaching, I couldn't have been more than a couple of meters away to the point where my headlights would have given me a better visibility of the type of vehicle. That's when all of a sudden it was gone. In all sense of the word, it vanished, not fading away, like just the blink of an eye. I was left in shock. I didn't immediately see what was really ahead of me. It was the end of a road sign right in front of me, and I slammed on the brakes, and luckily, it was dirt road. Very little snow or ice. So I didn't slip, but it was still a close call. I got out to see for myself, and sure enough, just past the sign, a drop-off to a small riverbank. If I was going any faster, or if it was slippery, I would have gone down and maybe died. Just the thought of it still gives me chills. If that wasn't enough, when I get back inside my car and start heading back, not 2 to 3 kilometers driving, I see headlights coming down the road. I try to warn the car in front of me. I start flashing my lights.
Still approaching and not fazed by my lights, I start to honk my horn and flash my lights, and he's pretty much beside me, and his lights are on high beam, almost blinding as it's getting closer, and he's passing me. I hear the roar of his engine clear as day, so I look back to see him, and again, nothing, no car lights. I went home, didn't take any photos. There was no way I was going to stop again. Barely got any sleep that night. Just can't explain it. Anybody have a similar experience and want to share? I would like to hear your stories. Angry Ghost. What I'm going to tell you is all probably a bit too unbelievable to point, but you might not even think it's true, and I saw this page on Reddit and I had to join. I've had one too many experiences, and I'm wanting to share what happened and seeing if anybody's been through similar things. This happened around 5 years ago. It occurred at my grandmother's house. I don't particularly get along with my Nan. Never really have, even when I was really young, so I'd never talk to her when my mom took me there. Which was really rare because I'd throw a tanty if, I knew I was going to go there. And even now I would. Nan's house was most definitely haunted. No doubt in my mind some crazy stuffs goes down there. And that's before her and her house felt always cold and unsafe. Mom had taken me there after a doctor's appointment once. The house was small and really old. Really only my uncle and Nan lived there together. Mom had paperwork online to fill out. Meanwhile, me and my Nan were in the lounge doing our best, pretty much ignoring each other's existence. Mom was at the dinner table grabbing her laptop, and, she's had that since she was 16. Mom was doing her own thing, and then Nan started talking to her about some drama with my auntie, and then Nan started treating Mom like shit. Like she's done to my mom her whole childhood, really. 5 minutes after her screaming, there was a loud slam. It was the door that goes to the laundry from the kitchen. No one saw, but we all heard it. And there was this weird feeling, like a vibe that someone or something was pissed off. We ignored the bang from the door as there was a window open that slammed the door shut. Suddenly, my mom's laptop went fucking flying across the room. All of us were just shitting ourselves, and it didn't smash or anything, it just stopped working. She even tried getting it fixed after all of this, and they said there's nothing wrong, but it just wouldn't turn on. Well, still now she holds on to it. Not sure why, like it doesn't work. My uncle then wakes up from the laptop being thrown, and he said something along the lines of, "Mom, why the fuck is the plant pot in the room tipped over and everyone's screaming like somebody died horrifically?" Horrifically. And we tell him everything, and I've only been in that house about 3 times since then. She moved out about 3 months ago, and I reckon the house needs to be bulldozed. My mom and I traveled back in time. This story was around 5 years ago. Both me and my mom remember it to this day. My mom was picking me, an 18-year-old female, but 13 at the time of the story, up from high school at the time. School day ended at around 2:30. I got picked up at around 2:40. We were driving away from the school. The school was out in the country, and on the way into town, you have to cross over one little wooden bridge that goes over a small river. Keep in mind that there's only one bridge on this road with sugarcane fields and gullies on both sides. I remember passing over the bridge before looking at the clock where it read 2:46 p.m. We were talking about a bullying situation that happened at school that day. And about 2 minutes after we crossed the bridge, she said something along the lines of, "So your teacher dealt with the situation?" And as I was about to respond, the tires lost grip of the road and we spun out and the tires skidding and everything. The car behind us started honking her horn and we screamed as we thought we were heading front first into a gully next to the sugarcane. Then we just weren't. We were back on the road, but it looked and felt super unfamiliar to us. As we were trying to get our bearings, with her still driving a lot slower, we both froze as we saw the bridge that we just passed a couple of minutes prior at about 200 meters on the road in front of us. I started screaming again and freaking out before looking over at the time that read 2:45. I screamed even louder, and it was just really scary. My mom pulled over and started to explain to me that it was just a glitch in the Matrix, and that has happened to her before. I just remember the feeling I had afterwards, and this feeling that everything was off and I didn't feel right. Like I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. And even to this day, I haven't been able to shake that feeling. Managed to calm down, but no one I ever told really believed me. To this day, everyone just thinks it's a silly story, but we both remember the details of it so vividly. The feeling of not belonging is somewhat eased if I can ignore it now, but it's still an itching thing in the back of my head. Very hard to explain. That was my introduction to glitches in the Matrix, which led me down the rabbit hole of Mandela effects, ghost stories, more glitches in the Matrix, to actually watching the Matrix series. I've had other really weird things happen to me in life since, but nothing as prominent as that one was. Ask Reddit. I pissed off a ghost at my old job. Short version. Was told the carousel was haunted. Didn't believe them. One night the maintenance door was open after I emptied the ride of guests. My second insisted that they hadn't opened it. Closed it, loaded guests, and it was open again. That's a turn latch that you put a padlock on. It could only be opened intentionally. I went inside, the center of the carousel. Mostly just the breaker and all the mechanical parts in there. Switched on the light to check for a maintenance guy that hadn't talked to me. Empty. I'm a little spooked, so I say loudly, "I'm not dealing with this shit tonight. We got another hour left, so get your act together." In my mom voice. Do safety checks, start a ride, phone rings, and when I answer, there's no one on the other end. A few minutes later, it happens again. After I hang up, I call base to tell them something's wrong with the phone. Supervisor calls back, says sometimes the phone rings randomly. Don't worry about it. I recant the tale to a coworker, and she looks at me funny. "Did you turn the lights off before the music?" "No, I need the lights to get to the switch." "Oh, well, make sure you never do. And if the phone rings after that, don't answer, just leave." I figure it's some kind of electrical short that causes it, and I go home. In the following days, I keep thinking I see something move in the corner of my eye, or I hear it running after I've closed for the night. I shake it off as I was working 15-hour days continuously. The next time I opened the carousel, we took turns. To go take a potty break, I came back to the security guard standing next to my ride. "I saw him while you were gone. Just be careful," he says to me. "What are you talking about?" "The ride? The one that tries to grab operators." I try to think which of my coworkers is that rude. He then goes on to explain that one of the 3 parked ghosts is attached to the carousel, and he's the only mean one. He tries to grab operators and causes bad luck in ride malfunctions. Apparently I made him mad by yelling at him, and he decided to haunt the fuck out of me. And I hope you all have sweet dreams. See ya. Guided to his grave. My ex-wife thought she was a psychic, or had some kind of clairvoyance or paranormal abilities. We would kind of half joke about it, and even now I kind of look back on it cynically and chalk it up to her wanting attention. But there was this one time that I still wonder about. Charlie had never met her great-grandfather. She had heard of a lot of stories about him, though. He was a tall, angry man that always wore a 3-piece suit and loved to beat his wife and children. He was by all accounts a mean, violent alcoholic. He died destitute and was reported to be buried in a particular cemetery in a nearby city. Being a fan of cemeteries, we would visit them frequently, often taking photographs or just to explore and memento mori. One afternoon we were exploring a large cemetery across the street from the cemetery where great-grandfather was supposed to be. She had often talked about trying to find his grave, but no one seemed to know where it was. I believe we had gone looking a few times, but came up empty-handed each time. As we were driving slowly through the other cemetery across the street from where he was reportedly buried, Charlie, who was looking out for the passenger window, suddenly yelled out, Stop the car!" Stomped the brake, and she undid her seatbelt and opened the door and walked hurriedly into an area dense with headstones. I watched her walk in about 20 feet and then stop. She's staring at a headstone. I put the car in park and got out and walked over to join her. There was his grave. He was buried next to a friend or distant relative, in the other half of the double plot. Apparently, when he died, there was no money to bury him, and there was a vacancy thanks to a friend or relative that had a double plot, and they ended up with him in divorce. So that meant that there was basically a free hole in the ground that they could stick him in. The guy, who was in the other half, didn't mind sharing the eternal resting place since his ex-wife was going to be buried with the postman or whoever. She said that she didn't see the headstone from the car. I believed her about that because she had terrible vision, uncorrected. Her left eye was so bad that she couldn't recognize my face across a restaurant table, at least if she'd covered her right eye. She hated wearing glasses, so she rarely did if anybody was around. She said that she just had a feeling. I couldn't see the name on the headstone from the road, and my vision was excellent at the time. Hide-and-seek Mexico haunting. When I was a kid in Mexico, we loved to play hide-and-seek with all the kids in the neighborhood at night. The houses were so close together that you could jump from roof to roof, and everybody being friendly and knowing each other, they wouldn't mind if we did get on the roof. We had my cousins over for dinner. Our parents were just out on the porch talking, having a couple of drinks. Some of the kids came over and asked if we wanted to play, and it was already dark out. And this is when we especially liked to play, so we agreed. There was this one girl I had a thing for, who also happened to join that night. I knew if I could get her alone, I might have a chance to kiss this girl. I knew she liked me too, so it would all work out, I hope. We all gathered in the middle of the street and randomly chose who would count, and then all the other kids would run and hide. So as the kids started counting, I looked at the girl waving at her to come follow me. Holding my hand, I led her to my aunt's house. It was vacant at the time. She was on vacation, and I knew the house was empty, so I didn't see any of her kids go there. The front door was locked, so we ran to the back. Checked if it was locked too, and it was, but at the back of the house, my aunt had an old washing machine. I knew that we could get on the roof from there. I helped her up first, and when she got up, we could hear someone coming. Told her go and hide, and she ran off. I was able to make it to the roof not long after. I knew for sure someone was searching the house next to my aunt's. They were having the second story redone. I hid in a half-completed bathroom. Here, I thought I was alone, but I felt someone grab my hand. It was pitch black in there. I couldn't see who it was, but I heard a soft voice whisper, "It's just me, don't worry." It was most definitely her, so she squeezed my hand a little more. We hid for some time, and it was great then, but from afar we could hear all the kids saying that we'd give up. We had won the round. I came out of the bathroom and looked down the street where all the other kids were. That's when I saw her clear as day looking up at me. I froze. If she was down there, whose hand am I holding? Slowly turning my head, I could still feel the grip of whoever's hand I was holding. With it still being dark, all I managed to see was the glow of two red eyes looking right at me in the face. I wasn't the only one to see it when I got down from the roof. I jumped down, the kids were all pointing up behind me asking who that was. They could see the red eyes too. We stopped playing immediately and went inside one of the other kids' houses and talked about what we all saw. But we only briefly were there, and we were all scared. What I have learned about investigating the paranormal. While investigating locations of alleged hauntings or paranormal activity, an investigator needs to determine if this is a legitimate claim or not. Before we investigate any location, we do a search for any history if needed. I mean, if a home was built within the past 30 years. We don't consider a deep historical workup would be needed. Secondly, we interview the individual who contacted us to get more insight into what they experience. We do not ask for hot spots, as they cause my predisposition of activity happening, rather. We prefer to do a cold investigation. My wife is a sensitive, and as such, she's not present during any interview. From our interview, we can determine if the location could be experiencing paranormal activity. We're very careful to not state a location as haunted at the beginning of our investigation or following until we review any data collected. I believe there are two important things any investigator needs to practice. The first is to not be so intense to find any activity to the point that any small noise or any recorded garble becomes evidence. The need to understand that, while running vids that they can and can't do some distortion while recording depending on the light available, if not using IR, FLIR, or UV light. These distortions could lead to false positives, or pareidolia, rather than actual evidence. The second thing is to be methodical in your investigation. Running around in the dark, supposedly chasing sounds or what may be considered an apparition looks like a slapstick comedy scene. Take one room at a time, moving from one end to the other. Run vids and still photos. You shouldn't attempt to interpret data during investigation, rather during review away from the location. Most of this should seem like common sense. However, I have on many occasions found this not to be the case. I'm not trying to detract from other investigators. I'm sharing what I've seen and continue to see in my over 30 years of chasing the ghosts. I hope my insight may help people who are looking to do the same. A feline friend. Growing up, I had a few different pets. 3 dogs, a chameleon, a goldfish, and my tabby cat, who I'll call Jay. Jay and I weren't always on good terms. She was already an adult when I was born, so she had to deal with me when I was an annoying kid. I was giving off way too much energy for her calm, older demeanor. Over time, though, we did become friends. Jay was with me through my teenage years until she suddenly passed away one day. I remember finding her on the floor mid-meal and wrapping her up in a towel. Jay had been in my life since birth. She had been the one animal constant that I'd had my whole life. She lived a good life, though. When she wasn't warming up at the heater behind the couch, she was roaming her 3 levels or exploring the neighborhood. She made it without any health problems to the ripe old age of 19, and for that, I have no regrets. With how she passed, though, there was no goodbye. It was sudden and unexpected. I often thought of when, looking out of the window at her grave below the trees, I wondered if her soul was living on somewhere. Then one day, a cat spirit visited. It was a day like any other day. I was off school for summer vacation in college, and my family members were off working. So it was a perfect day to just lay back on the couch and binge-watch TV. As I flipped through the channels mid-commercial, I suddenly heard what sounded like faint purring. Confused, I muted the TV. However, the purring continued. I turned my head and realized that the purring was coming from behind the couch, the same couch I had laid behind the heater. At this moment, the purring grew louder. It seemed to move behind the couch to the right in front of me and then right in my ear. It was like a cat was getting on the couch and nuzzling me. I felt a warm sensation take me over, a very relaxing energy, and then gone. was over within about 15 seconds. I don't know for sure what that was, or if it was Jay, but I certainly can't help but wonder. She was the only cat that we ever had at that house, and the purring came from her favorite spot. I hope that it was her, and that she was coming to give me that missed chance at goodbye. Wherever she is now, I feel that she's happy. Me too. Weird activity after watching a video in 2014. I was watching a chibi video of WWE with my cousin, and one of the characters has a weird laugh. I look toward my uncle's room and try to look for his Deadpool head, but I see a chibi statue of the exact character that we were watching. I said that I didn't know how our uncle bought that one.
Yes, Gecko.
I said wait out loud and heard something fall and saw one of the Deadpool heads, but not the statue. I didn't know the head was there because, well, it's a 2-foot statue. I looked inside and didn't see it anywhere in sight. Both me and my cousin heard the laughter continue, and I thought I accidentally played the video again, but my YouTube app wasn't open anymore since I closed it on accident and my phone was on silent. I walked towards the other end of the room that we're in, and I see a quick glimpse of the statue waving at me slightly from the roof of the garage and screamed, "Oh my gosh!" My cousins ran to the window and didn't see it, and it was gone. We heard something fall in a tiny closet in that room, which is like a living room in the back of the house. Open the door and nothing seems to have fallen. We close the door slowly and we hear shaking again for about 3 seconds. We hear the same laughter again, and I grab my cousin around the arms, and we're now back to back trying to figure out where the laughter's coming from. We realize that we're pointing in different directions. We decided to go to the actual living room to just TV. 2 weeks later, we're in the room again, just playing with toys, but mostly watching wrestling videos since I was a 14-year-old girl who just wanted to watch sports, and my cousin was a 10 or 11 and he loved wrestling before I did. We randomly decide to watch Marvel crack videos, and as soon as we play a video, we heard the creepy laughing again, and I said, let's just watch TV in the living room. I asked my cousin earlier this year if he remembers that day, and his mouth dropped in shock. He had a memory of it, but assumed it was a creepy dream he had since he had weird dreams around that time. I couldn't watch chibi wrestling videos until 2018 in fear of, well, all that happened again. My cousin also said that when, I realized our uncle didn't have a statue like that, I only heard something fall and assumed it was the statue. He said he actually saw a CD case being pulled out and fall on the floor by itself. Did my dad really visit me in my sleep when he was in a coma? A couple of years ago, my dad was in a coma after having a stroke. He's thankfully alive now and doing okay, but in the first few weeks after his stroke, we were very unsure of whether he would wake up or couldn't really see him for more than an hour each day because these were the visitation rules in the ICU. Those first 2 weeks, I was completely wrecked and I was crying myself to sleep almost every night, scared I'd never be able to see him again. Then one night something happened that was eerie yet kind of comforting. I woke up at a random time during the night, and I'm honestly, till now not sure whether I actually woke up or if it was maybe just me being asleep and maybe dreaming. Nevertheless, I looked around and saw my dad just kind of leaning on the side of my bed. He was dressed in a hospital gown and looked very disheveled. I could tell he was a bit alarmed from the look in his eyes. When he saw me, I was just looking at him, and he called out to me in a very frantic way and scrambled to hug me. It felt like the time I got lost for a while when I was a kid, and he was the one that, found me. He acted the same way, had the same tone of voice then. My first instinct was to try and hug him back, but I realized that I couldn't move. It's a very bittersweet memory, and I still debate on whether it was some kind of sleep paralysis episode. which I honestly get sometimes. But they're never good experiences, they're always scary. Or if it was actually just me dreaming the whole situation. I'm honestly not sure about either, and I don't think that I ever experienced something like this before. It felt so real, not like this half-asleep state you'd be as if you were in a dream. Plus, I remember waking up afterwards without opening my eyes because they were already open for a while. I really wanted to experience that again. I'd go to sleep hoping that I could experience him hugging me so realistically and hear him saying my name. I would dream of him walking around and moving and speaking later, but never something like what happened that first night. I can't ask my dad about this now because the stroke had a lasting effect on his ability to speak and communicate in general. So I don't have any way to be sure of whether this was some kind of out-of-body experience that, he had while comatose. Maybe. The visitation dream from a dad a week after he passed away. 4 years ago, my dad died from stage 4 melanoma. It had spread to multiple organs, including his brain. He was in the hospital for around 9 days, and 1 day in hospice before he died. When he was in the hospital and before he massively declined and stopped talking, he was quite confused because of the tumors in his brain. He didn't know he was there because he was about to die. He thought he was there for treatment. One day I was alone with him and he went into a series of seizures. I stayed with him while the doctors worked on him. I talked to him between seizures. He seemed to recognize my voice. Afterwards, when he was awake again, he was saying how proud of me he was for working with the doctors on his treatment. He was telling my mom he was so proud of me too. At the time, I was dealing with a bad ED relapse, because it was the only way I could cope with what was happening. That included bulimia, which he never knew about. My dad was always proud of me, but I felt sad and ashamed that he wouldn't be if he knew how I was actually doing. Fast forward to after his death. Around 1 to 2 weeks later, I had a very vivid visitation dream. I was standing in my room and I could see the details of my bedroom exactly how they were. Might as well have been awake with how vivid the dream was. My dad was healthy looking again and had a calm, peaceful energy to him. He told me he was okay, and he knew that we had been by his side when he died, and he heard everything that we said. He said, "I know you're scared. I wouldn't be proud of you, but I still am. You were amazing, and I'll always be proud of you. I'm just sorry that you're going through this, and I want you to be happy." I told him again that I loved him, and I hoped he's okay, and he reassured me that he was. And then I woke up, already crying, but this amazing feeling of peace. It's hard to describe. Some people would say this was just a dream, but I know this was my dad's spirit visiting me. The vividness, the feeling when I woke up, the sense of peace that was there. Him visiting me really did help me let go of the shame. I felt reassured that he was okay. Ask Reddit. I spent a lot of my childhood in a very rural area in New England, which meant a ton of my time was spent outdoors. One particular house we lived in was literally the center of nowhere. The trail I liked to hike by my house had a section that went through a swamp. It had raised wooden platforms to help walk over the flooded swampy parts. One of these walkways was also partly overgrown with water and reeds, which at the time were taller than me. The path curved, so for a time you'd just be standing on a thin board surrounded by a wall of reeds, and on the other side, nothing else in sight. One day I was walking the trail. Right before I got to the reed path, I heard voices talking ahead, like someone was walking the path in my direction. Totally normally, I guess it's a public trail even if it's rural. So I saw other people from time to time, but the
The voice stopped in the reed path. Nobody came out even after I waited several minutes. I finally figured that they must have stopped to take pictures or something, and I just could maybe squeeze past them on the boardwalk ahead. I was tired of waiting. As soon as I stepped into the reeds, I heard whispering start up again and expected to pass someone, or at least hear them go back out the other way. Instead, as I got to the centermost point of the reed path where nothing's visible, I heard a huge crashing sound, like people had gone running off right into the reeds and the woods. I suppose it could have been teenagers smoking or drinking and scared of getting caught, but the thing that made it so unnerving was that even though I could hear the reeds moving and snapping, as if somebody was running through them, I never once heard any footsteps or anything in the water. Remember, this path is raised on platforms, because there's a good foot or two of stagnant swamp water beneath it, and all around for several hundred feet. The water never made a sound like it had been disturbed, and also there's nothing in that direction for someone to go toward. The woods went on in that direction for upwards of 25 miles. The only path in or out was the one I was on. I ended up running all the way home. Didn't go back on the trail for a long time because it kind of freaked me out. Still don't really have a good explanation for what that might have been.
Abandoned house story. I was 10 years old, and back then my friends and I would ride our bikes as far as we could, looking for adventure or discover something new and exciting. At this time, my community was a mix of new and old, and it was easy to find an old tunnel, the remains of a farmhouse, or decayed paths and trails. We set out that summer day with one extra boy. I had not formally met him yet, but nonetheless we headed out on our bikes. We came across an abandoned house near a farmer's field and forest. We started to explore the premises, and we decided to settle here for a while. We walked in, checked things out, and we were just hanging out and sharing our findings. I started to hear the sound of rocks or gravel being moved through water, like a slurry emanating from the basement. Thought it was my friends playing in the house, and I briefly ignored this. Suddenly there was wailing and the sound of gravel getting louder, like thrashing, like somebody was throwing rocks. Frozen. There's no way my friends could make that noise. Quiet, fast talking surrounded us. My one friend started to cry uncontrollably, and his brother, a warrior-type kid, was preparing to protect his brother. Together we could see inside the house's front hall and stairwells. The new boy was giggling and gesturing us to come downstairs by waving us with his hand. We stood there, dumbfounded. How or what? How did he know the immediate danger that we were in, and that he was in? Wanted to get in this, just thought it could possibly be his last moment on Earth. And I watched him return up from the dark stairwell leading to the basement. He was still giggling and marrying the exact same motion. He returned again downstairs and out of sight. We screamed at him, but he kept doing the exact same thing over and over. He was actually speeding up like 2 times, maybe 3 times faster. The noises from the basement I can only describe as pure despair, like an agonizing, painful, and doom-like quality. But they were human, or at least human-like. We screamed at the boy that we were leaving. It seemed like he was coming outside. Frantic, we just started biking as fast as possible, petrified with fear, and I couldn't look back. It was dusk now, and we had no time to reconvene. We separated immediately and just went home before we were grounded. I asked my friends the next day if anybody saw the other boy, and they responded. They thought that he was someone else's friend from our group. We didn't even know his name or where he came from, and we never saw him again. Haunted Former Hotel. This is a story about an old house in the rural part of central Massachusetts. It was a huge old house that had originally been half of a hotel. The other half was nearby. For some reason it was split in half and the halves moved apart. That always perplexed me. It was a huge 3-story Victorian structure with wide porches. How and why the building was split was never explained to me.
The house was owned by some friends of my parents. They would host parties with lots of people, and a woman would play the piano and sing. There were lots of kids there, and we would run around inside and outside while the adults socialized. My memories of the house are vague. This was more than 40 years ago. I do remember that the house was huge and had way more rooms than a family that lived there could possibly use. Up on the third floor, there were several hotel rooms with doors largely unchanged since it was an operating hotel. The family that lived there openly talked about the house being haunted. I was fascinated by their stories as a child. Odd things would happen, such as repeatedly finding the telephone receiver out of the cradle and sitting on the table next to the phone. Light bulbs would go missing, apparently unscrewed from the socket and spirited away. The one anecdote that left the deepest impression on me was the one of the mother of the family that they told us that happened to her. One afternoon she was vacuuming one of the rooms on the third floor. She turned around and was startled to see a man standing in the room, motionless and staring at her. She described him as a man in a gray suit wearing wire-rimmed glasses. He didn't say a word, just stood, staring at her. Caught off guard and flustered by the man's sudden appearance, she said the first thing that came to mind. "Do you like a cup of coffee?" He simply disappeared before her eyes. I never understood why someone would offer a cup of coffee to an apparition, but my mother said that the woman explained it as she was aware that the house had an apparent presence, that she felt it was benevolent. She wanted the presence to feel welcome. Ask Reddit. My grandparents have lived in their house for 30 plus years. They typically had, family gatherings in their finished and multi-room basement. And even as kids, we always made sure to go in groups if we ever had to go to the main floor for the bathroom because it always felt off. Not only off, but eerie too. And especially when no one was around. The house would always creak, and all of the grandchildren claimed the creaks were footsteps. They also have a back area to their home with a couple of rooms that are always much colder than the rest of the house. My sister and I were about 7 or 8 staying at my grandparents' house in the front room, which used to be my youngest aunt's. At midnight-ish, we heard a child talking. It sounded like it was coming from inside the walls. We froze to make sure we both heard it, and when it stopped. When it started again, my sister basically became Usain Bolt and dipped to my grandparents' room, leaving me alone. My grandma came in to me basically almost crying and opened a small doorway which led to a storage area. Not an entire room, just a mini closet. Pulled out a baby doll toy. Apparently, that's what was, talking and crying as she shrugged it off, even though there was zero explanation as to why it randomly went off at midnight. It wasn't new, but its batteries weren't dying, so I don't even think it was switched on, to be honest. We haven't slept over there since, and when I told the aunt who used to sleep there, she claimed she always felt the house was haunted too. Had many encounters in that room. Once she also couldn't sleep around midnight, she felt watched. Then suddenly she felt her mind go into a weird lulled state and felt something cold creeping through her body until it reached the other side and exited from her fingertips with a pop feeling. She suddenly felt tired, turned her TV off and went to bed. She swears the TV became static when she felt the way she did. But it was the 80s, so that was possible even without the ghost. A friend of another aunt is a medium, and when she visited my grandma's house, she told her that there was a lot of heavy and dark spirits in the house. But they didn't fuck with my grandma since she was a strong woman. Apparently the rest of us are fair game, though. Colonel Lewis. So this story happened around March of this year.
I was working as a custodial helper at an elementary. It's one of my jobs that I was doing to get rid of the shoe scuffs off the floors. I used this little tennis ball on a stick thing, and the stick was really short, so I looked up because my back hurt. The light in this office area that was used for, student services flicked on. A man in uniform, full uniform, with medals and rifle walked in and turned toward me. I was about 20 feet away down the hall and I saw this. It kind of scared me a little bit because the school was closed and the school closes at 6. It was about 6:30, so there's no one in the building other than me and 3 other coworkers and my boss. There's no one else that could be in the school, so I was kind of spooked by this. So I walked up and I asked him what he was doing, which in hindsight was not the smartest of ideas. But oh well, so I walked closer. He looked at me and then faded away and the light flipped off. I was like, oh, that's really weird. So I went on my way and kind of forgot about it. Ends at 7, so it's like 6:45. The office of my boss talks to us about how the day was and what we could do better, Just kind of a quick little meeting, nothing special. So we went down and I was going to tell him about it and forgot about it. And then when I got home, I remembered. So I did a little research. Turns out the spot where the school was built was like an old military base. So I kept digging a little bit. I found a picture of a guy that looked like the guy I saw, but just a little older. I'll post it and his name. His name is Colonel Lewis. A few weeks later when I saw him again, pacing up and down the halls, I asked him, "Is your name Colonel Lewis?" And he nodded yes, then faded away. A few weeks later I quit. So I couldn't talk to him more, but on my way out, the boss told me a story of how the old principal saw a ghost running toward her, yelling, "Get out! Go leave right now!" like in an angry voice. So the next day she resigned. Ghost light on the wall. I wanted to share with you something I experienced when I was living in an apartment a few years ago. I'm sure this place was haunted. Many weird things happened, and I tried to find all kinds of rational explanations before I couldn't find any. I won't make a list of everything that happened, but many were common paranormal stuff. What I mean by common is, for instance, feelings of being watched, things moving, footsteps, noises, while no one's there. Already pretty scary, but we've all read these kind of stories before. The weird thing is what I want to talk about today. I've loved paranormal stories for years, and I read thousands of them, but I never heard or read anything that could compare to what I lived. In my bedroom, there was sometimes light on the wall, really close to the ceiling, a wall just behind my bed. It was like a small part of the wall was being lit by some light, but there was no source. It wasn't a reflection of outside lamps or the moon through the window or curtains, or something in my room. It was like the light was in the wall. It's really hard to explain. It looked like a rectangle, and the light was a very pale, phosphorescent white. The first days we moved in, I noticed it. Thought it was the little lights we put on the walls or ceiling for children that previous owners forgot. The wall looked very normal. I showed my mom one night and she just brushed it off. The weirdest part was when it wasn't very night. Or rather, that it wasn't every night. It was sometimes 2 or 3 times in a row, and then nothing for a week, and then again. I remember being so scared of it that I wouldn't dare looking up while lying in bed. Usually, once I turned down the lights, it would appear after maybe 5 minutes and stay for hours. When I woke up in the night, it was usually gone. One day I decided to cover it up with a poster, and that shit moved just next to it. Did you ever experience something similar? I've never had a clue on what it was. There wasn't anything on the wall or in the room. I checked many times. I don't have any picture. Happened years ago, and phones didn't really make good photos at that time.
Also, I was denying a little bit of everything that was happening in this place because of how scared I was.
Something on the roof. My dad just told me these things the other day, and now I'm extremely curious as to what they are. Particularly the first story. I'll say first that my dad is 6'2", works construction, chops his own firewood, etc. Basically a strong, manly man. He's not one to make things up and seemed really creeped out and confused. Even now. We live in upstate New York, southwest Onondaga County. Never heard of that county. Onondaga. From 1991 to 1998. We lived in a really rural area with lots of farmland and not too many people. My dad said that he would always hear coyotes. He'd be howling really loud and other animals at night too. One night, though, he said was the most afraid he's ever been in our old house. It was late at night and my dad went into our garage. The garage door was open. My dad walks toward the open doors and stands in the opening. Then he said he heard something on the roof. He said it's as if whatever it was saw my dad and ran off the roof. What struck my dad was how heavy he said the thing sounded. He said it sounded really heavy, but also moved really fast. Never saw anything, only heard it. I asked if it could have been a vulture or something, and he said no, he doesn't know if that thing ran and jumped off the roof or if it ran then flew away or what. He couldn't think of any animal that it could have been. Has anybody had any similar experiences in this area? The other story he told me is really brief but still strange. This was in our new house, about 5 miles from our old house, but in a more populated area. One morning he was leaving for work. It's really early, still dark, putting stuff in his truck. That's when he felt something literally brush against his leg. Never saw any animal or anything. To me, this didn't seem as creepy as the first, but I figured it most likely was just an animal. But after thinking more about it, sure, maybe there was some critter underneath his truck that ran when it saw him, but why would it run in his direction, let alone brush his leg? Any suggestions what it could have been? What the hell do I keep seeing? I don't know what information to give here, but for some background knowledge, I'm 17 and I'm a male, and the friend I mentioned in this post is also a 17-year-old male. We'll call him Chuck. That's not his name, I just really don't know what to call him now. So I fully believe in the paranormal, and I've had my fair share of encounters with spirits. But there's a specific entity that I've seen throughout the past 3 years, I want to say. It's like a misshaped person with grayish skin and a kind of big and round head with not much facial details. It's got human eyes and not much of a nose, as well as a kind of sort of imprint of a mouth. The thing has long, weird fingers, and most of the time I see it kind of just peeking around corners or through doorways. What's kind of the worst part about this thing is that it looks kind of flat. Like it looks 2D, but still so real. I live in the upper part of a duplex with just my mom, and one night after she left for work, I swear this thing was looking around the corner from where the stairs are in my house are. They go from the doorway at the ground level all the way up to an open doorway leading to a hallway, and then there's a curtain hung over this doorway. So this thing has its hands on the wall peering around into the living room where I'm sitting directly in front of it. But about 10 feet away from it on a couch, just sits there for a moment before pulling back and disappearing. I was frozen, and eventually I went to look at the stairs and there was nothing. The day after that I went to go get some soup with Chuck at this popular sandwich place at a kind of halfway point between our houses. And then we went back to his house, and he brought up how he saw the exact same entity I keep seeing peeking out from his bathroom door right in his bedroom. He described the thing exactly how I would have described it, and both got freaked out by this. I didn't ask how long he'd been seeing the thing, though. I assume it's been a while. Neither of us knew what it was or why we see it, and we don't even know what to look up. So I'm here because what the fuck? Asked my mom if she ever seen that kind of thing, and she said, nope, not at all. If anybody knows even a little bit about what we keep seeing, please tell me. Ask Reddit. I lived in an apartment that my two roommates swore was haunted. A landlady lived in the unit below us, but at one time lived in our apartment and confirmed that both she and everybody who'd ever occupied our apartment had had some paranormal experience at some point or another. I thought that was bullshit. One day I come home and my roommate Gwen comes out of her room with tears in her eyes and a quiver in her voice. She asks me if I've been in her bedroom. I tell her truthfully that no, I hadn't, and asked her what was wrong, and she explains. When I was leaving for work today, I was running late and grabbed my purse in a hurry and knocked a bunch of photos off my desk. I didn't have time to clean it up, so I said, fuck it, I can do it when I get home, and I left for work. When I got home, all the photos were back on my desk, and I asked, and my other roommate. He says it wasn't him. I asked her why that upset her so much, and she said it was because one of the photos was of her maternal grandmother who had passed away a week earlier. Normally that picture was toward the back of her desk, and when she got home she found it front and center. Figured she'd actually cleaned the pictures up in a rush and just forgot that she did it. She was super spooked. Then about a week later I was home sitting in our living room looking over some paperwork for my job. Out of the corner of my eye I see my roommate Jimmy walk out of his room and through the living room down the hallway that leads to the bathroom, kitchen, and Gwen's bedroom. After a while, I started to feel uneasy for some reason. I looked up and realized that though Jimmy had gone down the hallway some minutes earlier, there was no noise, no lights were on. Everything was quiet. So I get up, walk to the end of the hall, and just stand there for a second, looking down the black hallway into the dark kitchen. Call his name, get no answer, so I step into the bathroom, turn on the light, and there's no one there. I walk down the hallway further and call his name once more. Nothing. Finally make it to the kitchen, turn the light on, and sure enough, there's nobody there either. Finally, I text both roommates to see if they were home, and about 15 minutes later, Gwen texts me to tell her that she's home in the burbs, and about 2 hours later, Jimmy texts me that he just finished up a double at his restaurant. I know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that I saw a person walk through my apartment, but I was alone. The Woman in the Rocking Chair. My family grew up in a town where almost everybody worked in basically one factory. It was a glass factory that made windshields for cars and glass for tall buildings. Most of the jobs there were really dangerous. My great-uncle worked there when he first married my grandma's sister. They were poor, as they moved into the upper floor and attic of his grandparents' house. One night while he was at work, she woke up and there was a woman sitting in the rocking chair in the corner of the room brushing her hair. She waited a while to make sure she wasn't dreaming and finally said, "Who are you?" The woman turned into a mist, went up through the ceiling. This happened several times, but my aunt never said anything because she was afraid people would think she was nuts. The woman would always look like she wanted to say something. Finally, one day when she appeared, she looked at my aunt and said, "Skinny can't go to work on August 22nd. Skinny is what they called my great-uncle. She was really shook up by this, but the woman's appearances stopped. She decided she had, better take this seriously. So she started begging her husband not to go to work on that day. He hardly ever missed and demanded to know a reason. She couldn't give him a good reason, but she cried and pleaded until he finally agreed to stay home. A boiler exploded that day, killing every man on his shift. We still have the newspaper clippings to prove it. After this happened, he obviously wanted to know how on earth he knew to tell him not to go to work. But she still wouldn't tell him. Finally, his grandmother was talking to her and begged her to let her know that she'd saved his life. She told her the story of the woman in the rocking chair. She turned white. His parents had died in a car accident, and when he was an infant, he used to say he was going up in the attic to talk to his mom, who was brushing her hair in the rocking chair. They wouldn't let him go up there anymore because they thought it was unhealthy for him to pretend. That house is still standing in the town where I live. I've never been in it, but I'd love to see if the woman in the rocking chair is still there. Ask Reddit. I'm sure this will get buried, but it's a good one. When I was about 16, I lived with my mom and stepdad in a shop in Brighton. It's in Australia. The place felt heavy. All three of us had some wild experiences in that place. And also some of my friends who visited as well. Mom said when she was painting the lounge, when all alone, the window started rattling and the door slammed shut behind her. She firmly told it to get out of her house. Didn't show up again for about 1.5 years. I'll skip to my story. I saw quite a few shadows out of my peripheral vision at different times. And once when I was at the kitchen table, which looked down a hall ending in the lounge, I saw a shadow figure of an old hunched woman. She was walking from the lounge, stopped to look at me, and then disappeared into the wall to the left. Another time my parents were out and I was watching TV at home alone with the lights flickering. The door slammed and my cat went crazy. Another time my parents were out and I locked myself out. The buildings were connected. If you look up Street View on Church Street, Brighton, just past Middle Brighton Station, this was over 20 years ago, and I went to the neighbors who owned an antique shop at the time. I asked if I could climb out their window to access my house. Walked up their stairs and felt crushing blackness and sorrow from their upstairs living quarters. I climbed out the window and could breathe again. My house felt bad, but theirs was another level. I heard people running up and down the stairs when no one else was home. My stepfather constantly heard people in the shower when no one was home. One night, it was in the middle of an Australian summer, about 38 degrees or 104 Fahrenheit. My cat again went crazy, running between two posts outside, meowing like crazy when she reached both ends. I was unsettled sitting at my bed and felt cold, like ice grabbed the back of my right arm. Like someone had put their whole hand on the back of my arm and squeezed tightly. 2 weeks later, the house burned down, and the fire started in the middle of my bed. Evil laughter. Choir. So this story goes back many years ago, and it was brought up while talking to my family over the weekend. It definitely took me back, and it brought chills just talking about it. I know this was not just myself who experienced it, so I put more validity to this story as it was a shared experience. I was around 7 or 8 years old, and my dad was the choir director of our church. He had about 20 or so people in the group. My mom, my aunt, my uncle, and a couple of my cousins. We would practice usually middle of the week after work hours at the church. It was like any other choir practice. I would sit on the benches with a radio and a mic plugged into it. I'm getting deja vu again. My job was to record them singing, so I would move from bench to bench recording them, getting different angles and playing the tape back so they could see how they sound. So after doing this about 3 times already that night, it was the last song the group was going to practice. I moved to the farthest bench at the very back of the church and hit record. It was all good. A couple of times I'd stop recording and then start, and blunders and laughter and unusual stuff was happening when practicing. It was the very last recording session. Everything was perfect. Stopped recording, went to go play what they just sang to the choir. We all huddled around and I said, "Perfect," until it got to the end. You could hear a faint laughter at the end. It was creepy, to say the least. My dad stopped the tape, hit rewind, and played the ending again with the volume raised. Sure enough, there was a deep, low-sounding laughter in the background. Everyone froze. It was dead silent. And just to be sure it wasn't some flaw in the tape, he played it back again. It was still there. Stopped the tape, but the laughter continued. That's right after the tape stopped, and you can hear this same laughter. It was sinister, like we can hear it echoing through the church. We all heard it. We didn't stay much longer. We packed up our stuff and got out of there. Asked my dad whatever happened to the tape. He said he got rid of it. It's too bad, because maybe it was for better, but maybe it wasn't. Whatever that laughter was, I sure won't forget about it anytime soon. Kept me up all night last night just thinking about it, and I've still got the chills. Dream/sleep paralysis. I just now have woken up from this experience that happened at around 12:30, 1:50-ish. Cannot tell which part of this was in my dream and what part was real life, as I woke up and fell back asleep numerous times. It started with me hearing this kind of whistle almost, and it was very faint. I'm sick, so I figured maybe it was my nose making strange noises. But just in case, I held my breath, and sure enough, the whistle was heard. The whistle was heard. Sorry guys, I'm super tired. Remembering that in the Appalachians this means a dangerous entity is close by, I start to feel somewhat terrified. Then for what felt like an hour continued to hear it, and sort of while dreaming. I'm not really sure if I was dreaming at this point because it felt very real, but I heard it before falling asleep when I was fully aware. Then I started to feel like I was being observed, and the sensation was very strong. At one point I felt I should stop breathing for a second in fear something was spotted me. Then I feel a deep pressure on my right shoulder like something's grabbing it from behind, and I feel terrified at this point. And by the way, I don't think it can be sleep paralysis, as I could move freely, but was too terrified to do so. When it goes away, I get up and try to walk out of my room, where I'm suddenly back in my bed. I still feel terrified at this point, and I feel as though I'm in danger. The rest of this last leg is somewhat blurry, so the validity may be questionable. I think I remember seeing a shadow or two moving along my wall, just kind of moving and being present after asking God for a guardian angel, so I'm completely scared and full of adrenaline. After this, I fully wake up and whisper for my dog, but no response. Got up after grabbing my now unplugged phone and getting from outside my room, and when I come back, I feel an incredible chill almost go through me, which lasted 5 seconds. Can't sleep, my eyes burn with exhaustion. Potentially useful information. I have an armored cross right above my wardrobe. The shadows I recall were also moving about underneath said cross. I have no idea what the hell happened or whether or not the entity that did that was actually dangerous. Ask Reddit 3. The day we moved into the second house my parents bought, my grandpa died. It was a brand new house. No one had died in it or anything for some reason, but I always got a very eerie feeling from the second we moved in. The first weekend we moved in, my grandma stayed in her room, the second master/guest room, and she mentioned to us that she kept hearing an old-timey spelling, telephone. It was coming from the closet. No one's phone had rang that night, so we just thought it was weird, but thought nothing of it, and over the years, she and anyone else that stayed in that room would experience the same thing every time they stayed in there. After a few years, my sister and I couldn't get along. My mom designated the guest bathroom right next to the guest room across the house as my bathroom, so there'd be no longer arguments and touching each other's stuff. At night, I wouldn't use the bathroom, just use my sister's, because it would creep me out so badly. When I would shower, I would hear my name being called, knocking coming from the guest room closet. The bathroom ran along the closet in the guest room. Very distinct knocking on the door, and the knob would sound like someone was messing with it. At first, I thought it was just my sister fucking with me, but after a few times of me experiencing those things whenever I was in the house alone, I knew it wasn't her. Everyone but my mom's wife thought I was crazy. When I'd tell them that I'd hear it around the same time, there was really things kicking up in my room. My mom would ask us if we were in the guest room at night because she would hear someone walking there all hours of the night. The guest room was above the main master bedroom. There was only one time it was actually us in there, but every other time we thought she was crazy and figured she was just imagining things. Then one night my mom and I were in a room watching movies. Kept hearing something walking around upstairs. All the animals were with us, and the door to that room was always closed, so they couldn't get in there. She paused the movie so she could go smoke. We heard very heavy walking upstairs, and when we started to walk out of the room, we stood there for a minute, and it continued for another 30 seconds or so. I always hated that house, but I hated it even more after that. Ask Reddit. Don't know if this will ever be seen, but shoot, might as well post it since it's a fun story. Not a cop or anything, but a tour guide as a French and Indian war fort. The place has a reputation for being haunted, and the ghost hunters have been there, but overall it's a pretty quiet place. Most of the workers think people just hear the building creak and groan and attribute it to something paranormal when it isn't. But anyway, on one of my tours, I was talking to an older gentleman, like 60 or 70. He was telling me that he realized he was a sensitive, can see and hear and feel ghostly presences easily. And that was when he was a little boy and his grandmother died. He told me he wasn't allowed to go to her open casket wake because he was too young. But while he was sitting home with the babysitter, he told his grandmother just suddenly walked through the door and came up to him, smiled and waved goodbye before disappearing. So when his family came home from the wake, he said to them, "Grandma sure looked pretty in her dress." They looked at him with question marks on their faces and said, "How do you know? You didn't see her." He told them, "She came to say goodbye," and then proceeded to describe in detail exactly what she was wearing. He said his family was stunned, so he gets to this part of the story and something odd happened. We're standing outside in the middle of August, so needless to say it was sunny and warm, when on my right side I can only describe it as I felt like somebody had turned on air conditioner like 2 feet away from me. It wasn't just a cold breeze or anything like that. It was continuous, lightly blowing cold air, and it wasn't stopping. I said to the man, "Do you feel that?" He looked at me with a little smile on his face and said, "There's someone listening in on our conversation. He's standing just a little bit to your right." The cold air persisted for about a minute or two while we just stood there in silence when finally it disappeared altogether, like someone had switched off the air conditioner. And right at that moment, he said, "He's gone now." I've worked in the place for about 6 years now, and this was my only real experience, but I can still remember the feeling of that cold air, and how the air actually moved and blew, like a fan or from an air purifier or something. It made it all the more creepy. See ya. Weird occurrences within my family. Maybe a ghost. My mom always told me about how both me and my brother would sit in the corner like we were talking to someone. But when she'd look to see who was there, we would just tell her that we were talking to Granddad. This happened to us when we were 2 or 3 years old, and I kind of make out a memory of me standing in that corner. This also happened to another one of my relatives when they were in the same age. This time it was outside, and my relative said that they were swinging with Granddad. There are also a lot more encounters with my mom when she lived with her grandma for a long time. She had heard people walking in the attic at night. She always heard people calling and yelling her name even if nobody actually was. But my mother had even more encounters. One time my mom and her dad were in their old print shop. The building used to be a very old hotel from around the 1920s, and instead of rebuilding the whole thing and just, they built walls around the interior and just cut parts off of the old hotel, basically the old hotel, One time my mom and my grandpa heard music playing upstairs, so they went to check it out, and it was coming from one of the old parts of the building. They entered the room it was coming from, and it was a very old bathroom from a hotel prior. The bathroom at the radio was really loudly playing very old-sounding music. And also keep in mind that this is a very old radio. It had no batteries in it, and it wasn't plugged in. To this day, well, my mom says that she just still sees him in her dreams. And she also said that she sees one of my great aunts in her dreams as well that passed away about a year ago. I know that dream analysis isn't allowed here, but I thought it was important detail to share with you guys. Another thing that I want to mention is the fact that, well, I think my great-granddad died fairly early, around his 70s. Also a very notable person. He was very smart and very talented at his instruments. From what I heard, he was offered to join Benny Goodman's band a long time ago. He was also in the CIA. Some details I'm not sure I can even say here. Ask Reddit. I was sleeping at my student apartment in southern Greece. At some point I wake up, look up, and I see a naked female sitting on top of me. Her body was amazing, but her face I couldn't see. She had her head tilted forward and her hair was in front. I remember my thinking process very clearly. I was not upset. I thought I was lucky. I assumed that my neighbor, hot-looking student, decided that she liked me so much that she broke into my apartment. This was the only way for me to rationalize the situation. First thing I did was try to grab her, but I couldn't move. I then tried to see how she came in. Window closed, locked. Bedroom door closed too. No way in. Now I'm starting to feel uneasy. As soon as I moved my gaze on her again, she moved her head up, revealing red eyes, sharp teeth, and no lips. Again, I tried to grab her, and this time throw her off me, but I couldn't move. I started blinking as hard as I could since it was the only movement I could make. Eventually, she disappeared, and I was able to move. Then I was sitting on my bed thinking. Turns out, science is way back. Looks like paranormal is a thing. My best guess was, put something on, rush to church before the demon hottie is back. This could be a succubus, I remember thinking. Church sounds like the right place. I planned everything in my head, and then I thought, the internet. I'm sure that I'll find a slideshow article like, what do you do when visited by a demon, with the pictures. I quickly found out about sleep paralysis, and I rationalized everything. Felt good again, went to sleep, and by the way, if I'm wrong and the hot demon's reading this, please come back. I don't mind the freaky face at all. I would. Graveyard at night. A couple of years back, my friends and I decided to book an Airbnb to celebrate Christmas. We ended up finding one for a good price, except it was in a rural area. What we didn't realize was that it was right across the road from a graveyard. Once we arrived after a long drive, we unpacked our things and decided to explore the area. There was a couple houses down the road, but the rest of the land was empty. Surrounding us, and basically a huge field with tall, dry grass. We noticed the graveyard, but didn't go inside of it. After a couple of days, we were hanging out in the kitchen after dinner. It was already dark, and it must have been around 10:30. One of my friends then suggested that we go explore the graveyard, since we haven't actually been inside of it yet. We talked about the idea for a while, and two of my friends decided to stay at the house. That left 3 of us to go exploring. We found a flashlight and walked across the street. By then it was already 11 o'clock. We walked around for a bit, just reading the names on the graves, scaring each other, etc. The friend carrying the flashlight walked away, while two of us were left in the dark. The girl that was left with me got scared and ran toward the friend with the light, but she accidentally tripped on someone's grave and stumbled. But while she was still regaining her balance, she stepped forward and tripped over the same guy's tombstone. She was all right, luckily. Nothing creepy had happened, so we were slightly disappointed. We went to bed, and I was sharing a bed with the girl who had tripped. At like 2 a.m., she was aggressively shaking me. She said she heard knocking on the window beside her bed. We were silent for a couple of minutes, but didn't hear anything. I lied back down, except as soon as I did that, I heard knocking on the wall. We were both pretty scared at this point. We decided that if we heard it one more time, we would wake up our friends. We waited for time to pass, and after a while, we heard 2 sharp knocks against the bed frame. We immediately got up to wake our friends, but they didn't believe us. To this day, we're still not sure what that was. Was this paranormal? I'm at a loss with what happened to me last night, and I'm on here curious to see what y'all think. My husband and I dropped our kids off at their grandparents this weekend. We went to our house that we own. We don't currently live in it. We live in another town a few hours away. So the house we own that we've lived in since 2014 is essentially sat unoccupied since last year. We visit at least monthly to see if things are fine. Some furniture is still there, and well, last night I decided to sleep on the couch. My husband went to the room with the bed. I have the TV on, and it's about 1 a.m. Finally turned the TV off and closed my eyes. I started hearing a baby crying. My left ear was on the pillow, so I could really hear it in my right ear. I ignored it, and I could feel it get mad. And I felt it get in front of me. The baby cry turned into a baby scream. My ears got that muffled feeling, like if you cover your nose and mouth and try to blow air out. And I opened my eyes, and I involuntarily let out this song, like, scared the crap out of me. Went into the room with my husband and told him about it. We started to go to sleep, but then our dog threw up twice. Then we were all able to go to sleep, but today, as we were driving to pick our kids up, my husband told me before I came into the room last night he experienced sleep paralysis and a heavy feeling pressing on his chest. He prayed immediately and the feeling went away. Then I came in about 10 minutes later. I've had nightmares before and sleep paralysis. Usually forget it hours later, but this baby crying scream is so clear in my brain still. Experience I had is still so clear I can't shake it. I don't know what it was, and I'm curious to hear anyone else. At the last sentence, I screw up. I don't know what it was, and I'm curious to hear anyone else's insight on this. Shoot. See ya. How to handle what's happening in my house. In March, we moved into our house, which was built in 1887. Over the last few months, some seemingly harmless things have been happening with more frequency. Small things falling in rooms no one's in, lights flickering, small objects moving and appearing and disappearing. Strange sounds in the house, including on the stairwell. They aren't explainable. Whenever I hear a sound like that, I stop what I'm doing and listen intently to try to understand what's causing it. Sometimes, as soon as I go back to what I was doing, there's immediately another sound. I'm starting to worry that somehow by paying attention to what's happening, I'm encouraging it or playing a role in the increasing frequency. One other thing happened that I really hope is not related, but feels worth mentioning. For context, I'm an avid lucid dreamer, and I've never experienced sleep paralysis. I woke up in the middle of the night a few months ago. This was right before the weird stuff started slowly ramping up. was feeling like someone was staring at me, the same way my cat can wake me up by staring at me, and I open my eyes, and even in the near complete darkness, I can see a face right in front of my face staring at me with a huge smile. My head was on the side of the bed, so he was like squatting with his hands on his knees next to the bed staring right at me, like he was watching me sleep. I immediately rolled over, tried to wake up my husband, trying to kick blankets and pillows between me and the man, but my husband won't wake up for anything when he's fast asleep, so it was pointless. I ended up huddling against his back under the covers and eventually going back to sleep myself. I'd like to write off that last part as a dream or something, but I feel in my gut that it wasn't. The energy I experienced from the man was not a negative nor positive one. My sense was that he didn't think I could see him, was not trying to scare me. I've also had a friend who visited the house since that incident, and she says she feels an energy, in quotes, in the house. It doesn't feel malicious. This was without me bringing up anything that's happened. She said it pretty much unprompted, asking me, "Have you experienced a presence here?" Interesting events in childhood home. I'm 24 years old now, but about to be 25. When I was 9 to 10 years old, we lived in an older home in the southern central parts of Texas. My mom had brought me with her to take a look at her house before she made the decision. She was renting only. When we met with the landlord, she was giving us the tour of the home. I had gotten this real heavy feeling when we stepped in the living room. I'd asked my mom to ask the lady if somebody had died in the house. And at that moment, when my mom asked that question, the lady went silent. 30 seconds go by and she just continues her tour. At the time, my mom could care less if something happened because it was a good deal in a peaceful small town. This 4-bedroom home was also built on sort of pier and beams, a very, very old AC system underneath. You could literally hear anyone's footsteps throughout the entire home. My bedroom out of the 4 had this light green wall color with a bright orange trim to it. Every other room was plain beige. I remember wanting to paint this picture for everyone because I had numerous encounters in this home. It was such a short amount of time we lived there. I stayed to myself for the most part. Just got the first generation Xbox and I was gaming. Heard a group of kids walking down the street laughing and having fun as I was peeking out the window. I had this urge to turn around. When I did, my DC skating shoe was literally spinning in the air right beside me. At least 1 or 2 spins per second. It's the best way I can describe it. When I looked and caught this act, the shoe immediately dropped while spinning. To this day, I still think about it, and every day it just makes me wonder what or who was behind that. Was it an alternate dimension? Was it a spirit? What the fuck was it? Now I'm grown and I don't experience much out of the ordinary anymore. I'll sometimes see shadows go around corners or figures in corners, but as I get closer, there's never really anything. Who knows if this gets some kind of attention or anybody would like to know more about the house's encounters. I would love to entertain. But mind you, this isn't just made up. I get chills when I speak about these events, and I can't get the thoughts out of my head. I used a Ouija board when I was younger. So I'm 45 now. I was thinking about this randomly and I was bored and decided to ask if anybody had an experience with the board. Like a real experience. I'm actually afraid to talk about it. I was 12 when I first started using one by myself. It started moving just fine. I became obsessed with it and used it regularly for about 1.5 years. There was a name when I asked when I was talking to. It would say Bobby Mihalovich. I'm not sure of the spelling of his last name, so I don't know. You would think you would know the spelling, but perhaps not the pronunciation. All I know is I'm afraid to talk about it because I did it by myself for a few years, and I can still remember that it was moving on its own. I would even try and trick it sometimes and just kind of lift my fingers off the planchette and it would continue to move for about 1 inch before stopping. One time, it even levitated while I was using it with my brother and friend. You could feel the pressure of the plastic pushing on her fingers upward, and you could pull away when it got just a few inches in the air. But I'm mostly concerned with my own experiences and using it by myself. I mean, I used to come home from school and just hop on the board like no big deal. No one told me it was fake or demonic, I just thought it worked. It felt creepy but natural at the same time. What I'm telling you is the truth. I saw, felt, and it moved. I talked to this thing for hours. I was old enough to know that it was, well, you would think I would be old enough to know it was fake or bogus, so I see a lot of people telling stories about the board, but I don't believe them because if you really had used one the way I did, you wouldn't want to talk about it. Until now, anyway. Anything else out there do this? Bobby Moholovich. Not sure of the pronunciation myself. Encountered a ghost. This is about a scary encounter with what I believe to be a ghost. It's happened just about maybe 1 a.m. Still kind of in shock and recovering. I've always been very in tune with the spiritual world and recently talked about it with a friend who also believes in ghosts and other paranormal things. This weekend we went on a trip to Italy and now we're on the way home. We are 4 people in the car. Not to get bored, we told each other scary stories. I stopped listening to the 2 in the front and started to look up stories under a subreddit to tell them. That's when suddenly I heard a hello. It sounded like it was from a distance, like pretty far behind us, and it was very clearly a female voice. It sounded like a confused woman, but also like she was scared or worried. I immediately got goosebumps and looked over to my friend to ask if she had said it because she slept the entire ride and woke up right then. The logical side wanted me to think that she said it to greet us. Turns out she did not say it. Panicked and asked loudly if anybody said hello just now. Nobody said it, nobody heard it either. Up to this point, I still had goosebumps all over my body, and I've never had them that long. I had this extremely uneasy feeling as if something was clinging onto us, or a spirit holding onto the car. I started crying, which I just randomly do, but that sensation felt so emotionally overwhelming. We then talked about the incident because I still didn't feel right. My heart beating fast, still feeling goosebumps. My friend who's driving said we just passed an ambulance in that moment. I told him we definitely passed by a dead person just now. And while talking, he asked me if I noticed the windshield wipers going off by themselves really fast and said, "No, I didn't pay attention." But that was also very creepy. A few minutes ago when I looked up our location on the map and saw we drove past the mortician and a graveyard. When we left that area, the goosebumps were gone and I quickly felt normal again, but it just doesn't sit right with me. I 100% believe that a ghost wanted to communicate with us that a dead woman's soul was roaming around the area. Ask Reddit. I worked at a hotel that caught fire and had to be closed. It wasn't serious, just the electrical room, but the hotel had to be closed for repairs. Over the next couple of weeks, they kept one person on staff at the time to greet and redirect guests with reservations to other hotels. I was there alone in a 100-year-old, 200-room hotel for about 12 hours at a time. I was there into the small hours of the morning. Shit got weird. Our in-house phone kept going off, like the one you reach when you press 0 in the rooms. It was an old hotel, so it didn't say the room number. We just had closed all the blinds to the rooms when we first evacuated. But there was one floor, the 9th, where they just kept opening. I would stand outside the hotel and look up and see curtains to a window open that, I knew both of them had been closed 4 hours earlier. I knew that I was the only person in the building. Worst was the sounds. Bustling party noises coming from the banquet hall downstairs. Faint running sounds, talking coming from the elevator. Sometimes a dog barking, and honestly, me and the other employees called the cops several times each. We were positive there was someone in a room or on the floor. One time, though not with me, the cop confirmed the noises and called for backup to search the floor they were on, and nothing. On my last night there, I was doing my walkthrough in the basements. I was in like the sub-basement, located 3 levels underneath the lobby. Room service, kitchen, and storage mostly. I heard a thud like a tennis ball. This was near where the fire started, so I felt obligated to investigate. I'm shining my flashlight around the kitchen when I see what looked like a mouse scram across the floor underneath a shelf. It scared me, but I was relieved it was just that. Moments later it reappeared, but it wasn't a mouse, but a tennis ball. It rolled so quickly to the other side of the room I lost it in my flashlight. I booked it and spent the rest of the night in my car in the registration parking. Haven't set foot in that building again. Red shoes. My grandpa lives in an older house by himself. My grandma passed away in August of 2021, leaving behind a house full of old antiques. Each room is filled with all sorts of things, from old glassware to old bonnets that ladies and girls used to wear. She collected many different things. She was a hoarder, but kept her house clean and her antiques organized. Anyways, throughout the years of her collecting strange things would accompany and will kind of happen. They would hear whispering, see people that they can't explain in their house, ghosts in parentheses, etc. After a while, they got used to it. Since she's passed away, has continued to have paranormal experiences. This experience happened recently. There are 3 bedrooms in the house. My grandpa used to sleep in the bedroom in the back, but ever since my grandma passed, he moved himself to the bedroom up front. He figured that it was easier for him to get to the bathroom. One night, he got up in the middle of the night to go use the bathroom. He's very used to paranormal things happening to him, but this experience scared him. He started walking to the bathroom and stopped dead in his tracks. In front of him stood a woman. He said that she was wearing a white dress with red shoes. She had blonde hair that was tied back. Hey, not black for a change. Or white. He stood there as she walked toward him and didn't say a word. She didn't say anything to him as she walked toward him. Next thing you know, she vanished right before his eyes. Stood there for a few seconds wondering what just happened. He told me that after he witnessed that, he no longer had to go to the bathroom. He has not seen her since. I asked him, did she look transparent or did she look like a regular person? He said she didn't look transparent and she didn't look like a random person. It was just like something walking toward him in the house until she disappeared. He said that this really spooked him and he hopes that he doesn't see her again. And I don't blame him. An experience that happened to me and a good friend that I've been too afraid to speak about. I was never a believer in spirits and ghosts, whatever. At least until something happened to me and my best friend in 2005-2006. We've recently spoke to each other to make sure it really happened, and it did. We were both so terrified we didn't speak of it again and drifted away after high school. We both saw a spirit or something while driving down an old road between 2 towns where we both live. It was maybe between 8 or 9 p.m. A woman who was in white older with blonde gray hair was walking along the right lane with a far-off stare in her face. It seemed to come out of nowhere. I remember swerving to not hit her. I would have hit her, so I slammed on the brakes, turned around to get ready to get out, and the woman was gone. I looked in the rear view and didn't see anything. I remember being weirdly calm but shocked and both of us crying. It felt like this sort of jolt of energy went through my body. My friend was saying the same. After we talked about it and got online to search for whatever we could, There were some haunted Indiana sites. I remember one particular post that mentioned almost the exact same thing happening to someone. Years later, around 2009, 2010, I shared the story with some friends at a party. That's when one guy spoke up. Flabbergasted he was. He mentioned the same thing happened to him when he was, had his permit and he was learning to drive with his father down this road. I was so terrified, but also relieved to know I'm not crazy. I don't tell anybody about this occurrence anymore due to some girl telling people I was probably going nuts. It happened, and I just wanted to share because it's been eating me up inside for years. Truly terrifying. And I want to believe that others are truthful and not making up stories. But I guess I have trouble trusting due to mistakenly telling somebody who spread crazy rumors about me for years. A scientific test. One of the more common symptoms of ghosts you hear about is odd behavior with lighted things. TVs turning on, lamps turning off, bulbs flickering, etc. It's quite a popular mythology because humans are, from an evolutionary standpoint, selected for humans that can react very quickly to predators approaching at night when everyone's sleeping. Terrified of the dark, and the ideas of ghosts intentionally causing darkness is horrifying. While this is usually an instinct we can overrule, usually only children are openly afraid of the dark, it's still a very easily explained piece of mythology. Whenever it's convenient, ergo I think that there's a chance of paranormal phenomena I can interact with, I attempt to make a test. A favorite test of mine is simple. Ask the ghosts to flicker lights, since it's such a popular thing associated with ghosts. It should, in theory, be fairly easy for them to do. Picture a person sitting in a fairly well-lit room. Mystic spell board on a small table in front of me, 2 fingers on the puck, and with a completely idiotic expression on the person's face, that's me. I had a few fairly personal conversations with ghosts, and then managed to contact one that proclaimed itself my dead grandfather. At this point, I was having fun with it, not feeling particularly mystical, so I asked a simple question. Can you flicker the lights as proof that you're there? They dimmed and flickered. This is hardly conclusive evidence of paranormal activity. I would need to test many more times to satisfy rigor alone and rule out coincidence. However, I consider it an effective opening for further inquiry. If the test is possible to execute with some confidence, it may be possible to do much larger and more conclusive studies. In my own opinion, everybody who finds a ghost should do some kind of experiment like this. Does my dad need my help? My father passed away in his sleep almost 9 years ago. I was always sensitive to energies or spirits, whatever you refer to them as. So when my father passed away, I fully expected to be able to at least feel his spirit in one way or another. I've dealt with a lot of unexplained paranormal activity in my life, ranging from things moving, hearing voices, seeing figures, etc., which coincidentally stopped after my father passed. In the last 9 years, I've never once had any exchanges or experiences with my father besides in my dreams. When he first passed away, my dreams were always about him, asking for help. It would always be something stupid like him calling me in the yard to help with something in the yard, and one time he asked me for help fixing a bicycle. And one time I had a dream that he was in jail and was calling me asking him to bring him a sandwich because the food was terrible. In that dream, I drove a bike down a sort of back alleyway that led behind the jail. He sat on a picnic table eating sandwiches. When I told him I had to go, he said, "I know, Mama, just 5 more minutes." We just sat in silence. There have been other dreams that I can't really remember in detail right now, but in the beginning, he always needed help with something. Most recently, I had a dream that my father came home from jail. I don't know what's up with the jail. My dad wasn't a criminal, I think. And I was showing him his grandson, and the time I asked him for help fixing things around the house, and he got annoyed and said, Yeah, I know, but I have to fix your tire first. And then I woke up to a completely flat tire. Why am I always dreaming that my father needs help? Think about it. See ya. Ask Reddit. Growing up, my mom was a bartender. She was a single parent, so I took care of my little brother most nights. One night while I was making dinner, I kept hearing a strange whistling sound. Didn't think much of it because it was storming pretty hard outside, but the whistling continued. It started to sound more like a melody than whistling from a storm. Started to get a little freaked out and asked my little brother if he was hearing it too, and he wasn't. Eventually, the whistling stops, but it's still storming pretty badly. Fast forward to the end of the night when I'm going to bed. I'm climbing up the ladder of my bunk bed and my TV shuts off. I think maybe the power went out, but the hallway light's still on. I try to turn it back on and nothing happens, so I reach around my TV stand and realize that it's been unplugged. At the same time, I hear the whistling, only this time it's not in the distance. It sounded like somebody was whistling directly into my ear. I could almost feel their breath. It sent chills down my spine. Still sends chills down my spine, and at that moment I took off running out of our house screaming. We live in an apartment with 3 other units, so I woke the neighbors above us, and they were a younger couple with 2 kids and offered to come check out our house. I could tell at the time the guy thought I was just a stupid kid hearing things, but was trying to make me feel better. My brother and I waited outside of our apartment while he went inside to check it out for us. After a few minutes he came back and he seemed a little agitated and asked if you're playing a prank. This really scared me, and I told him that we weren't playing a prank on him. We could probably, see that we were telling the truth by our faces. But maybe he could see the fear roll over. He said he looked everywhere and didn't find anyone, but was convinced someone was in our home. They invited us to stay in their apartment until my mom was home from work because they didn't feel comfortable with us staying alone. I never heard the whistling again, but so many other strange things happened to my brother and me in that apartment. I'm convinced it was haunted. I'm not sure if the story will be scared to any of you, but that was the most terrified I'd ever been in my life. Some of my paranormal experiences. So our last house was a townhouse. I believe one family before us lived there. To my knowledge, no one died. But our neighbor in the house across from us passed away there, and we also lived walking distance from a cemetery. The way the house was laid out, it was 4 floors. Bottom floor is a basement, main floor was the living area, kitchen, then dining room. Second floor was my bedroom, parents' bedroom, laundry room. Top floor was like an attic and loft type space with walk-in closet, and that was my sister's room. Since my sister's room was the entire top floor, part of it was directly above my bedroom. This is your pretty standard paranormal thing, but whenever my sister was at work, I'd hear distinct footsteps from upstairs. I don't mean the house settling bullshit, but it was feet dragging across carpet, as if somebody refused to pick their feet up off the floor. The next one is when I was 9 or 10. I always wanted to sleep with my sister in her room despite having my own room myself. Eventually she got tired of me sleeping with her, so that night my parents made me sleep alone. I was lying in bed crying and upset. In the middle of me crying, directly in my ear, I hear shh. Now for this next one, I was sitting in bed on my laptop. My bedroom was perpendicular to the hallway. My door was open, and in my peripheral vision I saw what appeared to be a figure poke its head into my bedroom and retreat. I looked up after this and called out for anyone, but no one was there. This one may be the scariest one, but this one is a little bit rational. I was asleep one early morning and was woken up to the sound of someone whisper screaming in my ear, "Wake up!" I felt as though I was being shook. This one may be written off as a half-sleep, half-awake hallucination, but it was still freaky. Ghost of a Buffalo Soldier on Fort Sill. I had been working civil service at Fort Sill since maybe 1999, almost 25 years. But I've never seen anything like this before. I'm a smoker, so when I take smoke breaks, I have to walk across the street to a small park. It's a vacant lot with a few trees. Last Thursday, I'd gone out for a smoke break at around 10 a.m. I was having my cigarette and looking at the news on my phone. I noticed in my peripheral vision to my right a black man in a cowboy hat walking through the field. I see people walking across that field occasionally, so at first I don't think much of it. However, I looked up and noticed that his corporal stripes were upside down and much larger than on modern uniforms. He was about my height, 5'8", and had a light beard as if he had kind of really shaved in a week or so. Then it occurred to me that he was dressed in a Civil War-style uniform and thought, oh cool, it's Civil War reenactor. Maybe they have some sort of historical reenactment nearby. So I immediately thought to take the photo of the man. I switched my phone to camera mode and went to take the photo, but the man had completely vanished. Mind you, he was 50 or so feet away from me at least. And it was a wide open field that we were in, so there's absolutely no way that he could have run out of sight that quickly. Puzzled me all day. I was trying to justify in my mind what I'd seen. I couldn't. Never been much of a believer in the paranormal, but I have no other explanation other than I believe I saw a full-bodied apparition in like a buffalo soldier. Broad daylight. Even though it was overcast that day, he looked like a real solid person, not translucent or see-through like you see in movies. Did some research and discovered that buffalo soldiers, black soldiers that served in the late 1860s up until about World War II, had built the original building at Fort Sill in 1869 to 1870, such as the old post quadrangle, officers' quarters, the original hospital, and livery stables. Some of these soldiers are buried in Fort Sill Post Cemetery. The Smiling Creature. My friend went to a campsite over the weekend. When she got back, she told me everything while completely shaking. She was staying on a campground in Burns, Tennessee. She told me that the cabins were separated from each other and everywhere in the distance were trees. Each night, there would always be twigs breaking, but she couldn't see it because it was completely pitch black. She told me that she's a light sleeper, but not even the most quiet noise can wake her up, which she thought was kind of very strange. The last night she was staying at the campground, she was asleep like always, but when she woke up, more twigs breaking, but it sounded almost like that thing was right at her window. She jumped out of her bed, grabbed her phone, turned on her flashlight, and looked through the window. She couldn't see anything, so she decided to open the front door to the cabin. As soon as she was about to tell me the rest of the story, she starts crying. It took a while for me to get her to tell the rest of what happened, but after a while, she was finally able to tell me the rest of her experience. She told me that as soon as she opened the front door, she flew back to the floor, saying to herself, "Why was this thing here at this cabin every night while I was staying here?" She stood up, slammed the door shut, and quickly locked it. She told me that as soon as she got back from that trip, she'd been waking up at 3 a.m. every night after that experience. She started seeing glowing white eyes and a huge smile. She always turns on the lights in her room and nothing. Every night before she goes to bed, she thinks about that smile. She would say to herself, "Who was that and why was I their target?" The next day we started doing research. None of that stuff had anything to do with the experience my friend went through. This is a true story. If you don't believe me, ask my friend Kyle. She still wakes up at 3 a.m. to this day. Been starting to see things. I don't know if this is the right subreddit, but any help would be appreciated. It started a couple of months ago when I was leaving my house. Impolite gecko. I heard a growl, not like a gecko's, but like a wolf's growl right next to me outside. I could almost feel its breath. I immediately grabbed my dad's gun and checked around the house, but nothing was there. Whenever I see someone in the corner of my eye, they have this weird aura around them, till I look directly at them. It then disappears, and there's a bunch of smaller examples that, for sake of my own sanity, I've chalked up to being coincidences. Tonight I went to throw out the trash, and ever since I pulled into my old school where I usually throw it away at, I get a really uneasy feeling. And as I put my car in park and went out, everything in the back of my mind and my body was yelling at me to run. But I had trash bags in the trunk, and I had to throw them away, so I decided to kind of fight past the feeling. As I threw out the last one, I turn around to go back to my car. I see two burning red eyes about a foot from the millisecond that I looked as I began to walk away. I heard a similar growl, and I could feel the breath of whatever that thing was on my right hand as I went numb with pins and needles. I got to my car, hit the gas pedal so hard my tires skidded as the car got going. My heart threatened to beat its way out of my chest. I know I probably sound crazy, I'm very much aware of that. Even to me a couple of months ago, and I've agreed. These are all very much real experiences, and they're all happening. I don't know why or what to do. The only place I feel safe is at home, because nothing's happened on the inside because my parents had holy water or oil on every windowsill and door frame, as well as having the entire house blessed. Any advice or help would be much appreciated. Again, I don't know if this is the right place to go, but there has to be someone out there that had had at least a similar experience or knows what to do in this type of situation. Haunted School. The elementary school that I went to and the town that it's in has a history. Short stories that the town I lived in was founded by a group of families that I happen to be a descendant of. Anyway, the elementary was built over a Native American burial ground that's long since abandoned when more settlers came over to the New World. It had other supernatural things. Some creatures sometimes want to be heard or seen to warn of something, or tell of something that happened in the past. Enough about that. Back to the school. There's many spirits and ghosts that inhabit the grounds and halls of the school. People have had various encounters with them. One of my experiences was some of the spirits, so me and two of my friends were getting things out of the basement, like cotton candy machines, popcorn machines. So when we were taking the elevator down to the basement, the doors open. We walk into a storage room that's kind of has rather at the end of it, it was dimly lit and had a flickering light. We entered the room, get to the machines, and on our way back to the elevator, we stopped just before the corner to enter the elevator, and we saw an aberration of a woman standing about 10 feet in front of us. As soon as we stopped, she turned, looked at us, then turned away again and disappeared around the other corner. So we entered the elevator, brought up the machines. Before the doors opened to the first floor, we looked at each other and tried to talk about what happened. We were unsure what to say. Another encounter I had in the school was, for context, I was in 6th grade, and I was in the library, an after-school program with a few other kids and a teacher and the librarian. So I was sitting between the stacks of books, reading a book which happened to be a book on ghosts and other supernatural phenomena. That's when I heard a knock on the wall behind me, which was a wall of cinder blocks. Then a book at the opposite end of where it was sitting fell off the shelf, and then I saw a shadow being walk between the shelves and disappear. When I got up and looked, there was nothing there. And when the story's over, I say see ya. Sorry about the deja vus.
Radio conversations I can hear in my office without a radio in my office. This is something interesting that's been happening to me. It started maybe 2 years ago. I was working in my home office when I heard what sounded like a conversation going on. It was like talk radio-like. It carried on for about half an hour or so. Now my wife had gone to bed and we live alone, so no kids to be talking to. I don't have a radio in my office. I was not listening to anything. I was reading and doing some research. The conversation was rather muted. I couldn't hear what was being said. However, it did sound like two men talking. I do have a radio in the house, but I would be able to hear it clearly in my office. This has happened several times, on and off. Something I would hear is a man and woman talking, just loud enough to hear voices, but not loud enough to understand the conversation. I thought maybe my neighbor had a radio going, but their house is 20 feet from mine with a 7-foot block wall between us. I'm sure the sound couldn't travel that far. I live in Arizona, so it's very rare that we have our windows open, especially in the summer months. And we do not want to give scorpions an easy way into the house. A few times I hold up my SB7 spirit box, and other than a few unintelligible voice-like sounds, I couldn't hear anything that would be like what I was hearing. So the voice continues, now and again. I just find it very odd that it even happens. And just in case the topic comes up, I am mentally competent, and I've never heard a voice in my head ever.
Kid's second part. After months had passed, my girlfriend asked me to come over, and I told her I can't stay or even come inside their house with what I've experienced. She guaranteed me that those things are harmless, and all I need to do is ignore them and not to show fear. Easier said, right? Well, so I gave in and went there. Right in front of their gated house, there's this force or feeling that pushes me away and saying not to come in. Even writing this is giving me chills already. She went out to open the gate and sat on the couch facing a staircase. She asked me to wait for 15 minutes because she'll change, and that's when things start to get creepy. While she was changing, we were talking about stuff. That's when she went out of her room. Her room's downstairs. She was asking me to check upstairs because she was hearing footsteps. Also, her older brother went to my side of the kitchen. He was prepping lunch. Thinking something's upstairs and it's just the three of us that time, that's when I and her brother go to the staircase. The footsteps stopped, so we decided not to go up anymore because we're both scared already that time. So I went back to the couch and her brother to the kitchen. While I was seated, and I felt this cold breeze behind me, so I turned to look and nothing's there, scanning the whole area and nothing until my gaze caught something at the staircase. I was already frozen standing, and when I slowly panned looking at the staircase, that's when I saw this black, shadowy, childlike figure seated at the last step. It was just looking at me. Mustering my courage left in me, I ran toward the kitchen shouting "May demonio" repeatedly in Filipino, dark entity, until I got to my girlfriend's brother, and when we looked back, nothing was there. The whole house became so cold, and we could hear 3 knocks repeatedly upstairs. My girlfriend was so scared she turned pale white, and that's when we decided to rush out of the house in the middle of the day. Was I hallucinating? This happened just the other day. I was doing some of my overdue school in just my grandma's room. Sitting on the floor because the distance between her bed and my school laptop charger. I'm homeschooled. It's too long for my laptop, so I'd either go to the very edge of her bed or on the floor, and I chose the latter. I was nearing the end of my assignment when Grandma was in the bathroom dancing. Go Grandma. Since she was doing her thing, I decided to go in the closet and just take a break from my assignment. I went to the very end of her closet, just because that's where I hide in her closet just to prank her. Her closet is rectangular shape and kind of medium-sized. It's big enough, at least for me, my sister, her, and my mom to fit inside side by side together. I was sitting in her closet when I hear something that sounded like breathing. Now, it's important to note that my grandma had a lot of clothes and other stuff in her closet. I was sitting behind what I assumed was some of her dresses maybe, but sitting down behind a few of them when I heard something similar to breathing. Yes, breathing. It sounded like somebody was taking a deep exhale in her closet. I was the only one in her closet. And when I heard that, I immediately got uncomfortable. Moved some of the clothes in front of me to see what could possibly have made this sound, and nothing. There was nothing that could have made that sound that was so similar to somebody breathing. So I got out of the closet, continued my work. She got out of the bathroom a few minutes later, and I didn't bring it up to her because I knew what I had heard couldn't have been something else. Your mind could play tricks on you, but not like that. And it is important to note that a few minutes before this, I asked her, "Is it just me, or are you feeling tired?" My eyes felt a little tired. I was feeling a little tired before this, and I went to bed after I had gotten done with my assignment. I saw my doppelganger. About 2 days ago, I had a craving for McDonald's. It was around 10:30, 11 at night, so I went out to get my food and was headed back home. I usually go through a back alley to get to the front of my house faster, but this night was no different. But to give you a picture, it's a back alley with houses on one side and a field on the other. Anyways, I'm heading home. I take the back alley going 30 kilometers. Everything's good. Then suddenly a person steps in front of my view, coming from the field side. It was about 5, maybe 10 feet away. Slammed on my brakes so as not to hit the guy, and I didn't, and I'm sure of it, but the guy wasn't in my view. I panicked a little, but put the car in park and got out to see and apologized for not seeing him earlier. Like I said, he wasn't there. I walked out to the front of the car, no dents, nothing under the vehicle. There was nothing there, so I just moved back a couple of steps to see if there was anyone in the field. Called out, got no answer. I brushed it off as much as I could, turned around to head back into my car, and that's when I saw myself. Granted, it was a shadow because it was standing right next to my door and I had the headlight aiming at me. It was in front of my vehicle. I asked, "You all right?" "So sorry." Got no answer, and the figure was just standing there. Said hello, still no answer. So I began waving my hand, saying, "Yoo-hoo!" Deja vu again. He did the same and waved his hand, but said nothing. It was freaky because it was a mirror image of my hand motion. It caught me off guard, stepped back, and so did the shadow. It was too weird, so I walked toward him and he did the same. As soon as he was in range of the light, he was gone. No puff of smoke, not a blur. There was no one blink of the eye type of deal. I wasn't going to look around anymore, so I opened my door, got in, and drove back home. Still get goosebumps just thinking about it. Can someone tell me what I experienced? So some backstory. I'm a supervisor of a moving company. I go out to do quotes and supervise when needed. I go in and out of houses weekly, too, and today I was doing a quote with a coworker. This man had a very large house, but newer. We go throughout the house and we go upstairs and walk into a room. Once I walked into the room, everything changed. I'll try to explain it best I can. So it was like I was underwater. The air was static and a clearish green color I've never seen before. I got winded and it was like I was hit with energy. Saw a figure from the corner of the room go around. It was like a lot of hair, black hair. was in the corner and just saw black. I also saw two bubbles. It's the best way I can explain it. One bubble was horizontal and the other vertical. They were inside each other. I guess like orbs, but way bigger and more like a lava lamp. It was not a good feeling, but I personally didn't feel threatened. A woman in white popped into my head. What's even stranger, I look at my coworker and say this room gives me the creeps and has bad vibes, and he looks at me with eyes wide and says I felt it too. He said he never felt anything like that before, but didn't see anything. And when I say I see it, it's like with my third eye. And I've never had that feeling or visual before. I just had to read about it, but I didn't see it with my real eyes. What's even stranger is this man that we were doing the quote for at a hidden room behind the room where this happened. I'm very open to all this. I've read about it, I've watched shows about it, and I believed it. But today I lived it and experienced it. I don't know what to think or do, or know what it means. I've always kind of felt a little different. Always just knowing random things and being in tune with people where others haven't been able to. Feeling like people are sucking the life out of me. The funniest paranormal activity I've ever come across. So my mother and sister, not biological, used to live in the house where they would experience weird things, like footsteps, doors knocking, etc., but it was rare. That's why they kept living there. Anyway, now they moved to a new house, and I came to live with them. Some night I went downstairs to prepare some tea. My sister was sitting all by herself with low lighting since it was nighttime. She got startled when she saw me. I was like, "What are you scared of?" She said, "Oh, nothing." Then she told me she feels scared sometimes because of the weird things that used to happen in the old house. I said, "No, that was there. This house is so lovely and safe, I can't believe you're scared here. This house is small, nice, and just so cozy and safe." I kept saying safe, don't think otherwise. Like safe. There's nothing bad in this house. She's just 15 and I wanted her to feel safe. Anyway, I made tea, sat to drink it. We heard footsteps on the stairs. We both didn't care, and of course, it's my mother coming downstairs. It was so clear we were sitting in the same area where the stairs are. No way that we're mistaking it. Anyway, we heard somebody coming along the stairs, every step until my sister looked at the stairs and said, "There's no one there. No one came down." I get up to check what's happening, and there's no one. We went upstairs to find my mother sleeping peacefully in her room. Checked the whole house, no one else is there. Then she asked, "Weren't you saying this house is all safe? There's nothing in it?" I said it looks otherwise. I say that that's not funny and I'm disappointed. But thanks for the story. Strange lamp flicker. I, 42-year-old male, recently broke up with my girlfriend. The situation with her had been building over the past month and a half. Everything was in limbo and I didn't know what to think about any of it. Things were getting increasingly frustrating and confusing every day up until it all ended. A few days before I decided to take action and end the relationship, I was sitting on my couch watching TV. That's not a good start. It was a Friday night and I was just relaxing. I wasn't really focused on the television because my thoughts were distracted by the situation with my girlfriend, and I know how I would process the situation going forward. I have a lamp that stands off to the side of my couch. A little further past the lamp is a picture of my grandfather hanging on the wall. I was practically raised by my grandfather. He was an old-school, no-bullshit Italian who was the patriarch of the family. He protected me and my whole family, and we were as close as any two people could possibly be. When he first died about 14 years ago, I had a paranormal experience involving him. So I always knew he was watching over me and was aware of everything that was happening. So I'm sitting there on the couch, the lamp flickers off for about a second, and then comes right back on. Initially figuring something happened with the power, but the television was unaffected. Walked over to the lamp and messed with it for several minutes, tapping the bulb and unplugged it and plugged it back in, etc. Couldn't get it to flicker regardless of anything I did. But the lamp had never done that before. For some reason I looked to the wall and noticed my grandfather's picture. I knew it was a message of some sort. It turns out that a couple of days after this happened, I came to find some information about my girlfriend that resulted in me packing her stuff and getting her out of my life. It's what needed to be done, and I know that lamp flicker was a sign that I wasn't alone in that moment, and that a conclusion to the situation was just around the corner. I really need help. I'm now a 14-year-old male, and I have some big problems with ghosts, demons, or ancestors, I don't know. Since I was 4, I saw creatures which seemed to be like shadows. I also can hear them whisper, but I don't really know what they're saying. I also have the feeling that I know them like my parents, but I wasn't able to really speak to them. I also have cats. One already died, but 2 of them are still alive, and they can also see them. I know this because they tried to attack or scare them. But it never was an issue when all of a sudden they started to hurt me. Usually just 1 or 2 cuts, but sometimes I have wounds which really hurt. To make it even more strange, after I got a wound, something bad happens in my area. Like an illness, or even worse, like death. For example, I've got a big cut on my belly, and the next day, aunt or a friend died. Or another, I've got a small cut on my arm, and on the next day I broke my finger. I've even got more examples. Sometimes they'd stand in groups when I see them. Sometimes they're alone. They look like regular humans, but without any face or anything else, just the shape or form of a shadow. They're following me everywhere, and while I'm writing this, they're watching me. I also try to get a photo for them, but it always failed, so I have to draw it. I'll upload it as soon as possible. I have another thing which is strange. Sometimes I can remember things that happened in the past, but I never ever heard of these things after. I remembered things like I'd always be searching if it was true, and it always was. For example, I can still remember the screams of dying soldiers and the loud explosions. I still have the picture in the front of my eye. Okay, so whatever threw books through my wall did it again. Same as last time, just after my son left last year, for those who don't know. I attend university. I was awoken at 5:35 a.m. to a massive crash sound in my bedroom. It took me a few moments to realize I'd actually heard that and the dog was reacting. Turned the light on and found 2 books had landed at the foot of my bed. Only I don't have books in my room. The books came from my son's room. They were in a locked glass cabinet. The titles also intrigued me, as it was a book about serial killers and angels and demons from the trilogy. Went into my son's room when it was daylight. Was freaked out. The case was open, definitely previously closed and locked. It's just a simple IKEA case with an equally simple lock. But no one else was here. Been in this home for over 10 years with nothing strange going on. Until he came home for summer break. Recently returned to uni. Last night the exact same thing happened again at pretty much the same time. Maybe a few minutes difference. Was awoken by the same crash, dog on alert, and same 2 books from the cabinet in his room. Is this me missing him causing this? I miss him, but I know he's happy, safe, and getting an education. I'm happy for him, but obviously miss him being here. But not to the point where I'm crying or anything. Why did this happen again? That same 2 books seemingly thrown through a wall in our room adjoining. Am I causing this because I miss being home alone? Miss him being home. I've had a whole year of him not being here and I've adapted well.
I don't have issues related to him being gone, and this never happened when my daughter left 2 years earlier. I just don't understand. What happened, and am I causing this? Any words of advice or explanation? I love my children equally, so why with him leaving and not my daughter?
Ask Reddit. I studied abroad in Rome, Italy, when I was 22. I lived on the 7th floor of an apartment building with 6 girls. One of them who was my best friend and stayed in the same room as me. My parents came to visit me during spring break. This doesn't add much to the story, but it is pretty important. I am an extremely light sleeper, and my roommate snored pretty loud, so I slept with earplugs in almost every night. One night during that spring break week, I was dead asleep, and in my dream I felt someone grabbing my foot. I woke up and thought it was my roommate messing with me, but didn't open my eyes, and I just said her name and told her to knock it off. It stopped for a couple of minutes, but then started again. It felt like somebody was pinching the ball of my foot, like trying to get a better grip on it. I woke up again, pissed off, because I thought it was my roommate again, but when I looked, she was dead asleep. I looked down at the bottom of the bed and saw a full-bodied person standing there. I yanked my foot back, and they just walked out of the room. I wasn't really as scared as I thought, but I was wide awake and just very in shock. The weirdest part was that one of my parents' flight back to the U.S., my mom told me that she sat next to a psychic medium. They told her how she really loved Rome, but one thing that she noticed was how many spirits were around, especially in the Colosseum and places like that. She couldn't even go near them because it was so overwhelming. And then she told my mom, "This is going to sound weird, but somebody dead is trying to contact your family or someone in your family." I'm pretty indifferent on how much I believe or don't believe in psychic mediums, but I did think it was pretty freaky. I dreamt of my ex's aunt reuniting with her family before I knew she had passed that night. I'm new to this sub, but scrolling through, I remembered a dream I had last year. At the time of this dream, my ex-husband and I were separated, living in different places, not talking beside for legal matters. His aunt had been sick for some time, but she lived states away from us and wasn't anyone I thought about often, though I had always enjoyed her company and big warm smile whenever we visited. She had apparently taken a turn for the worse, but having been distanced from his family, I had no idea. I had woken up early one morning confused. I never wake up in the middle of the night. My dream was just 2 people talking, his aunt and his grandfather, her dad, who was deceased. My dreams are usually chaotic and full of plots, weird themes, and visuals, so waking up having experienced something different was surprising. Seeing them talk was simple, but so vivid. It was like they were having an interview, only them 2, light shining on them, totally surrounded in a velvety blackness. They had tears in their eyes and in their voices as they hugged each other. "Darling, it's so good to see your smile again. You have no idea how much I've missed you." It was so sweet and warm, and I was a bystander peering into this moment, but it was so clearly full of love. It was weird, too, because I'd never known his grandfather with it, but he suffered so much from Alzheimer's and was past the point of recognizing his family when we had met him. As you would probably guess, when I rolled over and picked up my phone to check the time, a friend of mine had texted me at about 2:00 a.m. to let me know that Aunt so-and-so had passed away that night. It was sad news, but it made my heart glow to think that, well, maybe there was some beautiful reunion that got to occur that night. Ask Reddit. I had a haunted bed as a child. Not really haunted per se, but there was definitely something attached to it. We didn't have a lot of money growing up. My parents shopped at a secondhand store a lot. One year, my mom just buys a mattress and a frame. The mattress was the old school type with like a bright blue fabric and a lining of padding material. The bottom half was made of wood and it sat on top of a metal frame. After 2 weeks of having it, I would hear a knocking noise in the bottom wood section of the frame. This would happen almost every night between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. It wasn't all night. It would be real random knocks like clack, clack, clack. Then it would stop and start again a few hours later. I told my parents about the noise. My dad ended up flipping the mattress, cutting the bottom fabric that covered the wood and checking to see if a mouse had come along. Nothing, no mouse, no bite or scratch marks, but my dad continued to believe that that's what I heard. It was the sound of a mouse chewing through the wooden frame. He laid mouse traps all over the house and nothing. After a few months, the clacking got louder. I was scared at first, but after a while it got so annoying and just wouldn't let me sleep. I knocked back at it, but then it turned into a game. Whatever was making that sound would mimic the knocking noise I made on the frame. Every night it got louder until one day my dad decided he was going to sleep in the same room as me. He finally heard it. At this point, I knew not to entertain the noise and would sleep right through it. He woke me up and flipped the bed again only to find nothing. Put it back and we waited for the noise and nothing. He did that for 2 days before finally tossing that piece of shit bed. True story. So it all started back in 2018 when I moved into an apartment in New Brunswick. My youngest daughter, who was 2 at the time, had a friend that couldn't see. She described them as having tubes coming from his arms, which sent chills down my spine. When I asked her more about him, she refused to answer and started running out of her room screaming that he wouldn't let her play and that he was in her toy box. One night I heard her talking to somebody named Mackie, telling him not to sing a certain song because it scared her. She even claimed to see him crawling on the walls. I was terrified and knew I had to do something about it. Called someone to come and smudge my place. I was hoping to get rid of whatever presence was haunting my daughter. But in 2022, after moving to a new place, strange things started happening again. My daughter began talking to her friends in the mirror. We had an old-style bathroom mirror that was split into 3 sections. She would open the sides and just talk to her friends in the middle section. It was eerie and unsettling to witness. One day I overheard her saying that she was going to introduce her little sister to her friends in the mirror when she arrived. This sent shivers down my spine, and I knew I had to take action once again. I decided to move once more, hoping to leave whatever was following us behind. The mystery of the unseen friend and the friends in the mirror still haunts me to this day. I can't explain what my daughter was experiencing, but I know that there was something otherworldly at play in those moments. The fear and uncertainty of those times will always stay with me. A reminder of the unknown forces that can lurk in the shadows. Creepy image on my turned-off TV. Around 45 minutes ago, I stopped a YouTube video I was watching on my PC to go pee. All of my family members were asleep, so I was quite as possible. I was texting my girlfriend while walking, and when I put my phone in my pocket and watched in front of me, I saw a big baby head on my TV that's near the bathroom. I didn't think much of it, it was creepy as hell, but it was just a black screen with the face of a baby watching me. So I just thought that my sister must have left the TV on with some strange video on it. Got a strange sister. I took the remote and turned off the TV. Instead of turning off, it turned on. It was on Disney Plus. I tried pushing it again, and the screen just went black and the TV turned off. That means that the face I was seeing wasn't a video since the TV was turned off. I've not drank anything in the last 2 weeks either, and definitely haven't smoked. Never even smoked in my entire life, so it can't be that. I'm not that tired, so I don't think it could be a vision or something like that either. Haven't watched videos or films that had a face on them, and neither have I watched horror films in the last weeks. I honestly don't know what to think. Just 16 and telling this to my parents would make them kind of think that I'm stupid or that I use some kind of drug, or they would just laugh it off, but I know what's real and I know what isn't. And that was indeed real. Have I stepped foot in something big, or has my mind just made everything up? I don't know. But I hope to see you guys tomorrow. See ya. I saw the Reaper. This is a story of myself, which occurred when I was living in Mexico about 15 years ago, so I was 16 at the time. Anyways, it was at night, I'd say roughly around 2 in the morning. I was thirsty. I needed a drink of water. With it being Mexico, I couldn't drink tap water, so I had to get it from a water bottle which was located in the kitchen. Now, the way this house was built is my bedroom was upstairs and the kitchen was downstairs. Right beside the kitchen was my mom's room. Needless to say, anybody in the kitchen has a clear view of the bedroom and the bed. But anyways, I headed downstairs for the drink of water. I got a glass, started to pour water. That's when I felt a chill run down my spine, like somebody was behind me or something. But then the chill quickly turned into just a cold feeling all over, like the temperature dropped several degrees. Strange, I thought. This was Mexico, and even at night you'd be sweating. Now, when I felt the cold, I pretty much ignored it, and I was going back to head in my room. But I turned around to put the glass away, and that's when I saw it, or him, whatever you believe. But it was not a mist, nor a shadow. It was like a black curtain floating over top my mother's body. My mom had her eyes open, looking right at it. I was scared. I didn't know what that thing was or what to do, and it hadn't noticed me by this point, but I took a glance back at my mom. It didn't look like she could breathe, almost like she was gasping for air. That's when I took a step toward and said, "Mom." When I did this, that thing turned to look right at me, and for a split second, I could see a bright red eye looking back at me. Vanished like smoke right in front of my eyes. It was gone, and my mom took in a big breath of air. I rushed to her, asked if she was okay. She told me that I had just seen La Muerte, which is basically the Reaper. Believe me or not, I know what I saw, and I would like any comments or thoughts. Am I seeing shadow people? As stated on the title of this, I am seeing shadow people as becoming more frequent. Now, this isn't just a one-off anymore, and it's not one person, it's several different looking shadow people, kids even. Usually when I'm alone at work, and I know I'm alone, I'll be putting stock away. There will be a shadow standing across the shop near one of my text bays. I'll quickly yell out at it, and it'll walk behind a hoist, and not appear on the other side. I'll hear footsteps on the floor above me, and I'll go and check, and sure enough, I will see the silhouette of a man standing there just for a brief moment. With a blink of an eye, it's gone. Now, the reason I'm writing this now is only because I had my daughter with me, and this last encounter just last night, before I would play it off as just my imagination, or I'd brush it off because nothing ever came of it, I was driving home with my daughter. I was driving home from picking up food at Wendy's, and as I turned the corner, we both saw 3 kids in the middle of the alley. And just as my lights hit these kids, the shadows were gone. She asked me, "Oh, Dad, did you see that? Did you see the kids?" I said, "Yes." I can tell by her look that she was scared. She turns her head, looks behind me, and says, "Look there, look there." I told her, "Just ignore it." don't look back. I, of course, looked in my rearview mirror, and sure enough, there were these 3 little shadow kids just standing in the middle of the road. My blood ran cold, grabbed my daughter's hand and said, "It's okay, baby, just relax. Forget about it." Needless to say, she slept with my wife and I last night. I just can't stop but think of, well, how strange of a feeling this was of being watched. The figure in the window. Growing up, I always felt like my childhood home was haunted. This wasn't just because it was filled with antiques or because our front yard was surrounded by rusty iron cemetery fence. I constantly felt watched, and I had some poltergeist activity as well as sounds that shouldn't be, and even some apparitions. One such apparition happened after I dropped off a friend one night. Like me, she also believed in the paranormal and she had her experiences. She was interested in coming to my house to see if she was able to experience anything there. She began talking out loud, supposedly recounting what the spirits were telling her. She said she could see a man walking up the stairs up to the kitchen, and as she said it, the stairs creaked like someone was actually walking on them. A few minutes later, she said that she was coming back down and the creaking happened again. Eventually, though, we got bored and I took her home. I hadn't actually seen anything at that point, only heard the stairs creaking. As I pulled back into my driveway after dropping her off, I had a clear view of the kitchen window. I saw a figure standing in the window and thought nothing of it since my mom could often be seen in that window doing the dishes. I just figured my parents had come home and she was getting started on them. However, right as I stepped out of my car, it occurred to me that my parents' cars weren't in the driveway. I was the only one at the house, and I quickly jumped back in the car and called my parents. They had a good laugh, thinking like usual I was just being weird. But I was absolutely terrified. I'm not sure if it was that man my friend said was going up and down the stairs or something else, but it's the only time I ever saw a figure in that window. Ask Reddit. When I was a teenager, I was a camp counselor at a summer camp in the rural countryside. We had no real phone reception except 2 landlines, and cabins had no power. Really isolated spot. Big year was 2011. For those that don't remember, that was the summer Anders Breivik went to the summer camp and killed nearly 70 campers and counselors after his first attack. So in short, we were all on edge by a lot. Telling scary stories that summer was fully nixed. One of the night jobs as a counselor was to go and check cabins and the bathrooms to make sure all the kids were accounted for, sleeping and such. On this particular night, the power had blown. Something cut it, and we were in the middle of the woods, so it's basically pitch black save for the flashlights. The bathrooms were the worst to check. You have to pull back all the shower curtains to make sure none of the kids had done the unthinkably grim and hung themselves. It happened once in the past, apparently, and thus we have to check. So anyway, I'm off doing my round and hear the sounds of things moving in the woods, which generally isn't abnormal for small animals at night, but this was big, like a large person movement. Throw the flashlight in that direction and nothing's there. Kept walking. 30 feet later it's back, still nothing there. Get to the bathroom and make my way to the shower side, and there's a pair of legs in one of the showers. Closed curtain, pitch black. So I'm pretty much terrified at this point, but I'm like, well, it's the job, so I call out and get no response. So my fear went from a solid 9 out of 10 to about a 47 out of 10. Pull back the curtain, and there's a fellow counselor standing there fully sleepwalking, staring at me. Turns out he beelined it through the woods from his cabin somehow. So yeah, camp wasn't Haunted Nursing Home. The Lady in White and the Woman in Black. I started my job as a care assistant in a nursing home in 2019. The home used to be an old orphanage, which explained the noises of children laughing and crying, and also the sort of noise of balls bouncing and little footsteps. There are 4 floors in the nursing home, and each floor and the staff and most residents working on those floors would often see the lady in white, or a woman in black. There are multiple stories staff share, and they usually share these with each other, but this one was mine. One particular shift, I started my day with the usual routine: coffee, and made my way to start with the first room. As I was walking into the room, I had seen a woman dressed in a long black old-fashioned dress. She was slowly coming out of the room next door. I rubbed my eyes as my heart sank and she was gone. Carried on my usual routine. The lady I was seeing at the time, she said that woman had been in here again. I asked what woman she was talking about, knowing full well I had just seen that I was shitting myself. She then went on to tell me that when she comes, it's either me or one of my neighbors that have to go. I was confused and scared and carried on asking her as many questions about this woman as I could. The lovely lady didn't speak for the rest of the time in her room. This was on my mind for the rest of my 12-hour shift. I felt someone on my bed. So this happened to me legit like 5 minutes ago. I'm currently in college and I'm living in a dorm. I share my room with one other person and they're asleep right now. I've had a habit of waking up earlier than I want. Mostly because the curtains that we have kinda suck, and the sunlight every morning just wakes me up. I woke up this morning around 8:45, but I still had time before my first class, so I went back to bed. I faced the wall to my left to try to block the light from the window to my right. As I'm falling asleep, I felt someone sit on my bed right behind my back. I felt them shift around a bit before sitting completely still. At first, I thought it could be my roommate, but they're very shy and we barely talk, so I don't know why they'd want to do that. Then I worried that some random person broke into my dorm. As I laid completely still, I felt my bed shift again before it was still. I felt genuinely terrified. I don't know if it was my paranoia or something, but I thought I might die. And in my mind, some random person broke into my dorm and sat on my bed. Eventually, I got the courage to turn around and face whoever was on my bed. When I turned around, no one was there. I was honestly surprised, but also confused. The pressure on my bed is now gone, and as I'm writing this, I'm trying to think about what just happened. It could have been a nightmare because I pinched myself, so it can't be. After I turned around to make sure it wasn't, I can't move. Well, rather, I can't wait to move out next week. Not everything is as it seems, at least not all the time. There are many things that can and do happen for any number of reasons. The greater majority occur when no one's around to see or witness it, such as a tree falling in a forest. I am aware of the debate over this. Shooting stars or old run-down building in remote areas having siding and roofing tiles fall off and no one's there to see it. The same does occur during investigations, on a daily or rare occasions when no one can witness it. I have been chasing paranormal events, hauntings, poltergeists, and demonic possessions for many years now. While I see many comments that receive, well, fairly negative comments, I believe one doesn't consider the circumstances in which these events were experienced. the frame of mind of the observer, either investigator or individual, can also be important when, considering if they've truly experienced something paranormal or otherworldly. Because we were not there when these events happened, how then can we know if they are true or not? We cannot base our consideration of these events through the narrow lens of the scripted reality that we consume, nor can we base our understanding of what we may be considered naturally occurring phenomena. To consider this, one would need to know what types of natural phenomena happens at a location or site that's claimed to be haunted. If this is met with positive interest, I will continue to post what I've experienced, observed, as well as what I've found to be anything paranormal. My name is Alex. I would like to hear from you. Cat communicating through fallen objects. I lost my soul cat Balam. It was 4 weeks ago. He was a healthy 7-month-old. We found him early Monday with trouble breathing. Took him to the vet and he passed away while vet was trying to drain liquid from his lungs. With time, we've come to the conclusion that he likely passed due to vet negligence from being too sedated. This was hinted by an animal communicator, and since then I've received multiple signals, such as finding a cat that looked exactly like him on Reddit who passed due to a sedation, and having a neighbor sort of comment that their dog died in that vet due to oversedation as well. It's been 4 weeks. I miss him with desperation. I've asked him to come visit me in my dreams, but nothing yet. I do have the feeling that my cat is always with me, especially when I sleep. Though I haven't received his visit on dreams, I find sort of tremendous solace in sleeping, and now I'm sleeping an average of 2 to 3 hours more than before, partly because I don't want to wake up in the morning. In the last 3 weeks, we've had 1 framed picture fall, 1 mirror fall, 1 curtain hanger fall, and this last one happened exactly when I was repeating to myself, Balam is always with you. Could this be my cat communicating with me? What do you think his message is about? Also, I do feel I'm being able to maintain our bond beyond death, yet would like to hear if there's any tools I can use to further that communication. How can I invite him to visit me in dreams or open channels for better communication? The Mimic Spirits. I'm curious how many people have had an experience with what I'm calling the Mimic. I call it this because I'm unsure exactly what it is, but on a few occasions I've heard or seen someone I know only to later realize that they weren't actually there. My first encounter with the Mimic was when I was coming home from visiting a friend. As I pulled into the driveway, I looked up at the kitchen window. Inside, my mom was doing the dishes, as she would do every night in the exact same spot. Well, I opened the car door, locked it, started walking toward the gate. That's when I noticed that my car was the only one there, and I froze. I instantly called my parents and told them what I'd seen, only for them to laugh and think I was making it up. I sat in my car until they arrived about half an hour later and wondered what exactly I'd just experienced. My second encounter was with my now husband's father. He was the type of person who had a very dominant presence. With heavy leather boots, he stomped around and in a distinctive way cleared his throat. Often when I walked past his room when he was out, I would get a very bizarre feeling. It was almost like he was there watching us. One night we were having a party with some friends and heard his distinctive boots and throat clearing up in the bedroom. My now husband and I both looked at each other with an odd look, and our friend said, "Oh, is your dad here?" Of course, when we went to check, he wasn't. Just another creepy encounter with the Mimic. I'm curious what exactly causes these phenomena. Is it some type of spirit, astral projection, time overlap? I'm just not sure. Curious to see what others have experienced. Is it just grief? Am I losing my grip on reality? That being said, my daughter's father died a few days ago. I loved this man with every fiber in my being. My daughter was the definition of a daddy's girl. She changed my life. She was the center of his world. I don't know if any of that matters, but who knows? Anyway, it's been a long 4 days, and I've Googled 100 different things relating to connecting with the dead in one way or another. Because yes, I'm grieving. My daughter is 3. I don't think she's grasped what's going on. She's her same happy self, and we've read a bunch of age-appropriate books about the subject. Talked about Daddy being dead, gone, and no longer here. She kind of says, "Oh, Daddy gone," really sad, and moves on to something else quickly. Today we were in his apartment where he died. I took my daughter to the park and realized to play there right after. And as I opened my car door to let her out, I swear I could smell his cologne. It was as if he was standing right next to me. It was so strong. It felt like he had been with us at some point, and I don't know how to explain the feeling. Went to another playground this evening, and shortly before we headed out, my daughter went screaming, "Daddy, ghost! Daddy, ghost!" and then started running as if she was chasing someone and yelled, "Daddy, ghost, go down slide!" and then made me go down the slide with her. I didn't even know she knew the word ghost or what it meant. She's autistic and just started developing some speech. The Amish Girl. My grandma throughout the years collected old antiques. Every room in her house was full of them, from paintings to pottery and everything in between. Since she had all of these antiques, my grandpa and my door just slammed shut. From paintings to pottery and everything in between, since she had all of these antiques, my grandpa and her experienced a lot of paranormal things. This experience happened when she was in her room. One day my grandma decided that she wanted to sleep with her head in the bottom of the bed in front of the AC unit where she had her window. She fell asleep and was sleeping for a bit, and next thing you know, she hears this noise coming from one of her dressers. She opens her eyes and saw a little girl playing and dropping the dresser bail pull. The girl wasn't facing her when she was playing with the pull. My grandma quickly closed her eyes because she couldn't believe what she had seen. She waited a few seconds before she opened her eyes again. When she opened her eyes again, the little girl was close to her face, staring at her. My grandma got really scared and closed her eyes again, and when she again opened them, the little girl was gone. My grandma told me that after she experienced that, she never slept on the bottom of the bed again. She also never saw this little girl again either. I asked her what the girl looked like. Grandma said she had like a bonnet and a long dress with long sleeves. My grandma actually had an old bonnet that she had in one of her rooms in the house. I fully believe that the little girl used to own this bonnet, and this is why my grandma saw her in her room. My grandparents have had so many experiences in their house that I fully believe my grandma's story. Ask Reddit 7. A few months back, I was taking a race hauler back east from California. I was on the I-10 in New Mexico. I got tired, decided to stop on an off-ramp. In parts of New Mexico, there are off-ramps that are literally nothing more than an off and on-ramp. No roads to take you when you exit. Typically, you have wide shoulders, and I don't consider it an unsafe place to stop. When I took the exit, there was a small travel trailer pulled over, and it appeared the driver was getting some sleep. So I felt better not really being the only one in the middle of nowhere. I slept for 3 or 4 hours and I woke up. It was still very dark out and cold. I looked in my mirror and noticed the camper was gone. I don't remember how long I sat there, maybe a few minutes, and then I looked in my mirror again. Noticed a vehicle very close to the rear of my trailer with no lights on. Honestly, I saw the silhouette and thought it was a cop. Didn't think much of it. Figured he was taking a break or maybe even running my plates as a rig. I was pretty expensive. Quite commonly stolen. A few more minutes passed. I saw the headlights flash. Unsure of what was happening, I turned on the truck and prepared to get the hell out of there. The headlights flashed quickly 2 more times, and then I heard a door slam. An older Chevy Silverado took off past me and crossed over the highway and headed west on 10. Waited about 5 minutes, and after turning on all the exterior lights, I walked around the truck. Best I can tell, they were planning to siphon diesel out of my tanks. The cap was off at the right of the side tank, and also the side entry door had pry marks near the latch. Still freaks me out a bit, and I'm more careful where I stop these days. I had a possession nightmare. In this dream, I was at the market near my girlfriend's house. We were walking through the parking lot when I heard something talking to me. This part wasn't clear in my mind after waking up, but I remember fragments. The voice told me that reality was more than this, that we could perceive it through 3 means. The only one I can remember was sound, and in the dream it was as if I could see sound waves transferring from one space to another. Fortunately, I don't remember the others. One point we went to the room where I was sleeping in real life. It's more common for my girlfriend to come to my house than vice versa, so dreaming that I'm in her room is significant. This part was simple. Now the voice was my girlfriend's, and she looked at me and said, "Want to know another way? There's a spirit room in the other room." At that moment the spirit entered me, and I laughed in a terrifying way. However, I woke up laughing in the same manner. I experience sleep paralysis very frequently. Whenever I wake up from it, I can't move, but this time I lifted my head a bit and laughed, almost screaming at the same time. My girlfriend grabbed my head and asked if I was okay, and I continued laughing for about 5 seconds. It was a loud, suffocating, restrained laughter. I'm a very calm person and never have reactions out of the ordinary, especially in dreams. I immediately reassured my girlfriend when I returned to myself. But I was very afraid and sweaty after the nightmare. I've never made noise because of a dream before, and this is also the first time. I know it's nothing otherworldly, so to speak, but I wanted some opinions. Well, a ghost helped me out yesterday. I was hanging out at my friend's crib last night. He lives on the first floor of a very old apartment building. All I know is that the building's creepy, and the stairs leading down to the basement are also creepy as fuck. I always try to avoid looking down them. He had to go pick up his mom, and I told him I'd wait, but something urgent came up after he left, so I had to leave. Problem is, I couldn't just lock the door and leave. I didn't have the key. All the doors are equipped with very old doorknobs. You need the key to lock or open them either from the inside or the outside. Each door is also equipped with one-sided deadbolt lock from the inside. It's a very old model deadbolt lock. You have to use force to turn it and hold the door in place at the same time for it to work. Anyways, no one was in the room, and I was hopelessly trying to close the door from the outside. The latch was faulty as well, so unless you lock the door, it'll always be opened. As I was holding the door shut, reaching in my pocket for my phone to call my friend, the deadbolt lock turned by itself. I froze for 3 and just busted my ass out of the building. I'm 100% sure the deadbolt lock is not automatic, and there's no way in hell it would lock by itself without using some force. It was my first time encountering something like this. Couldn't believe it. I thought shit was happening in movies, but growing up in Asia, culturally I hear stories and believe ghosts are real. But experiencing it, is a totally different experience. The moment was scary, but I got home on time thanks to it. Told my friend, and he said hopefully it's a friendly ghost because he never experienced anything spooky since he started living there a couple of months ago. He told me he would move the fuck out if it tries to scare him. Humming in the woods of Appalachia. I want to start this off by saying that I was born and raised in Appalachia, and I'm very open to the paranormal. I've had several experiences in my life, but this one has kept me wondering what it could have been for almost the past 24 hours. Yesterday around noon, I was with my husband in the woods of Appalachia. He was fishing at the lake, and I sat about 10 feet back in the tree line to have a little more protection from the wind, so I could read a book. Occasionally I would stop reading whenever I heard rustling or birds, because I also like to bird watch. I looked around with my binoculars, and I really never did see anything. Then I started hearing sounds of a woman humming a song. It sounded like she was very close to me, but there were no sounds of the leaves rustling in the ground from someone walking by us or the path. At first, I looked around just to make sure I wasn't in someone's way, but that's when I realized I wasn't hearing footsteps. I started to look in my binoculars, but I got too scared. Luckily, at that point, my husband decided to pack it in because the lake seemed to be fished out. As I was gathering my things, and just this humming sounded like it was getting closer and I could feel eyes on me. I've never walked so fast out of the woods in my life. When we got back to the car, I told my husband about it, but he didn't hear the humming. He's also very skeptical of the paranormal and tries to explain things away. All of this to say, does anybody have an idea of what this could have been? Pulled to safety. I've had a lot of paranormal experiences, but the first one I had, I didn't even think it was until years later. But I knew something strange had happened to me, like a guardian angel cheating death. It was back in the 90s. I was 8 or so. My grandparents and man lived like around the corner from each other, and I was between the two. I was getting ready to go for a visit. It was such a lovely day outside, like perfect weather, and now looking back on it, it was extremely quiet. Can't explain the pull of what I felt, but as I came out of the house, I had the biggest urge to step onto the front garden. Literally felt like I needed to go to the fence. It wasn't a dangerous or evil feeling, it was actually so peaceful. I stepped into the garden in a bit of a trance-like calmness, and I stood in the fence. I just enjoyed the moment in silence. Moments later, there's a horrific screech that cuts through everything. A car comes hurtling down the road and crashes straight into the corner of the wall of the street. It demolished where I would have been walking. I don't know what happened to the person driving. I think they were all right, though, but it was just the wall and would have been me. Quite rightly, my granddad comes screaming my name out of the house in a blind panic, and just remembered being so calm and turning to him. "I'm all right, Granddad." I think I was stunned, but I was so calm. I'd have died if it hadn't been that pull. I knew no one had died at the time, and any family that was passed, I never knew them either. Was it a ghost, angel, or just intuition? After this, though, it was like an awakening, because the more sensitive, and I've seen many things and sightings and felt things. Nothing as calm as that was, though. I'll always carry that. Ask Reddit. When I was growing up, our house had strange things happen all the time. My whole family had always had weird connections to the paranormal things. So for me, it was normal to experience things from time to time. However, when I was about 16, though, things took a dark turn. My mom got really sick, like had to have surgery and stay in the hospital twice sick. came completely out of nowhere. She was very healthy until this happened. Started hearing voices that we couldn't really understand. It was like mumbling in the background, but always very ominous. Then it started mimicking my family. My mom would hear me come in and tell her it was time to wake up from a nap while I was actually sitting on the couch, or I'd hear her come into the kitchen and sigh while she was actually asleep. The worst part was that I couldn't sleep. Every time I started to doze off, I would see in my mind a black figure standing in the doorway watching me. It always felt like it was waiting for something. I started getting really freaked out by it, so one night I was sitting on my bed and I decided I'd pray about what it was that was going on. My bed was the kind that had a frame and a wooden slat that went through across holding the mattress. So I'm sitting there praying, asking God to protect me. I remember thinking, keep this away from me, whether it's a dark spirit or a demon, if demons are even real. And it's like this thing heard me questioning if it was real, because as soon as I thought that something hit my bed, hit it so hard one of the slats fell out and the foot of my mattress hit the floor. I know the slat didn't just slip because I felt it hit the bed and the whole mattress shake. I was out of that room so fast and we moved not long after. Ask Reddit. I've never actually seen anything per se during episodes of sleep paralysis, but I felt a presence in the room with me. When I was in college, I used to get sleep paralysis at least 3 times a week in the mornings. In the most common hallucinations, I'd be laying on my back with my eyes almost half shut, to where I'd only really see the lower half of my room with the top blacked out completely. I could see movement around my bed as if a person were walking around my bed from one side to the other over and over. It almost sounded like a man with a very deep voice talking on the phone, speaking low and unintelligibly. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but somehow knew that they were speaking English. It would go on until I could manage to wake myself up. It stopped for a long while until about a year ago. When I went into sleep paralysis, this time it was really different from times in college. Those times I'd almost always either be on my back or facing a wall and I was sleeping on my front. This time I was laying on my front with my face on my pillow, but I could somehow see the bedroom door behind me and see my body laying in my bed. It was as if I were viewing my room in third person. I saw this black humanoid creature open my door and just walk toward my body. This thing looked like a child's scribble drawing come to life, and its whole body sort of emitted this static. As it walked closer to my body, I could feel the static buzzing in my head violently. As it reached the side of my bed, it put its tendril-like arm up to my head, the stump of its arm splitting into long fingers around my neck. It felt like it had static, but burned and buzzed through my whole body and felt like it went on for a long time till I woke up with a slight gasp, like nothing had happened. I couldn't really sleep much for a few days after that one. I think I drowned. My family and I were on vacation in a hotel by the ocean. I was young, about 5 years old. One afternoon, we were at the hotel pool alone. My parents and brother were teasing me and wouldn't allow me into the hot tub, saying I was too young. I became very angry, stormed off wandering around the pool. My next memory is sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool. I was stuck somehow, and for some reason I couldn't or wouldn't move. It was like I was sitting and looking around, and I distinctly remember seeing the pool walls. I could see the water fluttering above me, and a strange sensation overcame me. I felt warm and colorful, if that makes any sense. I saw the water above me break and an arm suddenly wrapping around me. I remember feeling the abrasive hair on an arm as if it were across my body and neck. My next memory, standing beside the pool, was perfectly fine but in shock about what had happened. There was no one else around the pool, including whoever rescued me. I ran over to the hot tub, told my parents everything that happened, and they brushed it off. It was very confusing, surreal, and vivid, but I remember seeing the man who rescued me. He was tall, much taller than my father. He was very pale, practically white with freckles and orangey red hair with a long face. He's also wearing a bathing suit. I remember seeing him standing beside the pool with his hand raised. I also remember him telling me to stay away from the water, but I don't remember him speaking to me directly. To say the least, this has had a pretty lasting impact on my life. I've had many other paranormal experiences, some I'll share here. I'm devout and thankful for my second chance. That was a cool one. Ask Reddit. We were sitting on a concrete wall eating the best burgers from the local McDonald's at close to midnight. To our right, about 20 feet away, is a rather large bush that blocks our vision. My 3 friends and I are chatting and eating when I notice from behind the bush steps a man. My friends didn't notice him at first, but I did. Picture a man in his late 60s. Still physically able, however, slicked back gray hair and a deep tan only given to those who spend a lifetime in the sun. This man struts up to us dripping in swagger straight from the 1970s because disco never died and neither did he. Not only does he have the 70s swagger, he has the fashion. I mean a button-up long-sleeve gold polyester shirt with the top 4 buttons omitted, along with black bell-bottom pants, shoes that clicked when he walked, and a sweet gold chain necklace. Did I mention the unlit cigarette hanging out of his mouth? He approaches us and says, "Hey, do you guys have a match?" This was early 2010s, and he didn't say lighter. He specifically said a match. Most of us said that we didn't, except one of my friends looked down the wall next to him. Do you know what was there? A fucking matchbook. My friend hands it to him and the man thanks him. The guy lit up his cigarette and starts walking away. My friends keep talking because they didn't seem to notice how crazy this all was. I watched until the man reaches the bush when I turned my head to answer one of my friends, and I looked away for a split second and he was gone. Scary stuff in my house last night. Help. I've lived here for 10 years. Nothing too notable to mention until last night early morning. I was woken by my dog, wide awake, heckles up, growling. Never seen or heard growls or heckles before. He's a sweet little guy. Tried to calm him down, got him laying down with some effort applied after about 10 minutes. Went to go back to sleep, and there was an almighty crash in my room. Yep, sent doggo crazy. After my heart rate settled, I got up to investigate. I found 2 heavy books at the bottom of my bed on the floor, and the scary part is I don't have books in my room, other than what I'd be currently reading and therefore on the bedside table. These 2 books were downstairs in the book cabinet. One was Angels and Demons. The other was a book about a famous serial killer. How did they get from downstairs in a closed cabinet to my bedroom floor with a huge crash? Checked cabinet, you can kind of see where they're supposed to be. There's spaces where they belong. Nothing scary here ever before, or I'd be out of here. Having been back to sleep, was wide awake from dealing with the dog, and since the kids left for uni, I live alone. Everyone got any, screwed that one up. Anyone got any explanation for this? Now and again, doors rattle, witnessed by others, but I blame the wind. Even if there is none, makes me feel better, but nothing else. Do I put the house on the market today, or is there an explanation for this? Genuinely freaked, already arranged to stay with my parents tonight. Please tell me there's a natural explanation for this, please. Koozie appears out of nowhere. Deceased grandfather trying to communicate. Let's all find out what a koozie is together. I'm not sure if this is going to sound crazy or not, but my partner woke me up at 4:30 a.m. saying that they think someone is breaking into our house.
I was sound asleep, didn't hear anything, but I said before I go, look, I'll check it out. Check the security cameras. See if they caught anything. They didn't, so I just disregarded it and went back to sleep. Now this morning, we woke up and noticed a koozie that I haven't used or even seen in multiple years lying on the table. I asked if my partner took it out of the pantry for some reason. They said no, that it was just there and they thought I left it there. I didn't. It was odd. What's weird is that when I looked at the indoor camera footage for around the time for inside the house, all of them glitched and skipped and repeated the same second or two over and over. That's odd. I've been trying to make sense of it all day. Then I thought about the koozie itself. It was from my grandfather's marine business, maybe many years ago. He passed away a couple of years ago, and it was also his birthday recently. I'm wondering if he's trying to contact me with a message of some kind. Has anyone experienced something like this? Should I try to contact him somehow? If so, how? So we learned a koozie is somehow related to the marine. Koozie. The Ghost Train. Here was my first encounter with something paranormal when I was young. I never really realized it until years later. When I was, really don't remember my age, I think around maybe 7 years old. I used to live in an old house, and this house used to be on the property of an old railroad station, where a train ran through it. People lived there and either fixed the train or worked for stations. Well, one night when I was a kid, I wanted to sleep on the couch, as all kids love sleeping on couches. It was around winter time frame, and I don't know how many people really knows of the old Ashley metal heaters. The wood heater types where you'd put logs and woods in. But we had to get it going all night long. One night while I was sleeping on the couch, I woke up to the sound of a heater metal creaking. Because of the time I didn't know about the expansion and the contracting of metal, it would sort of make a noise, and I'd look over there. When I'd look over there, I saw this train exit from the center of the wood heater. The train was about 4 feet tall. It was an old steam engine with the engine, a cold cart, and a few other carts behind it in tow. As the kid, I got scared. I got up from the couch and, hiding underneath my blanket, and I hid behind another smaller gas heater that we had on the other side of the room till the train disappeared. The train went halfway through the house, and I could hear the steam coming out of the engine, and then the metal wheels on the track sound. And then it's randomly disappeared in the middle of the room, about 15 feet, maybe 20 feet away from the wood heater that we had. Once it disappeared, I left the other, just, protection, and I went back to bed. It took me about 30 minutes to go back to sleep. The Girl in the Paddock. Back in my teens, I was outside in the yard one day when I saw movement in the nearby paddock. Turning to look, I saw what appeared to be a girl of about 10 or so years old running across the paddock toward the road, only she was in black and white. When I turned to my companion, the family dog, I saw her looking at the same exact spot I'd just been looking. She was interested in something there, as if she too could see the ghost of the girl. Interestingly, there used to be a house in that paddock many, many years ago, but the family moved to another town before a house was built. In the years since, I've never seen the ghost again, but some flowers sprung up one year in the paddock, bulbs of some description, all in a row as if they used to belong to a garden that was planted there. I often wonder who the girl was, and if she might have lived in the house that once stood at that paddock. I've also searched the local cemetery for anybody around that age who might have passed away. Didn't find anyone. However, a neighboring property has a couple of graves from a long time ago belonging to a sadly deceased baby of the people who lived there at the time. But I think this girl would have been far too old to be buried that way. There's no grave visible,
In any case, unlike on that other property, there was a hospital not too far away. And sometime around the turn of last century, at least I gather, however, though I don't think the building is there anymore, local accounts vary. I'll probably never know if I truly saw a spirit or not, and who it was if I did. But it is certainly an interesting thing to think about upon occasion. I already see too much, but this Shadow Man encounter felt insane. Since I was a kid, I've seen some really dark entities, but I often come back to this specific one that happened less than a year ago. I'd first moved to Portland from Minneapolis in November of 2022, and this instance happened late winter, early spring of 2023. At the time, I was living with my aunt, and it was around 1 a.m. in the morning. Everyone was in bed, and I was in the living room playing the new Hogwarts Legacy. All lights turned off except for the cast of the TV, when all of a sudden I get a violent chill up my spine, and every hair in my body stands straight up. I immediately break into a cold sweat, and I imagine this is what prey feel like when something's locked onto them. My eyes immediately go toward the dark kitchen hallway, and I see a long, dark finger wrap around the corner, and my breath stops watching this happen in slow motion. I know what comes next, and I see the head pop around the corner shortly after, and I make out the hand. Staring into a completely black face of darkness, and I know it's staring straight at me, but as soon as it looks around the corner, it went back, not to be seen again. Shaking at this point, but feeling like it was looking for someone specific and not finding them, like I wasn't who they were hoping to encounter. I don't know, granted at this time I was living with people who unfortunately stayed within stagnant negative energy, and I cleansed myself as much as possible and tried not to engage in their constant bullshit. This isn't the first time I've seen shadow people, but this is the first time I've looked one in the face, and I absolutely do not recommend. Ask Reddit 5. I have two stories. Once was hauling agriculture near the farm in Sacramento Delta around 3:30 or 4 a.m. It was pitch black, and an owl flew in front of me and then took a hard right so that it was flying the same direction right in front of my windshield. Sadly, it wasn't flying as fast as my truck, and the owl hit the windshield hard and then tumbled and got caught in the driver's side rearview mirror a foot away from my face. A small droplet of the owl's blood dripped onto my window. He just stared at me and died. He was stuck, and I was not about to touch him because I was scared beyond words, but after a few miles of this, he slowly fell off. It was disturbing. Another time, it was pitch black in the middle of the night, and I was traveling on Interstate 5 in Central Valley in a relatively empty road. In the other lane, which was elevated about 30 yards and separated by another 30 yards of grass and dirt, I saw a single headlight of a motorcycle coming out from a bend far in front of me. As I traveled fast and he traveled fast, our paths were getting closer, but he didn't make the turn with a gentle curve of the road. Instead, and this happened right around the time after I had just passed him, I saw the headlight bounce wildly as if he had fallen asleep and driven straight off the freeway. I didn't see him and wasn't sure if my eyes were fooling me. Called it in on the CB and wasn't sure if what I saw had happened or if they ever found him or anything. I may have seen someone perish, or I may have imagined the whole thing. I would have helped the owl. No offense. Ask Reddit. Starting at the age of 17, I started seeing shadow people in my house. They were tall black shadows with what looked like a 19th century top hat. They would disappear as soon as you tried to look directly at them. When I was 18, I was like at a keg party and lost track of time. I had a midnight curfew. This way I wouldn't sneak home late, and my parents never gave me a key to the house. They always stayed up until I got home. So I pull into the garage at 3 a.m., go to the back door next to the solarium, as I usually do, lights off, doors unlocked. Walk around the back of the house to the other back door on the back porch. It's locked as well. Then I hear my mom's voice from the front of the house simply saying, "Come in the front door." When I get to the front door, it's open and my mom's presumably gone back to bed, so I go to my room and go to bed myself. The next morning, Mom asked me what time did I get home. I lied and I said I left my watch here and I'm not really sure. She then said that after the 10 o'clock news, they'd gotten so sleepy that they had fallen asleep, thinking I would wake them when I got home. She then asks how I kind of got in last night, and I said they must have left the door unlocked. What made them so sleepy? What told me to enter the front door? What unlocked and opened the front door? I don't know, kept me from getting grounded. Had I gotten grounded, I wouldn't have been able to meet the girl I would get pregnant and marry the next weekend and spend 25 years with. It came back around 4 months before I caught her cheating and stayed around until after the divorce was finalized and I was back on my feet. Sleeping in the room of my partner's murdered cousin. Before I met my partner, she had a cousin who was murdered by her abusive ex-boyfriend. When visiting her aunt's house, I reluctantly agreed to stay in her cousin's room for the night. Every year they go to a national park to celebrate her life and, well, wish her spirit well. My partner's older cousin and half-older brother of the girl told her that some unexplained things have happened in the house regarding her spirit. I dismiss these as, her older cousin is a bit of a conspiracy theorist. He's a very smart guy and successful programmer, but I genuinely think he accepts strange ideas too easily. Anyway, the first night we fall asleep in the room, which, by the way, is exactly as she left it 4 to 5 years ago. I wake up in the middle of the night to the blanket being slowly pulled off the bed. But it wasn't aggressive or threatening, it was just slowly falling near the edge of the bed. I tried putting it back and was successful, but took way more strength than I thought it would. Even though I was half asleep, sometimes I wonder how the feeling of the weight of the blanket was possible. It was like someone was dragging the blanket underneath the bed, or it just felt like something was like 20 pounds of weight on top of the blanket. I cleared downward force while I pulled it back. I wasn't scared, but something just tells me it was some kind of message. Something along the lines of, "You better treat your girl right because her family supports her," kind of a thing. I fell back asleep and honestly didn't think of the rest of the trip. Ask Reddit. About 2 years ago I had a dream which I went to London with 3 friends. I hadn't spoken to them in a few years. You don't need the details, but basically I was in London with my friends and they asked where Lisa was. I told them I didn't know that Lisa was coming and wasn't sure where she would be. I haven't spoken to Lisa in years either. Anyway, I wake up and I can remember this dream, which is strange, as back then I could never even remember my dreams. I'd also woken up a few hours earlier than normal, so I was a little confused. For some reason I had the instinct to go on Facebook, which isn't that irregular, as I spend too much time on there anyway. Anyhow, I log in and have a new notification. 4 hours ago while I was asleep, Lisa posted on my wall, "Were you in London today?" Holy shit, I crap myself. To this day I still have, no decent explanation for it. Commented on the post, know why. She never replied. About 3 to 4 months later, I saw her in a bar with friends from the dream. We're good friends with her, so this isn't strange. I asked Lisa about it, and so she said she saw somebody who looked like me. I refused to believe this going down to pure coincidence, though. TL:DR. I had a dream in a different city with somebody I never speak to, and at the same time they asked me if I was in that city. Also, I want to note that I couldn't have sleepwalked and read the post. It came up with a notification, meaning I hadn't already seen it. Something is messing with me. I'm hearing footsteps and I'm alone at home, opening and closing doors, and even my dog sensed something as well. Anyways, this next event happened just a couple of nights ago. I was putting my 2.5-year-old down in her crib for bed. Like always, I give her kind of a bottle and I say goodnight before closing the door. Like most nights, she'll get up from her crib and either yell mommy or daddy to ask for more milk. Now, I know that when she asks, she will throw the bottle on the floor, and she'll have it in her hand waiting for one of us to go get it. So I go in and she's not holding it. So I search the ground, look around to see where she threw it. I can't seem to find it, so I ask her where her bottle is, and she'll point to where she threw it. But not this time. She looks at me and gives me a look like, I don't know, shoulder shrug. I ask her if it's in her crib. She shakes her head no, so I proceed to look in her crib under her blankets and pillow. It's nowhere to be found. So by this point, I turn her bedroom light on and search again her floor under the crib and search all over her room. By this point, I tell her I'll go and get a new bottle, and she nods her head yes and lays back down in her crib. Turn the lights off, tell her I'll be right back. I head to the cupboard to get a new bottle and I fill it with milk. Head back to her room. Walk over to her crib about to give her a bottle, and I see a bottle already in her mouth, and I was in shock. I looked everywhere, and there's no way she had it hidden somewhere. It wasn't possible. I searched for a good 20 minutes with the lights on, asked her where her bottle was, and she looked at me and points behind me. Now, I'm fine with entities messing with me, but now it's playing with my 2-year-old. I don't like it, and I'm more upset about it. Even more, I bought a night vision camera. I'm going to get some answers. Anyone know of roads mysteriously changing or shape-shifting objects? I was driving home from a theater with my girlfriend, and on the way there was a shit ton of construction on the highway. So we had to take detours coming back on the way home. We took all the same turns. We suddenly found ourselves in this winding road, even though our map said that we took the right turn, with no streetlights, and every outlet said the road was blocked off. So we kept going straight, or winding, I guess, but it was pitch black outside. All the other cars, they were just gone. And by the way, everything turning onto the street was completely normal. No blockages, no cones, a street lamp, etc. Even signs saying where to turn, and we kept going, and as we turned to see these 2 fucking giant piles of rocks, like tiny construction rocks. In the center of the road, too. Absolutely swarming with bugs. It isn't very warm here yet, and they're equally spaced apart, and just enough room to drive around them and get to the end of the road where it meets the main road again. They were taller than the car and visible from the main road, but we definitely didn't see them on the way there when the light was out. And with nothing around them, no cones, no reflective tape or construction machines beside the rocks, just random road and a field next to the main highway. It's completely paved with curbs and areas with sidewalks, whereas everywhere else is run down. I immediately had a gut-wrenching, terrible feeling and told my girlfriend to keep driving, so we made it back to the main road and onto the highway. I take this route twice a day for the past week. It's always the same, and it's always simple. I've never seen this winding road or dirt piles. I think my apartment is haunted. I live in a complex built in 1970. I've had no issues with my unit except for one. I never felt anything off when I first moved in, but when my daughter moved, things started happening to me. It's nothing malicious or life-threatening, but it's still unsettling. My first experience happened when I was standing in my kitchen. I felt a very distinct tug on the back of my shirt. Turned around expecting one of my kids to be behind me, but no one was there, and they were all 3 playing in their bedroom. The door was pulled around, and definitely would have heard the door open because the hinge, creaks. A second similar experience happened when I was sitting on a stool cleaning the refrigerator. My youngest likes to climb on my back when I'm sitting and felt a tug and a presence on my back, so I said, "Eve, not right now, honey." The feeling immediately went away. It's like it faded from my back. This one creeped me out. The other minor ones I've had is having my pant leg firmly tugged on when I'm sitting or feeling my shirt sleeve get pulled on. Once or twice, I've seen a shadow move across my doorway to the bathroom. Once or twice. I like it. I keep the door to the kids' room pulled around when they're sleeping because I'm a night owl. And I don't want my bedroom light disturbing them. I don't have anyone I can talk to about this, so I figured I'd talk about it here. Have I inadvertently adopted a child from the spirit realm? My grandpa visited me in my dreams. Basically, lately I've been curious about my grandpa who died when I was 5 years old. 34 now. Been asking my grandma what kind of person he was. His traits, his personality, because I don't remember anything of him, unfortunately. Then I asked my mom some questions. I got some information about him. But they both mentioned that he was very happy and loved me very, very much. Sadly, I don't remember any of this. So after all these days and weeks passed, I've had a very vivid dream with him. The dream goes like that. For some reason, I'm sitting with my grandma in their house, and she's telling me to go to their bedroom because my grandpa wants to see me. I said to her, "What the fuck are you talking about? Grandpa's dead." She replies to go and see him in the bed because he wants to talk to me. Then I proceed to go to the bedroom, and I see a figure like a wrapped mummy lying on the bed with the face of my grandpa, but with some of the blurry and looked slightly slimmer than in photos, with a weird neck. Anyway, as long as I walk in the doors, the conversation starts. "Hey, so you've grown so much. You know I missed you, but don't worry about me, I'm doing alright." I didn't remember if I said something, and then he said, "Come here," so I went to him and lay over and hugged him. He repeated that he missed me, and his hug was very, very warm. I actually felt his presence in my dream, and the next moment I was awake feeling weird and happy at the same time. Ask Reddit. When I was around 10 or 12, I woke up late at night needing to go pee. For context, my bedroom and my parents' bedroom at the time were next to each other. There's a small washroom like 10 steps away that faces in the direction where you can see both bedrooms and the small hallway in between. So as I was sitting on the toilet doing my business, I happened to leave the washroom door slightly open. As I was about to stand up, something caught my eye outside of my washroom door. When I looked, there was an old lady standing right outside the door. She had long, curly gray hair that covered her face, and she was wearing an old dress. I was stunned. For some odd reason at the time, I thought that if I pushed the door closed, she would be gone. But when I opened it, she was still standing there. She hadn't moved an inch. I tried doing this 2 more times, but on the 3rd time when I opened the door, I decided to look down. I didn't notice beforehand, but when I looked down and saw her feet, it was dangling and hovering off the ground. That's when it hit me. I was terrified and I couldn't leave the washroom because she blocked the way to my parents' bedroom. So I locked the door and just yelled for my mom. It takes my mom about 5 seconds after hearing me yell to run to the washroom door. What I didn't mention was that my mom was already awake at the time. Her door was slightly open when she saw me walking to the washroom, and she heard me closing and opening the door. She thought it was weird, but just decided to keep a lookout to watch me come out. But it wasn't until I yelled that she got up and checked the whole apartment. The old lady disappeared by the time my mom got to me. All doors and windows were locked. Ask Reddit. Basically, we used to think our house was haunted. Not because of anything overtly spooky, but simply because strange things would happen. Things would vanish and reappear in odd places a little while later. Doors would shut themselves, nothing really ghostly. It was more of a family joke. An old woman was killed by her son in the house. She died in the hospital, but he pushed her down the stairs. And the old lady was bored. Anyway, it all kind of climaxed one night. The old lady ghost took it to the next level. It's about 3 a.m. and there was a huge crash in our kitchen. Naturally, my parents woke me up just thinking that we were being burgled, and my dad ran downstairs. What he found was an incredibly strange scene, so he called me and my mom downstairs to have a look. There were no signs of entry, no smashed windows, doors still locked, and obviously nobody in the house. But in the middle of our kitchen floor was a drawer. Not an artist, not an artist, but a thing you put stuff in. A drawer. Ha. It was standing on its side with all the utensils that were kept in it neatly positioned around it in a circle. Our dog was also backed into the corner, trembling and whimpering. We kept him in the kitchen at night. We never really understood what happened there, just put it down to the old lady making her exit. Stuff stopped disappearing after that, and doors no longer randomly slammed, except of course for natural reasons. My friends and I used a Ouija board and a glass ashtray busted in half. So when I was in high school, my friends and I were into really spooky shit. We had no business messing around with that. We would visit cemeteries at night, go to our small town, local haunt spots, to try to stir up any urban legends. But the story I'm about to tell us kinda quit cold turkey trying to seek out the paranormal. One night we went over to our friend's century-old home. I mean, it was an old and creaky home, and the perfect setting for a night of Ouija. We brought it out, and for the first half hour nothing insane happened, just some movement from the planchette. Then, feeling smug, I asked the spirits what my middle name was. The thing is, my middle name is literally made up by my parents. It's not a real name. So one in the circle knew, let alone couldn't spell my middle name. There was literally no way somebody could even guess it, but the board knew. Spelled my middle name perfectly. I could feel my heart fall into my gut. Keep in mind, my hands were not on the planchette, so I couldn't have moved it myself. Everybody laughed because of what a silly middle name that would be, but I had to confess that it was mine, and the color drained from everyone's face. All of a sudden, a glass ashtray was sitting a few feet away on the coffee table, split clean in two. We were done. We left the house to go stay somewhere else, and fortunately, never experienced anything that terrifying again. My first memory. I rarely think about this since it's literally my first memory, but this might be creepy to you. I've thought about this many times since I was, had memory, so I don't think I'm remembering it falsely. It's hard to describe, surprisingly, but I was 3 years old almost certainly. Probably only just 3, since I hadn't moved house yet, and it wasn't blisteringly hot yet. My birthday is in the early to mid-May, so it's basically right before summer. I live in the UK. It was likely mid-May or June, 2012. I don't remember what my internal monologue said, but I was standing in the area where the wall would have been between the kitchen and the living room if they weren't connected, facing our sofa. My mom was washing up or cooking. We didn't have a dishwasher until about a year after that in the new house. I must have thought something like, I'm alive now. It was so odd. I sort of felt the urge to shake my head. But it never occurred to me how odd that was. I guess I was young. Remember at that time that prior to that moment I didn't have any memories, but I did have all my functional skills, like I could speak English, I could walk, I recognized stuff. I also knew what my parents probably taught me. I also think that I was 3 at the time purely from gut feeling and the fact that it took ages to walk and talk anyway. That makes sense because I'm a slow learner, but once I understand something, I learn fast. Ask Reddit. My friend's house is haunted, and I got lost in his downstairs. It's a small 2-floor house with the entrance on the second floor. I went downstairs to the bathroom. I came back out. I wasn't able to find the stairs. At the time, it was fine, because it was one of the first times being downstairs and I wanted to explore anyways. So I went into 3 rooms. One with a drum set, one with a bed and a beanbag chair, and one with a bunch of paintings. After I came out of the room with the paintings, I found the stairs again and went upstairs. I thought nothing of it, even though the trek from the stairs to the bathroom was probably 10 feet in a straight path. Talking with my friend on one other day, I mentioned the 3 rooms he had downstairs. He goes silent for a minute and says, "Dude, there's only 2 rooms downstairs." Sure enough, I go back and there are only 2 rooms. The room with the paintings never existed, even though I went in and looked around. Also, not being able to find the stairs was strange, because from the bathroom to the stairs, it looked to the right. But all I remember when coming out of the bathroom was a wall there and another painting. We talk about it sometimes, and he just keeps telling me that I went into another dimension. All the paintings were sea-themed. The painting covering the wall and stairs had a sailboat, and no one of his family paints. Ask Reddit. I'm a physician, and I actually was just going to comment about seizures. Specific kinds of seizures that can lead to visual hallucinations, including the repeating of a segment of visual data. The time when people usually actually notice that something's not right, as opposed to just getting confused, is when they turn their head, but a portion of the visual field continues to repeat from their previous point of view. To make what I'm trying to say clearer, say you're sitting on a couch with a view of 2 doors on a wall directly in front of you. You see your friend come to the door on the left, walk to the door on the right, and exit the room. Then you see the same thing happen several more times. You might think he's walking in a circle through the same 2 doors if the doors both led to the same place, or that something unusual, like a glitch, is happening, if they lead to different rooms. You're probably not going to think a seizure is the culprit. Now imagine the same setup again, and this time your friend walks in the door on the left and exits through the one on the right again. Then you turn your head to watch TV. Only when you turn your head, you have a floating circle in one side of your field of view that contains a view of the 2 doors with your friend repeatedly entering and leaving. This time you'll probably think, holy shit, something's wrong with my brain. This is a very common hallucination when dealing with a specific kind of seizure. It can be caused by trauma to certain areas of the brain, such as caused by a stroke. It can also just happen sporadically. I wonder how many of these glitches I hear about that people are having are episodes that they just don't identify as such. I keep hearing my dead cat's meow. I had to put her down due to kidney failure. It's been 6 weeks already. She was my soulmate, and she used to communicate a lot with me. When she died, I had a couple of dreams that she was sleeping with me, like she used to. And it felt nice, but then after a while I started to hear her meow around the house. I do have 2 other cats, but their meows are vastly different from hers. I can tell their tone, even their footsteps' weight. If you're a cat owner, you know what I'm talking about. Never the same. Thought it was just the stress, because it was a terrible month prior to her passing. Then I started to wake up to the sound. It's so real, so vivid. Today I woke up to the sound that she used to make when she'd sit by the window while watching the birds. I live in an apartment, there's no way it's a stray. I woke up from the sound, looked around to see if it was any of my other cats, saw none of them, laid down and heard it again, and I was fully awake. The last time I woke up to the sound of her asking to leave the room. I even went to open the door to see if it was one of my cats, and it wasn't. There was nothing there. Am I going crazy, or is this a normal thing? When my dog died earlier this year, I also heard the sound of his deep breath and his tail wagging. But it was just that, and nothing else. I kind of feel like I'm being mocked by it. Makes me want to cry. See ya. Angel of Revenge. Back in 2017, during the solar eclipse, it was a kind of celebration day in the U.S. The eclipse was set to happen midday where I was. My coworkers and I were encouraged to step outside when the eclipse started, to see it. I went out and saw the eclipse with everyone. Then when I went back in and was going back to work, for some reason I went back out. There were still a few people standing around. Looked up again, sensed a powerful entity up there traveling with the eclipse. It wasn't visual, it was just a strong impression. My mind's eye sensed the spirit was traveling with the eclipse, taking notes of all the abuses that people have inflicted. I sensed it was a spirit of revenge. I was going to take revenge for the abuses. Anyway, it was working very fast, like it was looking down at the population in large swaths. I guess it sensed me looking at it, and it saw me too. I didn't get the impression it had a lot of time to stop and think about someone like me. It was a short experience. It left a strong impression on me, though. Even if a part of that impression is the day-to-day life of humans, it's barely a blip on the radar of angels. And I'm kind of irritated, since I'm not some spiritual person. I feel like there should be a spiritual person who saw it with, everybody looking at the eclipse. I mentioned it briefly that day to around 2 people on Facebook who read my posts, and I told my mom. Also searched on Twitter and mentioned it somewhere months ago. At some level, I was waiting for someone important to say something. Did I meet a dark witch? Back when I was about 7 years old, I was taking a walk through the woods with my parents. If I remember correctly, we came across a diner or a restaurant of some sort. Can't really tell why, but I recall that I was walking ahead and just exploring the forest surrounding the restaurant a bit. All of a sudden, I realized that a few feet away there was an elderly-looking woman standing next to a path that would lead deeper into the woods. She was wearing a black cloak with a hood on her head, holding a walking stick in one of her hands. Somehow felt drawn to her and was slowly approaching her. I would even go as far as to say that she was actually waving her hand at me and luring me in, so to speak. The woman was very tranquil and didn't speak too much, but she wanted to give me something out of the bag that she was carrying with her. As soon as I reached out my hand, my parents did just kind of catch me up and they were yelling at me to stay away. It felt like I was pulled out of a dream or trance-like state when I heard my mother's voice. I turned to my parents, turned back to the elderly woman who was smiling and now slowly making her way into the forest, and turned back to my parents again. For one last time, I was trying to catch a glimpse of the woman, but to my surprise, she was gone, as she had vanished completely or ran into the woods, pedal to the metal. Of course, I was young, could be kind of reading way too much into it, but did anybody experience something similar before? Mother said something about dark witches and that woman could have been one, but I'm not sure if she could really explain that to me. The woman voice the first time. Okay guys, here's the second time something crazy's ever happened to me spiritually, or however you may call it, with the paranormal world. I used to be a contractor for the military launching Super Hornets for the Navy. I was in El Centro, and if anybody's been to El Centro, California, you'll know that it's about 110, maybe 15 degrees during the summertime. Well, during this time frame, I was waiting for my pilot to show up in my aircraft, so I could be able to get him ready for lunch, and fell asleep standing up. Well, I didn't realize that I fell asleep because with the next heat, it really puts a toll on your body, and you can fall asleep without realizing it. But while I was asleep, I heard a woman's voice telling me to wake up, that I needed to wake up. And this woke me up for sure. I looked around and nobody was around me. I was all by myself, and as I looked around to see who that was, I could see my pilot walking toward my aircraft, and he was only about 100 feet away. For those of you not in the military or prior military, if you get caught sleeping on an aircraft waiting for your pilot, you could get in a lot of trouble or fired if you're civilian because you're not supposed to be sleeping on a job, especially working in the aviation field. So whether this was a guardian, an angel, or spirit, it helped save my job. But this is not the only time I've heard her voice. Please help. Intense work hauntings. Don't know what to do. I recently took over a massive 35,000 square foot storage facility. Pay is great, good benefits and perks, and it's easy and stress-free. Except for the spirits haunting the building. It's 2 floors with a giant drive-through bay in the middle, splitting the sections up. 1 and 2 are on the right, top right, side 3 and 4 on the left. My first time alone doing a walkthrough, I was walking down the hallways in one section and a toy went off the locked unit. Thought it was a little weird, but not impossible, so figured it had a sensor and it caught me walking by. The 2 section was quiet at first as well, but now things have ramped up in a very short time. 3, I immediately felt my hair stand on end when I entered the first time, constantly looking behind me and hearing feet shuffling in an aisle or 2 over. Since then I've heard whispering that will stop when I stop walking, marbles rolling in front of me, my shirt got tugged, banging on the door shaking, top of the shadows darting in the darkness, and an 8-foot-tall figure peeking out of a corner observing me. I've had many experiences and never felt this uncomfortable in any of them, be it a home or another workplace. I feel like whatever's there is purposely screwing with me 3 weeks in, and I'm considering saging the place. Not just for me to feel comfortable, but for the tenants as well. Hope you guys are comfortable. See ya. I don't even know what it was. When I was living in my dad's old bedroom apartment, I had to sleep in the living room that was connected to the kitchen. I slept on a foldable couch. After a few weeks, maybe months of living with my dad, I started hearing a weird clapping noise that came from the kitchen when I was alone. Never when someone else was around, though. After some time, I got used to it and started to check what it was and thought it might be the fridge, since it was a bit broken. So I thought it was a coincidence and it happened when it was only me. But I woke up in the morning at night, and after falling asleep on the couch, I woke up to the clapping sound again. And since I was a child, I obviously got startled, so I panicked and just kept my eyes closed and, whatever was there didn't know I was awake. The noise became louder and louder. I started to panic even more, and I saw something move across. It moved across me. That was since I was facing the TV in the living room, and the sound casually started to move its way to where my dad's room was. Because I was still new to the living, situation with my dad, I was too scared to go to him and say that I was too scared to sleep because of the noise. But because my brother was in the room with my dad, I started to worry about him, since my dad was a heavy sleeper. When I opened my eyes, the noise still was there, but it stopped the moment I got off the couch and went to my dad. But in the morning, when I told him, he said that, he didn't hear anything. Helping my friend. I work as a facilities manager at a university. Last year, my coworker and friend of 18 years took his life at college. Recently, I hired a young Native American man who was claimed to have interactions with spirits in the building he's working in. Over the course of the past week, he's mentioned several occurrences, one of which correlated with another story of an apparition reported by another employee who claims to have visions. He had no way of knowing this, and today, out of curiosity, I asked if he had seen anything in the building. He told me he hadn't, however, he did have an experience while passing a neighboring building. He felt a presence staring at him from the building's 3rd-floor window. When he looked, he saw a man staring at him. I asked for a description and described my deceased father to a T. The location he saw him was where my friend had taken his life. My employee had no way of knowing this, and I spoke with another employee who's expressed clairvoyant ability and said that my friend's spirit is potentially revisiting areas of interest in some form of purgatory. I'm not a religious or spiritual person, but I know that humanity doesn't have all the answers either. If there is a remnant of my friend stuck where he is, I would be willing to do anything to move him on. His last years were quite tragic, and he went such a horrible way. He deserves better than this. Shadow Arm. Many years ago I lived in an old house. We had many spooky encounters there. This is the brief story of one such encounter. One night I awoke sometime in the wee hours of the dark bedroom. I saw movement on my right. I turned and I saw the dark silhouette of an arm. It was sticking straight up from the bed. The hand was bent at the wrist, dangling, with fingers fanned out and limp. The arm and hand was slowly waving back and forth. I assumed it was my wife, perhaps dreaming. I watched, somewhat disturbed at the strange behavior and motion. Reached my hand out to gently grab her arm to wake her up, and to my surprise there was only air. The silhouette faded away. Startled and frightened, I called out her name. She sleepily answered me, and I felt the covers in her arm were both completely underneath. It took me quite a while to get back to sleep. Another time my wife woke up and looked over to see the silhouette of me sitting up in bed next to her. She asked me what I was doing, waking me up too pretty groggily to respond to her. When she heard my voice come from the bed instead of head level of the sitting figure, she was similarly startled and frightened. Quite a few things happened in that house. Ask Reddit. When I was about 7 to 9, which is 2007 to 2009, I lived with my family in North Carolina. My grandmother on my dad's side of the family lived not far away in Virginia Beach. One summer we drove down to visit her for a week and came back home relatively late at night. My brother and I go into our shared bedroom at the time, set our bags down and get ready to go to bed. We had gotten into my parents' bedroom for one reason or another. My mom and dad were checking on the voicemails of the landline phone. My mom's always been very adamant about having a landline in the house. As my mom was flipping through the voicemails, she came across this one that was what sounded like a child's voice singing in Spanish. My mother's native language is Spanish, and her side of the family's Cuban, so she was able to translate it. The translation was roughly along the lines of, "I hope you die in suffering." There's no callback number, and my mom was never able to find out who left the message, whose voice it was, or what it meant. Something about the whole thing absolutely terrified me, and I had a hard time sleeping that night. I recently visited my parents' house, not the same one, not the same state. It was last month for a few days before heading back home after a work trip. Brought it up with my mom to see if she remembered it as well as I do. She said that she, quote-unquote, vaguely remembers it. It's still one of the creepiest memories and freaks me out to this day. Something is pretending to be my friend, and I don't know what it wants. I grew up seeing spirits, entities, and the like. I've seen them my whole life, so nothing scares me anymore for the most part. But there's something new happening. My school is very haunted, and since last year something's been pretending to be my friends, following me around, talking to me, and it knows stuff about me in conversations that only those friends would know. It always follows a pattern of waiting till I'm sleeping in class or hanging out in nurse, walking up to me, looking and sounding like one of my friends, asking if I'm okay or how I'm doing, putting a hand on my shoulder or knee and squeezing it lightly.
trying to chat with me about something in my personal life or about a conversation that we had earlier. When I don't respond because I feel like shit, it'll get pissed. Start acting weird even, leave, and while I'm moving it looks like it's a skeleton. It's been doing this since I got sick a year ago. I've had my friends confirmed that it's most definitely not them. It's definitely not them messing with me either, because I've had people vouch that they were the friends at the time, and well, I've seen security camera footage of them on the other side of the school at the exact same time. One time they weren't even at school. I don't know what this thing is or what it wants, but it's been weirdly coinciding with my health steadily getting worse, and I know it's not all that friendly.
Lavalette, New Jersey, 1969. Child ghost playmate. When I was 3 years old in 1969, my parents rented a bungalow beach house in Lavalette, New Jersey. Even though I was only 3, I remember a lot about that house. The room my older brother and I shared in the rear of the house, the small kitchen, the outdoor shower, and a kid who would come play with me and my older brother in our room. Don't remember exactly what he looked like, but I remember sitting on the floor with him and my older brother. A few years later, our mother tells us that it was the ghost of a little boy, about 7 years old, who drowned about 10 years earlier. She said she and my dad and, well, my other brother just all sensed something, quote-unquote, in the house, but each thought that they were the only ones experiencing it. They were playing cards late one night. That's when they all saw something flash by, and that's when they all admitted that there was something in the house. My mom said she never felt scared or anything. She would just kind of hear me and my brother talking to someone in our room, like asking questions or seemingly answering questions from someone. I have no real memories of this, just a vague impression. The stretch is wondering if anybody by any wild chance knows about a young boy drowning in Lavalette in the late 50s, early 60s. The bungalow house was knocked down in 1970 and condos were built. Ask Reddit. I've also struggled to believe in ghosts and paranormal, but I have had some weird experiences I can't explain. I used to work in an old pub and hotel in rural hills in England, and everybody used to joke about a ghost who existed there. I used to laugh it off and cringe when people spoke about it. The cleaning lady was a bit crazy and used to blame things on the ghost, such as a cleaning bottle falling off the shelf in the kitchen and spilling all over the floor. Or she used to say the ghost would tie socks around the light fixtures in the B&B rooms. Anyway, one day I was just hoovering the bar and lounge area around 9 a.m. and it's closed, and everybody left the hotel to check out. It was like 8:30, and there were usually walkers who get the shuttle bus up to the hill to start the day's walk. So at this time, only the owner and his wife were upstairs where they lived. Turned the vacuum off, because I thought I heard somebody toward the back door. Expecting one of them, that's when the vacuum went off, and I heard clear as day some women talking, saying something about playing every Tuesday. No one was there, and the owners were still upstairs. All doors were locked, checked down the corridor, and nothing. The second time, me and the crazy cleaner withstood joking about the ghost, and I said, I don't believe in ghosts. Our minds play tricks on us. Literally a second after I said that, the vacuum cleaner about 5 feet away turned itself on. Dead neighbor who let us know he was okay. When I was around 9, my mother and I had a routine of going to the cinema every Saturday. There would always be a movie showing at 12 p.m., meaning that we would always return home by 3. As we reached our front door, my neighbor, a 70-something-year-old man with glasses and his usual red-brown jacket, walked past. We said our usual, "Hey, how are yous?" in which he responded, "Well, I'm okay, I'm just heading into town for some shopping." A few hours later, we were informed by our other neighbor's close friend who visited often that he'd been found dead in the kitchen floor at approximately 10 a.m. this morning. I was very shocked and, well, all of us. He appeared to us hours after he had passed. As I'm older, I keep thinking about how the neighbor who had found him was an old lady and couldn't have gotten the times mixed up, maybe. But still, we had seen him in the afternoon, which is hours apart, as well as the fact that he was on his way to town, which adds another 2 hours before he'd be home. He looked like any other person where we saw him, nothing ghostly about it. My mom strongly believes that what we saw was a ghost coming to let us know he was okay. I'm interested to know if anybody's heard or experienced something similar. Ask Reddit. One of my old family friends always maintained her house. Well, she maintained that it was haunted. And on various occasions, her and several members of her family and friends witnessed something strange or otherworldly that had no rational explanation. They were actually talking about this not too long ago, so I'll bullet point a few things I remember her telling me. Friend's mother was outside hanging out washing and claimed that she saw her dead grandmother smiling at her through the gap in the sheets. Friend would often hear loud conversations late at night, and thinking of the TV, she would go into the lounge to tell whoever was watching it to turn it down to find the lounge dark and empty with the TV off. Friend had a few mates over for a sleepover, and one mate needed the toilet during the night, and she claimed she saw a dark, shadowy figure standing in the hall. She'd wake my friend up to escort her to the bathroom. She was so freaked out. Friend's sister claimed to see a woman standing behind her in the mirror that apparently matched the appearance of her great-grandmother. Same grandmother her mothers also saw. My friend would sometimes hear really fast running footsteps outside her bedroom when she was home alone. Sometimes their old landline would ring randomly and it'd just be loud static on the other end, and when they would call her ID the number, it would say it from their own number. Toddler sensed his grandma getting hurt. Thought I should share this one, as it's pretty much the only indisputable paranormal thing that's happened to me. And this thing happened about 10 years ago. I still remember that day in great detail. I was outside with my 2-year-old son walking the dog. We were pretty close to our apartment, and my son was running on the grass. All of a sudden, he stopped and looked at me. "Anna fell," he said. I looked at him and he told me, "No, sweetie, Grandma didn't fall, she's fine." I hadn't talked to my mom that day, so she lived about 6 miles from us, and I had no reason to believe anything had happened to her. He was persistent and told me that she indeed had fallen, and kept telling me that he was mistaken and shouldn't worry. Or I kept telling him. He went inside and didn't talk more about it until my mom called with a couple hours later telling me that she had been out in the woods that day and had taken a pretty bad fall. But as you might imagine, I got chills down my spine. How did he know? And something else weird happened with my other son a few years later as I left him at daycare. He was asking about his mom, and I told him, "What? I'm your mom." After which he responded, "No, my other family and my other mom. They all disappears in the rain." That spooked me a bit too, even though it of course could be easily explained simply by the imagination or a dream of a 3-year-old. Kicked an entity out. So the title kind of gives you an idea of what this is about, but I've been seeing spirits for a long time. They usually show up as a wisp or something, kind of streaking by. Well, the other night, I'd seen this shadow creature trying to get my attention with it streaking in front of me. I finally decided to confront it, closed my eyes, and told it couldn't be here. What came in my mind's eye wasn't anywhere near human in spirit. It got close to me and had all these eyes. Kind of opened its mouth and all those eyes surrounding it. It's kind of like a gorgon. Mouth on the center, eyes all around it. The eyes could expand and replicate, like you were looking into a kaleidoscope. I told it wasn't welcome, but he or it just tried to overwhelm me with these eyes. They would change and kind of kaleidoscope out. Got a good amount of experience to know what I could have, had a good amount of experience to know that I could force it, so I did. I imagined a bubble coming out from my chest that manually pushed him in the street. He was fighting the whole time, but wasn't able to come back in, and really irritated it. Honestly, he'd been working so hard for my attention, I didn't see any more streaks that night or since. After all this time of finding out metaphysical and healing things, it's the first time I got to kick a ghost's ass on this plane. A mysterious figure in the woods beckons. Is it a friend or a foe? A few years ago, I went on a weekend trip with some friends to a remote cabin in the woods. The first night there, we were all sitting around the fire, telling scary stories and laughing. As it got later, we decided to head inside and get some sleep. I shared a room with two of my friends, and we all settled into our sleeping bags on the floor. It was pitch black except for the dim glow of the embers in the fireplace. Just as we were starting to drift off, we heard a faint tapping sound on the window. At first, we thought it was just a tree branch, but then we heard it again, louder this time. We sat up and looked over at the window, but we couldn't see anything outside. Then we heard a soft voice whispering our names. We were all frozen in fear, not knowing what to do. The tapping continued and the voice got louder and more insistent. Suddenly the window flew open and a cold breeze rushed into the room. I could see a dark figure standing outside, but its features were indistinct, seemed to be beckoning us to come outside. We felt an overwhelming urge to obey, but just as we were about to get up, the figure vanished and the window slammed shut. We were all shaken by the experience, couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next day we tried to rationalize what had happened, but couldn't come up with any explanation. And to this day, we still don't know what or who we saw that night in the woods. Ask Reddit. One night about 3.5 years ago, I was driving to my mom's from dad's and my girlfriend was following me in her car. Well, I looked down for 1 second, and when I looked back up, there's a massive coyote in front of my car. It was all mangy with big teeth. It was super tall. Well, I proceeded to try to hit it going like 50 miles an hour. I even felt my car kind of bump as I hit it. Anyway, my girl saw me slam on my brakes, so she called me and asked what happened. Once I told, she sounded very freaked out because she didn't see anything, nor did anything come out from under my car. We were pretty freaked out, so we just finished the drive to my mom's. Once there, we looked at my car, and it was fucked up, like it looked like I hit another car. So I told my mom we all went back to the scene, and there was no coyote body or pieces of my car. Really fucked me up for a long time. Well, flash forward to a couple of months ago, and my now fiance learned of skinwalkers. And as we were discussing that, that's what I might have hit all those years ago. We heard an ear-piercing woman scream right by our front door. I mean, it sounded like she had had her mouth against the door. But when we all went out to check out there was absolutely no one. We vowed that day to never talk about it again. I've been mourning the loss of my wife for 2 years. Back in the day when she was alive, we promised to haunt each other should one or the other leave this life. We both firmly believe in an afterlife and spirits, so this wasn't just a silly, joking promise, even if there was some teasing about how we would do it to each other. I actually think we only said it twice. Well, it had been 2 years since she had left. I recall being in the room she died in. The machines were breathing for her, and I felt her leave her body and just gone with the sound of the machine still going. A few hours later, they were officially turned off. Little back information. My late wife had an eating disorder, and this disorder destroyed a lot of her gut and organs. It was a slow, painful death. When I say I felt her leave, it was like a bullet-fast leave. In life, I didn't yell, never a name call, rarely argued when we did. It was like a healthy discourse, and decisions were made to settle it. I knew her ED had caused these problems, but eating disorder. But what I didn't know was how much worse it really was. I found the information on her phone post-death. She knew death was the final outcome years before I knew, and held back the information from me, letting me talk about growing old together. In short, I haven't seen her. Lived in a haunted duplex a few years ago. So, several years back, I was in the Army. I don't want to give the year or the specific post because that's way too much identifying information for me to comfortably put on the internet. For those unfamiliar with military posts or bases, they have houses on posts for the soldiers who don't live in the barracks, officers and or married, to rent. This one I was in was kind of creepy. We had our cat, and on a regular basis, all his hair would stand on end, and he'd pretty much on the edge for a period of time. This was normally a very friendly cat, and there was no correlation with anything else done that caused this behavior in him, but every so often he'd get like this. One night the stove burners turned themselves on. My wife and I, skeptical mind, says the cats were fucking around with the knobs and accidentally turned them on. But no such thing happened before or since, and when they don't play, they don't play near the knobs usually. Eventually we moved out and got a place off the military post. The cat never acted like that since we moved out, and no sudden outbursts or hair standing on end. It was the only that place really that made this happen, and no stove mysteriously turning on. And it was a house for military families, so obviously the chances of a previous tenant dying were pretty dang high. Did I see a ghost? This past weekend was my sister's birthday. We planned a barbecue at the park with all of her friends. I was busy while plans were being made, so I didn't get a chance to offer or bring food, so I told everybody I'd bring the alcohol. Threw my cooler in the back seat since it doesn't fit in my trunk and headed for the liquor store. I bought more than I expected, and our drinks weren't refrigerated at the store, so I decided to put everything in a cooler so it'd be cold by the time I got to the park. After loading up the cooler, I hopped in the car and was ready to make my way to the barbecue. As I was getting ready to reverse out of the parking spot, I checked my rearview mirror. I could have sworn I saw a little boy, maybe 5 or 6 years old, with short brown hair, wearing a red shirt playing with a toy train. I'm sure this could have been anything, but after growing up in a haunted house, I never take these things lightly. It scared the life out of me, actually. And I'm the original owner of the car, so I can't say that maybe somebody had died in it. Her birthday fell on Father's Day this year. It was also a week before the 6th-year anniversary of my dad's death. I don't think it was my father, but my mother believes it could have been a sign from my father that my sister is pregnant. She's been trying for a year, and this would be my parents' first grandchild. I don't think that was the case, though. Ask Reddit. I don't know if this counts as a glitch, but it was definitely really weird, and I can't explain it. I was driving alone, unfortunately, and listening to the radio. The song was about to end, and I abruptly thought, they're going to play X next. And they did. When that song was almost over, I thought, now they're going to play Y. Repeat that 3 more times, and I knew what song was about to play 5 times in a row. I couldn't really believe it, so I started saying the next song out loud to myself just to be totally sure I wasn't making it up in my head. The strangest part of it is how these thoughts came into my head. I've had bad ADHD and I'm kind of incapable of just thinking one thing at a time. Train of thought writing exercises were impossible for me in school because I didn't know which train of thought I was supposed to be writing. It's really hard to describe, but when I thought of the next song, it was the only thing in my head. Everything else was just gone for a few seconds. The clarity of it was surreal. The only other time I've experienced that is when I was about to get into a car accident. A truck hit something ahead of us, started spinning out of control, and I remember my brain going completely quiet and thinking, that truck is going to hit us, right before it did. That wasn't a premonition, it was a realization, and I chalked it up to my brain going into some different mode because I recognized my life was in danger. Never experienced it again until that radio thing. Ask Reddit. I posted something similar, but I didn't want to go into depth, so I'll do that here. When I was still living with my grandparents, there was like an incident where I was unable to sleep in my regular bedroom downstairs, so I was moved upstairs into a spare bedroom. The way this room is situated makes it possible to see the other side of the house. So I go to bed that night and leave the door open. Bad idea, I know. And I fall asleep. Later that night, probably around 3 a.m., I wake up needing to use the washroom. Go out, quickly do my business, head back to my room. At this point, I'm awake. The light in the bathroom had woken me up a bit, and I'm sitting in the dark room trying to fall asleep. At the time, I was pretty young, so I wasn't quite over the whole scared of the dark thing, and I was having trouble closing my eyes comfortably. While I'm laying there, I happen to look out the door and toward the stairs leading to the basement. Suddenly, I notice a white figure standing at the top holding some sort of object. It was obviously a woman, as she was wearing a dress and had sort of put her hair up in her bun. Watched for a moment as she slowly descended the stairs before throwing the covers over my head and hiding from whatever it was. I lived in that house for about a year longer and never saw her again. However, my grandparents still live in the house. When I go and visit, I often feel like I'm not alone or I hear noises that don't belong there. Shadow Man. This happened when I was from around 8 to 10. Maybe as back as when I was living with my mom. I was about to go to bed after my mom and stepdad said their goodnights. It was fairly late at night. An important part of this is to know that I had kind of like a fairy light on the bed. And some of this on my window to kind of help me sleep. I was facing the wall of my bedroom before turning over and opening my eyes because I felt weird and I wanted to check what was behind me. And there stood a tall, shadow-like figure that was nearly touching my ceiling. Obviously, since I was scared, I just stared at it and didn't break eye contact with it because I was just scared. I was scared what it would do if I closed my eyes, even for a second. I slowly just watched it evaporate like some fog on the spot. The scarier part is when I told my parents the next day, my stepdad said he was in the garden, and because my room's facing the garden, he could see my window. He said that he saw some shadow figure standing, and because of the kind of fairy lights, we both knew that the two of us couldn't accidentally see the same thing at the same time of night. I'm not accustomed to hearing the word fairy light, which I'm assuming means nightlight. I like it. Bob, back for round 2, or is it something else? Unfortunately, I think Bob has come back to visit. Although it's been a long while since it left, I've noticed a few occurrences that had not happened since last time Bob visited and left. It started about a week ago when I was watching a show, ironically about paranormal investigations in my living room with my mom. My sister comes in, seeming a little bit nervous, and lets me know that the lights in the back bathroom are flickering a lot. I go to check the lights to find that they were no longer flickering, they looked like bad bulbs. So yesterday I pulled the bedroom door open to find a fake bat. You know, the one that hangs from a string that you sort of turned the lights of a ceiling fan. The fan wasn't on and briefly spinning and in a different position than it was in the morning. It stopped as soon as the door opened, but this used to happen a lot the first time Bob was there. I've also noticed a lot of things moving in the corners of my vision, mostly when I'm laying down. When I sat down for dinner last night on the floor in my bedroom, a small canvas that I had leaned up against my desk fell over. Please note that the canvas had been there for at least a month and hadn't fallen over before. The part of the desk it was leaned against had drawers and was therefore flat like a wall. The spirit of my dad. First, a disclaimer. I don't know what to believe. I don't think so. I'm quite scientific on these matters. Low tolerance for bullshit, so to speak. I think we're just biological machines, and it's a comfortable thought to have a caring deity or spirits or even guardian angels. Those who are comfortable thoughts. I get it. I do the same. Maybe spiritually, it might be real, but I still lean to a no. I lean to a no to the biological machines. So at the same time, I'm a hypocrite, which is this story I'm about to tell. To me, it's real, and that's how I will remember it. Dad died 20 years ago or so. We were all in the hospital, just silent, looking at his body getting colder and stiffer by the minute. Nobody said anything. Everything went back home, and everybody waited for the elevator and entered it, and the door closed, but suddenly opened again. My mom and we were looking at each other. We knew that was Dad. Not a doubt in our hearts. We knew it. We walked home through the park. In the park, I could still feel him. He was walking with us, that's it. That's the story, my paranormal story. I don't care what it is, real or imagination, it was a meaningful moment for me. That's all that matters. The lady on the train tracks. My first ghostly encounter was only a moment, and I had been alone. I'd taken it as just a flicker or a trick of the light. My friend and I were traveling on the buses between our houses, both looking out the window, enjoying the view, and honestly feeling a bit bored. Passed over a bridge just above some train tracks. For just a moment it took the bus to pass the bridge. I saw her, the white lady. She was see-through, like looking through mist. She had long gown on and either long white hair or a veil. She was just standing there in the night in the tracks facing ahead, and I don't remember anything about her features or anything specific. I assumed she was a bride, though, not really right at that moment. I just remember turning slowly to my friend, and she was doing the exact same thing. She was white as a sheet. I asked her, "You just saw that, didn't you?" "Yeah." Both shivered and looked back, and can't see the tracks unless you're on the bridge, so I let her tell me what she had seen, and it matched up. We were both stunned and thoroughly spooked. I imagined perhaps a jilted lover and left on the altar. It was sad. I hope her spirit does find peace. Baby monitor. This is my grandpa's story. My grandma passed away in about 2021 of cancer. But before this, my grandpa took care of her in her house before she passed. In order for him to do chores around the house or backyard, he had to put a baby monitor in the living room so he could hear if my grandma needed something. After she passed, he decided to keep it in the living room so he could hear if somebody broke into his house. Since he now lived alone and his hearing isn't the best. He kept the other half in the monitor in his room where he slept. He told me he would sometimes hear voices coming from the living room at night through the monitor. He could never decipher what they were saying. It sounded like chatter. He couldn't understand. He got used to this until one night he heard a familiar voice come through. He was laying in bed trying to fall asleep, and he heard my grandma's voice call for him. What he heard was, "Jerry, Jerry." He was shocked to hear her voice calling his name. got up out of bed to check the living room. For a split second, he forgot that she had passed. Once he got into the living room, he didn't see anyone in there, and he was just creeped out and went back to bed. He hasn't heard her voice since. Wrong timeline worries. This year I had some unexpected and awful things happen in my personal life, which changed a lot, including where I live and what I do for work. Difficult to cope with. I'm in therapy, and I even received more intensive mental health treatment. But even little things feel different. It's hard to explain, but everything seems wrong and off like they never have before. I'm praying for something like time travel to go back and reverse what happened. And I've had my fair share of people making fun of me for this before you get started, or being in a parallel universe that I can switch out of. It's more than just dealing with unfortunate things in life. What I went through is far from being the worst thing somebody's gone through. It's just this overwhelming feeling that things in my life aren't supposed to be this way. That something's off in a deep way, like I'm in the wrong timeline. I'm someone who's always been into things of the supernatural nature. I've had experiences with ghosts, etc., but my mind's never went to these types of things when going through difficulties in the past. Anybody ever dealt with feelings like this? What'd you do? Did they go away eventually? I don't know what I did. And I don't know if they went away. A creepy encounter my cousin experienced. This encounter happened at her house. It's like 2021. It's around 6:30 a.m. in the morning, and she woke up, left her room, and went to the kitchen to drink water. She opened the fridge, drank water, and closed the fridge. A second after closing the fridge door, she sees the following. A little girl-looking entity was peeking through the side of the door. She was pale, almost transparent gray with long black hair, similar to the Enchantress from Suicide Squad. Black eyes similar to a Funko Pop. Was completely emotionless, but she, my cousin, could feel the innocence and curiosity of a child to see what you're doing. My cousin's exact description of the entity. On another instance, she was minding her own business in her room when she heard her name being distinctly called from another room by an unknown voice. Back in the day before my cousin lived in the house, a family used to sort of live there, and they had a boy that died in the house because he fell off the balcony. The boy was young, but his age isn't known. My cousin has theorized that the boy's spirit might still be living in the house. Is my house haunted? My house is fairly normal. It's connected with another house, and I guess you could just say odd things do happen, though. For example, I have an awful feeling like I'm being watched at the moment. And very rarely, like down to yearly or like every 8 months, something odd will happen. Not enough to believe it's haunted, but still unexplainable. Such as waking up at dead specific times. Such as 3:15 a.m. getting the feeling of being watched. Just like today. A few years back, I swear I could have seen a shadow. Our house is connected to this other house, and this other house seems to have more reports, such as their car keys ending up on a shelf that nobody could reach under a bowl and things going missing. It's kind of known that the previous owner of the house died right next to the fireplace in there, which is then joined to ours. Do you reckon that we have a very, very tame spirit? I'm just curious. But I don't want to investigate too much because it's rarely active if it's real, and our house doesn't seem to have much activity, so I don't know. Occasional disembodied voice in my bedroom. Last night my husband and I were in the dark. We were about to fall asleep when we both hear a very clear whisper-type voice. But it was loud. It said, "What?" You know, like what in a strong whisper sound. Almost had a rasp to it. One other instance, my husband and his friend were doing renovation work at the room when we finished moving in. They were working quietly when they both heard a similar voice. Overall, I don't generally feel like our house is haunted or has spirits hanging out 24/7. We have a dog and small children, and I feel like they'd pick up on it too, right? If we had constant energy with us. We live next directly behind train tracks in another neighborhood, and our bedroom leads out to a deck with a sliding glass door. We hear trains passing all through the night. Maybe a transient ghost gets enough energy juice from the train tracks to pop in every now and then. Kids. This happened in my home country in the Philippines. It was more than a decade ago, and I still can't forget about it. I went to my girlfriend's house late in the afternoon to hang out and surprise her. The moment I arrived, I noticed that their car wasn't in the driveway, so I texted her where she was. She said the whole family's out and they'll be back before 6. So when I was about to leave, I saw some movements behind their windows. So I texted her again if her siblings were left at the home, and she said nobody's at home, and I told her I can literally see 2 kids looking outside the window. She told me to go home because those aren't her siblings, but something else. So I was about to run when I heard kids' voices asking me, "Are you going home?" They also said, "Take care," and up till now it sends chills, giving me chicken skin. I like that way of saying goosebumps. Giving me chicken skin. I like that.